Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 163, Ch 163, Resolve. On the Hokage Rock. Orochimaru, holding the Kusanagi sword, faces off alone against Hiruzen and Minato, yet he doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. One of them is his teacher, someone he knows all too well. In his prime, Hiruzen was capable of challenging the entire ninja world, but now he's older, and compared to his former self, he shows signs of wear. This is the power of time. No matter how strong a person is, they cannot escape it. It's something he has always resisted. The battle between the three is grand and intense. Both the third Hokage and Orochimaru possess countless jutsu, and the ground around them is being shattered to pieces. The cliffs have deepened with countless cracks. If this is all the strength you have and you think you can kill me, you're delusional. Hiruzen and Minato remain silent, their intense battles showing no sign of a conclusion. They're beginning to show signs of exhaustion, while Orochimaru still seems to be in complete control, as if his chakra and stamina are endless. Even though they know that Orochimaru's power is immeasurable, this is a 2-on-1 fight. Orochimaru mocks Hiruzen, "What's the matter? Even now, you still hesitate to strike." Hiruzen takes a deep breath and whispers to Minato, "Minato, you help me restrain Orochimaru." He lowers his Ri staff, and the iron rod instantly transforms into the shape of the Ape King. Minato nods slowly, "I understand." He steps forward, gripping a special kunai in his hand. In the earlier battle, Orochimaru had already figured out Minato's every move, showing what happens when the enemy has complete information about you. Orochimaru. Minato let out a low shout, leaving an afterimage behind as his figure reappeared beside Orochimaru. This technique, the body flicker, was incredibly fast, but Orochimaru still noticed it. In an instant, the Kusanagi sword slashed horizontally toward Minato. The sound of metal clashing rang out, the cold gleam of the sword reflecting both of their stern expressions. The blue rays non began to form in Minato's other hand, ready to strike, when a giant snake suddenly shot out from Orochimaru's sleeve, aiming for Minato's neck. However, in the next moment, the snake missed, as Minato's form vanished from the spot. Only a kunai remained in midair, slowly falling. Orochimaru caught sight of the special markings on the kunai and quickly formed hand seals with one hand. Whoosh! As he expected, Minato's figure reappeared beside him in less than half a second, still holding the raise-non in his hand. This technique, utilizing the flying thunder god to quickly shift positions, was nearly impossible for ordinary people to react to. But Minato's attack was halted in midair, unable to advance. Crimson, flame-like markings covered Minato's entire body, binding his movements tightly. The self-imprisonment seal. It was a sealing technique. Minato's mind raced. Just as he saw a flash of cold light rapidly approaching, the sharp edge of the Kusanagi sword was about to strike his neck. Whoosh! Even though Minato was bound by the self-imprisonment seal, he still activated the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from his original position. Orochimaru looked at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, which was completely free of blood, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Such an incredible ninjutsu. You can still use it in this situation. The self-imprisonment seal only restricted movement, but it couldn't suppress chakra. There was no sealing technique that could instantly seal an enemy's chakra with just a quick hand seal, except for the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and its chakra point strikes. As long as Minato's chakra continued to circulate normally, he could keep using the flying thunder god technique. In this situation, it was nearly impossible to harm Minato. Unless Orochimaru could read Minato's thoughts and predict his every move perfectly. As Minato withdrew, the Ape King rushed forward, launching powerful punches and kicks. Despite facing Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, it didn't dodge, determined to land its attack on Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew that the Ape King had an indestructible body, and he wasn't foolish enough to directly clash with it. Instead, he quickly distanced himself and began forming hand seals. In an instant, the ground around him turned into a swamp, and once trapped in it, escape would be difficult. Worse yet, countless poisonous snakes began emerging from the swamp, adding to the terrifying scene. This greatly restricted the Ape King's movements. However, just as Orochimaru completed his technique, he suddenly felt an incredibly cold presence. This presence appeared out of nowhere, without form, and its exact location was unclear. Minato seemed to sense it as well. His expression froze for a moment, and then he looked at third Hokage with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and threw a kunai toward Orochimaru. The black, glimmering kunai pierced the air and shot toward him. Orochimaru, who was familiar with the flying thunder god technique, initially thought Minato would teleport to the kunai's location. He was prepared to counter it at any moment. But as the air warped, only a high-density blue chakra ball appeared above the kunai. Boom. The Raisnon, transferred through the Flying Thunder God, exploded just in front of Orochimaru, creating a powerful shockwave that momentarily destabilized his stance. At this moment, Minato seized the opportunity, flashing behind Orochimaru. The poisonous snakes from the swamp went wild, leaping from the mud, their hundreds of hissing sounds sending chills down one's spine. With mud splashing everywhere, trying to dodge these snakes in this area was hopeless. Minato didn't pay attention to the snakes below. He grabbed onto the back of Orochimaru's shoulder with a firm grip. Orochimaru reacted swiftly, flipping the Kusanagi sword and stabbing backward. Minato used the Flying Thunder God again, vanishing from Orochimaru's back and moving away from the swamp. But as soon as Minato landed, he couldn't help but frown. He felt an intense pain in his calf, and without looking, he knew it had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Orochimaru, seeing that Minato had just touched him but didn't immediately strike, felt a sense of doubt. He thought back to the moment when Minato had firmly gripped his shoulder and wondered if Minato had placed a mark on him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Sure enough, Minato had teleported behind him, and the Raisnon landed a heavy blow on his back. The immense force of the Raisnon tore a large hole in Orochimaru's clothing, and with a resounding boom, he was sent flying. The world spun around him, and the scenery rushed past. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed in front of him, and a powerful grip firmly held his body, snapping his limbs. "It's over, Orochimaru." The Ape King roared, his strength surprisingly immense. Under his grip, no one could escape. But Orochimaru was no ordinary person. The Ape King suddenly felt that Orochimaru's body had become soft and boneless, like an eel, slipping from his grasp. Despite his limbs being destroyed, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide. A slimy, mucus-covered arm reached out from his mouth, and he used it to stretch his mouth open to an eerie and grotesque width. A completely intact new Orochimaru crawled out from within. The new Orochimaru's body was covered with a white, bloated substance, and a strange, expressionless face was exposed, neither human nor monster. White steam rose from Orochimaru's body as his injuries quickly healed, returning him to his original state. The white, bloated creature detached from his body, falling to the ground, lifeless. Orochimaru made a satisfied sound, reaching up to touch his shoulder, where the Flying Thunder God mark had disappeared. He sneered coldly, saying, "Is that all?" Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 164, ch 164, Demon. Hearing a knock on the door, Kushina hurried to the entrance, thinking it was Minato coming back. Since Minato left, her heart had been uneasy. She didn't know what was happening outside, and the various sounds she had heard from the room made her restless and overthink everything. If Minato had handled everything well, it would be a happy ending, but if something happened to him... After all the events of the past few days, Kushina had made up her mind. No matter what happens, she would stand by Minato, because they both loved the village so much, yet they kept facing this unfair treatment. Since they were being so unreasonable, let Kyubi deal with them. Kushina wasn't sure how Kyubi would react when it encountered Senju Hashirama in the village now. In her understanding, there didn't seem to be a stronger existence than Kyubi. However, when she opened the door, it wasn't Minato standing outside. Kakashi. Kushina was slightly surprised. Why would Kakashi come to find her at this time? "What's the matter?" she asked. Kakashi didn't dare to meet Kushina's eyes and lowered his gaze, saying, "The village is going through a special period, so I've come to protect you." Hearing this, Kushina quickly asked, "Did Minato send you?" As Minato's student, Kakashi was naturally very familiar to Kushina, and their relationship was close. She immediately inquired further, "Kakashi, where's Minato? How is he? What's happening outside?" She was desperate to know about Minato's condition, to understand what was going on outside. Kakashi fell silent, and his silence made Kushina anxious. "Kushina-ne, do you know what your identity means to the village?" These sudden and inexplicable words made Kushina pause for a moment, then furrow her brows and ask, "What do you mean?" Kakashi continued, speaking to himself, "You are the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi in Konoha. You must always be loyal to the village. The village should always be your top priority." Kushina's brows knitted together. She stepped forward and walked out of the room. She noticed that, apart from Kakashi, there were others not far away, seemingly watching her, as if keeping an eye on her. She tried to keep her tone as calm as possible and asked, "Kakashi, what is really going on? Where is Minato?" A loud explosion sounded from the direction of the Hokage rock in the distance. Kushina's unease grew stronger. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to leave and find Minato. Kakashi silently stepped in front of her, blocking her way. "Kushina-ne, you should stay where you are." Kushina's expression darkened slightly as she said, Kakashi, what is going on? Guy, who had been standing by, noticed that Kakashi was being evasive and unwilling to explain clearly. He stepped forward and said, Minato has betrayed the village. He is now a criminal. Kushina just furrowed her brows without saying a word. She had already suspected something like this might happen. After all, their enemy was Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage. It was very likely that Minato would be labeled as a traitor. Guy continued, Minato has openly confessed to the crimes he's committed. The ones judging him are the first and second Hokage. Kushina-san, it's best if you don't go anywhere right now. Staying at home is the safest choice. The battle at the Hokage Rock was fierce, and even Makoto had forbidden outsiders from approaching. From the distant sounds of the battle, it was clear that the fight was still ongoing. After Minato and Orochimaru were both labeled as traitors by the first Hokage, Guy chose to follow the orders of Makoto. In the hearts of Konoha ninjas, the village comes first. Kushina fixed her gaze on Kakashi and asked, what if I refuse? Are you going to stop me by force? Before Kakashi could respond, others slowly approached from a distance, Mariboshi Kosuke and Might Due. You'd better not do this. We don't want to hurt you. As Kushina looked at the people closing in on her, she suddenly felt how absurd reality had become. Minato had loved Konoha so deeply. He had risked his life to save the village, and yet now he was labeled a traitor. Was there anything more ironic than this? Kushina's heart turned cold as she looked at Kakashi and asked, Kakashi, do you think Minato is a traitor? Kushina-ne, I want to talk to you alone. Kakashi left the other three outside and took Kushina back into the room, closing the door behind them. He said, this is what Lord Makoto wants. Makoto? Kushina's gaze grew colder. However, Kakashi's next words shocked her. Orochimaru, just like Minato-sensei, has also become a criminal of the village. Kushina furrowed her brows and asked, what do you mean? Kakashi replied, to put it simply, Orochimaru has been removed from power. Lord Makoto asked me to tell you not to think about using the Kyuubi to cause trouble. Now that the first Hokage is in the village, the Kyuubi are no more than a kitten in his presence. This will only end up ruining you and Minato-sensei. Kushina listened, still confused. Why had the first Hokage suddenly been brought into this? She had heard Guy mention him earlier. Seeing the confusion on her face, Kakashi pondered for a moment and then briefly explained everything that had happened at the Hokage building. Kushina began to process the massive amount of information. Even if Minato-sensei could kill Orochimaru, he wouldn't win. At that point, his only option would be to escape Konoha with you, but with the two former Hokage here, you wouldn't be able to escape. Kushina blankly responded, if we can't escape, then we'll die. Kakashi replied, you are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. They won't let you die so easily. Lord Makoto asked me to tell you that Minato-sensei's status as a traitor is a done deal and cannot be changed, but he can still let Minato-sensei live. The condition is that you must stay quietly in the village from now on. He promised me that he will keep Minato-sensei alive, Kushina-ne. Kushina stood there in silence for a long time. After a while, Kushina spoke again. Kakashi. Kakashi quickly responded. Kushina calmly asked, how did he threaten you to make you do his bidding? It wasn't a threat. Kakashi slowly shook his head. It wasn't Makoto who had threatened him, but Orochimaru. At that time, he was forced to testify about what Nara Shikaku had done, with the lives of Rin and Obito being used as leverage. What Makoto did was simply offer to help him when he was at a loss. The only condition was that a sealing technique called kite was placed on him. This sealing technique didn't limit him in any way, instead, it gave him an immensely powerful strength. This power had already been tested on Hakumen. Originally, Hakumen was no match for him, but after unlocking the seal, he managed to defeat Kakashi with just one move. Kushina was thinking about the future. As Kakashi had just said, Orochimaru had been removed from power, so after this matter was resolved, the position of Hokage would be vacant. As the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, she had become incredibly important at this moment. She could save Minato, but in the future, she would still have to face this demon. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 165, ch 165, Suffering. The battle in Hokage Rock is still at a stalemate. Minato's risky strike didn't cause any significant damage to Orochimaru. At this point, unless Orochimaru sustains a fatal injury, the white Zetsu on him can easily heal him, thanks to its spore technique. Minato is unaware of the white Zetsu and assumes that Orochimaru must have used a substitution or similar ninjutsu to avoid the attack. The key point is that Minato intentionally exposed himself to a venomous snake bite in order to place a Flying Thunder God mark on Orochimaru. However, with Orochimaru's shedding-like action, the mark was left on the discarded snake-skin body as well. This means that not only did Minato's attack have no effect, but he also put himself in a dangerous position. Feeling the discomfort in his legs, Minato realizes that dragging out the battle will only result in his slow death. Enma, the Monkey King, is fighting fiercely up close with Orochimaru. Minato pulls out the remaining shuriken on his body and focuses intently. "Senior Enma!" he suddenly shouts, throwing all the shuriken into the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato quickly forms hand signs, and the shuriken instantly transform into countless black lights, filling the sky and pouring down on Orochimaru with tremendous force. Enma understands the signal but does not plan to retreat. Instead, it continues to engage Orochimaru in close combat, preventing him from escaping. These shuriken cannot harm Enma's indestructible body. In an instant, the ground was covered with shuriken, like an iron grass field, and Orochimaru, unable to avoid, was pierced through by the shuriken, turning him into a pincushion. He remained unfazed, as he had no intention of dodging Minato's attack. In the shocked gazes of Minato and Enma, a massive white substance appeared on Orochimaru's body once again, like writhing flesh that slowly enveloped him. Shortly after, these white fleshy masses fell away from his body, and his wounds had already completely healed. What on earth is that thing? Minato was stunned, having never seen such a bizarre self-healing technique before. But he quickly suppressed his shock, forming hand signs rapidly again. The shuriken on the ground suddenly shot out 4 strands of chakra strings, firmly binding Orochimaru's limbs. The ground was instantly covered in black, strange markings, surrounding Orochimaru. 4 threads lantern formation. With the sealing technique restraining him, Orochimaru's body became immobile. The 4 threads lantern formation is an extension of the 1 thread lantern formation, capable of binding an enemy from a distance. It shifts from odd-numbered to even-numbered seals, a technique that Minato himself had created. At this moment, Minato shouted loudly, "Lord Third Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been gathering chakra, immediately understood and switched his hand signs, slamming his hands down onto the ground. Earth Style, Earth Surge 9 Sealing Corridors. Boom. In an instant, the earth began to tremble. The rocky surface beneath their feet started to move, and walls as high as 10 meters rose up from the surroundings, enclosing everyone tightly. Inside this enclosure, countless giant stone pillars shot up from the ground, crisscrossing and intertwining with one another. Finally trapped, Orochimaru's entire body was engulfed by the rocks, leaving only his face and abdomen exposed, while the rest of him was sealed inside the solid stone. Orochimaru glanced around and said, "Impressive ninjutsu. I didn't expect you, Sarutobi-sensei, to still have such a hidden move." Enma picked up Kusanagi sword from the ground and directly thrust it into Orochimaru's body. However, Orochimaru seemed unaffected by pain and sneered, "What a shame. You can't kill me. Even if you pierce my heart or sever my head, it won't be enough to kill me." As his words fell, several white, strange figures emerged from the nearby giant stone pillars, as if rising from the surface of water. These white Zetsu tried to break the rocks imprisoning Orochimaru, but were all cut into pieces by Enma's sword strikes. Orochimaru. At this moment, Hiruzen shouted in a deep voice, his hands still maintaining the hand signs as his eyes locked onto Orochimaru. "This ends here." As soon as his words finished, he suddenly felt an incredibly cold presence locking onto him. Orochimaru, with a light chuckle, stared at the hand signs Hiruzen was forming and said, "I see. The Reaper Death Seal, huh? It seems, Sarutobi-sensei, you plan to go down with me." He recognized the forbidden technique, an extremely powerful sealing jutsu from the Uzumaki clan. This technique involves sacrificing one's own soul to the death god, who then consumes the caster's soul. The caster and the target are doomed to eternally struggle and despise each other in the death god's stomach. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Sarutobi-sensei, I misjudged you. It seems you truly have a death wish." Hiruzen spoke solemnly, "Orochimaru, the damage you've caused to Konoha is too deep. Even 1,000 deaths would not atone for your sins. As your teacher, I will eradicate this disaster you have brought upon Konoha." Behind him, there was a massive, unseen phantom, holding a short dagger in its mouth and Buddhist beads in its hands, with a face like a vengeful ghost and a form like a demon. An invisible arm reached out from Hiruzen's abdomen, swiftly extending toward Orochimaru, and then pulled a transparent substance from his body. Once the Reaper Death Seal begins, it cannot be stopped. This meant that, as Hiruzen performed this forbidden technique, his life and soul no longer belonged to him. What he had to do now was to take Orochimaru's soul with him, making them both suffer eternally, to atone for the sins he had committed. Minato, standing nearby, quietly watched this scene. He was also familiar with the Reaper Death Seal, though he had never considered whether he would one day need to use it. Minato wanted to kill Orochimaru himself, but upon seeing Hiruzen perform the forbidden technique, he immediately understood the third Hokage's resolve. More white Zetsu emerged from the ground and stone pillars, desperately charging toward the third Hokage, but they were all cut down by Enma and Minato. Hiruzen grinned coldly and sneered, "Orochimaru, it's useless. You are destined to fight me, your teacher, for all eternity." Orochimaru responded with a cold laugh, "You say that, but I'm actually looking forward to it." The Reaper Death Seal encountered no resistance, and soon, Orochimaru's soul was pulled from his body. The sealing markings appeared on Hiruzen's abdomen. Once the technique was completed, Hiruzen was gasping for breath. The feeling was unprecedented, every ounce of strength in his body seemed to have been drained away. Not only that, but he could feel the death god behind him, locking its gaze onto him. With that, everything would be over. Hiruzen wearily looked up at Orochimaru, but what he saw made his pupils shrink in shock. "What's wrong, Sarutobi-sensei?" "You look so surprised," Orochimaru said, his face emotionless, his eyes still clear. "How is this possible?" His soul had already been sealed. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. Orochimaru slowly spoke, "The Reaper Death Seal is a forbidden technique of Konoha. How could I have not studied it? How could I not have a countermeasure? Sarutobi-sensei, you underestimated me. Since you feel guilty toward me, then go with that incomplete version of myself to fall into hell forever." Orochimaru looked at Hiruzen with no emotion, as if all his feelings for him had turned barren. He simply watched as Hiruzen's body collapsed before him. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 166, ch 166, Protect. The third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had lost his life. He had performed a forbidden technique at the cost of his own life in an attempt to kill Orochimaru, but ultimately failed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Minato immediately picked up a kunai and thrust it into Orochimaru's throat. At the same time, Enma, wielding the Kusanagi sword, pierced Orochimaru's body with repeated strikes. However, no blood flowed from Orochimaru, as if he was no longer human. He simply looked at Minato with a blank expression. Suddenly, an abnormal flush appeared on Orochimaru's face, and his body began to mutate, as if something beneath his skin was writhing. "It seems this body has reached its limit," Orochimaru murmured. Since the division of his soul, he had felt a strong sense of discomfort, his soul and body were rejecting each other. When researching souls, he had once entertained the idea of splitting a complete soul into different parts and had even figured out the specific method, though he had never conducted an experiment. But during the Death God's Reaper Death Seal just now, he made a decisive move, splitting a portion of his soul, which was swallowed into the Death God's stomach. After doing so, the most immediate and obvious sensation was his own incompleteness. Under the watchful eyes of Enma and Minato, Orochimaru, who was restrained by the rocks, suddenly glowed with a white radiance. A glowing orb floated out from his body and condensed above him, taking the form of Orochimaru. "Orochimaru." Minato glared at him angrily. "Minato, huh?" The spiritual form of Orochimaru hovered in midair, looking down at Minato. "Looks like it saved your life." With that, Orochimaru transformed into a streak of white light and shot toward the sky. Looking back at the flesh he had discarded, it had become bloated and hideous, lifeless like the third Hokage lying on the ground. What was going on? Had Orochimaru died? Minato pondered for a moment before suddenly groaning in pain, dropping to one knee as the poison in his leg continued to spread. Beside him, Enma discarded the Kusanagi sword, glanced silently at Hiruzen's corpse, and with a bang, transformed into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Not long after, the rocky wall nearby was broken open from the outside, creating a massive hole. Two figures walked in. "Saru." Tobirama murmured softly as he looked at Hiruzen's corpse on the ground. He was already dead, and faced death with remarkable calmness, as it had been Sarutobi Hiruzen's own will. "The fourth Hokage is dead too," Tobirama said, frowning as he looked at Orochimaru's grotesque corpse. Hashirama spoke slowly, "This outcome is also a reflection of their own choices. The master and disciple had ultimately perished together. Just as the Hyuga Makoto had previously said, regardless of their mistakes, they were still Hokage. Letting others dictate their fate would only bring humiliation." Hashirama then looked at Minato and said, "Namikaze Minato, we will handle the consequences of your actions fairly." "Fairly?" Minato listened to his words expressionlessly, finding it somewhat laughable. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Tobirama frowned slightly. That was the Flying Thunder God technique. His sensory abilities quickly spread across the entire village, and he soon locked onto Minato's chakra. Kushina bore the mark of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato directly teleported to her side. However, after using chakra again, the poison in his body caused him even greater pain, and he collapsed to the ground. "Minato." Kushina was startled by Minato's sudden appearance and quickly rushed forward to support him. What happened? Are you hurt? She asked anxiously. Minato's face was pale and bloodless. With Kushina's support, he sat down on a nearby chair, breathing heavily. You need treatment. I'll take you to the hospital. However, Minato grabbed her arm, repeatedly murmuring her name. Kushina. Kushina. I'm here, right here by your side, Kushina said, holding his hand and responding as gently as possible. Let's go to the hospital first. You're seriously injured. No. Minato shook his head weakly, refusing. I want to take you away. Didn't you want to leave? We'll leave right now. Kushina was at a loss for words. Looking at Minato's frail state, she could only grip his hands tightly, her voice trembling. Can we really leave? Minato forced a smile. We can. After I leave, I'll marry you right away, and then we'll have a child. I've already thought of the name, Naruto. It's the name of the protagonist from Jiraiya-sensei's novel. I really like it. Sorry, Kushina, I haven't discussed this with you yet. Kushina softly said it was okay, adding that she liked the name too. Minato weakly asked, Kushina, are you still willing to marry me? Kushina nodded firmly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. I am. I've always been willing. Minato's lips curved into a smile, and he mustered the strength to stand up. Let's go right now. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He covered his mouth, coughing violently, blood seeping through his fingers. Minato. Kushina was startled and frantically patted his back. Minato caught his breath but noticed several dark shadows on the floor. Momentarily dazed, he looked up and realized that several people were now standing in front of him, though he hadn't noticed when they arrived. Sensei. You need treatment right now, Kakashi said quietly. Standing beside Kakashi were Guy, Mariboshi Kosuka, and Might Due. Minato couldn't help but turn to Kushina, disbelief filling his eyes. Kushina still held his hand tightly, forcing a smile as she softly reassured him, It's okay, Minato. Everything will be fine. Makoto promised he would protect us. As his mind raced, Minato couldn't help but let out a bitter, sorrowful laugh. Kushina wiped her tears and hugged him tightly. It's okay, Minato. I'll always be with you. It's going to be fine. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently kicked open, and Tobirama walked in. His gaze swept across the room, landing on the weakened Minato sitting on the chair and the strikingly red-haired Kushina beside him. Tobirama, I told you to be more polite, came Hashirama's helpless voice from behind. When he saw Kushina, even Hashirama couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. From the Uzumaki clan. Tobirama added, she should be the current Kyubi Jinchuriki. Hashirama looked at Kushina and murmured, I see. He was reminded of his wife, Uzumaki Mito, who had also been beautiful and captivating in her youth, just like Kushina. Seeing Minato and Kushina together, Hashirama understood their bond. My apologies. Tobirama was rude. Hashirama apologized to Kushina. I'm Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. Minato weakly let out a mocking laugh. Have you come to kill me? Tobirama snorted coldly. Your crimes do warrant the death penalty. No. Kushina immediately shouted, shielding Minato behind her. Lord Second Hokage, Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Lord Makoto said that there are still many unresolved doubts in Minato's case, and a thorough investigation is needed before any conclusions can be drawn. Tobirama frowned deeply, wanting to say more, but Hashirama stopped him. He said to Kushina, take Minato to the hospital first. In her panic, Kushina quickly agreed and prepared to take Minato away. Tobirama glanced at his elder brother, realizing what he had remembered, and chose to remain silent. Kushina hurriedly led Minato out of the house, with the others following to help. However, Hashirama held Kakashi back. Kakashi. Yes, Lord First Hokage. Kakashi immediately responded. Although the first Hokage appeared kind and gentle, he was even more intimidating to Kakashi than the second Hokage. You can go back and tell Hyuga Makoto that since he believes there are still doubts about the matter, we will respect his opinion and investigate everything thoroughly. Also, please inform him that since he holds a high position in the village, he must show respect to every villager. If anyone treats them as mere tools for power struggles, I will not show them any mercy. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch. Chapter 167, ch 167, Place to Stay. The sky darkened over Konoha Hospital. Namikaze Minato was critically poisoned and on the verge of death, but fortunately, Tsunade was in the village, capable of pulling him back from the brink. Kushina waited anxiously outside the operating room, her heart restless. Hashirama had also arrived. He sat quietly on a bench nearby, watching Kushina pace back and forth. "You are the village's second Jinchuriki, right?" "Yes." "So you've met Mito." "Mito. Lady Mito." Kushina was stunned for a moment before suddenly recalling the connection between the men before her and Uzumaki Mito. "Yes, it was Lady Mito who brought me to Konoha, and she was the one who decided that I would become the Kyubi Jinchuriki." Hashirama nodded at her response. The Uzumaki clan's unique constitution indeed made them ideal candidates for Jinchuriki. He said, "Becoming a Jinchuriki is a difficult burden, especially for a woman." "You've been through a lot." "No, Lady Mito taught me many things. I'm also grateful that she brought me to Konoha," Kushina said, glancing back at the operating room. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama asked, "Can you tell me about Minato?" Kushina remained silent for a moment before replying, "Aren't you afraid I'll lie?" Hashirama smiled. "That's okay. I'll just listen as if you're describing the Minato you know." Kushina walked over to the bench opposite him, sat down, and thought for a long time before speaking. "Minato, he's always dreamed of becoming Hokage since he was a child." Meanwhile, Tobirama arrived alone at Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. The door was opened by Biwako, who initially thought she was seeing things when she saw him. Upon hearing the news of Hiruzen's death, Biwako didn't show much sorrow. For him, death might be a kind of release, she said, looking down as she sat across from Tobirama in the living room. "These past few days, he's been unable to sleep, and every day someone came to discuss various matters with him. I could feel his pain. To die for the village, it's also his long-held wish." Tobirama then asked her about the current Sannin of Konoha. Biwako replied, "Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, we watched them grow up. Especially Orochimaru, Hiruzen invested the most in him. Orochimaru showed exceptional ninja talent from a young age, and Hiruzen always treated him like he would one day be Hokage. This child lost his parents early and has always been reclusive and introverted. Despite Hiruzen's special attention to him, he could never get close to Orochimaru's heart. Over time, Hiruzen began to feel that Orochimaru wasn't suited to become Hokage, until Jiraiya's student, Namikaze Minato, appeared." Tobirama sat quietly listening, gaining further insight into the relationship between Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Unable to change things, Hiruzen chose to replace him. Perhaps it was for the good of the village, but for Orochimaru, it felt like abandonment. This eventually led to the creation of the extreme and radical fourth Hokage. At this point, judging right or wrong was pointless, as both men were already dead. Tobirama sat in the Sarutobi household for a long time and even met Hiruzen's youngest son, Asuma. After learning about his father's death, the boy couldn't accept it and cried inconsolably. This was more like the reaction a young person should have. Thinking of Hyuga Makoto, who was around Asuma's age and had such an expressionless face, Tobirama couldn't help but frown. Mito Kado Hamura, Udatane Koharu, and Akimichi Torafu arrived. "Tobirama-sensei. It's really you." The three elders were visibly excited upon seeing Tobirama. Tobirama felt a deep sense of emotion. His former students had now all outlived him. It was then that he truly understood his older brother's words. Their experiences were perhaps more abundant than his own, and he should view them as independent individuals. The group gathered and talked for a long time. At first, they discussed some past events, but later, Tobirama asked them to talk about what had happened in Konoha since his death. They talked from the end of the First Ninja World War, during Hiruzen's time, all the way to the Third Ninja World War. They discussed some of the major events in Konoha, as well as the appearance of notable ninjas, such as the Sannin, the White Fang, and the Yellow Flash. When Tobirama asked about Hyuga Makoto, the three of them fell silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to talk, but rather that they knew very little. The only thing they were certain about was that the young head of the Hyuga clan, Makoto, was very capable in handling village affairs. After the war, he took charge of nearly everything in Konoha and managed it very well. In terms of personal strength, he had shown his abilities in the war against the Kimo ninjas, and Tobirama was surprised to learn that Hyuga Makoto could fly and even seemed to possess a unique type of genjutsu. But what truly concerned Tobirama was that Hyuga Makoto was a thoroughly powerful figure. There had once been two major ninja forces in the village, the Hokage's direct umbu, and now, all of it was completely under Hyuga Makoto's control. As for the Konoha police force, it had been severely stripped of its power by the Hokage not long ago. Now, only a few dozen remained, doing menial tasks like running errands for the villagers. This had, however, greatly improved the Uchiha clan's image in the village. Moreover, many members of the Hyuga clan held important positions in the village and controlled all the power within it. Now that Orochimaru was dead, and Minato had become a criminal, there was no other viable candidate for the next Hokage besides him. Tobirama wanted to cultivate another candidate for Hokage, but this made the three elders, who were seasoned in strategy, uneasy. It could be said that unless Makoto died now, or unless the two brothers could fully resurrect and take back control, there was no other opportunity. As for the candidate Tobirama had in mind, Tsunade, she certainly had significant prestige in the village, but it was only prestige. Makoto had once been a hero who helped the village defeat the Kumo ninjas, something that countless ninjas at the time had witnessed firsthand. But to watch Makoto rise to power like this, Tobirama felt deeply unsatisfied. At the beginning of the trial meeting, Makoto had kept a low profile, but after the situation was decided, he immediately dropped his disguise, revealing himself as a politician without hesitation. If he had continued to maintain a humble and respectful posture, Tobirama might have considered him a good junior. However, if they were to compete with Makoto, they needed a suitable candidate for Hokage. If Tsunade was unwilling, then who else could there be? Jiraiya. He was also the third Hokage student, but the recent incident with Minato would inevitably implicate him. As night grew deeper, Tobirama, having declined Biwako's invitation to stay, found himself with nowhere to go after leaving the Sarutobi household. The Senju clan no longer existed in the village, and the ancestral home had long been turned into someone else's residence. Tobirama wandered aimlessly and eventually arrived at the remaining third Hokage's rock face. Staring down at the brightly lit village below, it felt as though there was no place for him to belong. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ch. Chapter 168, ch 168, New Hokage. The night after the rain was a bit cold, and the wind was howling through the courtyard. Senju Hashirama, being led by someone, walked into the Hyuga clan's territory and noticed that many places had changed. Walking along the pavilion corridor, he caught sight of the brightly lit reception hall, where countless figures were moving about. Since the Hokage building had been destroyed, there was no longer a place for handling village affairs. Hyuga Makoto had turned his own house into a temporary office. He had come here tonight because a meeting had been called for all Chunin and higher-ranked ninjas in the village. Lord First Hokage is here. As soon as Hashirama arrived at the door, someone shouted loudly, and the noisy room instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward him, their gazes a mixture of shock, admiration, excitement, and confusion. Hashirama scanned the room, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, everyone." With those words, everyone bowed to him, shouting, "Lord First Hokage." How could these people not be shocked or excited to see a legendary figure they had heard of since childhood standing before them? Hashirama walked slowly to Makoto's side, and Makoto also bowed to him. "Lord First Hokage, I'm truly sorry for disturbing you so late." Hashirama smiled lightly. "It's fine, I don't need sleep anyway." The Edo Tensei Jutsu allowed him to remain in this world, but he was no different from a living corpse. He didn't need rest, nor did he need food. Makoto then turned to address everyone present. "I'm sure you've all heard about today's events." His words caused everyone to focus and listen intently. "Now, I ask everyone to come forward, as we are here to fully reveal the truth and discuss the future path of the village." A sudden prison riot, with someone deliberately plotting behind the scenes, had unearthed a series of scandals and secrets buried deep in the mud. This news was truly shocking. During the day, everyone had been busy quelling the riot and protecting the village, but when the news of the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage's death spread, most people couldn't believe it at first. Makoto then told everyone what had happened today, recounting the events that needed to be shared. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained a shining figure who, in his final moments, eliminated the threat of Orochimaru and perished with him. Some ninjas who had long followed the third Hokage wept, covering their faces as they quietly sobbed. Makoto then revealed that the mastermind behind the prison riot was Narashikaku and Namikaze Minato, which many found hard to believe. In their hearts, Minato was someone who could never possibly commit such a thing. However, after Makoto mentioned that Namikaze Minato had confessed to his crimes, no one dared to question it further. The heads of various clans, meanwhile, were thinking even more deeply. They were considering who would lead Konoha in the future, and who the next Hokage would be. Makoto then asked Hashirama to speak. After a brief pause, Hashirama began, expressing his deep sorrow for the events that had transpired in Konoha. However, he emphasized that more important matters were at hand. The prison riot had caused significant damage to Konoha, mainly due to the Raikage interference, and everyone should work together to overcome this crisis. A voice suddenly rose from the crowd. "Lord First Hokage, who do you think should be the fifth Hokage?" Once this question was asked, it immediately led to a flurry of similar inquiries. The selection of the next Hokage was seen as the most important matter by everyone. At this moment, some suggested that the two former Hokage could temporarily take charge of Konoha. However, as they were reanimated bodies, it was impossible for them to remain in the world of the living for long. Hashirama knew in his heart that this was no longer his era. These people were not the same followers he once had. Their respect for him was based on hearing stories about him since childhood, but respect was something that came without cost. Once he touched their interests, that respect would immediately collapse. If the third Hokage were standing here, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to regain power, as he had his own supporters. Hashirama shook his head and said, I am ultimately a dead man. All I can do is help protect Konoha, but the village still needs a new Hokage to lead everyone. A voice rose from the crowd, asking loudly, Lord First Hokage, who do you think is suitable to become the Hokage? Hashirama showed a thoughtful expression. To be Hokage, the basic requirements were just 2 points, prestige and strength. The villagers' recognition, the approval of the major clans, and very importantly, the approval of the daimyo. When selecting a Hokage, there would generally be a few candidates recommended by Konoha's higher-ups to the daimyo. After discussions, the daimyo would personally appoint the next Hokage. This was the proper procedure. Of course, the complexities, the power struggles, and the factions involved didn't need to be detailed. From the first Hokage to the fourth Hokage, the position had always been passed down through the generations. Except for Orochimaru, there had been little difficulty or competition in the succession of the Hokage position between the second and third Hokage. For many people, the future Hokage was not something they could decide. What they could do was support whichever Hokage candidate appeared. That's how it was with Minato. After all, the situation at the time was such that the third Hokage was almost openly declaring Minato as the next Hokage. No one expected that, in the end, Orochimaru would be the one to take advantage of the situation. If not for this incident, perhaps when Orochimaru stepped down from his position, the next Hokage would still have been Minato, continuing the Hokage lineage. Was Hyuga Makoto the Hokage lineage person? No, he could only be considered one of Orochimaru's followers. There were still potential candidates from the Hokage lineage, 2 of the remaining Sannin. But the key point was that all the vital forces of the village were under the control of the Hyuga clan leader. Without Orochimaru, it was as if this individual had been completely freed. So, the new Hokage, would it be Tsunade or Jiraiya, the 2 who belonged to the Hokage lineage? Or would it be the Hyuga clan leader? If Hyuga Makoto became the Hokage, did that mean that all the other prestigious clans had this opportunity too? Everyone in the room had their own thoughts, and Hashirama could clearly see that they all had their own agendas. He said, this matter concerns the entire village, and it is not something I can decide alone. Another voice from the crowd called out, you are the first Hokage. If you don't decide, then who will? This was clearly a trap. Hashirama glanced at the person and immediately replied, the position of Hokage is of great importance. How can we only listen to the opinion of one person? At this point, Makoto spoke up as well, what the first Hokage says is absolutely right. The role of the Hokage is to protect, lead, and govern Konoha. In addition to having sufficient ability, they should also be the one whom the people support. Why not have all the villagers of Konoha come together and elect the new Hokage? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 169, ch 169, Election. Let all the villagers elect the Hokage. This statement shocked everyone present, including members of the Hyuga clan. Even Hyuga Hisashi, standing behind Makoto, was in disbelief, stunned by such an unconventional idea. Konohagakure, though called a village, was essentially a microcosm of a small nation. The villagers were the governed populace, while the Hokage wielded the absolute authority of a king. Since when did villagers have the right to elect the Hokage? But after the initial shock, many felt a sense of excitement. Aside from the clan ninjas present, there were also several civilian ninjas who saw this as an unprecedented empowerment granted by Makoto. Even the clan ninjas weren't entirely opposed to the idea. The most significant advantage was that it could break the monopoly on the Hokage position. As for the notion of villagers electing the Hokage, it merely sounded fair. What do you think, first Hokage? Makoto turned to Senju Hashirama after finishing his statement. Hashirama finally snapped out of his daze. As he glanced at the crowd, he noticed their gazes toward Makoto had completely changed. If Makoto had directly told the villagers, you will elect the next Hokage, they might not have grasped the significance, perhaps only finding it novel. Proper guidance would be required to help them understand what democracy truly meant. However, the ninjas present were far from ignorant. They had experienced battles and participated in missions that influenced national decisions, fully aware of how power operated. Hashirama saw fervor in their eyes, not admiration for Makoto, but excitement for the future Makoto had subtly painted. Could he reject this? Hashirama's throat tightened as he swallowed, his gaze toward Makoto filled with a mix of astonishment and complex emotions. Is this really just a teenager? What kind of experiences must he have gone through to develop such ideas? I think, this is a very good approach, Hashirama finally said. Makoto turned to the crowd again and asked, what does everyone think? This simple question, what does everyone think, stirred the emotions of everyone present. In the past, the question was always, does anyone have objections? The shift felt like both the good and bad aspects of governance were being magnified to the extreme. Immediately, many people spoke up in agreement, and the heads of various clans nodded in approval as well. With a smile, Makoto said, since everyone thinks so, I will draft the detailed rules and procedures. Hashirama was filled with indescribable feelings. He didn't feel anger, just disbelief. This Hyuga Makoto was different from anyone he had ever met. You could say he coveted the position of Hokage, but it might be kinder to frame it as aspiring to become Hokage. This was a term often used to describe people like Namikaze Minato. Many in the village dreamed of becoming Hokage. Even at the ninja academy, there were countless children with the ambition to hold that title. Could they be accused of simply craving power? Those types of people only focused on constantly improving themselves, believing that once they reached a certain height, becoming Hokage would naturally follow. But Makoto was different, he understood how to actively strive for it, which made his ambition seem more deliberate. Yet Makoto was undeniably a person of skill and wisdom. The only thing that made people question him was his age. But having served as Hokage's assistant for so long, and managing the village in an orderly manner all on his own, Makoto had already proven everything. Hashirama now somewhat understood why this young man had abandoned all pretense after that trial meeting, because he already held the winning hand. As the first Hokage, Hashirama posed no threat to him whatsoever. Unless he physically eliminated Makoto, but that was an even more impossible course of action. After leaving the Hyuga residence, many people came up to Hashirama, actively engaging in conversation and expressing their heartfelt hopes and aspirations, their faces filled with excitement. Hashirama smiled and chatted briefly with each person before bidding them farewell. The night was deep, but Hashirama felt no drowsiness. He wandered around the village for a while and eventually decided to go to Tsunade's place. After all, spending the night on the streets wasn't ideal. Although Makoto had arranged accommodations for him and Tobirama, neither of them had gone. At Tsunade's house, there were only two people, Tsunade herself and a little girl with black hair, who was the one to open the door for him. In the living room, Tsunade lay drunkenly on the sofa, the coffee table covered with empty bottles. Little Tsuna, Hashirama called softly. Grandpa, hiccup. Tsunade scratched her messy hair. Are you planning to stay here? Shizun, go tidy up the guest room. Hashirama sighed helplessly and sat down across from her. He picked up a bottle of sake with some remaining contents and took a sip, though he couldn't taste anything. He set down the bottle and let out a soft sigh. After all, he had been a bit of a drinker himself. Across from him, Tsunade chuckled at the sight and, lying on her side, asked, "What's wrong?" Hashirama smiled. "Nothing." Tsunade asked again, "You just went to that meeting with Hyuga Makoto, didn't you?" "Yeah." "So, do you think the village is a complete mess now?" "I wouldn't say that. If they handed me this mess, I wouldn't be able to clean it up," Tsunade said as she took another swig from her bottle. The sake wasn't exactly low in alcohol content, and her drinking was quite bold. Hashirama pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you really hate the idea of being Hokage that much?" Tsunade pursed her lips at his words, looking down at the bottle in her hand. The liquid, spilling from her ungraceful drinking posture, left her hands sticky and wet. "That kid," she suddenly motioned with her lips toward Shizun, who was tidying up the room. "Her name's Shizun. Her uncle wanted to be Hokage but died on the battlefield. And your grandson, whom you never even met, also wanted to be Hokage and ended up dying on the battlefield." Hashirama was stunned. He hadn't expected the conversation to turn so heavy so suddenly. Tsunade continued, her gaze lowered. "Not just anyone should be Hokage, not those who don't even know themselves." Taking another swig of sake, she muttered bitterly, "They're all fools." Hashirama fell into silence for a moment before speaking again. "I don't think you should dismiss them like that. No matter how strong someone is, if they aspire to be Hokage, it's because they understand the responsibilities that come with it. They all have a desire to protect the village, and that's something that can never be dismissed. No one is born a Hokage. Self-improvement is a long journey, and it's not just about reaching the destination. The journey itself has meaning. Their deaths, as tragic as they were a testament to their worth as shinobi. The village is lucky to have such people. Even if they weren't Hokage, their contributions to the village are just as significant." Tsunade fell silent, clearly disliking such lofty, noble rhetoric. Praising the value of the dead, could that really ease the pain of the living? What she cared about wasn't whether Nawaki and Dan's deaths had meaning. What mattered to her was that they had left her behind. "And what about Orochimaru?" she asked suddenly. Hashirama's face darkened. Tsunade, merits and wrongdoings can never cancel each other out. Orochimaru already enjoyed all the rewards and glory his achievements brought, so he should also take full responsibility for his crimes. We're talking about thousands of lives. Death is already the best outcome for him. Tsunade stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time. Yes, thousands of lives, who could possibly forgive him? Even if she were Hokage, she should have executed Orochimaru without hesitation. Orochimaru, you really are a damned bastard. Tsunade threw the empty bottle aside and rubbed her face in frustration. Ugh, this is so annoying. She stood up, glanced at Hashirama sitting there, and had a sudden thought. Grandpa. How about playing a couple of rounds? Hashirama was momentarily stunned, then watched as Tsunade pulled 2 dice cups from under the table. His eyes lit up. Not only was he a drinker, but he was also a compulsive gambler. Tsunade inherited all these fine traditions from him. Lady Tsunade, I've prepared the clothes for you to wear at the 3rd Hokage's funeral tomorrow. Shizun walked out of the room only to find the grandfather and granddaughter engrossed in their gambling game, having the time of their lives. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage 400+ ch, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 170, ch 170, Birth. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Minato woke up, lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Aside from a general weakness, his body felt fine. He lifted the hospital gown, revealing a sealing mark on his abdomen, rendering him completely unable to use chakra. The ward was quiet. The window was open, allowing a refreshing breeze to blow in occasionally. Kushina entered from the doorway, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Minato awake. She hurried to his bedside. Minato. Kushina. You're okay, Minato. That's such a relief. Kushina was moved to tears. Minato's expression remained particularly calm. He reached out to wipe the tears from Kushina's face. How is the village now? He asked. Right now. Kushina hesitated. The whole village was abuzz with rumors labeling Minato and Orochimaru as traitors. The former hero of Konoha had become the subject of everyone's disdain. Seeing Kushina's hesitant expression, Minato could already guess what was happening. He figured there were probably plenty of Umbu agents stationed around the ward, keeping him under surveillance. He had become nothing more than meat on the chopping block, waiting to be carved up. Noticing Minato lower his head in silence, Kushina gripped his hand, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, Minato. Everything will be okay. You used to protect me, now it's my turn to protect you. Minato responded with a faint, forced smile. Given the current situation in the village, even Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, would likely be reduced to a tool in the hands of those in power. He never imagined things would come to this. Initially, Minato had only wanted to kill Orochimaru, even at the cost of his own life. However, after that battle, he couldn't shake the feeling that Orochimaru might not be dead. Thinking back on everything Orochimaru had done left Minato perplexed. After pondering for a long time, he asked, did Hyuga Makoto say how he plans to deal with me? Kushina hesitated and replied, he said, he would protect us. Protect them, so they could continue living in Konoha as criminals. That would be worse than death. Frowning deeply, Minato thought to himself. His body had yet to fully recover, but once the opportunity arose, he would have Kushina help him undo the seal on his body. Then he would seize the chance to escape from Konoha with her and live far away. He knew he was a complete loser now, but as long as he could be with Kushina, nothing else mattered. Later that morning, medical personnel came to check on Minato's condition. Upon discovering that all the toxins in his body had been purged, they informed the ninja outside. Namikaze Minato, you're being moved to another location, 2 Umbu members said bluntly as they walked in. Where are you taking Minato? Kushina quickly asked. He's still a criminal, one of the Umbu replied coldly. Naturally, he needs to be kept under strict guard. This is Lord Makoto's decision. I want to stay with Minato. Kushina insisted. That's not possible, the Umbu said firmly. Until Lord Makoto makes the final decision, Namikaze Minato must be held in solitary confinement. You've already been given special permission to stay with him this long. Minato, knowing the situation was beyond reversal, sighed quietly and reassured Kushina, it's okay, Kushina. They won't kill me for now. Kushina's face was filled with worry as she tightly gripped his hand. Minato, I'll beg Makoto to release you. Minato smiled gently, though he held no real hope in his heart. Minato was taken away by the Umbu, leaving Kushina feeling uneasy. She initially planned to seek out Makoto, but since the order to imprison Minato had come from him, she figured she would only hit a dead end. After thinking it over, Kushina changed her course and headed to the Uchiha residence. Makoto was a bit surprised to see Kushina, but after a brief moment, she quickly understood the reason for her visit. "Kushina, what brings you here?" Makoto invited Kushina inside. Kushina glanced toward the study and asked, "Is Fugaka not home?" Makoto sighed wearily. "He's busy with work outside. You know how chaotic things are in the village lately." After pouring a cup of tea for Kushina, Makoto noticed her friend's troubled expression and sighed. "You're here because of Minato, aren't you?" Kushina nodded repeatedly. Makoto gave a bitter smile. "Kushina, there's nothing we can do to help. Who would dare plead for Minato under these circumstances?" Early that morning, Makoto had heard that the walls of the Nara clan's compound had been covered in graffiti with words like "traitor" and "get out of Konoha." No one would dare go against the will of the people now. Kushina's expression darkened, and she murmured softly, "I understand." Makoto then added, "Don't lose heart just yet. This matter isn't entirely hopeless. Although coming to us won't help, I can point you in the right direction." Kushina looked up at her. "Who?" "Ayari." Kushina was momentarily stunned. "Ayari." Makoto continued, "Honestly, I don't really believe the rumors about what Minato supposedly did. If you just explain things clearly to Ayari, with how kind-hearted she is, she'll definitely help you." Kushina's eyes lit up. "You're right, Makoto." Ayari was Makoto's wife, so her words undoubtedly carried more weight than most people's. Kushina then said, "Makoto, come with me." "Huh. I'm not good with words. I'm afraid I'll mess things up. Come and help me." The two were close friends, and Makoto couldn't bear to see Kushina in such a state. In the end, she agreed. It had been some time since Kushina last saw Ayari. She had been trapped in Orochimaru's laboratory for days and was only released yesterday. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan grounds again, Kushina noticed a significant difference from before. The place had become much livelier, with ninjas frequently passing by the corridors. Many of them weren't even members of the Hyuga clan. Makoto explained, the village's administrative center has been moved to the Hyuga compound since the Hokage building was destroyed. Such a bold move, yet no one dared to voice any objections. When Ayari saw Kushina, she was delighted and held her hand, playfully complaining about how long it had been since they'd last met. Ayari's belly had grown much larger, with her due date drawing near. Kushina felt awkward, unsure how to broach the topic. After what had happened with Makoto, Kushina had been reluctant to visit Ayari, not knowing how to face her. The three sat together and chatted for a while, before Kushina finally brought up the real reason for her visit. "Ayari, I need to ask you for a favor." Ayari couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you saying ask like that? Just tell me what you need, and I'll help." "It's about Minato." "Minato?" Ayari looked puzzled. "What happened to Minato?" Her expression suggested she wasn't aware of what had been happening in the village recently. Makoto thought it might be because Ayari was pregnant and Makoto had intentionally kept her in the dark to avoid affecting her mood. Kushina wondered if revealing this situation to Ayari could upset Makoto if he found out. Seeing Ayari completely unaware of the situation, Kushina explained everything that had happened recently, repeatedly emphasizing that Minato was innocent and wrongly accused. Not far away, Ayari's sister, Ayano, silently left, heading to the front yard. After hearing what Kushina had to say, Ayari was shocked. Such a thing happened. Makoto never told me about this. Kushina pleaded, "Ayari, please help me and Minato. Right now, Makoto is the one who has the final say in the village. Please, ask him to show mercy." Ayari didn't immediately agree. Instead, she fell silent. She wasn't just some naive, sweet person. She understood the gravity of the situation. Even though her position was special and Makoto might listen to her, it didn't mean she could help her friend without limits. Ayari then smiled at Kushina. "Kushina, didn't Makoto already promise? If he said it, he'll do it." Kushina, still anxious about Minato's life, couldn't calm down. She suddenly knelt in front of Ayari, adopting a humble position. "Please, Ayari." Seeing her friend in such a desperate state made Ayari feel uncomfortable, and Makoto beside her also felt awkward, but both understood how Kushina was feeling. Ayari hurriedly stood up, trying to help her, but her body wasn't cooperating. She couldn't bend down or turn her body, and her hands couldn't reach her. "Kushina, don't do this, get up first, ugh." Makoto, startled, quickly rushed over to help Ayari. "Ayari, what's wrong?" "Don't move, it hurts a little," Ayari said, her body stiffening as she continued to suck in cold breaths. "Did your water break?" Makoto, having gone through this before, quickly looked under Ayari's dress. "It's fine, don't rush. We have doctors at home." "Where's my sister?" Ayari said, forcing herself to stay calm. Kneeling on the ground, Kushina was frozen in shock, staring at the scene before her. She saw some unclear liquid flowing from beneath Ayari's wide dress. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 171, ch 171, Niji. To create a quieter environment for Ayari, Makoto moved his office from the study to the front yard. The feeling of working from home was far more comfortable than being in the Hokage building, which made Makoto less urgent about the idea of rebuilding the Hokage building. But then, thinking about how after Ayari gave birth, he might no longer be able to enjoy any office play under her watch, he felt it might be better to have a professional office space. He could then plan and rebuild it according to his own preferences. As Makoto enjoyed the massage from Samui behind him, Ayano suddenly walked in. She gave a quick glance at the stunningly beautiful Samui before walking up to Makoto and quietly said, "Lord Makoto, Miss Kushina, and Lady Makoto are here and are with Ayari." Makoto furrowed his brows. He hadn't told Ayari about these messy matters, not wanting to upset her, so why had these two women come to him? It was clear to him that Kushina must have come to discuss Minato's situation. Just then, an umbu appeared in the office. "Lord Makoto, Lady Ayari is in labor." Makoto jumped up from his chair, his mind blanking. "What did you say?" Ayano also exclaimed in shock, "Ayari, she had only been gone for a short while. How had this happened?" In the next moment, Makoto immediately flew out of the room. Ayano stood there in a daze for a moment before hastily running out as well. By the time Makoto arrived, Ayari had already begun labor. The Hyuga clan had a designated delivery room with several doctors on standby at all times. He tried to enter the room but was stopped by the doctor. "Lord, please don't go in for the sake of you and Lady Ayari." "Why?" Makoto seemed a little impatient. Men who witness the childbirth process may have an impact on their future marital life. "Lady Ayari also doesn't want you to go in." "Don't worry, Lord. We'll take care of everything. Nothing will happen." Blocked at the door, Makoto had no choice but to abandon his desire to enter. However, the occasional sound of Ayari's painful cries from inside the room made him anxious. Outside the delivery room, Makoto and Kushina stood by. Makoto had intended to comfort Makoto, but when she saw the stern look on his face, her heart skipped a beat. She forced a smile and said, "Ayari will be fine. Both mother and child will be safe." Makoto didn't respond, only narrowing his eyes and glancing at Kushina, who, feeling uneasy, avoided his gaze. Before long, many members of the Hyuga clan arrived in the courtyard, elderly members of the family who had heard about Ayari's labor and came over. Many of them reassured Makoto that everything would be fine, but Makoto remained silent, pacing in front of the delivery room. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long it had been, until he noticed that the sun had moved quite a distance across the sky. Finally, a loud cry of a baby came from inside. The sound was like a shot of adrenaline. The clan members smiled and congratulated Makoto. After another 10 minutes or so, the delivery room door opened, and the doctor came out holding the baby. Makoto took one look and thought, "This child is really ugly." Its skin was all wrinkled, and it didn't even have a normal color. Fortunately, he knew a bit about physiology, so he understood that newborn babies often look like this. "Lord, it's a boy." Makoto extended his hands to take the baby, gently cradling him in his arms. The baby had already fallen asleep, eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly. Makoto couldn't quite describe the feeling he had now. Ignoring the congratulatory voices from the people around him, he quickly moved towards the room, practically running to the bed. Ayari, the child. Ayari, lying on the bed, weakly looked at him. Makoto smiled and reached out to carefully touch the baby in his arms. Unfortunately, the child was still asleep and didn't respond to his gentle teasing. Even so, it gave Makoto immense satisfaction. "Ayari, our child," Makoto said, his voice full of emotion. Ayari weakly responded, "He's not a daughter." Makoto replied, "It's okay. A son is great. I like sons." Ayari silently smiled at his words. This fool had clearly said before that he wanted a daughter, but seeing the genuine joy on his face, she felt deeply satisfied inside. Makoto lifted the baby high above his head and, under the gaze of everyone, proclaimed, "Niji. Hyuga Niji." He gazed down at the child in his hands, smiling proudly. Whether or not this was the same Niji from the original story, he was still his son. Makoto would make sure that this child, like him, would stand at the top of this world. Makoto gently placed little Niji next to Ayari. "Thank you for everything, Ayari." Ayari turned her head to look at their child and, in a teasing tone, said, "Why is he so ugly? He doesn't look like you or me." Makoto chuckled, "He'll grow into a handsome boy." All newborns look like this. He crouched down by the bed, looking at his son and wife. Ayari suddenly spoke up, Makoto, thank you. Makoto was taken aback and then replied, don't say such silly things. I should be the one thanking you. After sharing some intimate words with Ayari, Makoto then went back to the door, holding little Niji. This child's name is Hyuga Niji. He will be the next leader of the Hyuga clan. The family members in the courtyard approached to congratulate him, speaking of how young Niji would surely grow into a great person, a dragon among men. Meanwhile, Makoto and Kushina also came closer. Can I hold him? Makoto asked shyly, yet with a hint of anticipation. With the child safely born, Makoto's lingering worries vanished. These two women were Ayari's good friends, so he handed the baby to Makoto. Makoto said, this child is so cute. Makoto couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, where do you see the cuteness? Kushina, standing nearby, muttered softly, he's really ugly. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Makoto looking at her with a displeased expression. Makoto played with little Niji for a while, then turned to Kushina and asked, do you want to hold him and try? Kushina was momentarily stunned when she heard this. Can I? Makoto smiled and said, didn't you always look forward to the birth of this child? Kushina looked at the baby in Makoto's arms and suddenly felt a little flustered. She carefully took the child into her own arms, as if holding a precious treasure. Perhaps disturbed by the noise, little Niji didn't cry but instead looked up with his bright, clear eyes, staring at Kushina. Kushina hesitated and softly called out, Niji. This was a newborn child. She suddenly remembered herself and Minato. They had once eagerly looked forward to having a child of their own, and a sudden pang of sadness and grievance welled up inside her. Niji. Naruto. The child didn't respond but merely looked at the weeping woman with his bright white eyes, curious about the reason for her tears. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 172, ch 172, Degrade. When both Ayari and the baby had fallen asleep, Makoto finally left the room. It was already dark outside, and Kushina was still waiting for him in the living room. Makoto didn't pay her any attention and instead walked alone to the front courtyard to handle the remaining work. At this time, the clan grounds had become much quieter. The staff had all left, leaving only Samui to accompany Makoto. The night deepened, and Samui, sitting in a chair nearby, was so tired that she was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a set of footsteps woke Samui from her drowsiness. She looked up and saw that it was a servant delivering tea and snacks. She paused for a moment, realizing that the person wasn't Ayano. Samui, you can leave now, Makoto's voice sounded at that moment. Understood, Lord Makoto. Samui bowed and turned to leave, but as she reached the door, she couldn't help but glance back at the red-haired woman standing beside Makoto. The office remained very quiet. Kushina didn't dare to speak and disturb Makoto, who was busy with work. She quietly placed the tea on the desk and stood silently by the side. After finishing the last document, Makoto stretched lazily. A pair of delicate hands came forward, gently massaging his shoulders. This woman had good timing. Makoto thought to himself as he closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair, enjoying the massage. He could feel her slender fingers brushing through his hair, the cool touch on his scalp. Makoto. Kushina, standing behind him, couldn't help but speak up. Earlier, you promised me that you would ensure both Minato and I would be safe. Isn't he fine now? Minato is still being held captive. Kushina's voice grew more anxious. Makoto said, he's still in a state of disgrace, and being imprisoned is the most normal outcome. Kushina asked again, Minato won't suffer any punishment, right? How much longer until he's released? Her voice was anxious, and the massaging motion with her hands also stopped. Makoto took her hand gently in his, rubbing it lightly. Her hand was soft and delicate, with long fingers, and it felt very pleasant to touch. Kushina gave a symbolic pull, but then she forced herself to endure the discomfort and allowed him to hold her hand. Makoto slowly spoke, right now, the village is in a state of disarray. There are many more important matters that need to be dealt with. Once this period has passed and the villagers stop discussing the matter, he'll be released. Makoto didn't give a specific time, which left Kushina uneasy. She wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly Makoto pulled her into his embrace, and she ended up sitting on his lap. The office was very quiet, with only the two of them there. Occasionally, the soft rustling sounds broke the silence. Due to the cold weather, Makoto's hands were slightly colder than hers, icy enough to make one shiver. Kushina didn't like this, she tightly grasped his wrist and looked at him with a mix of grievance and defiance. Makoto sneered at the sight, but he wasn't in a hurry. Slowly, he reached out and began organizing the papers on the desk. This made Kushina feel at a loss. Sitting on his lap, she didn't know whether to get up or stay. Makoto. She finally softened first, her voice pleading as she spoke. Makoto, regarding Minato. Makoto said, I've said what needs to be said, Kushina. A person can't be greedy. If I hadn't protected him, he would already be dead at the hands of the first and second Hokage. He said slowly, even if Minato is being tortured, it's the fate he deserves. These words immediately made Kushina anxious. What she feared most now was that Minato might suffer horrible torture while imprisoned. Makoto, please don't treat Minato like this. His injuries haven't fully healed yet. She said, reaching out to grab Makoto's arm, but he avoided it. He had firmly grasped her soft spot. Kushina struggled for a moment with her gaze, then suddenly wrapped both her arms around his neck, pressing herself closer. Makoto, please. She feigned a pitiful look, causing Makoto to laugh. Kushina, if Minato saw you like this, I wonder what he would think. Kushina's face turned pale at those words, and she forced a few awkward smiles. The thought of Minato seeing her like this was unbearable. It would be better if she just died. She had been threatened by this person more than once, and her heart had grown numb to such things. Her only bottom line was that Minato should never know. When Kakashi had approached her, she had already prepared herself. This Hyuga Makoto would definitely not let her go in the future. At least she wanted to leave a pure body for Minato. At least. She looked at the person sitting there. The slight upward curve of his lips suddenly seemed like a devil's smile in her eyes. She remembered that this bastard was probably about to become Hokage, or at least, it seemed that way. With Minato already in this position, this guy had no rivals left in the village. Kushina remembered that she had once told Minato that she wanted to be the Hokage's wife. Her current situation made it impossible for her to reflect on the past with a calm heart. The little moments she shared with Minato had become something she feared losing at any moment. She was scared of that, so she had no choice but to walk toward the darkness, toward the abyss, to protect the fragile and helpless flame that belonged to her and Minato. Kushina leaned toward his ear and whispered softly, Lord Makoto, can't you help me? Fortunately, she got a response, that depends on your performance. There was a triumphant tone in his voice. He lusted after her body, yet each time, he stopped just before the crucial moment, forcing her to peel off her own layers, to give herself, to degrade herself. Inside, she felt deeply sad, humiliated, and embarrassed. She felt like a bat hanging upside down at the entrance of a cave, like a migrant hiding in the deep mountains, violated, exposed, helpless, with something small sucking at her core, the horrifying tenderness mingled with unbearable desire. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 173, ch 173, I am Konoha. After Makoto had children, he had to dedicate more time every day to be with Ayari, but he still didn't neglect his duties. The Hokage election had thoroughly spread among the villagers. The public opinion was in Makoto's hands. With his intentional push, the villagers now believed that the Hokage chosen by them was the true Hokage. Everyone had to participate in this election. There was another person who needed to be informed in advance, the daimyo of the Fire Country. The position of Hokage had always been appointed by him personally. Although he had never been in opposition to Konoha, respect had to be maintained. Moreover, having the villagers elect the Hokage was somewhat seen as a challenge to the daimyo's authority. The matter regarding Orochimaru also needed to be explained. Makoto had covered up Orochimaru's plan to ambush the daimyo, and there was already little information known. In Makoto's letter, it was directly written that the first Hokage and the second Hokage were in Konoha. This prompted Lord Minamoto to immediately visit Konoha once again, eager to see the true face of the god of ninjas. Hashirama didn't put on any airs and, accompanied by Makoto, talked with the young daimyo for a long time. Lord Hashirama, who do you think would be a good choice for the fifth Hokage? The daimyo suddenly asked Hashirama. In the past, perhaps after Hashirama suggested a name that the daimyo was familiar with and approved of, the daimyo would immediately agree. But now, if Hashirama dared to say any name other than Hyuga Makoto, it would undoubtedly cause countless disputes in the village. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama asked, Lord Minamoto, what do you think about having the villagers elect the Hokage? What did he think? Naturally, the daimyo felt angry. If such a national matter could be decided by these lower-class villagers, what was the point of him being the daimyo? Although in the past, the Hokage appointment was just a formality for him, this formality could not be skipped. At this point, Makoto spoke from the side. The so-called election of the Hokage by the villagers is merely the villagers of Konoha recommending a suitable candidate for the Hokage to the daimyo, who will then personally verify and appoint the chosen individual. Lord Minamoto glanced at him. Does this not represent the will of the people? Do I still have the right to refuse? Makoto replied, the villagers of Konoha are the most law-abiding citizens under your rule, Lord Daimyo. The candidates they propose will surely be Hokage choices that will satisfy you. But what if he was not satisfied? Lord Minamoto glanced at the first Hokage sitting beside him, and he held back the question. After sending off the daimyo, Makoto presented the detailed election rules he had drafted for the Hokage to Hashirama for review. After carefully reading it twice, Hashirama couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of Makoto's ideas. At this point, he could no longer stop it. Moreover, if he completely disregarded everything and interfered, it wouldn't bring anything good to Konoha. But could this Hyuga Makoto truly be a good Hokage? The village's improvement under his governance was evident to all. But could he truly be a good Hokage? Makoto, if all the villagers choose you, would you be willing to sacrifice your life for the village? Makoto calmly replied, what I can bring to Konoha is prosperity and strength. Hashirama furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that Makoto was avoiding his question. Makoto then added, if all we do is glorify how noble sacrifice is, then the village has already reached its end. Hashirama's gaze fixed on Makoto, what did you say? Makoto, with his usual expression, responded, the primary responsibility of a leader should be to guide this collective toward a better future. If all you know is to sacrifice your life for stability, then the village will never truly have peace. Only by becoming truly strong, by making all enemies too afraid to attack, can a Hokage fulfill their role. First Hokage, in your eyes, is the Hokage merely a tool to sacrifice for the village at any moment? Hashirama's expression darkened slightly, as his beliefs were being challenged. Makoto continued, if you're asking whether I would be willing to give my life to protect the village at a critical moment, my answer is no. Not only would I not let such a situation arise, but even if a day comes when an undefeatable enemy appears, I would put my own life first. Because only the Hokage can lead Konoha, and as long as I am alive, I will lead it to regroup. My life is far more important than anyone else's. As long as I am alive, Konoha will not fall. I am Konoha. Such words sounded extreme and self-centered, and Hashirama felt a deep anger in his heart. Makoto said, I am not denying the value of sacrifice, but as Hokage, one's value far exceeds that of ordinary people, and since they occupy so many of the village's resources, they cannot die easily. Passing on the future and the will is, in my opinion, foolish and laughable. After death, all that remains is a mess. His death would be the greatest harm to the village. Hashirama, suppressing his anger, took out the Hokage election plan and questioned, don't you think what you're saying, when put together with your actions, is completely ridiculous? Makoto replied calmly, that was just a deceptive thing. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. If you and the second Hokage could have just stayed out of my way and let me ascend directly, I wouldn't have had to create such a scene. Makoto's expression was calm, as if he had no fear. First Hokage, unless you directly kill me right now, you will never defeat me in this village. If you kill me now, then Konoha will truly be finished. If I've become the Hokage, I will do everything in my power to make the village stronger, to make Konoha more prosperous than ever. This is also my home, and like you and many other Konoha ninjas, I love it. What I said earlier was just an extreme scenario. If we really reach that point, who lives or dies might not matter much. The first Hokage's face shifted between pale and flushed, and Makoto was right. Unless he chose to use force, he had no way of defeating Makoto using any other means within the village. Public opinion was in Makoto's hands. The military was in Makoto's hands. The hearts of the people were in Makoto's hands. All Hashirama had was the title of the dead first Hokage. His greatest role now was to protect Konoha during its times of crisis, earning the villagers' admiration. In this period, his continued presence in the village had turned him into a good luck mascot, drawing attention wherever he went. If, in your eyes, the only good Hokage is someone willing to die for the village, then there's no point in continuing this argument. I will not die for anyone. I intend to walk a path where countless people are willing to die for me. I will ensure that the value of their deaths far exceeds that of any Hokage who died protecting the village, because the future Konoha will rise to a height you cannot even imagine. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 174, ch 174, Brand New Path. When Tobirama found his older brother, Hashirama was sitting cross-legged on the cliff of the Hokage Rock, quietly gazing down at the village below. When they were alive, Hashirama often sat here, lost in thought. Tobirama, Hashirama slowly spoke. Have you noticed anything in the village these past few days? Tobirama pondered for a moment, then replied, Hyuga Makoto has a very high reputation in the village and has gained the trust of the villagers. He had met with his former disciples and subordinates and had inquired among the lower ranks of the village. Recently, the villagers had been discussing the Hokage election, and almost everyone's choice was clear: Hyuga Makoto. Hashirama said, "These are all things he has earned for himself." When the fourth Hokage was in office, Makoto worked diligently in the Hokage role, never delaying any affairs of the village, and he personally took care of nearly everything the villagers needed. Tobirama frowned and remained silent. He had naturally heard about these things. Should they say that Makoto was winning people's hearts? But the achievements were real and tangible. Or perhaps their high-mindedness was the problem. Hashirama sighed. Tobirama, the times have changed. Different times give rise to different people, and perhaps the way they used to do things no longer suits Konoha today. Namikaze Minato, who had once been so upright and revered, had now become a figure of disdain. Tobirama asked, "Big brother, are you ready to give up?" Hashirama did not answer. He felt his younger brother had also become fixated, unwilling to let go of the world and Konoha in his heart. But as Makoto had said, they couldn't win. After a long silence, Hashirama spoke, "I think Makoto might really be able to create an entirely new path." Since Konoha's founding, the village had been plagued by constant wars. Even he, once a force that could intimidate the ninja world, hadn't been able to bring lasting peace. The strength of one person was never enough, the entire village had to become truly powerful. He had not achieved this, and neither had the second or third Hokage. Could Hyuga Makoto accomplish it? At least Hashirama could see enough ambition in him, but Makoto's extreme self-centeredness made Hashirama uncomfortable. It was a difference in ideology, and Hashirama found it hard to accept, but the situation forced him to compromise. "Tobirama, it's time for us to go." Whoosh! The wind on the cliff grew stronger. Tobirama stood there silently. "Big brother, I don't plan to leave." Hashirama sighed silently, already anticipating his younger brother's reaction. "We are, after all, the dead, people who have been gone for decades," he said. "Then let's truly become the living." Tobirama suddenly replied. Hashirama's brows furrowed lightly at those words. Tobirama continued, "I've been to Orochimaru's research facility. Orochimaru has an extremely high level of research on the human body and soul. If we continue down this path, reversing the Edo Tensei and bringing the dead back to life is not impossible." Orochimaru's research facility had been sealed by Makoto, with orders to prohibit anyone from entering. But Tobirama, with his special status, had no difficulty getting in. Silence. The wind at the height whipped their hair about. Hashirama asked calmly, "Tobirama, do you know what you're doing?" Tobirama replied, "I know very well, big brother. I still have many things I want to do." The detailed process for the Hokage election had been finalized, after several revisions, ensuring that it appeared sufficiently fair, open, and just on the surface. Makoto released this process, and it made the villagers excited, eagerly anticipating the day of the vote. After several days of circulation, the news of the third and fourth Hokage's deaths had spread throughout the ninja world, including Orochimaru's vile actions and the shocking revelation that the once revered Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash, had become a criminal. While anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was the result of internal power struggles within Konoha, that did not stop others from taking pleasure in Konoha's misfortune. Some factions believed that this was an opportune moment when Konoha was extremely weak, and saw it as a chance to take advantage of the situation. Makoto also noticed that the number of spies caught in the village had noticeably increased recently. These spies were sent to gather information about Konoha. His ascension to the position of Hokage was imminent. The number of visitors to his clan had also grown, and even Hokage's office had told him that many families had been inviting him to visit. Makoto knew that these people meant no harm, they simply wanted to attach themselves to him. He told Hakumen that if someone invited him, he could go. Hakumen, however, firmly stated that he did not need these social interactions, he was merely a tool in Makoto's hands. Makoto returned to the inner courtyard, where Makoto had come to visit with Itachi. The two women were chatting in the bedroom, while Itachi stood beside the baby's crib in the nursery, playfully interacting with little Niji. Itachi was quite curious about the newborn life. Hyuga Natsu from the clan had been arranged to take care of little Niji, and had become a maidservant in the Makoto household. She and Ayari had a good relationship, though Ayari still had some lingering feelings about the fact that she had once tried to introduce her to Makoto as a potential girlfriend. She had introduced Natsu for a boyfriend, only for herself to be taken by Makoto instead. Makoto. When Makoto entered the bedroom, Makoto immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. She teased, "Isn't it almost time to call you Lord Hokage?" Makoto responded without hesitation, "If you want to call me that, go ahead." He walked over to Ayari's side of the bed and, without hesitation, kissed her on the cheek right in front of Makoto. Ayari blushed a little, but couldn't avoid it, so after he kissed her, she playfully hit him in mock anger. Makoto, watching from the side, couldn't help but pout and say, "Lord Hokage, you really don't mind being affectionate in front of an outsider, huh? Makoto asked, this is my house, and Ayari is my wife. Why can't we be affectionate? After chatting for a bit, Makoto returned to the living room to check on his son. Natsu and Itachi were talking, mostly with Itachi asking questions about children's habits, and Natsu answering. Makoto walked over and casually patted Natsu on the backside. Startled, Natsu turned around, and upon seeing it was Makoto, she relaxed, giving him a flushed, disapproving glare. Uncle Makoto, Itachi said politely, intending to greet him. Makoto ruffled his head and asked, Itachi, I heard you're now the top student in school. Itachi replied obediently, the school's evaluation standards are too simple. Makoto chuckled, then graduate soon and become a real ninja. Itachi nodded seriously, I will. The little Niji in the cradle was soundly asleep. Makoto casually asked about the baby's condition, and Natsu told him in detail how many times Niji had woken up, how much milk he drank, and how many times he had peed that day. Itachi was also listening attentively. Noticing this, Makoto asked, do you really like Niji? Itachi nodded, I would really like to have a younger brother like him. Makoto thought to himself, you'll have one very soon. If he calculated the time correctly, Sasuke should be born soon, and then Naruto. 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 Makoto suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems that Naruto might never be born now. Without Naruto's companionship, wouldn't Sasuke be lonely to death? Should I help out? Makoto's expression flickered, but then he felt that becoming some kind of breeding machine was really inappropriate. Even if I had a child with Kushina, would it really be Naruto? And how would I explain the naming process? Would I say it was because I read one of Jiraiya's books and was deeply moved and inspired? Itachi, on the way back with Makoto, chattered endlessly to his mother about little Niji. Itachi couldn't help but say to Makoto, Ka-san, I really want a little brother. Can you give one for me? Makoto laughed lightly and replied, that's not something you can just decide to do, you should ask your dad. Itachi, feeling a bit confused, thought for a moment and then said, oh, and Ka-san, today I saw Uncle Makoto touch Sister Natsu butt. Makoto froze in surprise and involuntarily stopped in her tracks. Are you sure you saw that? Itachi nodded and said, Sister Natsu even blushed. Touching a girl's butt is very impolite. Why would Uncle Makoto do that? Makoto stammered, well, maybe, it's a special way of communicating between them. Itachi, you must never speak of this to anyone. I understand. And you must never do that. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 175, ch 175, Shadow of the Sun. Tsunade uncharacteristically sought out Makoto. My grandfather is gone. In the office, Tsunade spoke to Makoto, who was sitting there. She didn't particularly like this Hyuga Makoto. In Tsunade's view, Makoto was a scheming politician, just like Orochimaru and the third Hokage. The Hokage position that the two people she loved most in her life had admired so deeply was now about to fall into this man's hands, and she was powerless to stop it. Makoto wasn't particularly surprised by the news, but he could sense that a powerful chakra presence still lingered in the village. What about the second Hokage? Makoto asked. Hearing the lack of honorifics in his tone, Tsunade frowned even more. Second Grandpa said he still has some things to take care of in the village. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly. Tobirama had visited Orochimaru's research lab, Makoto was aware of that. Now that Hashirama had departed, Tobirama's decision to stay could only mean one thing, the second Hokage was still clinging to the mortal world, seeking a true resurrection. The research materials in Orochimaru's lab were highly specialized, and aside from Orochimaru, there was no one else in the village with such expertise. Kabuto was still just a little kid, and Makoto didn't think he could inherit Orochimaru's legacy, nor did he have the time for it. Should he leave all these materials to the second Hokage? Makoto furrowed his brows in deep thought. Now that Orochimaru was gone, it was time to accelerate the progress of the Tenseigan. Tobirama Senju might actually be a great partner, any undead lingering in the living world would need his assistance. Makoto suddenly found it quite amusing. The second Hokage seemed rather hostile toward him. I see, Makoto responded to Tsunade. With nothing more to say, Tsunade cast a blank glance at Makoto, then turned and left. After several days of preparation, the Hokage election officially began, with a specialized department established to oversee the process. Makoto didn't even need to campaign, there was no longer any competition for him. In front of the former Hokage building, a large transparent glass box was set up and guarded by a specialized team 24 hours a day. Every person who came to vote was recorded by name, and the votes would be counted 3 days later. On the first day, the square was packed with people, forming long lines. After casting their votes, many didn't leave but instead found open spots to watch others vote, chat with friends, and discuss their preferred Hokage candidates. The second and third days saw fewer people, but it was still far livelier than the usual bustle of the shopping streets. The Hokage election had become the village's top priority. The key was giving everyone a strong sense of participation, making them feel like they were contributing to the management of the village. Over these few days, ninja clans visited Makoto's residence continuously. In addition, merchants from the village, wealthy businessmen from outside, and even nobles from the Land of Fire came to visit. Many of these people had dealings with Makoto before, and plenty came bearing gifts, some quite extravagant. One wealthy merchant Makoto knew from outside the village even parked an entire cartload of gold and silver treasures at the entrance of the Hyuga compound. Now that Makoto's status was rising to new heights, they naturally wanted to show their support. These wealthy merchants were frequent clients who commissioned missions from Konoha, maintaining close ties with the village. Some merchants even used Konoha's name as protection to deter bandits when transporting goods. The village's ninja clans, on the other hand, were rather stingy. Beyond expressing loyalty, they didn't offer much, mainly because they didn't dare to send anything inappropriate. Gold and silver may tempt people, but in a world where strength reigned supreme, their allure was greatly diminished. Makoto didn't lack money, and neither did Konoha, but he didn't refuse the gifts. Everything was confiscated. It all became funding for the village's development. On the final day of the election, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the glass box in the square was opened, and all the votes inside were taken out for counting and publicly announced. It was a lengthy process, given that the village of Konoha had more than 10,000 residents. As expected, the overwhelming majority of votes went to Hyuga Makoto. Many people stood in the crowd watching the scene. Uchiha Fugaku even heard his own name being called, which gave him a headache. But he quickly realized it was probably one of his foolish clansmen who voted for him, despite his previous hint that they should all vote for Hyuga Makoto. There were also some unfamiliar names recorded, likely written by friends or relatives as a joke, leaving the name bearers embarrassed. Then there was Namikaze Minato's name, which appeared more than once. Each time it was read aloud, it sparked a round of discussion. But those were all exceptions. Over 95% of the votes went to Makoto. At home, Makoto was spending time with Ayari and the children when Hakumen arrived at the door, announcing that the election ceremony had officially concluded. Lord Makoto had become the fifth Hokage with an overwhelming victory. Ayari was delighted upon hearing the news. Herman becoming the Hokage of the village was naturally a good thing. As expected, Makoto didn't show much of a smile. He simply stroked little Niji's tender cheek before stepping out of the room. In the distance, he could hear people near the square shouting his name like a tidal wave, loud enough to scatter the clouds in the sky. Many people likely couldn't imagine that just over a year ago, he had been a caged bird unable to control his own fate. Now, he was the fifth Hokage, capable of stirring the winds of the entire ninja world and holding countless lives in his hands. But his ambitions went far beyond that. He knew the true nature of this world and what lay beyond this planet. The ninja world was like a vast breeding ground, and he intended to break free from its constraints. Becoming Hokage was just a stepping stone, a step that would allow him to stand above the heavens. Makoto's figure slowly rose into the air, soaring skyward under the reverent gaze of the kneeling Hakumen. The crowd in the square continued to cheer and celebrate the village's new Hokage. Until a towering figure of light, several dozen meters tall, appeared in the center of the square, bathed in sunlight like a god descending to the mortal realm. The crowd fell into a brief silence upon witnessing this sight. "It's Lord Makoto!" Someone shouted, pointing at the massive figure of light. "Lord Makoto! Lord Hokage! Lord Fifth Hokage!" Countless voices rose one after another, echoing throughout Konoha, almost lifting the rooftops. "Everyone!" Makoto's voice reverberated through the air, shaking it with a deep resonance, majestic and commanding. At that moment, Makoto was actually standing on an empty rooftop, using mirage projection to cast his image onto the square. Just as he was about to deliver a speech, a sudden object plummeted from the sky, landing precisely in front of him. Makoto's eyes flickered as he looked down to find a dried snakeskin. When he looked back up, the vast sky stretched endlessly. Only an eagle circled a few times before flying off, leaving no trace behind. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ch. Chapter 176, ch 176, Crown. In the dense forest near the northern border of the Land of Fire, two figures swiftly darted through the trees, one ahead of the other. The fleeing figure was a male ninja, while the pursuer was a white-haired ninja wearing a face mask, with a short blade strapped to his back. This chase was unfolding because the Iwagakure spy up ahead had been exposed while gathering information. His companions were all captured, leaving him the only one on the run. As they raced through the forest, a sudden black streak shot out from an unknown direction. The sharp whistle of a weapon slicing through the air forced Kakashi to come to an abrupt halt. In a flash, his short blade was drawn like lightning. Sparks flew as he parried the massive spinning shuriken, diverting its trajectory. The weapon's redirected force cleaved cleanly through a towering tree nearby. Looking back at the fleeing ninja, Kakashi was surprised to see him now standing boldly on a branch not far away. Gone was the previous air of desperation. Instead, he wore an arrogant expression. Dozens of figures slowly emerged on the surrounding branches, encircling Kakashi completely. This was the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, clearly a planned ambush. Seeing the situation, Kakashi's expression darkened slightly as he gripped his short blade tightly. The Iwagakure ninja who had fled earlier sneered, "This guy is the Hokage's personal bodyguard. Capturing him alive will yield critical intel." In an instant, dozens of enemies swarmed toward Kakashi. He lifted the tilted forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan with its 3 tomo patterns. His white short blade moved in sync with his body, creating a whirlwind of lightning, water surges, wind blades, and shattered earth. Clanging metal and chaotic sounds filled the forest as Kakashi struggled to fend off attacks from all directions, fighting while retreating. Despite his considerable strength, he quickly showed signs of defeat. Eventually, Kakashi was forced out of the forest and onto the edge of a cliff. The Iwagakure ninjas taunted him, "Konoha really is on its last legs. The Hokage is just a snot-nosed brat, and even his bodyguard is nothing but a joke. It's like they're playing house." Breathing heavily, Kakashi stood with his back to the cliff, his gaze sweeping over the enemies before him. 27 in total. 10 seconds, that should be enough. Taking a deep breath, his entire demeanor abruptly changed. A sudden whirlwind formed around him out of nowhere. Black markings appeared mysteriously around his eyes, exuding an ominous aura. Without waiting for any reaction from the Iwagakure ninjas, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished from their sight. In the next instant, several Iwagakure ninjas' heads flew into the air, blood gushing out in arcs. The warm liquid splattered onto their comrades' faces, leaving them stunned and speechless. The stronger among them only caught glimpses of a dark shadow darting through their ranks, moving as if teleporting. Wherever it passed, bodies were left headless. The remaining Iwagakure ninjas were in utter panic, frantically looking around, unable to catch even a trace of their ghostly foe. When Kakashi finally reappeared, he had pinned the previously fleeing Iwagakure ninja to the ground, his short blade thrust directly into the man's mouth. The ninja's terrified eyes reflected Kakashi's cold, sharp expression. "Wouldn't it have been easier to surrender earlier? Why make me resort to this?" Kakashi muttered. With a swift motion, he drove the blade straight through the man's skull. The black markings around Kakashi's eyes faded, and he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Behind him lay a gruesome scene, corpses strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing across the ground. Nearly 30 ninjas had been slain, an unimaginable feat accomplished in just 10 seconds. Kakashi waited there for about 10 minutes before a squad finally arrived. Kakashi. The newcomers were Hyuga Hakumen and Might Guy, accompanied by several Umbu operatives. "You're late," Kakashi said. "There were other spies to deal with," Hakumen replied, glancing at the blood-soaked battlefield without showing any surprise. Noticing Kakashi's exhausted state, he added, "You entered Sage mode, didn't you?" Kakashi nodded. "There were too many enemies, I had no choice." The Sage Seal allowed Kakashi to enter Sage mode, granting him immense power for a short time. The duration of this state was directly tied to his chakra reserves. Since forming Sage Chakra required a balanced combination of physical, spiritual, and natural energy, Kakashi, who already had limited chakra due to his Sharingan, found it even more difficult after an intense battle. His time in Sage mode was fleeting. After experiencing the power of the Sage Seal, Kakashi increasingly felt that the Sharingan was a burden. His self-created technique, Chidori, had a high demand for visual perception, which necessitated the aid of the Sharingan. However, in Sage mode, his 5 senses were greatly enhanced, enabling him to see clearly regardless of speed or motion. But the Sharingan held deep sentimental value, it was a gift from a dear friend. Beside him, Guy teased, "Kakashi, this is all because you've been slacking off in training. If you had chakra reserves as abundant as mine, all these problems would be solved." Kakashi rolled his eyes, too tired to respond. Guy also possessed the Sage Seal, being the third bearer, though his was the most complex, with 7 distinct seals on his body. He could now open up to the 6th gate of the 8 gates formation, with each of the 7 seals corresponding to a different state, from his normal state to the 6th gate. However, neither Hakumen nor Kakashi had ever seen Guy unleash his full power with all restrictions removed. After clearing the battlefield and destroying all the corpses on the spot, Kakashi ensured no survivors were left since the village had already captured other spies. The group returned to the village and made their way to the interrogation department, where they met the 2 spies captured earlier. The head of the interrogation department respectfully addressed Hakumen, "Lord Hakumen, the interrogation will yield results soon. We've already broken through one of their mental defense techniques." Hakumen nodded calmly. "Once you have the results, compile them and send them to the Hokage as soon as possible." Understood. The three had already left the Umbu. The fifth Hokage had established a new organization named Crown, symbolizing the sun's corona. It was similar in nature to the Umbu, as it operated directly under the Hokage, but its duties were entirely different. While the Umbu handled covert operations and secretive tasks, sometimes working in the shadows, the Crown served as the Hokage's official agents, conducting all their duties openly and with transparency. However, the newly formed organization was still in its infancy, yet to make a name for itself in the ninja world. It had only 4 members so far, Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy among them. The original Umbu had also undergone expansion, increasing its ranks by half. Many clan ninjas were recruited, with almost every family in the village represented. Numerous civilian ninjas were also brought in, and the unit was now under the leadership of Hyuga Hisashi. The Umbu had become the village's largest armed force, fully taking over the responsibilities of the former Konoha police force, now tasked with maintaining public order and security. The Uchiha clan, however, was not disbanded. Instead, they became a helpful presence within the village. Villagers would often seek their assistance in emergencies. The fifth Hokage even built a dedicated building for them, named the Konoha Fire Department, with the Uchiha acting as fire and rescue personnel. Though it seemed somewhat comical, Uchiha clan leader Fugaku was quite content with the arrangement, entirely indifferent to his clan members' opinions. With a new Hokage in office, shifts in power among the village clans were inevitable. The Hyuga clan naturally became the most influential family in Konoha, which had already been the case during Orochimaru's tenure. Members of the Hyuga family had taken over key village positions, replacing the Sarutobi clan. However, after taking office, Makoto chose to redistribute some of these important roles, appointing members from various clans to different positions. One long vacant yet extremely crucial role was finally filled, captain of the Jonin unit. In the original timeline, this position was held by Narashikaku, a loyal and steadfast supporter of the Hokage faction. The previous captain had perished in the war, and the role had remained empty throughout Orochimaru's reign. Although Namikaze Minato would have been the best candidate, Orochimaru would never have entrusted it to him. Makoto could easily have had Hyuga Hisashi take on the role since he was a trusted confidant, and outsiders wouldn't have objected. Instead, Makoto appointed a eternal genin, Mariboshi Kosuka. He was not a clan ninja, which made him more approachable to the village's civilian ninjas. Moreover, the veteran ninjas of the village were well aware that this seemingly unremarkable old man was, in fact, incredibly powerful. Initially, Mariboshi Kosuka was unwilling to break his long-standing vow to remain a genin. However, when Makoto spoke to him, he emphasized the village's urgent need for capable people, using moral persuasion and flattering compliments. Left with no choice, the old man reluctantly agreed. Makoto had relied on him several times even before taking full control, and Kosuka held great respect for the young leader who managed the village so efficiently. The transition of power did not stir up any unpleasant commotion. In fact, it couldn't really be called a transition at all, as power had always been firmly in Makoto's hands. His position as Hokage was solid and unshakable. Hakumen arrived at the entrance of the newly built Hokage office. Looking inside, he saw the Hokage he respected most warmly chatting with a group of newly graduated genin. Understanding the situation, Hakumen wisely refrained from entering to disturb them. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 177, ch 177, Monument. Naka Shrine. It was the ancestral ground worshipped by the Uchiha clan for generations. Even before the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha had lived by the Naka River, and the history of Naka Shrine was older than the entire village itself. Tobirama was Northwest's stranger to this place. His understanding of the Uchiha and the Sharingan even surpassed that of many Uchiha clansmen. In the main hall stood numerous ancestral tablets, some with names even familiar to him. Many areas bore signs of repair, while the ancient tables and offering platforms carried the weight of a prestigious clan's heritage. Tobirama circled to the back, examining the floor before lifting a stone slab to reveal a staircase leading underground. Below was pitch black, with no visible source of light. Its destination was unknown. Tobirama's expression turned thoughtful. He had learned from Orochimaru's records that a great secret was hidden beneath the Naka Shrine. Descending the steps, he lit a torch mounted on the wall. The chamber was narrow and confined, containing nothing but a single stone tablet. The stone tablet appeared utterly unremarkable. Tobirama circled it, inspecting it closely and probing for any seals, but found nothing of value. After lingering for some time without making any discoveries, he decided to leave. Upon exiting the underground chamber, he noticed someone new in the main hall. It was a black-haired boy holding a broom, sweeping dust from the shrine. His clothes bore the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, and he wore a forehead protector, suggesting he had just graduated from the ninja academy. "Who's there?" The boy was highly alert and quickly turned toward Tobirama. Tobirama did not hide but walked straight out, his gaze fixed intently on the black-haired boy. "You are?" The boy hesitated, staring at Tobirama's somewhat familiar face. "What's your name?" Tobirama asked first. "Shursue, Uchiha Shursue." "You're the second Hokage, aren't you?" The boy's eyes widened as he suddenly realized. This child's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a former subordinate of his. Tobirama stared silently at Shursue's young face for a long time. "Lord Second Hokage." Shursue spoke cautiously. "What brings you here?" This was the ancestral ground of the Uchiha, rarely visited by outsiders. "Nothing," Tobirama responded indifferently, then turned and walked out of the main hall without looking back, leaving Shursue standing there, puzzled. Setting aside his confusion, Shursue resumed his cleaning duties. Upon reaching the area behind the offering platform, he noticed the stone slab that had been moved aside and the staircase leading underground. This place was not particularly secret, most of the Uchiha clan knew about it, as clan meetings were often held in the underground chamber. Did the second Hokage just go down there? Shursue furrowed his brows in thought, deciding that this matter needed to be reported to Lord Fugaku. The second Hokage now held a unique position in the village. He rarely appeared in the public eye anymore and sensibly refrained from interfering in village affairs, devoting himself entirely to the research lab left behind by Orochimaru. Makoto even proactively offered to provide Tobirama with everything he needed, assigning an Umbu team at his disposal. Orochimaru had left behind many things. The white Zetsu remnants had largely been cleaned up by Makoto, but a few of Orochimaru's experimental subjects from his soul reincarnation experiments remained. There were also collections of Sharingan, Byakugan, Hashirama cells, Uzumaki cells, and various research documents on human anatomy and soul reincarnation. To Tobirama, this was nothing short of a treasure trove. Orochimaru's path of scientific research had initially been pioneered by Tobirama, and now Tobirama had inherited Orochimaru's findings, filling in decades of gaps. Makoto figured that Tobirama had likely experimented with the Sharingan long ago. As for the Byakugan stockpile, Makoto had secured it for future research when the time was right. Regarding the Tenseigan, Makoto only knew that it evolved from the Byakugan, but the specifics of how the evolution occurred remained a mystery. Even in the original work, no detailed process was provided, only that it required a large number of Byakugan, demanded a certain level of purity, and seemingly required the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. This secret was all hidden on the moon. After finishing cleaning the shrine, Shursue didn't return home but went straight to the clan leader's residence. He was familiar with this place, especially since there was a younger brother-like figure he was particularly close to. "Shursue is here, huh?" Makoto greeted warmly, smiling as she saw the boy at the door. "I'm here to see Lord Fugaku," Shursue replied. "Shursue's here?" A figure quickly ran out from inside the house. "Shursue, are you here to see me?" Itachi asked eagerly. "I'm looking for Lord Fugaku, but I can train with you later," Shursue said with a smile. Makoto said, "Fugaku's in the study. You can go directly to him." Following her words, Shursue headed to the study and informed the clan leader of his encounter with the second Hokage at the shrine. The second Hokage. Fugaku frowned thoughtfully as he sat there. Other than the Uchiha clan members, no one else ever went to the Naka shrine. It was the sacred ancestral site of the clan, who else would have a reason to go there? Was he perhaps paying respects to a deceased comrade? Although the second Hokage had always had a poor view of the Uchiha, one of his former subordinates was from the Uchiha clan, Shursue's ancestor. But why did he go into the underground chamber? Fugaku knew that Tobirama was continuing Orochimaru's research in the laboratory. Could there be some hidden secret in that chamber? But aside from the ancestral stone tablet, there was nothing else down there. The stone tablet. Suddenly, Fugaku noticed a small head peeking in from the doorway every now and then. He smiled and said, "Shursue, if there's nothing else, go play with Itachi." "Yes." Shursue bowed respectfully in response. Outside the door, Itachi protested, "We're not playing, we're training." The two children left the house together. Fugaku, still deep in thought, decided to go see for himself. "Are you going out?" Makoto asked as she saw him hurriedly leave the study. "There's something I need to check at the Naka shrine." In the underground chamber of the Naka shrine. Illuminated by the torchlight on the wall, Fugaku stood before the stone tablet, scrutinizing it repeatedly. The inscriptions were merely ancient and obscure ceremonial texts, seemingly nothing special. Many old clans had similar relics. Fugaku examined the stone tablet again and again but found nothing unusual. He had seen it countless times, as had the rest of the clan. Every clan meeting was held in front of this stone tablet. The second Hokage had been here, but nothing seemed different, implying that he had likely found nothing either. Or perhaps Fugaku was overthinking it, perhaps the second Hokage had simply come to pay respects to a fallen comrade, stumbled upon the chamber, and entered out of curiosity. Fugaku pressed his hand against the stone tablet. There was no trace of chakra fluctuations, indicating no sealing technique was present. The Uchiha ancestral stone tablet. Uchiha. Uchiha. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo patterns appearing in his eyes. In an instant, the stone tablet seemed to react. The inscriptions on it gradually became blurred and indistinct. Fugaku's eyes widened as he focused intently, trying to make out the text, but it was futile. Could it be? The pattern in his eyes further transformed, evolving from the 3 tomo into a form with 3 black dots and intersecting lines. At this moment, the previously obscure inscriptions on the stone tablet finally became clear. Shinra. Bensho. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 178, ch 178, Fugaku's Ambition. Obito was suddenly summoned by his clan leader. After arriving at the Fugaku residence, he sat somewhat nervously in the living room. The clan leader, Fugaku, was still in the study and hadn't come out yet, so Makoto poured him a glass of water. "Thank you, Lady Makoto." Obito respectfully accepted the cup with both hands. Makoto smiled gently and said, "No need to be so formal. Just treat this as your own home." She had always treated the younger members of the clan this way. Hearing this, Obito awkwardly scratched his head and let out a few sheepish laughs. He felt a deep sense of reverence for Fugaku, but toward Makoto, he felt much closer. In his eyes, the gentle and beautiful Lady Makoto was the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother. He secretly longed to build a family like that of the clan leader. A virtuous wife, an obedient son, and himself as the future Hokage, that would be the perfect life. Before long, Fugaku called Obito into the study. Upon hearing the summons, Obito immediately set down his teacup and walked into the study. "How is your wood release training going?" Fugaku suddenly inquired about his progress. Obito was momentarily stunned, then slowly replied, "It's going okay. I can perform most jutsu smoothly." It was only that, smooth execution. To use it in actual combat still required long-term practice. Seeing through this at a glance, Fugaku said, "Don't be impatient. Laying a solid foundation is very important." Obito just lowered his head and muttered, "Oh." Fugaku continued, "I understand that training with wood release isn't easy. After all, no one in the village can teach you, you have to figure it out all on your own. But I see this as an opportunity for you, and I hope you can seize it." Obito just kept his head down, silent. Fugaku suddenly asked, "How is your Sharingan?" Sharingan. Obito didn't quite understand what he meant. After a brief moment of thought, he activated his Sharingan directly. His pitch-black pupils instantly turned crimson, with 3 black tomo swirling within. Fugaku said, "Is that all?" Obito asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Fugaku's eyes also changed, transforming into the same 3 tomo pattern as Obito's. However, Fugaku's gaze was overwhelming, making Obito feel as if his very soul was being seized just by looking into his eyes. "Lord Fugaku," Obito said nervously. Fugaku withdrew his intimidating aura, not particularly disappointed. He understood how harsh the conditions for evolving the Mangekyo Sharingan were, and after all, Obito was only in his teens. He spoke slowly, "Obito, do you know that the Uchiha Sharingan, beyond the ordinary 3 tomo form, has an entirely new level?" "A new level?" Obito was a bit confused. The 3 tomo Sharingan was already considered elite among the Uchiha. Was there an even higher level? Then he saw Fugaku's Sharingan change once more. The black tomo transformed into a pattern of 3 black dots interconnected by curved lines, looking even more sinister. "This is called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Possessing these eyes grants you power far beyond your imagination. Our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, relied on these eyes to join forces with the first Hokage to end the chaos and establish Konohagakure." After explaining this, Fugaku continued to guide him patiently, "Although the conditions for evolving it are extremely harsh, Obito, I believe you have the potential." Obito instinctively swallowed, finding it hard to believe. "Really? But back at the academy, I was always at the bottom of the class. Even Shirsue's talent far surpasses mine." Fugaku replied, "The potential I'm talking about is different from that of ordinary ninjas. The Uchiha have produced many genius prodigies, but those who possess these eyes are extremely rare. Obito was stunned for a moment, then his gaze turned fiery. He eagerly asked, Lord Fugaku, how can I obtain the Mangekyo? Fugaku's eyes flickered. First, you need to reclaim your other eye. Back then, when the Uchiha wanted to reclaim Kakashi's eye, Makoto personally intervened to stop them. Now, if Fugaku wanted to retrieve Kakashi's eye, he could only achieve it by having Obito persuade Kakashi, thus avoiding defying Makoto's wishes. His gaze fell on a scroll on the desk before him, a transcription of the stone tablet's text as seen through the Mangekyo Sharingan. By combining the power of the Senju and Uchiha, one could obtain the Rinnegan, a power that transcends the boundaries of life and death. The Rinnegan. Fugaku's heart couldn't help but burn with fervor. The new Hokage building was still constructed on the site of the old one and was completed quickly. The interior design of the new office was very minimalist, featuring massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a long desk, and a wall where the portraits of previous Hokage had been removed, leaving only a clock hanging there. However, a new door had been added at the inner part of the office, leading directly to an adjacent lounge. The lounge was fully equipped with everything necessary for the Hokage to rest and relax during the day. At this moment, Makoto was meeting with foreign guests in the office. Lord Hokage, this is the gift we have brought from Omegakure. Please accept it. The envoy from Omegakure was Konan. She was dressed in the newly designed combat uniform for AIM Ninja, which Hihiko had modeled after Konoha's ninja gear after rising to power. However, instead of Konoha's striking green, it was a heavy jet black, with a red cloud emblem on the top, reminiscent of the Akatsuki robes from the original story, but more formal. Hihiko's sense of aesthetics was spot on, and the uniform accentuated Konan's shapely figure, which made Makoto feel slightly distracted. This version of Konan was noticeably different from the one in the original story. Without having experienced Hihiko's death, she hadn't become the cold beauty she was portrayed as. Instead, she frequently wore a smile. The AIM Ninja forehead protector had also changed its design. The original 4 vertical lines symbolizing rain had been replaced with a simple depiction of a cloud with raindrops. It was clear that Hihiko's determination to bring change was unwavering. After glancing through the gift catalog presented by the other party, Makoto smiled and said, "There's no need to go to such trouble." Konan responded respectfully, "Konoha has helped us so much, and we understand the importance of unity. Given the vast resources of the Land of Fire, these gifts are neither rare nor precious, just a token of our appreciation." Makoto said, "Konoha and Omegakure are friends. It's only natural for us to help each other." Konan nodded. "You're right. We also have a request this time. For the next Chunin exams hosted by Konoha, we hope to co-host it with your village." Makoto was slightly surprised and asked her to elaborate. Yahiko's idea was to have Omegakure serve as the starting point for the Chunin exams. The journey from Omegakure to Konoha would become part of the exam, with checkpoints and traps set along the way, and examiners stationed to maintain order throughout the route. After hearing this, Makoto's expression became peculiar, and he almost laughed out loud. Yahiko really had some wild ideas. Makoto said, "It's a very creative idea." Konan's heart lit up with joy. "Does that mean you agree?" Makoto's gaze suddenly swept over Konan from head to toe, and he said, "It's worth considering." Konan felt an inexplicable discomfort, but still maintained a grateful expression. "Thank you very much." Omegakure had been developing far too smoothly recently, even wanting a share of the Chunin exams. For a shinobi village, the primary source of income came from mission commissions. In times of peace, the Chunin exams became a crucial platform to showcase a village's strength. If the younger generation of genin performed brilliantly, it could attract a large number of new clients to the village. Omegakure was already on the invitation list for the Chunin exams, but Yahiko didn't seem satisfied and wanted a piece of Konoha's exclusive pie. Since he had that ambition, Makoto didn't intend to refuse outright. Instead, he saw an opportunity to subtly remind Omegakure of its role as a subordinate nation. Just because Konoha called them a friend didn't mean they could truly act as equals. Makoto took out a letter and handed it over. "This is for your leader. Please trouble Miss Konan to bring it back." Back then, when Orochimaru sought out Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, he came up empty-handed. Considering Madara's current state, Makoto figured he was likely already dead, or at best, barely clinging to life. However, the Rinnegan in Nagato's possession remained, and Black Zetsu would likely continue stirring up trouble in the shadows. With Obito gone, it was uncertain who would become his next pawn. Makoto sincerely hoped that Black Zetsu would come looking for him, it would save him the trouble of seeking it out himself. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 179, ch 179, Sharingan of Two People. What's wrong, Kakashi? You seem distracted. At the dango shop, Guy, with a half-eaten bamboo skewer in his mouth, glanced at Kakashi beside him. Kakashi casually responded, "Is it that obvious?" Guy grinned. "Pretty much written all over your face." Kakashi's gaze shifted to the street, watching the passers-by without saying anything further. Lately, he had been pondering the matter of the Sharingan, whether he should talk to Obito about returning the eye and whether the Hokage would even approve. The Sharingan had now become a stumbling block hindering his progress. Obito. Guy suddenly called out, making Kakashi pause and follow his gaze. There you are. Obito walked over, his gaze lingering on Kakashi for a second longer than usual, looking somewhat uneasy. What a coincidence, Guy said with a smile. Obito, Kakashi greeted plainly. Looking at the two of them, Obito suddenly remarked, "You two really are inseparable now." Guy shrugged. "It's because of work. We're colleagues, so we need to spend a lot of time together. But it's great since Kakashi is my destined rival, we can spar anytime. You should talk to the Hokage and see if you can join the Crown Unit too." Kakashi's face remained expressionless. "Shut up, Guy." Guy's mention of destined rival made Obito feel a pang of bitterness. He had once dreamed of becoming a perfectly synchronized partner with Kakashi. But reality was that Kakashi was always doing things he didn't know about, always leaving him far behind. Obito scoffed, "What's the big deal? I don't care." Kakashi looked at Obito and suddenly said, "Guy, I just realized I want dango from the North Street shop. Can you go buy some for me?" Guy blinked, momentarily confused. He glanced around the dango shop they were currently in, even catching the shop owner looking over in surprise. He couldn't help but say, "But this is the South Street." Kakashi replied calmly, "If you go buy it for me, I'll agree to one sparring match of any kind." Guy's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped to his feet. "It's a deal. I'll go right now." With that, Guy quickly disappeared, leaving Kakashi and Obito sitting there. Normally, Obito would be chattering non-stop with his lively personality, but today he seemed preoccupied, silent just like Kakashi. Kakashi spoke up, "It's been a long time since our team gathered together, hasn't it?" Obito slowly nodded. Since Minato-sensei incident, they'd only gathered once, and the atmosphere had been heavy. "Let's find a time to meet up, invite Rin too." "All right." Another silence fell. Both of them were lost in their own thoughts. Obito had received orders from his clan leader. Returning the eye was something Obito would never have agreed to before, but Fugaku had told him that Kakashi had always intended to do so. The clan leader had even spoken to Kakashi, and at that time, Kakashi had agreed. Obito. Kakashi spoke again, breaking the silence. I have something I want to tell you. When we were on the mission to destroy the Canopy Bridge, you gave me one of your eyes." Obito's gaze wavered, and he immediately interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi was taken aback, but then he heard Obito say, "Actually, I have something I want to say too. Why don't you let me go first?" Kakashi nodded slowly. "Well." Obito scratched his head, a bashful smile suddenly appearing on his face. "It's about my Sharingan. It's really uncomfortable to use just one eye, so, can you return the other one to me?" Kakashi was stunned. He never expected Obito to say something like that. Obito continued, "Lord Hokage will definitely arrange for you to get a healthy eye. So, can you return my Sharingan to me?" Kakashi remained silent for a moment, his mind flooded with thoughts he wanted to say or ask, but they all got stuck in his throat. He finally spoke, "This was always your eye, so returning it to you is only right." Obito took on a relaxed demeanor, laughing heartily, "That's great then, thanks, Kakashi. I should be the one thanking you, Obito." Obito waved his hand, "It's settled then. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll notify you about the appointment at the hospital." "All right." Obito got up and walked toward the street, not saying any more pointless words. Guy quickly returned, holding a paper bag. "Kakashi. I got the dango you wanted." He triumphantly placed the paper bag in front of Kakashi. Kakashi opened it, glanced inside, and said, "Why are these red bean dango? I wanted the three-colored dango." Guy froze for a moment, then exclaimed, "You didn't say that." Kakashi calmly replied, "I'm pretty sure I did." Guy quickly retorted, "You definitely didn't. And red bean dango are delicious. They're so sweet." Kakashi said, "I hate red bean, Anko, that crazy woman." Guy. It was true that Anko was a bit crazy, but the bigger issue now was that they couldn't even defeat her. Seeing Kakashi getting up to leave, Guy quickly chased after him. "Kakashi, what about our duel? You didn't bring me the three-colored dango, so the sparring is cancelled. I'll go get them now. I don't want them anymore." Kakashi. The two boys' figures gradually disappeared into the crowd on the street. The dango shop owner looked at the paper bag left on the table, walked over, opened it, and took out a skewer. After chewing it, he sneered, "That guy Nagao from North Street still hasn't improved his skills. Looks like I'm going to win the Konoha dessert competition this year for sure. Boss, 50 skewers of red bean dango." Two figures entered the shop, two young and beautiful girls, their loud voices catching the attention of the other customers. Coming right up. "Anko, you're crazy, why order so many? I'm starving. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. You're not afraid of gaining weight?" The two girls sat down at the spot where Kakashi and Guy had been earlier, and the owner quickly brought them tea. Anko gritted her teeth and said, "It's all that bastard Makoto's fault. When he locked me up, he didn't buy me any dango. I was starving." The girl across from her, Kurinai, looked at her speechlessly, wondering why Anko couldn't figure out why she was locked up. Anko had woken up very late, and by then, everything had already settled. After hearing the news of Orochimaru's death, she couldn't accept it, and in a frenzy, she destroyed the last of the third Hokage's rock statues at the Hokage Rock. What was even more shocking was that Anko had displayed strength far beyond normal. Kurinai couldn't help but quietly remind her, "Anko, calling Lord Hokage like that isn't very respectful, is it?" Anko snorted coldly, "He's just a sick pervert, a big lecher. If I catch him, I'm going to dig out his eyes and then castrate him." Kurinai was left speechless, wondering if Lord Hokage had done something to Anko, because why else would she hate him so much? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 180, ch 180, Research on the Tenseigan. Makoto had repeatedly checked Anko's body, as he was very concerned about the things left behind by Orochimaru. In the end, he had engraved the word kite onto her body as a means of control. The reason Anko was so resentful was that Makoto had placed an unknown seal on her. Every time he examined her body, he would remove her clothes. The key issue was that after the seal was placed, she was unable to resist him and could only helplessly watch him do as he pleased with her. Anko, who already thought Makoto was a pervert, now felt even more certain that he had ill intentions towards her. Anko's body had become a new creation of the White Zetsu, combining Hashirama's cells and the Uzumaki cells. According to Orochimaru, it also contained the Uchiha's Sharingan and the Hyuga's Byakugan, though they had not manifested. Externally, she showed no significant changes, but her strength had greatly increased. Even an ordinary punch from her could easily shatter rock, and she was strong enough that Hakumen, Kakashi, and Guy, without entering Sage mode, couldn't defeat her. If Orochimaru were to occupy this body, the result would be unimaginable. But why did Orochimaru give it to Anko? Could it be that he secretly created an even better body for himself? Makoto had examined Orochimaru's corpse, which had long since transformed into something unrecognizable. After their battle, it seemed that Orochimaru had used some special method to escape. With his current technical level, switching to a new body would be a simple task. Thinking about the message Orochimaru left behind in the lab, as well as the withered snake skin, Makoto felt uncomfortable. When he learned that someone was watching him from the shadows, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He also had to find a way to grow stronger. Makoto had not stopped training every day. He worked on strengthening his body through vibrations, and continually improved his control over chakra and natural energy. Flying had become so easy for him that it was no longer a challenge. The increased strength of his body had another obvious benefit: he had grown taller. Makoto was in the middle of a growth spurt. His daily exercise routine was intense, and he ate 2 to 3 times more than an average adult. His height was shooting up, and he no longer looked like a child. A year ago, he was shorter than the Ayano and Ayari sisters, and many things were inconvenient for him to do. Another benefit was the increase in his chakra reserves. Chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energy, and Makoto's mental energy turned out to be far greater than he had expected. There was no need for him to specifically train it; as his body grew stronger, his chakra reserves naturally increased. Every night, after Makoto took a bath, he would be exhausted, his legs soft from the strain. Ayari was very upset by this and couldn't help but go to Ayano and scold her, saying that Makoto, being young, was overindulging, which could cause irreversible harm to his body. Ayano was completely confused and felt very wronged. She didn't dare talk back to Ayari, so she could only complain privately to Makoto. When Makoto learned about it, he was both amused and exasperated. He explained to Ayari that his nightly exhaustion was due to training. Even after learning the truth, Ayari remained stubborn. Even if it's for training, you shouldn't be so excessive. Every night you fall asleep the moment you hit the bed. You work during the day, and at night, you still do this. How is this any different from being a widow? Her face turned red as she spoke. Once Makoto understood what she meant, he reduced the intensity of his training that night and returned to the room early to rest. By morning, Ayari's attitude had finally softened. She ended up sleeping until noon the next day. When little Niji wanted his mother, Natsu went to the bedroom to wake Ayari. Seeing the chaotic mess in the room, Natsu blushed and walked right back out. It wasn't until lunchtime that Ayano managed to drag Ayari out of bed. At the dining table, Ayano deliberately muttered just loud enough for Ayari to hear, no sense of restraint at all. Ayari felt utterly embarrassed and had no way to refute, so she whispered, "Natsu is still here." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Natsu was holding a bottle and feeding little Niji, pretending not to hear anything. Since coming to this household to care for little Niji, Natsu had learned many things. It turned out that the rumors within the clan about Lord Makoto and Ayano were true, and Ayari even tacitly approved of it. The idea of two sisters serving the same husband was something Natsu never expected to see within her own clan. During the time when Lord Makoto worked at home, Natsu had even seen that stunningly beautiful secretary. She was indeed breathtaking, with an enviably curvaceous figure that even Natsu, as a fellow woman, couldn't help but admire. Previously, no one had thought that Lord Makoto was someone who indulged in women, but truly, you can never judge a person by their appearance. Now, whenever Makoto saw Natsu, he would occasionally take small advantage, which made Natsu worry involuntarily. If one day Lord Makoto asked her to share his bed or suddenly barged into her room, should she accept it or? Either way, she wouldn't be able to resist. Natsu had confided her concerns to her elder sister, Haruka, but Haruka was delighted and said, "It's a blessing for the Hokage to be interested in you." Seeing her sister's expression, it seemed as though Haruka couldn't wait to strip her little sister and send her directly to Makoto's bed. Feeling helpless, Natsu could only suppress these concerns, enduring these thrilling and nerve-wracking interactions with Makoto daily, all while being terrified of Ayari discovering it. In the afternoon, Makoto came by for a visit with Itachi. Little Niji lay on the sofa, being watched over by both Itachi and Natsu. Meanwhile, Ayari and Makoto sat in the courtyard pavilion, chatting. Ayano moved in and out of the living room, busy with household chores. Watching Ayano's back, Makoto couldn't help but quietly ask Ayari, "Ayari, there's something I'm curious about." "What is it?" "It's about your sister." "My sister?" Makoto glanced at Ayano again from a distance. "Why is your sister a servant in your household?" Ayari was momentarily speechless. Well. Not knowing how to explain, she hesitated before saying, "Do you remember Hayashi?" Makoto nodded slowly. "My sister was Hayashi's fiancée. After Hayashi died, there was a lot of upheaval in the clan, and some unpleasant rumors about my sister spread. So Makoto kept her by his side as a form of protection." Makoto seemed thoughtful but still found it strange. Mainly because she had learned about Makoto from Itachi. She asked again, "Living together as the three of you, doesn't that get inconvenient?" Such a question was something she wouldn't have dared to ask before, but their relationship had grown closer now. Ayari's expression became slightly unnatural, which Makoto keenly noticed. She quickly added, "I was just asking casually." So she was right. A beautiful secretary at work, plus 2 maids, one older and one younger, at home. TSK, this Hokage truly had quite the life. If Ayari's husband had been an ordinary man, Makoto could have kept asking and scolded him a few times to comfort her good friend. But now Makoto was the Hokage, a figure who wielded absolute power in the village. Even her own husband had to act according to his will. Fugaku had told her many things about Makoto, and Makoto genuinely felt that this young man was excessively ruthless. For someone like him, having multiple women at home seemed rather normal. A person with cunning, strength, and authority was unlikely to be bound by societal conventions. How could he not do as he pleased? It was just unfortunate for Ayari. Makoto then shifted the topic and chose not to say more on the matter. Ayari also said, "I hardly see Kushina these days. I visited her once before, and she didn't seem to be in good spirits." Makoto sighed, "What happened to Minato has had too much of an impact on her." Ayari sighed, "Is there any way we can help her?" Makoto thought to herself, "The only one who can help Kushina is your husband. If he brings Minato back, everything will be fine." Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Out loud, she said, "Maybe after some time, she'll gradually come to terms with it." After pondering for a moment, Ayari suddenly said, "Why don't we take her out for a little trip?" Makoto was surprised. "Out? Where to?" "Out of the village for a bit. The land of hot springs, the land of rivers, anywhere really. Just a few days for fun." "What about the kids?" "Itachi's old enough that I can leave him for a few days, but what about Niji? He's still so young. Leave him with my sister and Natsu." Makoto looked a bit perplexed. "Does your sister have milk?" Ayari's face froze instantly. Her sister hadn't had children, so how could she possibly produce milk? She slumped in defeat. Taking care of kids is such a hassle. Makoto secretly thought to herself, other than nursing, you barely look after the child anyway. Instead, she said, but you've reminded me, I do plan to take Kushina out for a little trip. Ayari protested indignantly, it was my idea, and you're not even taking me. Makoto laughed, well, there's no helping it. We can't exactly bring the kids along, can we? Hokage's office. Makoto looked thoughtfully at Kakashi standing before him. Is this your own idea? This eye is just a burden to me now. It only hinders my progress. Kakashi had just expressed his desire to replace his Sharingan. Makoto furrowed his brows but said nothing. Kakashi couldn't understand Makoto's thoughts. Previously, Makoto had stopped him from returning the eye to Obito, reasoning that without it, Kakashi would be weaker and wouldn't even be able to use Chidori. But now, with the sage's imprint, the Sharingan had become a complete burden. There should be no reason to stop him this time, right? Makoto asked, what does Obito think? Kakashi replied, Obito has already agreed. Makoto found it suspicious. When the Uchiha clan wanted to reclaim Kakashi's eye before, Obito hadn't taken such an attitude. The main reason Makoto didn't want Kakashi to return the eye was because of Kamui. Although the abilities of a Mangekyo Sharingan are often linked to the user's situation and desires upon awakening, what if Obito's Mangekyo ability still turned out to be Kamui? Wouldn't that create someone completely beyond Makoto's control? Do you realize how many people in the ninja world dream of possessing the Sharingan? Makoto said. Kakashi replied, what others desire doesn't necessarily suit me. Besides, ordinary eyes aren't necessarily incapable of seeing far enough. Lord Hokage, haven't you also chosen not to restore your Byakugan? Makoto was momentarily stunned, then laughed. He looked at Kakashi thoughtfully before finally agreeing, all right. Orochimaru had left behind a stock of Sharingan. Swapping one during surgery wouldn't be difficult. Perhaps Kakashi really could forge a new path. In Makoto's previous world, many Naruto fans speculated that if Kakashi hadn't had the chakra-draining Sharingan, he might have become the second White Fang, achieving even greater heights due to his talent. But without Kamui, Kakashi wouldn't have even qualified to participate in the final battle. The White Fang was just an exceptional figure among ordinary people, the ninja world was never short of such individuals. Wasn't Namikaze Minato strong enough? Yet now he was languishing in prison, living a bleak existence without daylight. The woman he loved still occasionally suffered violations without his knowledge. When the Otsutsuki eventually arrived, was Makoto supposed to rely on a bunch of White Fang and Minato-level fighters to oppose those alien? Makoto wanted to become stronger, but it wasn't enough for only himself to grow stronger, his subordinates had to advance alongside him. Hakumen, Kakashi, Gai, and future recruits like Yakushi Kabuto, Makoto aimed to build a powerful army. If Kakashi had given up the Sharingan, then Makoto would grant him another cheat in its place. Afterward, Makoto went to see Tobirama. The man was always submerged in the research lab. With his Edo Tensei body, he didn't need food or rest and spent day and night conducting research. Occasionally, though, he would wander around the village, likely because his mind needed a break from the pressure. Tobirama's attitude toward Makoto was no longer as hostile as before, his current research depended heavily on Makoto's support. I've examined the people you detained. Their physiques are very peculiar, somewhat similar to my brother's cells. It looks like Orochimaru had a team with this composition, Tobirama said. They're called White Zetsu. The village was crawling with them before, but I've completely wiped them out, Makoto replied. It seems you've been plotting to overthrow Orochimaru for quite some time, Tobirama remarked. My relationship with him was irreconcilable, becoming enemies was the best outcome, Makoto said calmly. Tobirama sneered. Orochimaru keeping someone like you by his side without using any control measures is truly astonishing. You don't know him well enough, Makoto said. He then took out 2 glass containers, each holding an eyeball. Tobirama's eyes narrowed at the sight, the pale irises were strikingly conspicuous. Do you know much about the Byakugan? Did you study it during your lifetime? Makoto asked. No, Tobirama admitted. Unlike the Sharingan, the Byakugan didn't seem particularly threatening to Tobirama. Having witnessed the eyes of Madara and Izuna, he had naturally been more interested in the Sharingan, viewing the Byakugan as merely strategically advantageous. After a moment of contemplation, Makoto said, the Byakugan, like the Sharingan, has the potential to evolve. I hope to explore this secret with you. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 181, ch 181, Mastermind. Byakugan can evolve. Tobirama looked surprised, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. And judging by what Makoto had just said, it seemed that he knew quite a lot about the Sharingan, including the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In his time, no one had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama's mind raced, and the image of Uchiha Fugaku flashed in his mind. He asked, Byakugan evolving. Where did you learn about this? Makoto replied, it's from my own family's Kekki-Igenkai. Is it so strange that I know about it? Tobirama paused, contemplating. Having served as Hokage for decades, he was familiar with every clan's secret techniques and Kekki-Igenkai in the village. The Byakugan evolving. There had never been any record of such an occurrence. Or perhaps, it was something that existed in the history before Konoha, only recorded in the ancient texts of the Hyuga clan. Could you explain more about the Byakugan evolution? Tobirama asked. Makoto shook his head. I'm not very clear on it either. I only found a few words about it in the clan's ancient books. I don't know anything about how it evolves or its powers. Tobirama felt a headache coming on. He had previously researched the Sharingan, and he knew well how its evolution worked, but that wasn't something one could simply learn through research. How was he supposed to begin such a study? How could he proceed with so little knowledge? From what was shown in the original work, the Tenseigan wasn't just an eye that appeared in a person's eyes, it was also a weapon of war. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon had used the power of the Tenseigan during their internal conflict. A large number of Byakugan, a high purity of bloodline, and the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, all of these were indispensable. The key point lay in the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Where could such a thing be obtained? Apart from Rikudo Sennin, who was in an unknown state of being, the only other source would be the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Researching the Tenseigan had to start from scratch. Unlike the Rinnegan, whose evolution method was clear, Makoto could only hope Tobirama might figure something out. However, Tobirama wasn't particularly interested in something with such a low probability of success. He was only focused on researching the body and soul to find a way to revive himself. Makoto saw through his intentions and said, I remember our Hyuga clan's ancient texts seem to record a method to truly bring the dead back to life. Tobirama's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. Are you serious? Makoto replied calmly, I'm not entirely sure. I need to go back and check again. For now, I'll leave the matter of the Byakugan to you. I understand. I'll do my best. Uncertain whether Makoto was deceiving him, Tobirama could only respond that way. If you have any requests, just let me know. You can also command the Umbu stationed outside as you see fit. After speaking, Makoto left the research lab. The so-called method of resurrection was simply the power of the Rinnegan. It was hard to say how Tobirama would react if he discovered the truth and targeted Nagato. And Nagato's Rinnegan. If Makoto were to seize it, who knew how Black Zetsu would react in the shadows? Black Zetsu. Was there a way to lure him out? The eye replacement surgery for Kakashi and Obito was scheduled to take place soon, and Makoto was surprised to learn that it had been arranged by the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Makoto suddenly approached him, requesting permission to take Kushina out of the village to visit a neighboring country. Her reason was that Kushina had been in low spirits, and she mentioned that the idea had come from Ayari. Since Kushina was a Jinchuriki, she needed the Hokage's approval to leave the village. Kushina in low spirits. She seemed quite happy whenever she was with him. After some thought, Makoto suddenly asked, do you know that your clan's Obito is about to have an eye replacement? The abrupt change in topic caught Makoto off guard. Ah, yes, I know. Didn't you already approve it? Makoto said, they have their own ideas, so it's not my place to interfere. Makoto agreed, after all, Kakashi and Obito aren't kids anymore. Makoto added, you and Kushina want to go out and relax, no problem. How long are you planning to be gone? A week. About that. We're just going to visit a neighboring country. Makoto immediately signed the authorization for leaving the village and handed it to Makoto. With a bright smile, Makoto said, thank you, Lord Hokage. Makoto casually remarked, just a verbal thank you. What else do you want? Sensing the playful tone in his words, Makoto thought to herself that he seemed to joke around with everyone. Without any intention to banter with him, she simply said, then I'll thank you on behalf of Kushina too. Makoto watched the graceful woman as she left, thinking to himself, such a stunning figure, I wonder what she'd look like in black stockings. With that thought lingering, he reached over and touched Samui's black garter stockings. Samui cooperatively leaned closer to him. Lord Hokage, would you like to join us for lunch? Mabui has prepared a lot of dishes, and after eating, you can rest there for a while. Oh. What kind of dishes did she prepare? Makoto asked with a smile, not withdrawing his hand. Samui leaned close to Makoto's ear, her red lips parting slightly as she whispered, Mabui just bought a new maid outfit, she wants to know if you think it's worth the investment. What about Yujito? Makoto asked. Yujito. Samui's expression turned awkward. She didn't prepare anything. Makoto pressed. Makoto then said, let me know when she has something ready, and I'll come by. Samui pursed her lips. Understood. Yujito, huh? Samui sighed inwardly, feeling it was a bit troublesome. Makoto then summoned an Umbu member to call Obito over. Obito was puzzled as to why the Hokage wanted to see him. Upon arrival, he heard Makoto ask, do you need me to arrange a doctor for your eye exchange surgery with Kakashi? Obito hurriedly replied, no need, Lord Hokage. The clan leader has already arranged everything for us. Makoto remarked, your clan leader seems quite attentive. Obito chuckled sheepishly. The clan leader cares about me. Makoto nodded. Then there's no need for me to worry about it. How's your wood release training going? If you have any questions, feel free to consult the second Hokage. He's the first Hokage's brother and should have some insights into wood release. I understand. Thank you, Lord Hokage. After a few more casual remarks, Obito bowed and took his leave. Makoto's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he watched him go. There was no doubt that someone was orchestrating this eye exchange from behind the scenes, none other than Uchiha Fugaku. But why he really so fixated on a Sharingan that had ended up outside the clan? It was just an ordinary Sharingan, nothing like a Mangekyo. In the original story, he wasn't this persistent either. Could it be that he knew the secret of Kamui as well? That didn't make sense. Makoto couldn't quite figure it out. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 182, ch 182, The Meeting of the Three Little Ones. At the Uchiha clan's training ground, two small figures sat leaning against a tree, taking a break. Shursue, do you have any dreams for the future? Why ask that all of a sudden? Shursue turned to look at the younger boy beside him. Itachi's bright eyes gazed at him earnestly. I'm curious. You're so amazing, what kind of person do you want to become? Shursue chuckled softly. Why should I want to be like anyone else? He stood up and looked at the distant sky painted by the evening clouds. Shouldn't it be that others will want to be like me in the future? Itachi's small face showed a look of surprise. Do you want to be Hokage? Shursue was taken aback. Why would you think that? Itachi explained, because only the Hokage is truly one of a kind. Shursue thought for a moment before nodding. Maybe. But I don't plan to become Hokage. The current Hokage is still very young. By the time he retires, I'll probably be old too. Then what do you want to do? I want to join the Crown Guard. The Crown. I was lucky enough to see Kakashi-senpai and Hakumen-senpai spar once. They're incredibly strong, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. They're part of the Crown Guard. So I want to join them and become the Hokage's right hand. Itachi said, you're so strong, Shursue, you'll definitely get in. Shursue smiled. Kakashi-senpai became a Jonin at 12. I'm still just a genin. I have to work even harder. You just graduated, though. Shursue then asked Itachi, what about you, Itachi? Itachi frowned slightly and said, I want to help my father. Shursue was surprised. Don't tell me you want to join the fire department. Itachi asked back, puzzled, is that not allowed? Shursue looked conflicted. The fire department was now essentially managed by their clan. He couldn't outright say it was a bad idea, but he was genuinely confused. Why had the Uchiha transitioned from the prestigious police force to something like the fire department? It used to be so glorious, but now they ran errands and handled odd jobs for the village every day. The last place Shursue wanted to work in the future was the fire department. Why don't you aim to become part of the Crown Guard like me? You could still assist the clan leader that way. Itachi pondered for a moment and said, I'll think about it. As they spoke, a sudden flurry of birds took flight from the nearby woods, drawing their attention. Shursue said in surprise, are there other clan members training here today? Let's go take a look. The Uchiha training ground was vast, surrounded by a large forest on the outskirts of Konoha. The village had turned this forest into multiple training and combat simulation grounds, some public, others private. The two headed toward the source of the noise, pushing through the underbrush until they saw three figures practicing with shuriken. Shursue and Itachi exchanged glances, both surprised. These three weren't members of the Uchiha clan. Their shuriken skills are pretty decent, Shursue commented. That white-haired one is almost catching up to you, Itachi. Considering the three were a few years older than Itachi, Shursue's remark sounded almost insulting. But that wasn't his intention. The Uchiha were known for three things in the ninja world: fire release, shuriken techniques, and the Sharingan. Their shuriken techniques were unrivaled in the entire ninja world. By saying that, Shisui was acknowledging that these three were already quite skilled for their age. Are they students about to graduate from the academy? Shisui wondered aloud. If they're a year below me, how come I haven't seen them before? Itachi shook his head. I've never seen them either. One of the three suddenly became alert and shouted sternly at Shisui and Itachi, "Who's there?" The three appeared to be around the same age as Shisui, and one of them was a girl. "Why are you spying on others' training?" one of them, wearing a black beret, said with displeasure. He noticed the forehead protector on Shisui's head and swallowed the harsher words he was about to say. Shisui chuckled and countered, "Why are you training in our training grounds?" "Your training grounds?" The boy was momentarily stunned, just about to retort when his companion pulled him back. The other boy looked somewhat refined and slender, with silver hair and a pair of glasses. "Urushi, they're from the Uchiha clan." Urushi then noticed the fan emblem on Shisui and Itachi's sleeves. In the village, only members of the Uchiha clan wore clothing adorned with the flame-patterned fan. He realized they might have really wandered into someone else's territory. But simply turning around and leaving would be too embarrassing for Urushi. He had brought his two companions here after discovering this secluded training ground, hoping to train harder to meet the increasingly strict evaluation standards set by the orphanage matron. He muttered under his breath, "Uchiha think they're so great." This made Shisui and Itachi frown slightly. They hadn't intended to pursue the matter, so why was this guy being so antagonistic? Fortunately, Kabuto pulled Urushi back and bowed slightly toward Shisui and Itachi. "Sorry, we came to the wrong place. We'll leave now." Seeing that Kabuto was reasonable, Shisui smiled. "It's fine. No one from our clan is using this place right now anyway. By the way, what's your name?" The white-haired boy was momentarily surprised before responding, "I'm Yakushi Kabuto." The boy with the beret shouted loudly, "I'm Urushi." Shisui didn't even glance at him. "I didn't ask you." Urushi immediately fumed with anger. Turning back to Kabuto, Shisui said, "Yakushi Kabuto, huh? Your shuriken skills are impressive. Have you graduated yet?" Kabuto hesitated for a moment before replying, "We're not students at the Ninja Academy." This surprised both Shisui and Itachi. Kabuto's shuriken skills were already at the level of a genin, and at his age, he should have enrolled in the academy long ago. Urushi grumbled in annoyance, "Kabuto, why are you even talking to these guys?" Kabuto said nothing more, simply nodding politely at Shisui and Itachi before turning to leave with his companions. Watching the trio's departing figures, Shisui suddenly called out, "Yakushi Kabuto. This training ground is rarely used. If you want to come here to train, it's fine." Kabuto turned back, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "What's your name?" Shisui smiled warmly. "I'm Uchiha Shisui, and this is Uchiha Itachi. He's the top student at the Ninja Academy, you know." Kabuto gave Shisui a long, thoughtful look. "Uchiha Shisui. I'll remember that." On their way back, Urushi grumbled, "What's so great about Uchiha Shisui? He's just an arrogant guy who looks down on people." Kabuto replied, "Urushi, you were the one who had a bad attitude first." The girl beside them chimed in, "Exactly. The matron told us to always be polite and not to cause trouble." Urushi, knowing he was in the wrong, muttered, "You guys are so annoying. Come on, let's find another quiet place to train. If we get back too late, the matron will be upset." "All right." The three returned to their residence by dusk. Kabuto initially wanted to see Nono, but he found her door tightly shut, with faint sounds coming from inside. Unable to resist, he pressed his ear to the door, trying to listen to the subtle noises. It sounded like the matron's voice. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. "What are you eavesdropping on?" Kabuto was startled and turned to see Urushi. He was about to gesture for Urushi to be quiet when Nono's voice came from inside. "Is that you, Urushi?" Creak. The door opened, and Yakushi Nono stood there. She was wearing a casual sweater and pants, her gold hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her glasses resembled Kabuto's, and her demeanor was both gentle and intellectual, though she could be strict at times. "Matron." Kabuto and Urushi quickly bowed upon seeing her. "Do you need something?" "No," Kabuto quickly replied, "we were just passing by." Urushi gave Kabuto a suspicious look. "You just finished training, right? Have you taken a bath? You're covered in sweat. We'll go right away." Kabuto tried to push Urushi to leave, but Nono called out to him. "Kabuto, wait a moment." "Matron." Kabuto froze, wondering if she had caught him eavesdropping and whether he should admit his mistake. He hadn't really heard much. As soon as his face touched the door, Urushi had come up and ruined it. All he'd caught was the matron's breathing, which seemed a bit heavy. "Come inside," Nono told him. With a nervous heart, Kabuto walked into the room, only to find there was someone else in the matron's bedroom. Lo, Lord Hokage. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 183, ch 183, Matron's Bedroom. Why would the Hokage be in the matron's bedroom? Before Kabuto could think too much about it, the man sitting in the chair, Makoto, spoke first. Kabuto. Lord Hokage, Kabuto half-knelt, lowering his head, not daring to ask further questions or make assumptions. Nono says that you've made great progress recently. Staying here would be wasting your talent. Kabuto carefully pondered the meaning behind Makoto's words, then hurriedly said, Lord Hokage, I want to stay with everyone, I want to stay with Matron. Nono scolded, idiot, why stay here? I told you to go out and serve Lord Hokage. At Nono's command, Kabuto immediately fell silent. Makoto then said, I just want to give you a ninja's identity. You can still come back here often if you'd like. And if you want to see Nono, you can come anytime. Only then did Kabuto relax, saying, I am Lord Hokage's tool, whether I live or die, I belong to Lord Hokage. These words were taught to him by Nono. Not just him, but all the children here received the same education. Makoto said, I didn't ask you to be a tool. What I want is for you to be yourself. How can one live without a sense of self? The original Kabuto, who lost himself, spent his life imitating the paths of others, constantly absorbing others to fill himself, eventually becoming that inhuman and ghostly figure. Remember, you are Kabuto, the ninja from Konoha, Kabuto. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kabuto answered firmly. Makoto nodded and said, the village will arrange a separate place for you to live. You will also receive living expenses monthly. From now on, you must learn to live on your own. In the beginning, it may feel lonely, but becoming stronger requires independence. When your friends become ninjas, they will be just like you. The person beside him, Nono, said, aren't you going to thank the Lord Hokage? Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kabuto, I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Kabuto is a person with great talent, something that many people overlook in the original story. His talent might not be inferior to that of Kakashi. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't value him so much. Makoto truly has high expectations for Kabuto, hoping that he can become a sharp and reliable weapon in his hands. After Kabuto left, Makoto turned around and saw that Nono had a worried expression, so he asked, what's wrong? Can't bear to part with them. Nono forced a smile and said, they are all ninjas trained by you, Lord Hokage. How could I possibly be reluctant? Makoto said, I know they see you as a mother, and you see them as your children. They will be the foundation of the village in the future, and they must learn to be independent and grow up. Nono could only agree, saying, you're right. Makoto didn't like the way Root trained its subordinates. He felt that such a group of tools would be terrifying. A sword, while sharp, can easily injure its wielder. These children are all orphans of war, with no ties to anything, so they must be made to feel a sense of belonging to the village. Nono plays the role of a bond between them. As long as he firmly controls her, everything will be fine. Makoto pulled Nono into his arms and gently rubbed her thick thigh with one hand. Aside from Kabuto, the other children have only barely reached the level of genin. If they become ninjas, they will definitely fall far behind compared to the children graduating from the ninja academy. This beautiful woman did not resist, though her cheeks were slightly flushed with embarrassment. After all, they had just been interrupted by Urushi outside the door. What the Hokage wanted to do to her was not something she had the right to refuse, compliance was the best choice. They've only had 1 year of training. Achieving this result is already impressive, Nono said involuntarily, her breathing growing heavier. And the current standards are already very strict, increasing the intensity further will backfire. The younger ones can be given more time, but some are already 12 years old. Send those to the graduation class of the Ninja Academy for another year. All right. Lord Hokage, you're going to tear it, there are buttons. No, your outfit is way too conservative. I'm around children all day. How do you expect me to dress? It doesn't matter. I like the conservative look. As bedtime approached, the collective dormitory was still filled with the playful noise of a few energetic children. After taking a bath, Kabuto sat on his bed, appearing somewhat distracted. What's wrong, Kabuto? Urushi came over. We're about to become ninjas. Aren't you happy? Kabuto smiled helplessly. I'm just a bit reluctant to part with everyone. Urushi snorted. What's there to be reluctant about? We'll become ninjas soon too. Someone mocked him, Urushi, you almost failed last time. It'll take you 100 years to become a ninja like Kabuto. This remark made Urushi flush with embarrassment and anger. I just didn't perform well last time. I'll definitely get first place in the next assessment. You'll be doing well if you're not dead last, let alone first. Exactly, exactly. Furious, Yurushi shouted, you guys better stop looking down on me. Kabuto had no choice but to mediate. Yurushi's been working really hard lately. He even trained until late today before coming back. Yurushi snorted twice. I'll definitely become a ninja. He stood on his bed, vividly describing his future. Not only will I become a ninja, but I'll also become a super powerful ninja, earn loads of money, and buy the matron lots of beautiful clothes. A child nearby laughed and asked, how powerful is super powerful? Yurushi was momentarily speechless, scratching his head. Like Lord Hokage powerful, I guess. Someone scoffed, you. Comparing yourself to the Hokage. Yurushi, do you want to become Hokage? Yurushi got flustered again. Not now, but I definitely will in the future. Yeah, right, keep dreaming. Everyone burst into laughter. Furious, Yurushi grabbed a pillow and threw it, instantly igniting a pillow fight. A lively girl from the neighboring girls' dormitory stormed in angrily from the doorway. Can you boys keep it down? It's time to sleep. If you keep being noisy, I'll tell the matron. Kabuto couldn't help but smile at the scene, feeling a bit sentimental as he realized he was about to leave. Ninjas. He thought of the 2 Uchiha clan members he had encountered in the forest today, one of whom was about his age. Leaving this small circle, Kabuto felt like he was about to step into a vast, boundless world, a world so large that Yurushi's dreams seemed insignificant and even the matron had to tread carefully. He resolved to work even harder and never disappoint the matron's expectations. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 184, ch 184, The Dawn of a New Beginning. The Land of Rain, Omegakure. The leader of Omegakure, Yahiko, was frowning as he looked at the documents on the desk in front of him. He sighed helplessly. Still this many? These were all applications submitted by the village's ninjas. Nagato, standing beside him, said, the ninjas in the village all want to join Akatsuki now. Yahiko pondered, if everyone in the village joins Akatsuki, then what is the meaning of Akatsuki's existence? He casually opened one of the applications but remained unmoved by its contents. If this had happened before they took over Omegakure, he would have been delighted to see so many people wanting to join Akatsuki. Nagato, however, was puzzled. Isn't it a good thing if everyone joins Akatsuki? That way, Omegakure will be even more stable under our control. Yahiko could only smile bitterly in silence. If he raised the requirements for joining Akatsuki, people would only try harder to squeeze their way into the organization. In that case, Akatsuki's status in the village would rise invisibly, surpassing all other departments. Such a situation would be difficult, if not impossible, to stop. But if he really allowed everyone to join Akatsuki, would Akatsuki then become synonymous with Omegakure? Would Omegakure become synonymous with Akatsuki? Yahiko sat there, lost in deep thought. What are you thinking about? At that moment, Konan walked in with a gentle smile. Yahiko shared the current situation and his concerns with her. After thinking for a moment, Konan said, the tricky part is that Akatsuki holds too unique a position in the village, it's become a collective. Yahiko sighed helplessly. We can't exactly disband it. Akatsuki was his life's work, and its members had followed him from the very beginning. Konan suggested, we can define Akatsuki's role more clearly. Yahiko was stunned, and Nagato, standing nearby, also asked in confusion, what do you mean? Konan explained, just turn Akatsuki into a department within the village. In Konoha, the Hokage established an organization called Crown. We can follow that example and make Akatsuki a department that only elite ninjas with sufficient strength can join. Yahiko frowned. Wouldn't that turn Akatsuki into a purely military force? Konan responded, our internal structure in Omegakure is already complete. There's no need for extra departments. Akatsuki can exist in this form as long as its members don't wield real power. Besides, our village needs this kind of strength. We can continue recruiting powerful individuals from across the ninja world into Akatsuki. Yahiko still hesitated. This goes against Akatsuki's original purpose. The members are like-minded comrades. Konan smiled. Isn't the entire Omegakure filled with like-minded comrades now? Yahiko, are you clinging to the name of Akatsuki? These words seemed to strike a chord in Yahiko's heart. He sat there, lost in thought for a long time. After all, he was now the leader of Omegakure. After a long while, Yahiko gathered the entire stack of letters and tossed them into the trash bin. You're right, Konan. He exhaled deeply. From now on, Akatsuki will be reorganized. The new Akatsuki will be a completely fresh start, a force that will command the fear and respect of the entire ninja world in the future. Nagato suddenly hesitated. What is it? Yahiko asked. Nagato looked a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, just that there were a few people among the applicants whom I thought highly of. Yahiko smiled. Don't worry, they'll still have a chance to join Akatsuki. Everyone will have that chance. But Nagato, you're already in a high position in the village now. Be cautious in how you deal with people. You never know what's behind someone's smiling face. Conan added, Yahiko's right, Nagato. Don't make promises to others lightly. Nagato, realizing he'd been seen through by both of them, grew even more awkward. Scratching his head, he said, actually, there's someone I really want to introduce to you. His name is Hakuryu, a wandering ninja. I've interacted with him for a while. He's strong and has good character. I think we could recruit him into Akatsuki. Konoha Hospital. Rin had been waiting outside the operating room for a long time before the doctor finally emerged. Everything's fine now. A few days of rest, and they'll recover completely. Rin hurried inside, where Kakashi and Obito lay on two separate operating tables, each with one eye wrapped in bandages. Rin. Obito smiled as soon as he saw her walk in. Kakashi, lying there, felt as though he'd been reborn. A weight that had been pressing on him for a long time was finally lifted. Obito, however, had a mix of emotions. He had finally reclaimed his Sharingan, but how did his friend really feel about returning the eye he had once given him? Rin couldn't help but say, you too. How could you suddenly do something like this without informing me beforehand? I only found out when the surgery was already underway. Obito scratched his head. It wasn't that big of a deal, right? How is it not a big deal? Rin wanted to say more but didn't know how to express it. She understood the significance of that eye and knew how Kakashi had been mentally affected during the time when they all thought Obito was dead. Rin, Kakashi interrupted her, his voice calm. He looked at Obito, remained silent for a moment, and then said, Obito, there are some things I feel I should say. What things? Both Obito and Rin turned their attention to him. Obito, this Sharingan is an incredibly important treasure to me. It represents a friend's trust and final wishes. I always thought I would use this eye to see the world on your behalf and borrow your strength to protect the village, and Rin. That's what I always believed. Obito, you're the one who woke me up from that mindset, and I'm really grateful to you. Obito was stunned for a moment, then muttered softly, you idiot, why are you suddenly getting all serious and sentimental? When you returned to the village, I thought about giving this eye back to you. After all, I'm not a Uchiha, and I can't fully unlock its power. But I was worried you'd misunderstand, so I kept hesitating. Obito suddenly interrupted him, Kakashi. He grinned. I never thought you'd be even more sentimental than I imagined. Kakashi let out a laugh. Honestly, now that this Sharingan has returned to its rightful owner, I feel much lighter, like I no longer have to bear any burdens. Obito laughed and teased, of course you don't have to bear anything, I'm not dead, after all. This eye had once symbolized their friendship, a bond that had grown heavy through life and death, making them tread cautiously around it. But their bond wasn't confined to that eye, it was rooted deep in their hearts. Rin chuckled and broke the moment. All right, it's lunchtime. Do you two want hospital meals, or are you coming with me to eat outside? Since it was only an eye surgery, the village's advanced medical care ensured there were no major physical effects. Of course we're eating out. Obito immediately declared. Rin added, but don't expect anything fancy. You just had surgery, something light, okay. Kakashi suggested, Ichiraku ramen. After parting ways with Kakashi and Rin, Obito didn't immediately return home. Instead, he went to see the clan leader. He wanted to inform Fugaku about the success of his eye transplant surgery. Is there any discomfort with your eyes? Fugaku asked. Obito shook his head. No, they already feel functional. The doctor said there will be follow-ups, and I'll need to keep the bandages on for a while before they can be removed. Fugaku nodded. Follow the doctor's advice to avoid any hidden complications. Once the bandages are removed, your Sharingan will probably need some time to adapt. The two eyes were trained differently on separate hosts, after all. I understand, Lord Fugaku. Go back and get plenty of rest for now. After Obito left, Fugaku began plotting Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan awakening plan. To awaken the Mangekyo, one had to endure immense emotional trauma. The most effective trigger was witnessing the death of someone dear. Obito had two closest companions, Ataki Kakashi and Nohara Rin. Kakashi was now one of the Hokage's personal guards, a member of the elite Crown Guard. If he were to die, the Hokage would certainly launch a full investigation. Besides, Kakashi was no pushover. It was rumored that he had recently killed nearly 30 Iwa by himself, a feat that made him stand out even among the elite jonin. That left Nohara Rin as the most suitable candidate. A rather ordinary chunin, once protected by the Yellow Flash as his student, but now that the Yellow Flash was a prisoner, there was no one left to shield her. With proper planning, if Rin were to die on a mission alongside Obito, the incident wouldn't cause much of a stir. The Hokage likely wouldn't even bother to inquire. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 185, ch 185, Soul Split. Yahiko looked at the young man in front of him, who had a handsome appearance. Are you Hakuryu? Yes, Lord Yahiko. The man had a slender build, with long black hair neatly tied into a ponytail, and his appearance seemed somewhat fragile. Yahiko looked at the information on this person. He was from the Land of Rain, and due to the war, his family was broken apart, and he had been living in exile. He had joined a mercenary group, worked as a bodyguard for caravans, and traveled through many countries, including fire, wind, rain, field, and grass. This information was all based on his own account, so the credibility wasn't very high. This person still needed to be carefully examined. If all of this was true and his character was suitable, then he could indeed be someone needed by Akatsuki. Only those who have experienced the pain of war would despise war and want to stop it. Yahiko said, since Nagato has high expectations for you, you can stay in the village, but you'll have to start from the lowest rank. Hakuryu replied, as long as I can stay by Lord Nagato's side, that's enough. Yahiko smiled and looked at Nagato, saying, I didn't expect Nagato to have followers too. Nagato felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Yahiko nodded at Hakuryu and said, in Omega-kure, we are all comrades, so you should help each other from now on. Yes. Nagato left with Hakuryu. Since Hakuryu was a wandering ninja, he had been brought back to Omega-kure by Nagato and had been staying in the village's guest house. Once he had official status, the village would arrange for housing and provide some relief funds for the first month. On the way to the registration office, Nagato reminded Hakuryu, now that you're a ninja of Omega-kure, things here are different from the outside. Omega-kure has its own rules, and you must follow them strictly. You need to temper your personality. I understand, Lord Nagato. Although you're starting as a genin, you've just entered the village, and with your abilities, you'll quickly have the opportunity for promotion. I will work hard. The two of them walked up one step after another, from the upper levels of Omega-kure to the middle levels. The surrounding towering skyscrapers and drainage pipes were dizzying to look at. Due to the climate, the architecture of Omega-kure was quite unique. The lowest level, where no one lived, was filled with machines in operation, heavy with industrial atmosphere. The middle level was the residential area. A large area in another part of the village was still under construction. Nagato noticed Hakuryu looking around and said, the village is still in the process of construction. We've received a lot of skilled craftsmen from the Land of Fire, so Omega-kure will definitely improve. Hakuryu commented, Omega-kure has a really good relationship with Konoha. Nagato simply responded with a faint Hakuryu's gaze shifted slightly. Lord Nagato, do you have any dissatisfaction with Konoha? No, don't jump to conclusions. After Hakuryu's name was officially added to the Omega-kure register, he received some basic living supplies and ninja equipment, and then returned to his new living quarters. It was a very simple house, not very spacious, with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, nothing more. Hakuryu stood by the window, looking out at the heavy rain outside. Yet, his mind kept flashing with Nagato's image. His gaze turned cold and ruthless, no longer carrying the frail and obedient expression from earlier. He muttered quietly to himself, Rin-Egan. At the Konoha Research Institute, Tobirama looked at the pair of twin boys in front of him, his thoughts deep as he examined the files in his hand. These were two of the more special test subjects left behind by Orochimaru. Their physical bodies were both white Zetsu, and their original bodies had long since been discarded. The file showed that Orochimaru had performed a soul transference, splitting the souls of these twins into two halves and then recombining them. In other words, each of these two individuals actually had half of the other's soul. This method horrified Tobirama. He had no idea how Orochimaru had achieved it, or whether he had even truly succeeded. It might not have been a success at all. It was possible that one half of the soul in one of their bodies hadn't fully integrated, but merely coexisted within the same body. Orochimaru hadn't left any notes on how he achieved this, and Tobirama, having studied the soul technique and the Yamanaka clan's mental arts, still couldn't grasp what Orochimaru had done. Soul splitting. Could the split self still be considered the same person? After splitting, was it still truly you? The thought was so insane that Tobirama couldn't help but conclude that Orochimaru was nothing but a complete madman. But the records left behind were only experimental logs, with no technical details, which made Tobirama feel deeply regretful. The pair of twins before him were living healthy lives. Not only them, but the remaining test subjects were all successful cases of soul transference. However, they were all living people undergoing the transference. Tobirama was already dead, and if his soul were to leave his body now, it would immediately return to the Pure Land. The difficulty lay in this fact, and it was something Tobirama found troublesome, leaving him without any clear direction. As for the Byakugan that he was truly trying to study, Tobirama had indeed examined it and found that its principle was quite similar to the Sharingan. Both were the result of a special chakra that altered the eyes, causing them to take on a white pupil and gain unique abilities, which were then imprinted in the DNA. All Kekkei Genkai were based on the same principle. A special chakra was produced in the body, exhibiting a different state, which was then etched into the genes and passed down to future generations. This was essentially an unsolvable problem. Tobirama realized he had hit a bottleneck. No matter what aspect he focused on, his theoretical knowledge had reached its limit. The only way to break through was to resort to experiments on human bodies, much like Orochimaru had done. But how was he supposed to ask for that? How could he ask for a batch of living humans to use as test subjects, preferably children? If it were during his time in power, he wouldn't have hesitated. The problem now was that Hyuga Makoto was the Hokage. If he made such a request, it would mean giving Makoto a handle to control him. Once this kind of thing was exposed, his fate would be no different from Orochimaru's. Even if he were revived, he would still be under the control of Makoto. However, the fifth Hokage didn't make him hesitate for long. 2 days later, an Umbu arrived to inform Tobirama that the Hokage had sent him a gift. Tobirama followed the Umbu outside the village to a base, where he found a group of young children. These young kids were ragged, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. The Umbu explained that they were orphans collected from various countries. Tobirama returned to the village in silence, looking at the now empty Hokage rock. It seemed that the fifth Hokage had no intention of restoring it, nor did he plan to carve his own face onto it. The third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Their fate was the result of the law of winners and losers. As long as he ultimately emerged victorious, it didn't matter what he did along the way. No one would know, and no one would dare to bring it up. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 186, ch 186, White Snake's Age. The Land of Hot Springs is a small nation located northeast of the Land of Fire, known as a famous hot spring paradise often bustling with travelers and merchants from various regions. Makoto and Kushina arrived at a small town there, found a hot spring inn to stay in, and prepared to enjoy their time together. Kushina had been in low spirits at first, but after soaking in the hot springs, shopping around town, and indulging in delicious food with Makoto, her mood gradually improved. In the misty hot spring pool, their graceful bodies were submerged in the water, with only their heads exposed. This feels amazing. If I could live like this every day, I'd die happy, Makoto said with her eyes closed, resting her head against the edge of the pool. There are hot spring inns in the village too, aren't there? Kushina asked. Those can't compare to this place. Plus, everyone there knows each other, and you have to greet everyone with a smile. Isn't it nice to have lots of friends? Kushina said. Makoto chuckled. Not that many real friends, just acquaintances, really. She turned over and leaned on the edge of the hot spring pool, looking at Kushina with a smile. Only you're truly my friend, and Ayari too. But it's a shame she couldn't come because she has to look after her child. Kushina asked, can't Ayari leave her child with her sister? I remember her family even has maids specifically to care for the child. Makoto sighed. Her sister doesn't produce milk. What would Niji do if he got hungry? Kushina suddenly realized this and let out an oh. Raising a child sure is troublesome, she remarked. Makoto smiled. It is troublesome, but it's all worth it. Itachi is very well behaved now. You'll understand one day. Kushina's gaze remained fixed on the mist-shrouded ceiling, where occasional cold droplets fell onto her face and slid down her cheeks. Makoto, realizing a bit too late that she had misspoken, quickly changed the topic. What should we eat later? I heard the inn serves eel rice. Kushina muttered, I want grilled meat. Makoto chuckled, all right. Want a drink too? Sure. They didn't soak for too long. After finishing their casual conversation, they got out of the hot spring, rinsed off again, and wrapped themselves in towels to dry off. Kushina, you have a really nice figure, Makoto couldn't help but reach out and touch Kushina's waist and abdomen. You're pretty slim yourself. I've got some flab now. Still want grilled meat? Yes. The two walked out of the inn arm in arm, heading toward a grilled meat restaurant when they suddenly noticed a crowd gathering on the street ahead. Curiosity drove them closer to see what was going on. In the center of the crowd was a man wearing a black veil and turban, with a thick pale purple hemp rope tied around his waist. The White Snake Sage will descend upon the White Snake Shrine tomorrow night to listen to mortal petitions and select the most virtuous person to grant blessings, dispelling calamities and illnesses. The White Snake Sage. Kushina and Makoto exchanged glances. Kushina mumbled quietly, probably just a scam. Makoto nodded in agreement. You shouldn't say such things. A nearby woman was shocked and warned them urgently. The White Snake Sage is a true sage. He healed many seriously ill people in our town and even made the blacksmith Futaro's severed arm grow back. Regrowing severed limbs. Is that even possible? Makoto and Kushina were both surprised. In their knowledge, only one person had ever accomplished such a feat, the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was already dead, many had seen his corpse with their own eyes. Makoto struck up a conversation with the woman. Big sister, is this White Snake Sage really that powerful? The woman raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course. The White Snake Sage not only heals injuries and illnesses but also blesses his followers and fulfills any wish they have. There was someone who had been unable to conceive for over 10 years, despite seeing countless doctors. After receiving the White Snake Sage's blessing, she became pregnant right away. Could it really be that miraculous? Kushina and Makoto remained skeptical. This all sounded too much like a scam, and common people were often the easiest targets for deception. Kushina suddenly couldn't help but ask, really? Any wish can be fulfilled. The woman replied, of course, but only those who sincerely and devoutly believe in the White Snake Sage and are truly virtuous have a chance to receive his blessing. Makoto pulled Kushina out of the crowd. Kushina, you're not seriously buying this, are you? Kushina lowered her head in silence. Just curious, that's all. Seeing her expression, Makoto thought for a moment and then said, then let's go take a look. See if it's real or not. Both of them were ninjas, and Kushina was especially powerful. Even if they encountered some kind of scam or trap, there wouldn't be any real danger. Seeing Kushina looking at her, Makoto smiled and said, if it's really in sage, there's no harm in offering a prayer. All right. They gathered more information about the White Snake Sage and found that everyone in town held an extraordinary reverence for him. It was said that the White Snake Sage had suddenly appeared here not long ago, seemingly unable to ignore the people's hardships, choosing to stay and help them. The next day, the two prepared themselves and joined the townsfolk heading to the White Snake Shrine on the mountain. There were so many people it seemed like the entire town had come. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, the path was packed tightly with people. Many had come early just to get a spot near the front. Fortunately, Kushina and Makoto were ninjas. Scaling the steep rock face on the side, they quickly reached the mountaintop. It was less crowded there. People stood in orderly rows, faces filled with awe as they gazed at the massive shrine in the distance. Several people dressed like the black-robed follower from the previous day stood neatly on both sides. Makoto and Kushina exchanged glances, it all looked surprisingly formal. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shrine, instantly making the two women widen their eyes in shock. The entire crowd at the mountaintop fell to their knees upon seeing these two figures. The figures wore ordinary human clothes and had humanoid bodies, but their collars revealed python-like heads. Their forked tongues flicked in and out, and although their snake eyes gleamed with the coldness typical of serpents, there was a trace of human emotion within them. Monsters. Makoto and Kushina felt a slight chill of fear as they realized that the gaze of the two, or rather, two snakes, had locked onto them. They were the only ones still standing atop the mountaintop. The White Snake Sage wants to see you, one of the snakes spoke in human language. Makoto pinched herself, then whispered to Kushina, don't worry, they're probably just ninja summons. Talking ninja summons weren't all that rare. Glancing at the people kneeling around them, the two tried to reassure themselves before following the two snakes into the shrine. Upon entering the main hall, the sight inside left them utterly speechless in shock. A massive snow-white python lay coiled in the center of the hall. The sheer width of its body was as tall as a grown man, and its entire surface was covered with countless tiny white snakes. Most terrifying of all, this colossal python had 8 heads. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 187, ch 187, Genjutsu. The sheer impact of the 8-headed giant serpent before them was overwhelming, rendering Kushina and Makoto speechless in fear. One of the serpent's heads drew closer to them, its size far surpassing that of an average adult. If it opened its mouth, it could easily swallow both of them whole. The white snake did not speak but simply fixed its gaze on them, as though scrutinizing them carefully. Kushina swallowed nervously. Are you, the white snake sage? A snake-headed disciple standing nearby suddenly commanded, kneel and pay your respects. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of awe surged in the two women's hearts. They immediately knelt before the eight-headed serpent. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in from the main hall's entrance, forcing everyone to squint against it. A figure shot forward, grabbing Makoto and Kushina in an attempt to evacuate them. The 8 heads of the white serpent roared simultaneously, their deafening cries piercing their ears. The ground began to tremble, and the grand hall's interior started to transform. White snakes slithered across the floor, walls, and pillars. Stone columns rose on their own, quickly sealing off the entrance. Seeing this, the newcomer raised a hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the stone columns into fragments. Violent air currents swirled around them, keeping the snakes at bay. Swish. The 3 of them became a blur, darting through the dense mass of serpents. Upon reaching the mountaintop outside, Makoto and Kushina were still shaken, their hearts pounding from the harrowing escape. You are. Ha. Hakumen-kun. Makoto recognized the man's face, exclaiming in shock. Lord Hokage sent me to protect you in secret, Hakumen said simply. That white snake has the power to manipulate people's minds. Kushina was still filled with lingering fear. Moments ago, she had inexplicably believed the 8-headed serpent to be a true sage and felt compelled to kneel. She muttered, no wonder. All the townspeople on the mountaintop were staring at the 3 of them. Makoto frowned. So, you're saying these people have all been bewitched by that snake? 2 snake-headed, human-bodied disciples rushed out from the shrine, pointing at the trio and shouting, these 3 dare to disrespect the white snake sage. Capture them, and you shall receive the white snake sage's blessing. Upon hearing this, the entire mountaintop erupted. The townspeople stood up, their eyes filled with hostility as they glared at Hakumen and the others. Hakumen frowned and shouted, we are ninjas. Don't be deceived by that snake. It's actually. Capture them. Someone roared, cutting him off. The crowd surged forward like a wave, charging madly at the 3 of them. They're all under control. Makoto said grimly. Hakumen took a deep breath, dark shadows appearing around his Byakugan. Leaping into the air, he suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike. The terrifying force swept outward, obliterating the distant shrine and even slicing off half of the mountain. Boom. The entire mountain shook violently, and everyone was left stunned by the horrifying scene before them. Is this still human? Makoto swallowed nervously. Just the power of a single palm strike. Hyuga Hakumen was the Hokage's personal guard, a young jonin. Many people believed he had risen through the ranks because of his close association with the Hokage. The townspeople on the mountaintop froze, their faces filled with terror as they stared at Hakumen and the others. Hakumen landed back on the mountaintop, letting out a long breath. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared from nowhere and grabbed Hakumen's ankle. The rock beneath his feet transformed into one of the snake-headed, human-bodied disciples they had seen earlier. Hakumen was shocked. Chakra surged within him, and he immediately focused it into a precise attack. Bang. The snake-headed disciple was instantly torn apart by the powerful chakra blast, scattering into countless fragments of rock. After entering sage mode, Hakumen could manipulate his chakra to attack from a distance, much like when he practiced with Guy, allowing him to cause real damage without physically touching the enemy. Is it in genjutsu? Hakumen immediately leapt into the air with Kushina and Makoto, but the rocks around them suddenly seemed to come to life, transforming into more of the snake-headed, human-bodied disciples, now surrounding them on all sides. Let's retreat first. Kushina said. There's no other choice. I'll lead the way, you 2 follow closely behind me. Hakumen said in a deep voice. With his Byakugan activated, he could see everything around them clearly, picking a direction and flying down the mountain. The snake-headed, human-bodied creatures weren't very strong, only at the level of regular genin or maybe chunin, and they couldn't last even one encounter against Hakumen. The real problem, though, was that these creatures seemed endless. Wherever they went, not only rocks but even trees could transform into humanoid figures. This made Hakumen and the others wonder if they were under a genjutsu. Fortunately, although it took some effort, they managed to safely descend the mountain. Once at the bottom, the monsters didn't pursue them, and the small town was not far off, allowing the 3 to catch their breath. What the hell were those things? Makoto said, slightly out of breath. Among the 3, she had the weakest combat ability. Kushina hesitated, could they really be sage? Makoto retorted, if they were truly sage, why would they use such mind-controlling tactics? Hakumen thought for a moment. The white snake sage has been here for some time, and the local residents all know about it. It's likely the daimyo of the land of hot water already knows as well. Let's report this to the Hokage. We're not in our own country, so we should keep our noses out of it. Makoto and Kushina nodded in agreement. After what happened, neither of them had the desire to continue their trip. Fortunately, Hakumen had come. If not, they might have been in real danger. The Hokage truly thought ahead. Makoto thought to herself and then thanked Hakumen. Thank you so much today, Hakumen-kun. Hakumen replied, I was just following orders. It wasn't unusual for a Jinchuriki's protection detail to be sent out when traveling. Kushina sighed a bit. I won't get involved in these things again. Before leaving, Hakumen glanced back at the mountain once more. The trees, grass, and rocks all seemed to be under the control of that white snake. It really did sound like the magical abilities of an sage or a monster. After returning to the village, Hakumen immediately reported everything he had witnessed in the land of hot water to Makoto. When Makoto heard that it was an 8-headed giant snake, his heart immediately jolted. Orochimaru's Yamada no Oroki technique, the final form, was exactly an 8-headed giant white snake. Makoto immediately ordered the Umbu to be dispatched again, with Hakumen leading the investigation. However, a day later, Hakumen and his team returned, reporting that the white snake had vanished, and the traces of battle on the mountain had disappeared. Even the half of the mountain that had been destroyed by Hakumen's earlier strike had restored itself to its original state. What was even more shocking was that the residents of the small town at the base of the mountain had no memory of the white snake sage at all. It was as if everything Hakumen had experienced just days ago had been a mere illusion. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 188, ch 188, I Will Marry You. In the shinobi world, there are 3 great sacred places, Mount Maiboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. These 3 places are home to the Toad Sage, the Slug Sage, and the White Snake Sage, respectively. The original work provides the most detailed depiction of Mount Maiboku and the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage's real name is Gamamaru. He lived during the same period as Rakudo Sennin and possessed the ability to foresee the future. He was the one who discovered the destructive impact of the God Tree on Earth and guided Hagoromo and Himura to seal their mother. As for the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, her true form is a white-scaled serpent that can transform into the appearance of an old woman. Compared to the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage is clearly not benevolent. She sets up trials for those seeking power in Ryuchi Cave, and those who fail become her food. The White Snake Sage in the land of hot water might also be a serpent from Ryuchi Cave. Although the 8-headed serpent is one of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques, he shouldn't always maintain that form. If it's really Orochimaru, why disguise himself under the guise of the White Snake Sage? Is he recruiting followers? Could it be that he's running out of test subjects? With Orochimaru's methods, he shouldn't need to go through so much trouble. The situation in the land of hot water remains full of mysteries, leaving a lingering sense of unease. A squad of Umbu has been dispatched to continue investigating within the country's borders to see if they can uncover more information. In the evening, Makoto went to see Kushina. Having encountered danger outside, Makoto initially intended to comfort this beautiful woman, but unexpectedly found Rin there as well. He hadn't seen Rin for some time, it was as if she had been avoiding him. Upon seeing Makoto at the door, Rin also wondered to herself why he had come. Lord Hokage. Rin bowed to Makoto. Did Lord Hokage come to see Kushina for something? Rin asked. Not really. I just came to check on her since she encountered danger in the land of hot water, Makoto said. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. I'm fine, Kushina said, lowering her head. Kushina said she's fine, so please leave, Rin said bluntly, showing no regard for his status as Hokage. She was always gentle with others, but when it came to him, she became so unreasonable. Makoto felt helpless and looked at Kushina. So you're kicking me out, huh, Kushina? Hearing that, Kushina tensed up and quickly said, no, it's just, there's no need to waste your time, Lord Hokage. But if you'd like to come in and sit for a while, that's fine too. What was the point of just sitting? He couldn't actually do anything. With Rin there, nothing good could happen. Feeling a bit frustrated, Makoto said, forget it. I just came by to check on you. I'm leaving now. With that, he turned and walked away. As Kushina watched him leave, she called out, take care, Lord Hokage. She felt relieved and secretly thought, thankfully Rin was here today, or else. Rin asked, Kushina, why did he come to see you? Kushina smiled and said, didn't the Hokage already say? He was worried I might have been shaken up, so he came to check on me. Rin muttered, since when is that guy so considerate? Kushina thought to herself, of course, he's not that considerate. If you hadn't been here today, I'd have become his plaything again. But she spoke in Makoto's defense, he's the Hokage, it's normal for him to care about the villagers. But you, Rin, do you have a grudge against him or something? Why were you so rude? Rin was taken aback. Was I? Was it that obvious? Kushina chuckled. Other than you, no one else would dare treat the Hokage like that. Of course, she hadn't seen how Anko treated Makoto, which was even more over the top than Rin. Rin fell silent for a moment and said, "It's nothing. It's just, we were close before, so I got a bit casual." She was explaining to Kushina and also to herself. Then she stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should go now, Kushina-ne." She had already intended to leave when she happened to run into Makoto coming over. All right. Kushina didn't insist on keeping her. As Rin walked out of Kushina's house, her heart was a bit restless. She hadn't expected to run into Makoto again, which caused her thoughts to wander uncontrollably. She had been avoiding meeting him, even delegating her visits to the Hokage's office to other team members during missions. She had hoped that after some time, she'd be able to forget that damned bastard. Lost in thought, Rin walked absent-mindedly, until suddenly her vision blurred, and the sound of wind swept past her ears. When she snapped back to her senses, she found herself in an empty alleyway. And the figure pinning her against the wall was the very one who haunted her thoughts. Walking without watching where you're going. Were you thinking about me? That familiar voice echoed in her ear. Rin's mind went blank for a moment. Looking at the familiar face so close to hers, her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. You. Rin stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. How long has it been since you've seen me? Even after returning from your mission, you were the only one who didn't report back. And when we finally meet, you have that kind of attitude. Rin lowered her head, pursing her lips. Why do I have to see you? Who are you to me anyway? Her voice carried stubbornness, but there was a hint of grievance. What she probably wanted to say was, if I don't go see you, can't you come to me instead? Makoto chuckled at her words. Who am I? I'm the Hokage, don't you know that? Rin huffed. Yes, Lord Hokage, so impressive. Does being Hokage mean you can bully people at will? Smack. A muffled sound echoed as Rin's face instantly turned bright red with shame. She glared angrily at the men before her. Makoto had slapped her butt. You. What? Go ahead, glare at me again. Makoto raised his hand as if ready to slap her again. Rin bit her lip, refusing to say another word, her flushed face filled with both grievance and anger. Did it hurt? Makoto asked. Rin kept silent, her face still red. How was she supposed to answer that? The next moment, Makoto reached out and gently rubbed her butt, as if trying to soothe the pain. But she wasn't hurt at all, Makoto hadn't used any force. How painful could a slap on the butt even be? Rin's mind went blank with a boom. Realizing what was happening, she quickly dodged to the side, pressing down on Makoto's arm to stop him. I'll help you massage it, Makoto shamelessly said. Rin's face turned so red it looked like blood might drip from it. She had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Makoto again. Perhaps he'd be cold and indifferent, maybe warm and apologetic, or perhaps he'd hold her hand passionately and try to kiss her. But never did she imagine he'd shamelessly grope her butt and take advantage of her. Her voice hoarse, she said, You're going too far. Makoto, however, spoke righteously, you deserve it. Who told you to keep avoiding me? I didn't. Rin wanted to retort, but realizing she was in the wrong, she changed her approach. If I don't see you, can't you come find me yourself? Makoto sighed dramatically. I'm the Hokage. Do you know how much work I have to deal with every day? Rin couldn't find the words to respond, stammering, I. Then she looked up and saw that smug, infuriating smile on his face. What made it worse was when he asked, Did you miss me? Rin turned her face away and sneered, I'd have to be crazy to miss you. What, miss you enjoying a happy life at home with your wife and kids? Makoto lifted her chin. You could give me a child too, you know. Rin almost laughed from sheer anger. In your dreams? Makoto nodded seriously. I do dream about it, often. You giving me several kids? Rin was so flustered by his shamelessness that her face turned red again. She quickly tried to shake his hand off. You bastard. Pervert. Freak, she yelled angrily. After Rin finished cursing, she realized that Makoto was staring at her intently. The two of them were already very close, and she didn't even know why she hadn't moved away while talking to him. I hate him so much, so why am I just letting him pin me against the wall like this? What are you looking at? Rin's heart began to race. I want to kiss you. Rin couldn't handle it anymore and lowered her head, intending to escape. But how could Makoto let her get away? He gripped her hands and feet even more dominantly, pressing her back firmly against the wall. Rin struggled, her breathing inexplicably growing rapid. Makoto, please let me go. I like you a bit. I don't want to let you go. But you have a wife, you even have kids. Doesn't matter. I don't mind. You. Call me Lord Hokage. Maybe I'll consider it. Lord Hokage. Makoto chuckled, leaning even closer. You're begging me. Can you sound a little sweeter? Rin's face turned even redder, and she realized no matter how she turned her head, she couldn't avoid him. Lord Hokage. Makoto's lips curved into a smile. I've decided, I still want to kiss you. You bastard. You don't keep your word, MMPH. Half a minute later. In the deserted alley, Makoto squatted helplessly on the ground, looking at the girl hugging her knees and crying in front of him. We were kissing just fine, why are you crying? You even touched me. You're disgusting. I don't want to talk to you. Rin said tearfully. I couldn't help myself. I was wrong. I won't do it next time. Shut up. All you do is bully me. You're the Hokage, you have a family, and you can't even take responsibility for me. What am I supposed to do as a girl? You blame me for not coming to find you, but you're the one at fault. You're just toying with my feelings. Once you've had your way, you'll toss me aside like those bad men in novels. She cried and spoke simultaneously. You can't give me anything, so why did you come and mess with me? You bastard. Can you just stay away from me? I don't want to see you. As she spoke, she raised her fists and hit Makoto. Makoto caught her wildly swinging hands. If I stay away from you, won't you miss me? Having vented her emotions, Rin began to speak without thinking, what good is missing you? You're not even mine. There's no way we could be together. I'll marry you. Rin gradually quieted down, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Say that again. I'll marry you. She stared at Makoto intently. Are you going to divorce your wife? Makoto slowly shook his head. You can also be my wife, just like her. Once you come of age, we'll get married. Rin. Makoto continued, there's no rule that says I can only have one wife. Rin remained silent for a long time, then let out a low laugh for some reason. She raised her head, sneering coldly at Makoto. So there will be other women in the future too, right? You want me to serve you alongside them, is that it? Makoto really wanted to nod, but he knew that doing so now would probably earn him a slap. Without a word, Rin stood up and turned to leave the alley. Disgusting. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 189, ch 189, Yujito's Struggle. At night. I'm back. Samui walked wearily into the house. Welcome home, you've worked hard, Mabui greeted with a smile, quickly approaching the entrance. I left dinner for you, do you want to eat some? Samui leaned against the wall, taking off her high heels, and shook her head. No, I'll skip it. Perfect for losing weight. She took a few steps to the living room and collapsed onto the couch. Mabui said, you've been coming home late recently. Samui sighed. Lord Hokage has been working late, there's nothing I can do. She looked up at the clock on the wall and asked, what about Yujito? She's already asleep. It was already past 9 p.m., and many households in the village had already settled for the night. Samui pouted. She's carefree, sleeps early. Mabui just smiled. I'll go run a bath for you, you should relax. Samui flipped onto her side on the couch, lying down. Her head rested on the soft cushion, and her gaze drifted down to her long legs, tightly wrapped in black stockings. What came to her mind, however, was the image of Makoto's hands playing with them. Makoto really liked two parts of her body, one of which was her legs. Samui was well aware of this, which is why she always made an effort to display her physical advantages whenever Makoto was around. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. At this moment, Yujito, dressed in pajamas, came out of her bedroom, yawning and rubbing her sleepy eyes. She walked to the table and poured herself a glass of water. You guys are so loud. Samui's back. Samui glanced at her. Did we wake you up? Noticing the sharp tone, Yujito chuckled awkwardly and said, no. She finished her water and immediately came to Samui's side, using a pleasing tone to say, you've worked hard all day, let me massage your legs. Samui didn't hesitate and enjoyed the service. Looking at Yujito, who was kneeling in front of her, Samui said, have you thought about what I told you before? Yujito's movement paused, and she stammered, what thing? She cautiously looked up, meeting Samui's gaze, and instinctively shrank back. Samui continued, I'm planning to tell Lord Hokage to cancel the living allowance the village gives us. Now that Mabui has her own job, and my salary is pretty good each month. Yujito was stunned. What do you mean? Samui kept going. The village is in a development phase, and as Lord Hokage's secretary, it's my duty to help relieve the village's burden. Don't worry, we'll still take care of you. Even if you just eat and drink for free in this house, it's fine. She emphasized the words, eat and drink for free, with a heavy tone. Yujito lowered her head and bit her lip. After a while, Mabui came out. The hot water's ready. You can take a bath now. I've also left a towel in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Samui stood up and walked toward the bedroom, leaving Yujito sitting on the floor alone. Mabui hurried over and looked at her, saying, when did you wake up? Yujito looked aggrieved, and Mabui, seeing the situation, quickly understood what had happened. Remembering Samui's earlier reminder, she said, I'm going to sleep. Mabui. Yujito, seeing this, panicked and quickly grabbed Mabui's clothes from the floor. Yujito looked at her longingly, but Mabui remained unmoved. She said, Yujito, look at the time. Samui only comes back around this time every day. Do you know how hard she works? It's also that the three of us can live a better life in the future. Yujito, if you don't want to share the burden, that's fine, but remember, in Konoha, we're the only three who are friends. No matter what, we won't leave you behind. Mabui shrugged off her hand and returned to her room. Yujito stood in place, her expression shifting between red and white. After a long time, she walked to the bathroom door. Samui. She said softly. And then, came a faint voice from inside. I've made up my mind. I'm willing. From the bathroom, Samui's voice came again, go to my room and wait. There's a bag in the wardrobe. Put on the clothes inside. Yujito asked, a bit stammering, do what? Teach you how to win a man's heart. If you're this reckless, what if you upset Lord Hokage? Oh. Yujito went to Samui's bedroom and took the bag from the wardrobe. Reaching in, she pulled out what seemed to be a headband, but it had 2 black cat ears on it. Yujito reached in again, and pulled out a cat tail. She dumped the contents of the bag, and her face visibly turned bright red. These are clothes for people to wear. Images of Samui and Mabui in these extremely embarrassing outfits, posing coquettishly in front of Hyuga Makoto, flashed through her mind. Did she really have to do the same as them? She had been the one to lead the way in this kind of thing in the past, but ever since the 4th Raikage died, Yujito had completely lost interest in Makoto. She had been living in a daze every day, unable to even practice due to the seal on her body. She couldn't integrate into the village the way Mabui did. The neighbors were always very warm towards Mabui and Samui, because Mabui's gentle nature made it easy for her to get along with others, and Samui worked with the Hokage. But Yujito, she felt out of place. Sometimes she wondered if it would be too painful to spend the rest of her life like this. Thankfully, Samui and Mabui were there to accompany and care for her. Samui and Mabui managed the house very well, and their living conditions were quite favorable. Samui's salary was generous, and since Mabui managed the house, her role was mostly just helping with the housework occasionally. Did she really want to keep doing nothing? But Yujito looked at the cat ear headband in her hand and tightened her grip on it. She didn't know how much time passed, but soon, Samui, wrapped in a towel, appeared at the door, her hair covered with a drying cap. Having just bathed, she looked fresh and beautiful. She calmly said, why haven't you changed yet? Yujito blushed and asked, does the Hokage like this kind of style? Samui then said, it depends on who it is. I think you look pretty good in it. She walked over to the side of the bed, sat down, and took a bottle of red nail polish from the nightstand, starting to touch up her toenails. Hurry up and change. Seeing that Yujito still hadn't moved, Samui said, let me tell you, there are plenty of beautiful women around the Hokage. Who knows, maybe one day he will get tired of me. If you want to see that day, you can leave now. Yujito struggled internally for a long time, but eventually took a deep breath and began to unbutton her nightgown. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 190, ch 190, Guardian Ninja. Konoha Ninja Academy. Standing in the highest classroom, Makoto gazed through the window at the children on the playground, who were engaged in a ninja battle training under the guidance of their teacher. Beside him stood the principal of the ninja school, an elderly man nearing 50. The principal said, this batch of children doesn't have particularly high overall potential. There are a few who stand out, but I'm worried about whether they can successfully graduate. Makoto pondered for a moment and said, is it because of the previous recruitment? The principal felt slightly awkward because the previous recruitment had been influenced by special instructions to accept more children from the village. At that time, Makoto was not yet the Hokage. He could only say, the recruitment process for the ninja school has its own set of standards, and every year, a number of eligible children are eliminated. Makoto nodded and said, it seems I was too hasty back then. There's no need to lower the graduation assessment standards. If any child cannot graduate, we can allow them to retake the course or send them to a regular school outside the village to continue their studies. We'll communicate with the parents, and the village will cover all the expenses. The principal nodded. This was indeed a good solution, though it would require some work with the parents. He then spoke again, about Uchiha Itachi. Makoto's gaze was also focused on the black-haired boy on the playground. The principal said, his talent far surpasses that of ordinary people. Within just 1 year at the school, he already possesses the qualities needed to become a ninja. The teachers here all feel that it would be a waste of time to keep him in the academy. Makoto calmly replied, you mean graduating early? The principal said, this child is exceptionally mature. Even the students in the graduating class don't have his level of composure. Becoming a ninja is absolutely no problem for him. Early graduation is generally prohibited during times of peace. Since the founding of Konoha, many exceptionally talented individuals have emerged, surpassing their peers by a wide margin at a very young age. However, children are still children. High talent does not necessarily equate to mental maturity. Especially in times of peace, the village prefers to invest significant time in carefully nurturing and honing such individuals. The village never minds those who achieve success later in life. On the contrary, those who rise to fame at a young age are more likely to meet an early end. But there are always exceptions. Uchiha Itachi's talent has already made him incompatible with the ninja school, much like Kakashi in the past. For such individuals, the village must carefully deliberate on how best to guide their future. Makoto pondered the list of jonin in the village, considering who would be suitable to mentor him. However, all of his trusted subordinates were already in important positions and couldn't take on the role. He asked, are there any girls in the graduating class with decent personalities? Preferably with ordinary parents. The elderly principal thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Have her become Uchiha Itachi's teammate. And the other one? I have my own arrangements. After making arrangements for Itachi, Makoto went on to meet with several ministers from the Land of Fire to discuss important matters concerning the village and the nation. Since becoming Hokage, Makoto had been interacting more frequently with these national officials, and they had become quite familiar with one another. Matters worth discussing, aside from the Land of Fire's funding for Konoha, also included the many ways the Land of Fire relied on Konoha. For matters such as trade and diplomacy requiring travel abroad, Konoha ninjas were called upon to escort missions. They also assisted in suppressing mountain bandits, confiscating illegal properties, and quelling rebellions. All of this was done without additional payment, or rather, the remuneration was supposedly covered in the one-time funding provided by the Land of Fire. This time, the minister's purpose for visiting was to request Konoha to dispatch ninjas to accompany the Land of Fire's envoy to the Land of Fields to escort its princess back. Lord Minamoto, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, intended to take this princess as a concubine. The Land of Fire wasn't concerned about potential troublemakers, as no one would likely dare disrupt the mission. However, since it was a matter of national prestige, they hoped Makoto would send ninjas who could present a respectable image. On a previous diplomatic mission, Makoto had sent Might Dewey as the escort. However, Dewey's highly distinctive style left the Land of Fire's envoy embarrassed. Upon returning, word spread about a Konoha ninja who loved wearing green spandex and had exceptionally thick eyebrows. Dewey became the target of resistance from the ministers, who were adamantly against having him as their escort. The daimyo taking a princess from another country as a concubine. Makoto pondered upon hearing the news. The Land of Fire and the Land of Fields didn't share particularly close ties, why would they suddenly send their princess to become a concubine? Rest assured, Konoha will send ninjas who will meet the daimyo's expectations, Makoto said. Kakashi was quite skilled at making a stylish impression, he would be a suitable choice. Hopefully, the princess wouldn't fall in love with him and create a dramatic tale of romance between a princess and her bodyguard. Then we must trouble you, Lord Hokage, the minister said politely. At this point, Makoto suddenly added, by the way, I heard that 2 of Lord Minamoto's guardian ninjas are reaching retirement age. The minister replied, yes, Lord Ise and Lord Terashima are both nearing 50. Makoto smiled, perfect. I happen to have a suitable candidate I'd like to recommend to Lord Minamoto. The 12 guardian ninja around the daimyo of the Land of Fire were mostly elite ninjas personally selected by the daimyo, though occasionally 1 or 2 came from Konoha. The ministers exchanged glances. Lord Minamoto already has suitable candidates, and Lord Shirengoku is still serving. Shirengoku was a ninja from Konoha. Makoto's smile remained unchanged. Konoha is the best place in the entire ninja world for training ninjas. Those household ninjas or wandering mercenaries can never compare to us. I hope you can have a good discussion with Lord Minamoto when you return. The person I'm recommending will definitely not disappoint him. We understand. After the ministers from the Land of Fire left, Makoto summoned Kakashi and Might Guy to meet him. First, he spoke to Kakashi about the mission to escort the princess from the Land of Fields, instructing him to select a few companions to carry out the task. Kakashi had no objections, he had never been one to refuse a mission. Makoto then turned to Guy and said, "Guy, I'm planning to send you somewhere for some serious training." Guy was momentarily stunned. "Where?" "The Guardian 12 around the daimyo." "Have you heard of them?" The Guardian 12, as the name implied, were 12 elite ninjas tasked with protecting the daimyo. Each was exceptionally skilled, meticulous, and highly experienced. Kakashi, standing nearby, was visibly shocked. "Lord Hokage, you're sending Guy to become one of the Guardian 12. His surprise was understandable. Guy, with his eccentric and over-the-top personality, seemed completely unsuited for such an important role. Moreover, Kakashi was aware of Might Dui's infamous reputation among the ministers of the Land of Fire. Makoto pondered for a moment and said, "Precisely because even you think it's unsuitable, that's why I want Guy to go. The title of ninja doesn't just represent strength. Guy, now that you've obtained the sage mark and your strength ranks among the top in Konoha, you might be taking too big of strides. You need time to properly settle and refine yourself." Guy listened thoughtfully. Makoto smiled again. "Don't worry, you won't have to stay there forever. 2 or 3 years at most, you can return anytime you want." The political circle of the Land of Fire had always resisted Guy's father, Might Due. Yet here Makoto was, sending Guy to become a guardian for the daimyo. One could only wonder what the daimyo would think when he met Guy, and whether he might feel the urge to beat Makoto, the Hokage, to death. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 191, ch 191, Pulling Strings. The northern border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Fields. Kakashi stood among the crowd, waiting for the arrival of the princess from the Land of Fields. Alongside him were several Konoha ninjas, dressed in traditional Konoha combat uniforms, standing out prominently among the group of ministers and officials. As midday approached, a scout ninja returned from ahead. "Captain Kakashi, the princess has arrived." Hearing this, the delegation immediately became alert, with everyone assuming a solemn posture. In the distance, a procession finally came into view, with a luxurious carriage surrounded by many attendants. As both sides met, the respective leaders conveyed their daimyo's messages. After the formal handover ceremony, a woman dressed in ornate robes adorned with jewels slowly stepped out of the carriage from the Land of Fields. Her black hair was styled into an elegant cloud-shaped bun, and her face was veiled with a thin layer of gauze, obscuring her features. Yet even with the veil, it was easy to imagine how stunningly beautiful she must be. The Konoha ninjas couldn't help but stare. What a beautiful princess. Yeah, absolutely stunning. "Captain Kakashi, what's the princess's name?" Kakashi, his eyes also fixed on the princess, pondered for a moment before replying, "Princess Kushinada." The princess seemed to sense something, glancing in Kakashi's direction. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, captivating and enchanting. Even Kakashi, who was usually indifferent to women, felt his breath stop. Kushinada Heim. He silently repeated her name, watching as she was helped into the carriage prepared by the Land of Fire's delegation. The curtain fell, completely obscuring the figure that had so effortlessly unsettled many present. Snapping out of his trance, Kakashi felt a sudden sense of foreboding. A woman like this was certainly no ordinary person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a femme fatale capable of bringing ruin to nations. Her arrival in the Land of Fire might bring fortune or disaster. Whether the daimyo could handle her was uncertain. After all the ceremonial formalities were completed, the delegation from the Land of Fire changed direction and began their journey back. Konoha Shopping Street. A mission. What mission? Rin asked curiously when Obito invited her to go on a mission together. Obito spoke enthusiastically, an escort mission to the Land of Birds. "I've heard the scenery there is beautiful. We can go and take a look together." Rin, however, didn't seem very interested and asked, "Just the two of us?" Obito, a bit embarrassed, replied, The mission level isn't very high. The two of us as Chunin should be more than enough." Rin immediately sensed his underlying intentions and casually brushed it off, "I'll think about it." Obito continued eagerly, "Rin, there's a particularly beautiful lake in the Land of Birds, with lots and lots of gorgeous birds along the shore." Rin listened absent-mindedly, her gaze casually sweeping across the shops on both sides of the street. This mission had been recommended to Obito by a clanmate, who suggested that going on a trip alone with a girl was the quickest way to deepen feelings. And since a direct invitation for a trip would surely be rejected, the mission excuse came into play. Obito was filled with anticipation, hoping Rin would agree. However, Rin had been feeling troubled over the past few days because of the kiss and those words from Makoto. Because of that, she had zero interest in Obito's mission proposal. In truth, getting out to clear her head wasn't a bad idea, but going alone with Obito. She wasn't up for it. Rin. Obito. At that moment, a familiar voice called from not far away. It was Kurenai, with Anko beside her. After greeting them, Anko asked teasingly, "A date, huh?" Obito chuckled sheepishly, while Rin sighed in exasperation. "Don't say such nonsense." Looking at Kurenai and Anko in front of her, Rin suddenly had a thoughtful expression. Rin said, "You two seem pretty free, huh?" Kurenai chuckled, "Free? Not really. Isn't this how it usually is?" Despite the current shortage of manpower in the village, active ninjas still had plenty of missions, though there was a bit less free time than before. Rin turned to Obito and asked, "Obito, the mission you mentioned earlier, it's to the land of birds, right?" Obito's spirits lifted, thinking Rin was about to agree. He nodded vigorously. Kurenai was surprised. "The land of birds? That's pretty far, isn't it?" Obito quickly said, "Not that far, and the mission is really easy. Once we get there, we can even enjoy ourselves a bit." Kurenai pondered, "I've heard the land of birds is really beautiful, a great place for a vacation." Obito looked at Rin with eager anticipation. Rin suddenly turned to Kurenai and Anko. "Do you two want to come?" Both were stunned. "Us?" Obito was dumbfounded. He'd imagined going on the mission alone with Rin. Anko waved her hand dismissively. "I don't want to be a third wheel." Rin rolled her eyes. "What nonsense. You know there's nothing between me and Obito." Anko shrugged. "I'm fine with it, but I'm afraid someone else might not be." She glanced at Obito. "Obito, do you mind if the four of us go together?" Obito. Of course he minded, but how could he say that out loud? He forced his signature smile. "Of course, I don't mind. But with 3 girls and just me, it might get a little awkward." Anko teased, "You could just stop thinking of us as girls, or stop thinking of yourself as a guy." Obito's lips twitched, silently cursing Anko for being such a tomboy. Kurenai laughed. "We're all friends. What's there to be awkward about? Should we invite Kakashi too?" She winked playfully at Rin as she spoke. When Genma and Ebisu heard that Obito would be accompanying 3 girls on a mission, they were filled with jealousy and resentment. Even Asuma shamelessly approached Obito, asking if he could join the mission too, all because of Kurenai. Obito felt a bit numb. What was originally planned as a 2-person trip was now turning into a group outing. Anyone unaware of the situation might think it was some high-difficulty A-rank mission. He consulted Rin for her opinion, but somehow Kurenai found out and decided not to join for unknown reasons. In the end, it became a 3-person mission with Rin, Anko, and Obito. For Rin, as long as she didn't have to be alone with Obito, it didn't matter. Obito was secretly disappointed. If only Anko had decided not to come instead. With Kurenai around, she might have even helped him a little. On the day of the mission, the client looked skeptical when he saw such a young group assigned to escort him. Anko promptly revealed her rank as a jonin, finally dispelling the client's doubts. Since entering the crown, she had been promoted to jonin by Makoto. At a dango shop on Konoha's South Street, Genma, Ebisu, and Aoba sat chatting together. Genma glanced at Asuma across the table and grinned. "Asuma, why didn't you go to Land of Birds?" Asuma looked embarrassed. "Something came up at the last minute, so I decided not to go." Genma chuckled. "I heard Kurenai isn't going either." Ebisu added, "Did you push too hard and upset her?" Asuma looked helpless. His feelings for Kurenai were no secret within their circle, but his progress was about the same as Obito's, still unrequited love. Aoba commented, "That mission is just a C rank, right? 3 people, 1 jonin, and 2 chunin, seems like a bit of overkill." If Kurenai and Asuma had joined too, Lord Hokage would probably have been furious. Asuma said, "It's fine with Anko there." He was implying Anko had a good relationship with the Hokage. Ebisu pondered aloud, "How do you think Anko became a jonin so quickly? She was a chunin for less than a year, faster than even Kakashi. That's some insane progress." Asuma blurted out, "Could it be because of connections?" Everyone turned to look at him. "What connections? Whose connections?" Asuma said, "You know, pulling strings. Anko is really close to Lord Hokage, so maybe he was lenient with her." Genma sighed, "But remember, Guy said Anko's really strong. Maybe she trained really hard in private." The group fell into thought. Ebisu remarked, "Guy has left the village too. Things suddenly feel so quiet." Asuma sighed, our former classmates are either guarding Lord Hokage or protecting the daimyo. Makes us look pretty mediocre. Genma laughed, you should keep training. Maybe you'll get into the Crown Guard someday. Asuma pursed his lips. He felt it was probably more realistic to focus on winning Kurenai's favor. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 192, ch 192, Drunk. 2 days later, within the borders of the Land of Birds. Finally here. Anko stretched lazily as she stepped down from the carriage. In front of them lay a vast and stunningly beautiful lake. As the rumors had said, it was breathtaking at first sight. The Land of Birds was just a small nation, its territory would be equivalent to a single city in the Land of Fire. The entire country was situated around the lake, surrounded by lush, dense forests. With limited military power, it had long maintained neutrality, focusing heavily on tourism, which spared it from the ravages of war. As evening approached, the shimmering ripples on the lake reflected the golden light, and the air was filled with a gentle, fragrant warmth, softened by the tranquil dusk. Rin took a deep breath. What a lovely place. Away from the troubles of the village and those she didn't wish to see, all she wanted now was to relax and enjoy herself here. Seeing the vast, beautiful lake improved Obito's mood considerably. Even though he couldn't go on a one-on-one date with Rin, he figured this was still a pretty good trip. See, Rin. I wasn't lying to you. The three of them delivered their client to the destination, received the mission report, and collected the remainder of their payment. Let's go shopping. Anko said enthusiastically. Rin chuckled. We need to find a place to stay first. Anko turned to Obito. Obito, why don't you go find us a place to stay? Naturally, Obito was unwilling and silently cursed Anko. Rin sighed helplessly. Let's all go together. Why dump this task on Obito alone? Hearing this, Obito was deeply moved. Rin was just so kind and considerate. The three of them found an inn with lakeview rooms and booked 2 adjacent rooms. As Obito stood in his room, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the lake outside, he couldn't help but feel regretful. If it were just him and Rin here, what a perfect opportunity that would be. Maybe Rin would be deeply moved by the setting and accept his feelings. Looking at Anko standing beside Rin, Obito found her incredibly annoying. He silently hoped this tomboy would have some tact and create space for him and Rin. After placing their belongings in the rooms, the three of them went out to explore the town. They arrived at the shopping street, where Rin and Anko excitedly browsed through various shops. Obito trailed behind them, sluggishly carrying their bags. He realized that accompanying girls on a shopping trip was an utterly foolish task. He watched as Rin and Anko entered a clothing store, carefully selecting and trying on different outfits, praising how good each looked on the other, only to walk out without buying anything. As night fell, colorful lanterns lit up the shopping street. Local residents and tourists alike thronged the lively street, creating a bustling and vibrant atmosphere full of warmth and energy. Meanwhile, on the quieter side of the lake where the residential area lay, people had already gone to bed, slipping into peaceful dreams. Amid the dense crowd, several pairs of eyes were fixed on the three of them. There's an extra target. Should we take them all out? The other one is Mitarashi Anko, one of the crown guards. She was once the 4th Hokage's student and is a jonin. That little girl is a jonin too. She was only recently promoted, and her strength is still unclear. Don't be careless. The crown guards are an elite group around the Hokage, currently only 4 members. Hatake Kakashi is one of them. Hatake Kakashi was currently regarded as Konoha's most renowned prodigy. His father was the White Fang, his teacher the Yellow Flash, and despite his young age, he had already become a jonin. Wait for the right opportunity. It's best if we can lure Mitarashi Anko away. Konoha Village, at the Uchiha clan leader's residence. In the living room, Itachi sat nervously, watching his father across from him. Fugaku held a report card in his hand. This report card was special, it detailed the results of a solo test Itachi had taken at the Ninja Academy. The test was set at the level of the graduation class. After reading it, Fugaku looked at his son. So you're saying your teacher wants you to graduate early? Yes, Itachi responded. The principal also hopes you can visit the school tomorrow to discuss it. Tusan, do you think I should graduate early? Fugaku set down the report card, crossed his arms, and smirked. Why not? Since the school went through such lengths, it shows they recognize your talent and think staying at the academy would be a waste of time. He felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. How could he not be pleased with his son's exceptional results? The last genius of this level in the village was Kakashi, who became a jonin at just 12 years old. Since then, Kakashi had set the benchmark for the word genius. His son, Itachi, was bound to become a ninja even greater than Kakashi. One day, he would inherit Fugaku's mantle and lead the Uchiha to greater prosperity. "I'll meet with your principal tomorrow," Fugaku said. Itachi smiled, sensing his father's joy. Fugaku suddenly hardened his expression. "Don't get cocky. Early graduation isn't rare. Don't think you're exceptional just yet. You're still only a prospective ninja. Even among genin, there are plenty of strong individuals." Itachi quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Tusan. I will work even harder." Fugaku nodded lightly, embodying the image of a strict father perfectly. "Tusan," Itachi cautiously spoke up again. Ka-san isn't back yet, is she? She went out today with Aunt Kushina and Aunt Ayari. Are we still going to have dinner?" Itachi asked. Gurgle. At that moment, Itachi's stomach growled loudly. Fugaku remained silent for a moment, then stood up and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to Uncle Hachida's house for dinner." Meanwhile, Makoto was at an izakaya with Kushina and Ayari, completely drunk. Ayari, her eyes bleary with intoxication, asked, "Makoto, aren't you going home? What about Fugaku and Itachi? Does Fugaku even know how to cook?" Makoto, feeling dizzy and unsteady, leaned heavily on the low table in front of her. "Fugaku, hick, whatever. Skipping a meal won't kill him." Kushina, slumped over the table, burst into laughter. Ayari also chuckled. "Makoto, you're amazing. I wish I could be like you. If that guy ever dares to mess with me, I'd starve him and not cook for him." Makoto squinted at her. "You can't cook." Ayari shook her head. "My sister and Akiri do all the cooking at home. When I cook, it tastes so bad even SPI won't eat it." Makoto rubbed her forehead, then suddenly laughed. "If he really dares to mess with you, just don't let him into your bed." Ayari sighed helplessly, letting out a bitter laugh. That'd make him ecstatic. Makoto looked puzzled. "Wait, you two aren't having relationship problems, are you? Is he incapable in that department?" Since it was just the three of them in the private room, their conversation had no limits. "No, he's great. I mean..." Ayari, also quite drunk, shook her head and wobbled unsteadily. "If I don't let him sleep in my bed, he'll probably go climb into my sister's bed instead." Makoto. Kushina, still slumped on the table, was now laughing even harder. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 193, ch 193, Incident. Land of Birds, Night. Returning to the inn, the three were exhausted, only wanting to wash up and get some rest. They had come on a mission and couldn't stay out for too long. Without their employer, the return trip would be much faster than the journey here, so they still had a day to enjoy themselves tomorrow. Rin was counting the spoils from their shopping trip, while Anko suddenly felt like eating again. "Didn't we just have dinner not long ago?" Rin said helplessly. "Eating this late will make you gain weight." "After shopping for so long, of course I'm hungry," Anko argued. Her appetite was enormous, even greater than that of a grown man, yet no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. "I'm going to ask the innkeeper if they have any late-night snacks." With that, Anko walked out of the room. When she reached the front desk, her eyes suddenly caught sight of a flyer on the floor. Nagano Dango Shop Grand Opening, 80% off and buy one get one free with a complimentary drink for the first 3 days. Open until midnight. Address. She read the contents aloud, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Glancing at the street outside, she noticed there were fewer people at this late hour, but she couldn't resist and hurried out excitedly. Following the address on the flyer, she found the shop still brightly lit and open. The owner greeted her enthusiastically. "Welcome. What would you like, miss?" As Anko stepped inside, her eyes flickered, and she subtly examined the shopkeeper. He appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, but she could sense the distinct presence of chakra from him. Her senses had far surpassed those of ordinary people. Ever since she woke up that day, for some unknown reason, she had gained an enhanced perception ability. Anko handed the flyer to the shopkeeper. "Is everything on here true?" The shopkeeper smiled warmly. "Yes, since it's our grand opening, everything in the store is 80% off, buy one get one free, with complimentary tea and drinks for dine-in customers." Anko nodded. "Then I'll have 10 skewers of red bean dango and 10 skewers of tricolor dango." Meanwhile, back at the inn where Obito was staying. After accompanying the two girls on their shopping trip, Obito's legs felt weak. As soon as he returned to the room, he collapsed onto the tatami mat, unwilling to move. Outside, the moon hung high in the sparse sky, and a cool breeze gently swept through the night. Exhausted from walking all day, Obito drifted into a hazy sleep. Suddenly, a loud and violent sound of shattering glass jolted him awake. He sat up, his mind still foggy, and turned to look out the window, only to see several dark shadows swiftly darting past. Thinking he might have imagined it, he rubbed his eyes but soon sensed that something was wrong. He immediately got up, walked to Rin's room, and knocked on the door. Rin. Rin, are you asleep? Rin. Anko. The room was lit, but there was no response. Obito suddenly pushed the door open, only to find the room completely empty. There were some scattered belongings, a tatami mat that had clearly been slept on, and a shattered window. He quickly walked to the window, peering into the vast night, but there was no sign of anyone. Recalling the shadows he had seen earlier, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Rin was in trouble. Obito's mind went blank, as if it had exploded with a deafening boom. A sharp pain in her head brought Rin back to consciousness. As she woke up, she realized her hands and feet were tightly bound with ropes, and her mouth was sealed with tape. Fortunately, there were no sealing techniques on her body, and she could still use chakra. Beside her stood two men dressed in black with masked faces, their appearances indiscernible. She hadn't expected the tea at the inn to be drugged and had let her guard down, falling right into their trap. The captors had yet to notice she was awake. Keeping calm, Rin quietly surveyed her surroundings. They were by the lakeside, with a dense, silent forest on the opposite side. Before long, two more figures approached. Lord Tetsuhi, the target has been captured, someone reported. Looks like it went smoothly, replied another voice. She's just a mere Chunin girl, catching her was a piece of cake. Mitarashi Anko has also been contained. Now we just need to wait for Obito to show up. Rin listened to their conversation. They seemed familiar with the three of them, though their intentions remained unclear. Filled with suspicion, she kept still to avoid alarming them. Lord Tetsuhi, is it really necessary to mobilize so many? 3 jonin and 2 special jonin at once. Fool. This was personally ordered by the clan leader. Naturally, he has his reasons. Go check if Nohara Rin has woken up. 3 jonin and 2 special jonin. Tetsuhi, the clan leader. Rin pondered over their identities. Given the presence of jonin and special jonin ranks, they clearly weren't rogue ninjas. As footsteps drew nearer, she quickly closed her eyes and continued to feign unconsciousness. To encounter such a situation so far from Konoha in the land of birds clearly pointed to a deliberate plot against her. Time slowly passed. The tight bindings were making Rin's arms go numb. Just as she was enduring the discomfort, she finally heard them speak again. Obito is here. Get ready. These people seemed very familiar with Obito, even addressing him casually. 2 figures suddenly darted out from the dense forest. The second figure was unmistakably Obito. Rin. Obito was shocked and horrified when he saw Rin lying by the lakeside. Rin, however, furrowed her brows inwardly, wondering if this fool had deliberately staged some hero rescues damsel drama. You bastards. What did you do to Rin? Obito roared in fury. The black-clad figure lowered his voice, speaking sinisterly, didn't expect you to find us. In that case, we'll kill you along with her. The 4 masked men in black swarmed forward, instantly engaging Obito in fierce combat. What shocked Obito was the sheer strength of these opponents. After just one exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to hold his ground. The black-clad man sneered, "Kid, with this level of skill, you won't be saving your beloved." Grinding his teeth, Obito's eyes burned with determination as the 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. His hands flew through a series of hand signs. Wood release, adamantine binding wood. Boom. In an instant, several thick wooden vines burst from the ground, shooting rapidly toward the enemies at lightning speed. The black-clad men sneered coldly. One of them formed hand seals at an astonishing speed, unleashing several wind blades that sliced the wooden vines into fragments in an instant. The blades continued toward Obito, sharp and relentless. Wood release, wood locking wall. The fierce wind blades roared through the air. 2 wooden shields suddenly rose from either side of Obito, enclosing him protectively. Bang. The dense wind blades bombarded the wooden shields relentlessly, shattering countless cracks and gaps into them within moments. A sharp, piercing whistle followed, a barrage of shuriken cutting through the night sky, exploiting the openings in the wood barrier. The blades tore through Obito's clothing and sliced into his skin. The legendary would release, and this is all the power it has in your hands. If the first Hokage knew, he'd probably crawl out of his grave in fury. From behind the black-clad men, Rin was also closely observing the battle. She noticed that what the masked men said earlier about their ranks as jonin and special jonin was no exaggeration. The gap in strength between the 2 sides was immense. Obito, only a chunin, was clearly no match for them. However, the masked men were holding back, toying with him both through their overwhelming suppression in combat and their mocking words. Damn it. Obito's anger boiled over. Seeing Rin trapped and unable to save her filled him with helpless rage. He channeled every last ounce of his chakra into the next technique, putting everything on the line. Wood release, adamantine binding wood, wrathful Buddha manifestation. Boom. The ground beneath the masked men trembled violently, and massive vines, far thicker than before, erupted from the earth. These gigantic wooden tendrils twisted and writhed in the air like thousands of demonic serpents, fiercely lashing out toward the men below. Under the moonlight, countless black shadows intertwined in a terrifying display. For the first time, the masked men showed a trace of caution in their eyes. This technique had a momentum that made them feel threatened. They immediately responded with jutsu of their own, unleashing even larger wind blades to cut through the massive vines. Severed chunks of wood crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Wood release, adamantine binding wood, demon seal modification. Once again, the ground shook, and two enormous wooden hands, several meters tall, erupted from beneath the surface. They rushed toward one of the masked men, closing in on both sides with the intent to crush him into pulp. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out as a blazing fireball shot toward the wooden hands. The intense flames collided with the massive construct, creating a fiery explosion that sent searing heat and charred wood fragments flying in all directions. Obito stood in place, panting heavily. Seeing his desperate, full-power jutsu fail to succeed, despair crept into his heart. Damn it. The gulf in strength between them was like an insurmountable chasm. It wasn't something a single jutsu could bridge. As Obito's vision blurred with exhaustion, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Pain exploded in his chest, and the next moment, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. It seems you've run out of tricks. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 194, ch 194, see-through. Just now, that was the great fireball technique, wasn't it? Rin's eyes locked onto the black-clad figure who had just performed the fire release ninjutsu. The great fireball was a signature technique of the Uchiha clan. Although it had spread within the village, outsiders shouldn't be able to use it. These guys. Rin's eyes flickered continuously as one of the black-clad figures walked toward her. You bastard. Don't you dare touch her. Obito roared furiously from the other side. Just as the black-clad figure grabbed Rin by her collar, she suddenly spoke. Uchiha Tetsuhi, a jonin of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. The black-clad figure was visibly startled. His eyes first showed bewilderment, then shock. I'm right, aren't I? Rin said coldly. The other black-clad figures, unaware of what had just transpired, turned their heads toward them. Exposed, Tetsuhi's gaze flickered with uncertainty. In a split second, he decided to knock Rin unconscious again with a hand chop. But as his hand blade touched the back of Rin's neck, a dark red chakra suddenly surged from her body, glowing vividly in the dark night. Tetsuhi froze, his eyes widening. Watching Rin, now cloaked entirely in dark red chakra, he felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. His instincts, honed as an elite Uchiha ninja, screamed of danger. Bang. The ropes binding Rin snapped instantly. With a simple motion, she threw a punch, sending Tetsuka flying several meters away. Captain. The remaining three black-clad figures cried out in shock. Tetsuhi was helped up by his companions, blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze toward Rin was filled with disbelief. A Jinchuriki. She's a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki. How is that possible? The others were equally shocked. Rin being the Sanbai Jinchuriki was classified information within the village, known to very few. Those who were aware had been strictly instructed to keep it a secret. Rin, you. Obito was also astonished as he looked at Rin, never expecting her to be so powerful. The cloak of a tailed beast enveloped Rin entirely. Her expression was stern as she faced the group before her. Can you explain your objective, Uchiha Tetsuhi, jonin of the Uchiha clan? Obito froze. Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi and I. Tetsuhi's face turned grim beneath his mask. There was no doubt now, the mission had failed. How would he report this to the clan head? Obito's eyes widened as he looked at them. You're Tetsuhi and I. Rin glanced at Obito. What, you didn't know? Obito was still dazed. Know what? What do we do now, Captain? The masked black-clad figures were visibly unsettled after their identities were exposed. They were now facing the possibility of being accused of harming a comrade upon returning. Their target turned out to be a Jinchuriki. How could there have been such a huge intelligence error? Tetsuhi gritted his teeth. Proceed as planned. They couldn't just leave now, returning to Konoha would only land them in prison. Harming a comrade, especially a Jinchuriki, was a crime even the clan leader couldn't protect them from. The only way out was to kill Nohara Rin and then subdue Obito to take him back. At that moment, something suddenly flew through the night sky and landed heavily on the ground nearby. Everyone looked toward it and saw that it was a person. Upon recognizing who it was, their expressions changed drastically. It was Uchiha Inoka, who had been tasked with luring away Mitarashi Anko. "Looks like you two are safe." "That's a relief," a familiar voice echoed from the forest as Anko appeared not far away. Anko. Obito was completely confused by the situation. Why was Tetsuhi and Ai, one of his own clan, attacking them? And wasn't that Inoka and Ai lying on the ground earlier? Why were they trying to kidnap Rin? 3 Jonin and 2 Special Jonin, this lineup was more than enough to carry out an S-rank mission. But now their enemies included a Jinchuriki and one of the Hokage's elite guards. Anko's gaze swept over Tetsuhi and the others as she said, "These people are all from the village. Their chakra feels familiar." "Rin, Obito, do you know them?" Obito stood up from the ground. "Tetsuhi and Ai, why are you doing this?" Uchiha Tetsuhi forced himself to stay calm and whispered to the 3 companions beside him, "Retreat for now. We'll figure it out later." Just as he finished speaking, the 4 of them suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. Anko had appeared right in front of them as if out of thin air. "What are you whispering about?" she asked mockingly. Tetsuhi was shocked and shouted urgently, "Scatter." Boom. A terrifying pressure swept through the air in an instant, a pure, oppressive force of chakra. Invisible currents swirled around Anko, leaving the 4 Jonin-level shinobi completely paralyzed. Dark eyeshadow appeared around Anko's eyes as she stared at them coldly. "The conversation isn't over. Where do you think you're going?" Under this overwhelming pressure, Tetsuhi felt suffocated, utterly shaken and speechless. This was the power of an elite guard of the Hokage. Even as a fellow Jonin, they were simply not on the same level. Rin approached, dispersing the tailed beast chakra from her body. "Anko, what should we do with these guys?" Tetsuhi and his companions were all bound tightly. Anko ripped off the masks of the others, revealing that they were all Uchiha clan members. Obito looked at the familiar faces of his clanmates in silence, his emotions complex and turbulent. This mission had been given to him by none other than Tetsuhi himself. Why had it come to this? Anko attempted to interrogate them, but no matter how she questioned, they stubbornly refused to speak. Frustrated, Anko finally said, "We'll take them back to the village. Leave it to the interrogation unit, they have ways to make people talk." What was supposed to be a straightforward mission trip had ended in this mess, leaving Anko extremely annoyed. None of the 3 were proficient in sealing techniques, though they knew some basic ones. Fearing the captives might break free, Anko simply broke their arms and legs to be safe. The next day, they hired a cart and set off for their return journey. Fortunately, Anko had sent a message in advance using a ninja hawk. Upon entering the Land of Fire, they were met by the Umbu. The squad took custody of the captured Uchiha clan members, while Obito and the other 2 were informed that Lord Hokage had forbidden them from returning to the village. Instead, they were redirected to Adafuka Street, not far from Konoha. Obito was filled with heavy thoughts, unable to understand what had truly happened, but he followed Lord Hokage's orders. Anko, however, was irritated and complained loudly, wondering what nonsense Makoto was up to. "We didn't even do anything wrong, why can't we return to the village?" Upon learning of the situation, Makoto quickly connected it to the previous incident when Obito and Kakashi had exchanged eyes. He immediately understood Uchiha Fugaku's scheme. He wanted Obito to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using such a method didn't anger Makoto much, in fact, he could even empathize with Fugaku's reasoning. Sacrificing one life in exchange for overwhelming power was a cold but practical decision. If Makoto had been in Fugaku's position, he might have made the same choice. But unfortunately, Rin was special, Makoto didn't want her to die. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ch. Chapter 195, ch 195, The Nightmare Begins. "Tusan, what are you looking at?" Itachi saw his father standing at the doorway, staring blankly at the road outside, and couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. Are you heading out?" "I made plans to train with Shisui," Itachi said. "All right, go ahead, but don't come back too late." "Got it." As he watched his son's figure disappear down the road, Fugaku's thoughts drifted far away again. At this time, they should be back. Just as he was about to turn and return inside, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. It was a member of the Umbu. "Fugaku-san, Lord Hokage requests your presence." When Fugaku arrived at the Hokage's office, he saw Obito there. Obito's expression suggested that he had experienced something unpleasant. Fugaku-senpai, sorry to trouble you, but there's something we need to discuss, Makoto said. Of course, Lord Hokage, please go ahead. Fugaku maintained a respectful demeanor, though his peripheral vision stayed on Obito as he silently analyzed the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Makoto spoke. Obito, you explain. Obito's eyes were filled with sorrow as he said, Lord Fugaku, why did Tetsuhi Nii and Inoka Nii attack us? Fugaku was taken aback at first, his mind racing as he asked, what did you just say? When Rin, Anko, and I were in the land of birds, we were suddenly ambushed by Tetsuhi Nii and Inoka Nii. Rin and Anko, they. Obito's voice trembled. Seeing Obito's sorrowful expression, Fugaku appeared utterly shocked. How could such a thing happen? Where are Tetsuhi and Inoka? At that moment, an Umbu member suddenly appeared, unrolling a sealed scroll on the ground. After forming hand seals, 5 corpses wrapped in white cloth were summoned onto the scene. Fugaku had already guessed the general situation by this point. However, upon seeing the 5 corpses, he did not feel sorrow, instead, he was barely able to suppress a surge of joy. Tetsuhi and the others were all Jonin-level shinobi. If Obito hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no way he could have defeated them. Though the loss of these 5 strong clan members was a significant blow to the Uchiha, it was nothing compared to the value of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides, the Mangekyo would not be Obito's final destination. If he could obtain the Rinnegan himself. Although Fugaku's thoughts were turbulent, his face maintained an expression of utter shock. Lord Hokage, this. Makoto frowned deeply and asked in a questioning tone, what's this, Fugaku-senpai? Are you unaware of this incident? Fugaku turned to Obito. Obito, what exactly happened? Makoto spoke solemnly, these 5 were killed by Obito. Fugaku stood there in a daze, then quickly asked, what about Miss Rin and Miss Anko? I see. Fugaku murmured to himself. After a moment, he turned to Makoto and said, Lord Hokage, I was completely unaware of this matter. However, since members of the Uchiha clan committed such a grave crime against their comrades, I, as the clan head, bear an undeniable responsibility. Makoto said, if Fugaku-senpai truly didn't know, then I can't hold you accountable. Fugaku quickly responded, please rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will thoroughly investigate this matter upon my return. Makoto did not make things difficult for him, nor did he interrogate him further, simply allowing him to leave. Fugaku didn't dwell on it either, his mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, though he knew it was not the time to show any of this outwardly. By evening, he personally visited Obito's residence. Lord Fugaku, what brings you here? I came to check on you. Obito lived alone, and his place was simple. Unlike the Hyuga clan, who lived together in a large estate, each Uchiha household had its own separate home. Seeing Obito still looking dispirited, Fugaku said, I'm truly saddened by what happened to Rin. I never expected such a tragedy to occur. Fugaku continued, but life must go on, Obito. Rin would want you to live well. Obito lowered his head and quietly responded, I understand, Lord Fugaku. Fugaku casually glanced around Obito's room. It wasn't particularly clean or tidy, but it wasn't overly messy either, just a typical boy's bedroom. On the desk was a photo frame containing a group picture from Obito's time as a genin, with even Minato in the shot. Obito, there's something I want to ask you, Fugaku said, his back to him. Obito looked at him in confusion. No matter what, Tetsuhi and the others were all Jonin, there were 5 of them. How did you kill them? Lord Fugaku. Obito hesitated, then said, it seems. I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan you told me about earlier. Silence. Fugaku slowly turned around, his tone unexpectedly calm. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Obito. You truly have that potential. Obito spoke heavily, but the price for this power. A power born from loss, what could it protect? And what could it bring to him in return? Is it only the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku suddenly asked. Obito was stunned. What do you mean? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Obito. The power you awakened, is it only the Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito stared blankly at Fugaku, seemingly not understanding his implication. Fugaku frowned, thinking to himself, does it require breaking the curse of the Sharingan to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? But Obito didn't have any siblings, and even the most talented of his blood relatives didn't possess the 3-tomo Sharingan. Looking at Obito, Fugaku said, let me see your eyes. Obito, however, pressed further, Lord Fugaku, what did you mean just now? Can I awaken another power? Fugaku didn't answer his question but repeated, first, let me see your eyes. The two stood in a tense standoff. Fugaku furrowed his brow. Obito. Suddenly, Obito muttered to himself, I see, you've read that stone tablet. His voice was soft, but Fugaku heard it clearly. The stone tablet, he knows about the stone tablet. Fugaku's expression froze. Obito, you. Obito's expression grew calm as he said slowly, I was wondering why you went through all that trouble, scheming everything. So it was for the Rinnegan, huh? The mention of the Rinnegan made Fugaku's mind reel, his gaze flickering rapidly as he demanded in a deep voice, who are you? Before his eyes, Obito's form began to change, not in the typical way of dispelling a transformation technique, but through a twisted, physical distortion. Fugaku couldn't help but cry out, Lord Hokage. Fugaku-senpai, why are you so interested in the Rinnegan? Makoto smiled faintly as he looked at Fugaku. And why would you hide this from me? If you'd told me in advance, I might not have interfered. Fugaku's expression shifted between gloom and composure. He detected a faint sound, someone approaching outside the room. Umbu, or perhaps the crown guards. Perhaps both. Forcing a smile, Fugaku said, I didn't expect Lord Hokage to know about such matters. Makoto responded calmly, one of the three great dojutsu. Is it so strange that the Hyuga would know about it? Fugaku had no choice but to agree, you have a point. He definitely didn't want to fall out with Makoto, not when he had gained nothing yet. If there were ever a day when they became enemies, it should be when he held the upper hand. Makoto continued, as someone in a high position within the village, I can turn a blind eye to certain things. But you should understand the consequences of harming your comrades, right? And did you forget that Anko is my personal aide? You dared to target her. Fugaku feigned ignorance. Lord Hokage, I'm not sure what you mean. Makoto sneered, oh. Are you saying you'd like to confront Uchiha Tetsuhi and the others? Shall I have them brought over from the interrogation department? Tetsuhi and the others aren't dead, and the entire plan has utterly failed. 5 Jonin, where did it all go wrong? Fugaku's face turned alternately pale and flushed. He could tell that Makoto had not come here with good intentions, but how could he find a way out of this situation? The man before him was the Hokage, and this was Konoha. The chances of winning in a confrontation were slim at best. Besides, he wasn't alone, there was no way he could risk everything in a life-or-death struggle. Makoto spoke again, Fugaku-senpai, haven't I been good enough to the Uchiha? Have you forgotten the situation your clan was in before I took this position? Taking a deep breath, Fugaku responded in a placating tone, Lord Hokage, I will never forget your kindness to the Uchiha. Makoto pulled a chair over and sat down, sneering at Fugaku. Is that so? Funny, I get the impression you've forgotten. Lord Hokage, you misunderstand. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened from the outside. Standing in the doorway was Hakumen, one of the crown guards and a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Lord Hokage, we found Uchiha Itachi at the training grounds on the west side of the village. Fugaku's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Lord Hokage. Makoto ignored him and instead asked Hakumen, Hakumen, how many Uchiha are there now? Kamen replied, a total of 76, including 23 active shinobi. Makoto sighed softly. Ah, the once mighty Uchiha clan that shook the ninja world has fallen to such a state. And yet, instead of focusing on revitalizing your clan, you choose to harm your own kin. Fugaku's entire body trembled as he listened to Makoto's words. He had long known how ruthless Hyuga Makoto could be. From the time when Orochimaru was Hokage, Fugaku had already seen it. When Orochimaru was exposed for leaking information to Iwagakure, which led to the deaths of thousands of Konoha shinobi, Fugaku would never believe that Hyuga Makoto had no involvement in the matter. Could it be that Hyuga Hayashi's death and Makoto's rise to power were all part of a perfectly timed scheme? Makoto's voice was cold as he spoke. Do you know what fate awaits a clan whose leader betrays the village? Check out newest novel. The Walking Dead, Rules of Survival. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 196, ch 196, I'm sorry, Makoto. Fugaku didn't know how he made it back home. The words spoken by Hyuga Makoto still echoed in his ears. The Hokage had neither killed him nor imprisoned him, but the price he had to pay was far more humiliating. Fugaku, you're back. From the kitchen, his gentle and beautiful wife peeked out, smiling softly at him. Dinner will be ready soon. Just wait a little longer. Where's Itachi? Fugaku asked, his voice unconsciously hoarse. Makoto replied, Itachi isn't coming back tonight. He's staying over at Shirsue's place. Those two are practically inseparable now. Fugaku's heart sank completely, and the thought of fleeing this place with his wife and children instantly shattered. Itachi was in the Hokage's hands. Fugaku. Makoto's gentle call brought him back to his senses. He looked up to see his beautiful wife gazing at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Fugaku stumbled a few steps and sank onto the sofa. Seeing this, Makoto turned off the stove, took off her apron, and walked over. Fugaku, are you feeling unwell? She asked with concern. Makoto reached out to touch Fugaku's forehead but found it wasn't hot. Fugaku just stared blankly at her. Half an hour earlier, at Obito's residence. Makoto sat on the chair, coldly smirking at Fugaku. It seems Fugaku-senpai thinks I'm an easy Hokage to fool and take advantage of, huh? I would never dare. Fugaku hastily protested. Lord Hokage, this matter was indeed a moment of madness on my part. I resorted to harming my comrades in pursuit of power, but I have no intention of opposing you. The fault lies entirely with me. Please punish me as you see fit, but I beg you to spare Itachi and my clan. Makoto's expression remained indifferent. Is that so? Fugaku immediately dropped to one knee and declared, I swear my absolute loyalty to you and to Konoha. Makoto sneered, then why don't I see any evidence of your loyalty? Seeing that Makoto was relentless, Fugaku was at a loss for what the Hokage truly wanted, his heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, Hakumen suddenly stepped forward, producing a scroll and spreading it out in front of Fugaku. On it was a complex and intricate pattern. It was a sealing technique, one Fugaku had never seen before. Fugaku-senpai, have you ever heard of the caged bird seal? Fugaku's expression turned deathly pale. He muttered under his breath, caged bird, isn't that used for Byakugan users? Makoto replied, you're correct. However, this is my improved version of the seal. Since you claim undying loyalty to me, would you be willing to bear this seal? Fugaku's thoughts raced, and he forced a smile. Lord Hokage, is this truly necessary? Makoto spoke leisurely, what, you're unwilling? He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. There is another path you can take. This place isn't too far from the Hokage building. Perhaps your son could catch one last glimpse of your Susanoo before he dies. He even knows about Susanoo. Fugaku felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Even among the Uchiha clan, knowledge about the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was limited. Makoto's words clearly implied that Fugaku could choose to resist with force, but that would undoubtedly lead to his son Itachi's brutal death. Fugaku's gaze landed on the caged bird seal. If he accepted it, it would mean being forever bound under Makoto's control. He had never heard of anyone breaking free from the caged bird. But in the current situation, did he have a choice? There was no chance for mutual destruction or going down together in defiance. Unless he was willing to completely disregard the lives of his son and his clan members. The room fell into a deathly silence. All his desires and ambitions sank into the depths of utter despair. Fugaku. Fugaku snapped out of his daze and met his wife's worried gaze, his heart aching as he averted his eyes. I'm fine. He swallowed hard, forcing out the words. But his troubled expression made it impossible for Makoto to feel reassured. She reached out and held Fugaku's hand, speaking softly, Fugaku, if there's something wrong, you can tell me. Let me share your burden. But it was precisely this gentle kindness that made Fugaku feel an excruciating pain, piercing deep into his heart. This was the woman he loved dearly, who also loved him just as deeply. Fugaku's heart trembled. He forced himself to stay calm and put on a smile. I'm fine. Go finish cooking. I'm hungry. All right then. Seeing that he wasn't willing to talk, Makoto sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She got up and returned to the kitchen. Fugaku leaned against the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The bright glow of the fluorescent lamp wasn't blinding, but staring at it for too long made him feel lightheaded and dizzy. Until Makoto brought the food to the dining table. With Itachi absent, only the two of them were left to eat. Itachi isn't home. He's in the hands of the Hokage right now. A suffocating sense of despair gripped Fugaku. The current situation showed no glimmer of hope. Even knowing there was an abyss ahead, he had no choice but to press forward. But Hyuga Makoto not only wanted to push him into that abyss, he sought to utterly crush his dignity. Fugaku, wash your hands and eat. Fugaku remained silent and went straight to the dining table. Makoto didn't press him further, quietly serving him a bowl of rice. After a long silence, Fugaku finally spoke again, Makoto. Tetsuhi is dead. Makoto's eating motion froze, her pupils widening in shock. What did you say? Tetsuhi, Inoka, Genji, Kai, and Kyo, they're all dead. Makoto was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this happen? What happened? Fugaku said solemnly, I gave them an order to assassinate someone, but... These 5 men were fellow clansmen and trusted subordinates of Fugaku. Makoto knew them well. They often visited their home, always politely addressing her as Lady Makoto, sometimes even affectionately calling her sister-in-law. This outcome was hard for her to accept. Her eyes instantly reddened. But thinking about how her husband must be feeling even more devastated, she wiped the corners of her eyes and said, "Fugaku, you." Fugaku interrupted her, saying, "Listen to me first. The person I ordered them to assassinate was Nohara Rin." Nohara Rin. Makoto muttered the name, suddenly recalling who she was. Isn't she Obito's former squad mate? Fugaku, why did you do this? Fugaku then explained the conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and his intention to help Obito achieve it. Hearing this, Makoto was plunged into indescribable shock. Her husband had actually done such a thing. Fugaku continued, "Now the Hokage knows about it." What? Makoto instantly panicked. Committing violence against comrades was an unforgivable crime in the village. What do we do? Don't worry, the Hokage only suspects me for now, Fugaku said, keeping his head lowered, eyes fixed on his bowl of rice, not daring to meet Makoto's gaze. But the Hokage will definitely investigate this, and it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out. So, Makoto, I need you to help me plead with the Hokage. Makoto nodded repeatedly, speaking earnestly, "All right, I understand. I have a good relationship with Ayari, she will surely help us." But Fugaku said, "Not Ayari. It has to be the Hokage himself. Ayari getting involved might provoke his dissatisfaction instead." Makoto hesitated, looking troubled. "I can go, but I don't have a particularly close relationship with the Hokage. It's mostly through Ayari that I've maintained any connection. I'm not sure it will help much." Fugaku fell silent for a long time. It might work. The Hokage has a bit of a weakness for women. Clatter. It was the sound of chopsticks falling to the floor. Fugaku didn't look up to see his wife's expression, keeping his gaze fixed on the bowl of rice she had served him. The grains were perfectly plump and translucent under the light. He hadn't taken a single bite yet, but just stirring the rice with sauce-covered chopsticks would instantly turn it murky and unsightly. "I'm sorry, Makoto. Check out newest novel. The Walking Dead, Rules of Survival. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 197, ch 197, Shattered Illusion. I'm back. Itachi pushed open the door to his home, calling out as he entered. A figure rushed out from inside, gripping his shoulder tightly. Startled, Itachi quickly realized it was his father. However, the panicked and urgent expression on Fugaku's face seemed unfamiliar. Itachi had never seen his father in such a state. "To-san. Itachi, are you all right?" Fugaku asked anxiously. Confused, Itachi replied, "I'm fine. Were you at Shirsue's place last night?" "Yes. I also went to see Lord Hokage. Shirsue took me there," Itachi said with a smile. "Lord Hokage spoke to me at length and encouraged me a lot." Fugaku's sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of something unusual on the back of Itachi's neck. He forcefully pulled back his son's collar and found a complex sealing mark that had definitely not been there before. Upon seeing the seal, Fugaku seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto the floor. He lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. "To-san, what's wrong?" Itachi asked, confused and unable to understand what was happening. He glanced around the living room, noticing how cold and empty it felt. "Where's Ka-san?" Fugaku slowly stood up again. His towering figure made it impossible for Itachi to see his father's face, even when looking up. "Your mother had something to take care of. She won't be back until late." "Oh. Are we still going to Uncle Yashiro's for dinner today?" Fugaku gave no response, simply standing there in silence. Itachi felt that something about his father had changed. He was no longer the same as before. Hokage residence. "What are you thinking about, so distracted?" Ayari noticed Makoto staring blankly at the sleeping Niji in the baby stroller and asked with a smile. Makoto looked up and smiled back. "I was just wondering what Niji will be like when he grows up. Will he be like his father?" Ayari chuckled softly. "Hopefully not exactly like his father. He can learn the good parts, but let's skip the bad ones." Makoto asked curiously, "What bad parts?" Ayari didn't elaborate. In her eyes, Makoto was great in every way, except for being a bit of a heartless scoundrel. She had already tolerated what happened with her older sister, but not long ago, she had personally witnessed that scoundrel taking advantage of Natsu, even daring to touch her butt. It had made Ayari furious. And thinking about the fact that he also had a beautiful secretary, who knows how wild things got in the office. Her son absolutely couldn't turn out like his father and cause trouble for girls. He needed to be taught properly from a young age. Changing the subject, Ayari smiled and said, Makoto, since you like children so much, why don't you have another baby with Fugaku? Itachi is so well behaved now, and you definitely have the time and energy for it. Besides, hasn't Itachi been asking for a little brother or sister? Makoto merely smiled faintly. We'll see. Her expression was calm when Fugaku was mentioned, though the thought of Itachi brought a faint ripple to her heart. Ayari continued to persuade. Makoto mentioned that the village is now encouraging families to have more children. In the future, Niji will have playmates. It's such a pity about Kushina. If not for that, the children from our 3 families could grow up together. If one of you had a daughter, who knows? They might even get married someday. The future Ayari described was indeed beautiful, and Makoto had once envisioned the same. By then, Itachi would have grown into a capable ninja. The 3 families would gather together in lively harmony, with the elders drinking and chatting while the children played together. If she had a daughter, perhaps one day the girl might bring home Niji or Kushina's child and say, "This is my boyfriend." But now such thoughts seemed nothing but bitterly ironic. Her home, her husband. Makoto reached out and gently stroked Niji's cheek, her voice soft. Our Niji will surely grow up to be a wonderful man. Just then, Ayano came over to ask Ayari what she wanted for dinner. Ayari turned to Makoto instead and invited her to stay for dinner. To her surprise, Makoto agreed. Ayari laughed, so you're just ignoring the 2 back at your place now? Makoto simply said, they won't starve. Her gaze lingered on Ayano's back. Ayari's elder sister was truly beautiful, exuding far more femininity than Ayari. Although she usually dressed modestly, it couldn't hide her full and voluptuous figure. In contrast, Ayari sometimes made Makoto worry about whether she was eating enough to properly nurse Niji. How could 2 sisters, born of the same parents, have such a stark difference in that department? No wonder Makoto would climb into her bed. Makoto lowered her eyes to glance at her own chest, not much better than Ayari's. A seductive secretary at the office, a beautiful maid at home, it was no exaggeration to say that the Hokage had a bit of a weakness for women. Ayari probably knew this too but was likely powerless to do anything about it. As Makoto was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Ayari looking at her strangely. What's wrong? She asked. Ayari replied, you're acting weird. You kept staring at my sister just now. Why? Makoto quickly said, oh, it's nothing. I just thought Miss Ayano is very beautiful and feminine. Ayari pursed her lips. Are you saying I'm not feminine? Makoto laughed, you are, but your sister has a more mature charm. Ayari sighed, so men all prefer mature women, huh? Makoto didn't quite know how to respond and could only say, maybe, everyone has different tastes. Seeing Ayari looking a bit downcast, she added, Lord Hokage definitely loves you. Ayari didn't respond to that. In her heart, she thought Makoto's love was far from exclusive, who knew how many sweet words he'd whispered to other women. The sky outside had already darkened, and lights illuminated the residence. At this moment, the 5th Hokage also returned. Makoto, you're back, Ayari greeted warmly, her face brimming with joy. Yeah, there wasn't much going on today, no need to work overtime. Makoto naturally walked up to Ayari, leaning down to kiss her cheek. Ayari, feeling shy in front of Makoto, playfully hit him a few times in protest. Makoto didn't make any teasing remarks this time, she simply watched the couple's affectionate interaction quietly. Turning his gaze to Makoto, Makoto spoke leisurely, Mrs. Makoto, staying so late, are you planning to stay for dinner? Makoto smiled calmly, what? Is Lord Hokage reluctant to spare one meal? Makoto laughed, how could I be? You can even stay the night if you want. My house is pretty big. Ayari punched him again, scolding him for being improper. After exchanging a few casual words, Makoto said, is dinner not ready yet? I'm starving. I'll go check in the kitchen. Makoto watched him walk toward the kitchen, knowing Ayano was still there. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Ayari's face still carried a lingering smile, seemingly delighted by Makoto's kiss. Ayari. Makoto spoke calmly. It's nothing. Makoto lowered her head again. What she wanted to say was that when a woman becomes overly dependent on a man, she loses her sense of self. At that point, she would only continue to break her own boundaries for this man, until eventually, she had none left. She realized that saying such things might have been meddlesome. What was her own bottom line? Makoto thought about the things Fugaku had told her last night, which had completely torn apart her once happy and beautiful family. No, what was shattered was the dream. She realized that she had been living in an illusion all along, and now she was merely facing reality. Fugaku. Fugaku, do you not love me anymore? Why would you do such a thing? Her thoughts spiraled, and she was left with only one final answer. Itachi. Everything she did was for Itachi. As for Fugaku. 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 Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 198, ch 198, Under the Dining Table. Bathroom. Just as he was washing his hands in preparation for dinner, Makoto appeared at the doorway. Makoto turned and stepped aside to make room for her. Please, go ahead. Makoto gave him a faintly mocking smile. I didn't expect Lord Hokage to be someone who cooks. Were you just now helping Miss Ayano prepare dinner in the kitchen? The insinuation was clear, causing Makoto to raise an eyebrow slightly. Makoto stepped up to the sink, leaning slightly forward to turn on the faucet and wash her hands. As she bent down, her half-length skirt stretched taut, accentuating a captivating curve. Makoto's gaze lingered unconsciously on the enticing arc below her waist. After washing her hands, Makoto turned back toward him. Whether or not she noticed his wandering eyes was unclear. She held up her wet hands and asked, "Do you have a towel?" Makoto gestured toward a light-colored towel nearby. "That one's mine." "Then forget it," Makoto responded casually. Instead of taking the towel, she simply wiped her wet hands on the brown knit sweater she wore, rubbing them across her chest. Makoto could clearly see shimmering droplets clinging to the soft fabric fibers. After wiping her hands dry, she brushed past Makoto without a second glance and left the bathroom. The lingering fragrance of her passing made Makoto's lips curve into a playful smile. This woman certainly had her ways. It seemed Fugaku really had followed his advice. For a man, making such a choice was undoubtedly more painful than death itself. But as a father, what other option did he have when faced with Makoto's conditions? And women like Makoto, who were forced to endure for the sake of their families and children, well, Makoto always found them deserving of his tender affection. At the dining table. Makoto sat at the head of the table. As there were guests present, Ayano did not join them. The dishes were slightly more sumptuous than usual. Ayano's culinary skills had improved to a commendable level, prompting Makoto to praise the excellent flavors after tasting them. She then remarked that Ayari was living far too comfortably now, with meals served on command, chores taken care of, and even servants to look after the child. All she had to do was feed the baby occasionally without dealing with any crying or fuss. The Uchiha clan, despite being large, never had the strict hierarchical mindset or social structure of the Hyuga. Even the clan leader was purely a figure of leadership, so the idea of having household servants was virtually unheard of. While hiring a nanny was possible, Makoto personally found it entirely unnecessary. This divergence in lifestyle was also tied to the history of the two clans. Before the establishment of Konohagakure during the Warring States era, the Uchiha were mercenaries who sold their strength for payment. In contrast, the Hyuga had long been a distinguished clan akin to noble families in various countries. Tracing further back in history, this difference made sense. The ancestor of the Uchiha was Indra, a figure abandoned by the ninja sect, while the Hyuga's ancestor was Otsutsuki Himura, whose position was unquestionably significant despite not being part of the sect's official lineage. Ayari simply laughed at Makoto's comments, saying, "Why go through that kind of life when I can enjoy the luxury instead?" Makoto chuckled. "It seems you're truly living up to your title as the Hokage's wife." Makoto feigned displeasure. "What do you mean by that? Such words could be considered treasonous." Hearing this, Makoto rolled her beautiful eyes at him, unintentionally exuding an enchanting charm that made Makoto's heart skip a beat. There were no outsiders at the table, and they all knew it was just banter, so Makoto paid no mind. Amid the casual conversation, the topic shifted to Itachi. Ayari said, "Isn't Itachi about to graduate early from the ninja academy?" Makoto nodded. "That's right. Keeping him in school any longer would be a waste of his talent." Ayari was more concerned about whether such a young child could get along with the older kids in the graduation classes, who were around 12 or 13 years old, and whether he might be bullied. Makoto reassured her, "Don't worry. The teammates I've arranged for him are excellent. And even if he does get bullied, he can just fight back." Ayari pouted and scolded, "What kind of way is that to teach a child? And you're the Hokage too." Makoto laughed. "Although Itachi is young, he's very mature and rarely gets into conflicts with others." Makoto agreed. "His temperament is indeed far beyond his years. With the right guidance, his future achievements will be limitless." Ayari smiled sweetly at Makoto and said, "Did you hear that? The Hokage himself praised your son." Hearing such words naturally filled Makoto's heart with joy. She glanced at Makoto and asked with a smile, "Lord Hokage holds our Itachi in such high regard, do you think he could become Hokage in the future?" Makoto chuckled. "Being excellent doesn't mean he has to become Hokage. He'll have his own aspirations, so don't burden him with too much pressure." Makoto's smile deepened. "I get the feeling you're hoping your son will become Hokage instead." Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself that this woman really had no reservations when speaking. Ayari interjected, "Why can't my son become Hokage? His dad is the Hokage, and he'll definitely surpass him one day." Makoto responded dismissively, "Sure, your son is the best." Just then, Makoto felt a faint itchiness at his lower leg. He glanced discreetly at both Ayari and Makoto. The two continued their conversation, with Ayari seemingly trying to convince Makoto about her son's potential, while Makoto maintained a composed demeanor. Makoto's expression remained neutral as he resumed eating, listening to their banter. The sensation at his lower leg became increasingly distinct, something was slipping beneath the hem of his pants, brushing against his ankle in an awkward yet persistent manner. Finding the situation amusing, Makoto began to savor this unexpected and peculiar stimulation. After dinner, Ayari and Makoto sat and chatted for a while longer as Ayano came over to clean up. "It's getting late. I should be going," Makoto said as she glanced at the darkened sky and then at Makoto. "Let me walk you out," Makoto offered, rising at the same time. The two left the brightly lit living room and stepped into the dimly lit corridor, making their way toward the front gate. Makoto walked close to Makoto, catching the faint fragrance that lingered on her. Every woman had her own unique scent. Ayano and Ayari, even as sisters, each had their distinct allure and fragrance. "It's been a while since you visited my home, Lord Hokage," Makoto remarked. "Work has kept me busy. I haven't been able to find the time," Makoto sighed. Then he smiled, "If you miss me, Mrs. Makoto, you're always welcome to visit me at the office." Makoto chided playfully, "Lord Hokage, that's hardly appropriate. Is it okay to tease a married woman?" Makoto chuckled. "Just a joke, why take it seriously?" Despite what had happened under the table earlier, both of them maintained a polite facade. "I've recently learned a few new recipes. You could bring Ayari over to my place to try them," Makoto suggested. "Sounds good. I'll check if Ayari is free. And if she isn't, then I suppose I'll have to come alone." This man had just been talking about how busy he was with work, yet Makoto couldn't help but scoff inwardly. At the front gate, Makoto also came to a stop. "Goodbye, Mrs. Makoto." As they said their farewells and Makoto was about to leave, Makoto suddenly felt a sharp sting on her rear. She turned around abruptly to see Makoto grinning, waving cheerfully at her. Without saying a word, Makoto's expression remained unreadable in the darkness. She simply turned and walked away from the Hokage's residence, her figure disappearing into the night. The street was quiet and empty, leaving only her solitary steps echoing in the stillness. The way home felt endlessly long, and for the first time, she noticed just how many streetlights lined the path. Itachi was still waiting for her at home. Despicable, truly despicable. Uchiha Makoto. Hey, hee. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 199, ch 199, Bunny Girl and Cat Girl. Lord Hokage said that I will be able to join the Crown Guards in the future. This mark is the symbol of the Crown Guards, a gift given to me in advance by the Lord Hokage. Itachi excitedly explained to his father the origin of the mark on the back of his neck. In his eyes, being able to join the Crown Guards was a great honor. After all, even Shisui longed to be part of it. Not only Shisui but many of his classmates at school also dreamed of joining the Crown Guards and becoming the Lord Hokage's most elite personal guards. Looking at his son's enthusiastic and hopeful expression, Fugaku couldn't bear to say anything discouraging. There was nothing he could do now but continue to struggle for survival in this village. Would there be a day when he could break free from these shackles? Fugaku didn't know. Perhaps death was the only way to sever them. But the Hokage was only in his teens this year. Itachi added, however, Lord Hokage said that before I officially become a Crown Guard, I should avoid revealing this mark to others. Fugaku forced a smile. Since Lord Hokage said so, don't disappoint him. Hearing this, Itachi nodded firmly. He was filled with beautiful visions of his future, confident that he would become one of the Hokage's most trusted subordinates. His father and mother would surely be proud of him. Moreover, he could collaborate with Shisui in the future, there was nothing better than that. Itachi couldn't wait to embark on his path as a ninja. Later that night, in his dreams, Itachi heard a rustling sound. He propped himself up and looked toward the door, seeing a familiar figure. "Ka-san, why are you back so late?" Makoto walked slowly to his side and spoke in her usual gentle tone. "Mom had some things to take care of today." "Sorry, Itachi. Did you have dinner?" Itachi responded with a soft and said, "Tusan made dinner, but it's not as good as Ka-san." Makoto gently ruffled his hair and said, "Mom will make whatever you want to eat tomorrow. It's been a long time since we slept together. How about I sleep with you tonight?" "Okay." Itachi scooted over to make room. As soon as he lay down, Makoto pulled him tightly into her arms. Her embrace was firm, and her warm body seemed to be trembling. Drops of water fell onto his face. Was Ka-san crying? The next morning, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy's graduating class, Itachi sat by the window, a bit lost in thought. He had noticed that something seemed off between his parents. This morning, they hadn't exchanged a single word, as if they'd had a fight. His thoughts were interrupted when 3 Chunin instructors entered the classroom. The room fell into silence. Starting today, you will begin carrying out missions assigned by the village. From now on, you'll form 3-person squads, each led by a Jonin instructor who will guide you in completing missions. Now we will announce the team assignments. The graduation exams had already taken place, and Itachi had, unsurprisingly, passed with flying colors, earning his ninja headband and officially becoming a ninja in the village. Today was the team assignment day. Itachi had a general understanding of the students in the graduating class and knew there were a few promising ones. He was curious about who his future teammates would be, and his gaze began sweeping across the classroom. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught Itachi's attention. The person sat alone near the back of the classroom. His silver, medium-length hair was tied at the back with a hair tie, and he wore glasses, giving him a refined and scholarly appearance. Itachi remembered that this person was one of the 3 he had encountered earlier at his family's training ground. Even Shursue had praised his impressive shuriken skills. Didn't he say he wasn't a student at the Ninja Academy? Why is he here? Uchiha Itachi. Itachi suddenly heard his name being called. Yakushi Kabuto. Sakurada Shinako. Itachi was slightly stunned, and at that moment, the silver-haired boy also looked his way. The Chunin instructor said a few more words, instructing everyone to wait here for their Jonin instructors to arrive. A girl with 2 braided pigtails walked over confidently and introduced herself. Hi, I'm Shinako. We'll be teammates from now on. Itachi quickly stood up and politely responded, hello. Shinako smiled brightly. I never expected I'd be lucky enough to be on the same team as a genius like you. She even waved at Kabuto, who was sitting alone nearby, motioning for him to come over. Didn't expect it to be you. Kabuto nodded. I didn't expect it either. Shinako asked in surprise, you 2 know each other? She knew that Itachi was a genius who had suddenly joined the graduating class, but she had never heard of Kabuto, who only appeared during the team assignments today. After a round of introductions, Kabuto asked Itachi, how old are you? 6. Shinako exclaimed, you're only 6. Wow, when I was 6, I had just started school. Then she leaned down and playfully pinched Itachi's face, laughing. No wonder you look so young. Call me Wani-chan. Itachi was flustered and took a step back. Please don't do that. After waiting in the classroom for about 10 minutes, their Jonin instructor arrived. It was a young man dressed in a green ninja combat uniform. His gleaming white eyes clearly indicated his identity. Uchiha Itachi, Yakushi Kabuto, Sakurada Shinako, 9th Squad, come with me. Shinako whispered to Itachi and Kabuto, our teacher is from the Hyuga clan. Itachi and Kabuto were both surprised by their teacher's Byakugan. Kabuto thought to himself, he's from the same clan as Lord Hokage. The instructor led the 3 children to an empty classroom inside the school. Once inside, he spoke kindly, hello, feel free to sit. My name is Hyuga Kiyomi. I'll be your Jonin instructor and guide you through your time as Genin. Let's start by introducing ourselves to get to know each other. Share your interests, things you like or dislike, and your dreams for the future. Shinako immediately said, Kiyomi-sensei, you go first. Kiyomi smiled gently and said, I enjoy reading in my free time. I dislike disobedient children. If someone doesn't follow my orders during a mission, I will make sure to properly educate them in private. The 3 students shuddered despite his kind smile. My dream is to achieve world peace. Sakurada Shinako, I like sweets and cats. My dream is to open a pet shop full of cats. Kiyomi chuckled. Then why did you become a ninja? Shinako answered matter-of-factly, to make money, of course. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I like training and practicing with friends. I dislike overly greasy food. My dream is to become a crown guard. Kiyomi smiled and said, then you'll need to work hard for that. Yakushi Kabuto. I like spending time with friends and dislike being alone. My dream is also to become a crown guard. Kiyomi paused for a moment. You 2 share the same dream, huh? Itachi and Kabuto glanced at each other. Kabuto was a few years older than Itachi, even older than Shinako. Kiyomi continued, joining the crown guard isn't easy. You'll have to train even harder and be more dedicated. At this point, Shinako raised her hand and asked, Teacher Kiyomi, do you know Lord Hakumen? Of course I do. They were from the same clan and had both served as the fourth Hokage's personal umbu guards. They were quite familiar with each other. In terms of clan seniority, Kiyomi was technically Hakumen's elder. Shinako asked eagerly, "Can you introduce me to him?" Kiyomi instantly saw through the little girl's thoughts and said, "Lord Hakumen is usually very busy. Maybe some other time. Anyway, to celebrate the formation of the 9th squad, how about I treat everyone to a meal?" Kabuto remained somewhat quiet, and Itachi wasn't much of a talker either. Fortunately, both had gentle temperaments and were unlikely to cause conflicts. The lively and cheerful girl in their team balanced things out. Itachi found himself curious about his new teammate and was filled with anticipation for his future as a ninja. Hokage Building. Sunagakure has sent word that they will participate in the Chunin exams as scheduled in 2 months, with nearly 100 genin. Makoto asked, "How many do we have?" The reporting ninja responded awkwardly, "Those who meet the requirements and are qualified number just over 50. That's so few." Makoto sighed with a hint of frustration. The village's current biggest issue was the lack of personnel, which was why he had previously ordered the academy to significantly increase student enrollment. The ninja added, "And that's after lowering the standards. Among these 50+, very few are likely to actually make it to Chunin." Makoto continued, "What's the current total number of active genin in the village?" The ninja thought for a moment and said, "There are quite a few active, but many are completely unqualified for Chunin-level responsibilities. If we forcefully send them just to fill numbers, it might reflect poorly on the village." The implication was that they might embarrass themselves. Makoto fell into deep thought. The Chunin exams were an important platform for showcasing a village's strength to the outside world. Konoha and Suna were both part of the 5 great ninja villages, and such a significant difference in participant numbers could have negative repercussions. Should they reduce and limit the number of participants from each village? While the Chunin exams had a competitive aspect, their core purpose was to provide a platform for genin to advance. Such a move would undoubtedly deprive genin of their rights. Makoto asked the ninja in front of him, "Is there any suitable solution?" "Well." Makoto sighed helplessly. "All right, let's put this matter on hold for now." He glanced at the letter from the 5th Kazekage, Pakura, on his desk. It was just routine greetings meant to maintain friendly relations between the 2 villages. Casually tossing it back onto the desk, Makoto stood up from his chair and stretched lazily. The Chunin who had been reporting had already left. Makoto walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. He felt there were significant issues with the current structure of the ninja system, thinking he could completely overturn it and redefine the rules. But achieving that wouldn't be easy, it required standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. As Hokage, he was already considered one of the strongest figures in the world, capable of stirring the winds and waves of the ninja realm. Yet in Makoto's view, the power of a village leader was still too limited. Only by standing above everyone could he truly act as he pleased and implement his ideals. To achieve that, he had to become even stronger. Another knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Makoto returned to his seat. "Ah, it's Shursue." Seeing the visitor, Makoto's face softened into a kind smile. "Lord Hokage." Uchiha Shursue, currently a genin in the village, was one of the most closely watched young talents. After all, in the original timeline, this child's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were terrifyingly powerful. Although the village was now entirely different from before, and Shursue might never awaken those same eyes, his talent was undeniable. Makoto smiled and said, "It seems this mission went smoothly." Shursue handed over the mission feedback report from the client. Makoto accepted it and casually flipped through it, finding it filled with glowing praise. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You can go collect your reward. Thank you for your hard work." Shursue quickly replied, "Serving Lord Hokage is never a hardship." After excusing himself, Shursue left the office, only to run into someone head-on. He immediately bowed in respect. "Lord Hakumen." "Oh, it's Shursue," the man said with a surprised smile, clearly recognizing him. "Are you here to see Lord Hokage for something?" "I just came to report after completing a mission." Hakumen nodded. "Keep up the good work, Shursue. One day, you'll be part of the Crown Guard too." Shursue respectfully responded, "Yes." The Crown Guard currently had only 4 members, with the most famous being Kakashi. Word had spread about his prior feat of single-handedly killing nearly 30 Iwagakure shinobi, leading many to believe he would surpass his father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Next was Hakumen, a member of the same clan as the 5th Hokage. It was said that Hakumen's taijutsu was terrifyingly powerful, a single strike from him could shatter a mountain. However, few had ever witnessed it firsthand. As for the other 2 members, their fame was slightly less prominent. Might Guy had gone to serve as a guardian ninja for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, while Mitarashi Anko had rarely showcased her strength. In Shursue's view, anyone who was part of the Crown Guard was definitely not an ordinary person. He needed to work even harder since his most powerful fire release technique already required significant effort just to shatter a somewhat larger rock, let alone a whole mountain. He often wondered just how strong Lord Hokage truly was. Shursue sometimes speculated, though he ultimately believed that Lord Hokage's power was beyond anything he could imagine. In the office. After listening to Hakumen's report on official matters, the time was nearing noon. With no more official business left to handle, Makoto planned to visit the newly established Science and Crafts Department in the afternoon. This department had recruited several master craftsmen, intending to delve into chakra and physical research. Makoto wanted to develop things from the original work, such as the Star Destroyer cannon, aerial fortresses, flying ninja tools, and the lightning train, railroads. Lord Hokage, Samui approached at that moment. "It's time for lunch." Makoto lazily responded, "Just have someone bring it over." As he lay resting on the bed in the lounge, he was suddenly awakened by a faint noise. Opening his eyes, he saw two figures moving around in front of him. There were plenty of dishes set on the table, but Makoto's attention was completely drawn to the two individuals. Normally, only Samui had access to the lounge, but today it wasn't her, it was Yujito and Mabui. Mabui wore a seductive bunny girl black stockings-made outfit, holding a serving tray in her hands. To his surprise, Yujito was dressed in a similarly provocative black stockings catgirl outfit. Her cheeks were flushed, and she stood there looking extremely embarrassed. Makoto had seen Mabui in such attire before, but it was his first time seeing Yujito in this appearance. Upon noticing that Makoto had woken up, Mabui naturally carried the tray to the window and knelt gracefully. "Lord Hokage, would you like to dine?" Yujito also stepped forward hesitantly, mimicking Mabui's posture as she knelt on the floor with a tray in her hands, her pretty face burning red like fire. "Lo Lord Hokage." Lunch. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 200, ch 200, at your service. Might Guy, who had been by the daimyo's side, sent back some information. Lord Minamoto, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, was heavily favoring a princess from the Land of Fields named Princess Kushinada, neglecting many state affairs as a result. This caused considerable dissatisfaction among some ministers. Having dealt with Lord Minamoto before, Makoto knew that he was no ordinary ruler. What kind of methods did this princess possess to cause the daimyo to become so captivated by her charms? Kakashi mentioned that she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, seemingly otherworldly, radiating a unique allure that made it impossible to look away. This surprised Makoto even more. It sounded like she was some kind of seductress or mythical creature. Kakashi pondered aloud, pretty much like a mythical creature. He had seen many beautiful women, but none had ever caused him to lose control at first glance. Strangely, when he tried to recall her appearance, it was extremely vague, with only a lingering impression of her unmatched beauty. If the daimyo continued to neglect his duties, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to the Land of Fire, but it wasn't Makoto's place to intervene. There was a knock on the door, and someone entered, reporting that representatives from Omegakure had arrived, awaiting the Hokage's audience. Makoto casually inquired who had come, and the reply was that it was Konan and Nagato. Hearing that Nagato himself had come, Makoto raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Nagato had always harbored a rather unfavorable attitude toward Konoha. After a brief consideration, Makoto instructed the Umbu to summon Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage. Fugaku, now unusually respectful before Makoto, kept his demeanor extremely humble. "Come with me to meet some guests." Omegakure and Konoha currently had a very close relationship. To facilitate this, Makoto had issued a long-term entry permit to Omegakure. Any AIM ninja carrying this permit could directly enter the village. In the reception room, Konan and Nagato sat waiting for the Hokage's arrival. "Why the long face? Are you that unhappy about coming to Konoha?" Konan asked helplessly, noticing Nagato's expression. "No," Nagato responded sullenly. Konan tried to persuade him. Yahiko is now in charge of Omegakure and is incredibly busy with daily affairs. We need to find ways to ease his burden. He wants to grant you the position of second-in-command, and you need to take on that responsibility. Besides, Jiraiya-sensei is from Konoha, after all. "I know," Nagato finally said. "Of course, I'll consider the bigger picture." Konan sighed inwardly. She understood the reason behind Nagato's resentment toward Konoha. As a child, he had witnessed his parents being killed by Konoha ninjas. She quickly changed the subject. "Where's Hakuryu?" Nagato replied. Hakuryu said it's his first time in Konoha, so he wanted to take a look around. Hakuryu was currently Nagato's bodyguard and had accompanied him on this visit. At that moment, the door to the reception room suddenly opened. Konan and Nagato immediately stood up. "Thank you for waiting," Makoto entered with a warm smile. Conan respectfully greeted, Lord Hokage. Makoto's gaze shifted to the red-haired young man beside her. I didn't expect Mr. Nagato to visit as well. What a rare guest. Lord Hokage, Nagato lowered his head politely in greeting. Allow me to make introductions. This is the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. And these two are Miss Conan and Mr. Nagato from Omegakure. Conan smiled politely at the introduction. The Uchiha's reputation is well known throughout the ninja world. I never expected to meet Mr. Fugaku in person. It's an honor. She almost commented on how rare it was to see the three great dojutsu gathered in one place but swallowed the words when she noticed Makoto's pitch-black eyes. However, Fugaku's gaze remained fixed on Nagato, specifically on his exposed purple Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, one of the three great dojutsu, said to be the eyes of the Rikudo Sennin. Fugaku. Makoto's voice brought him back to reality. Fugaku regained his composure and exchanged polite greetings with the guests. He now understood why Makoto had brought him here. It was to let him personally witness the Rinnegan, the eyes that had contributed to his downfall. Konoha Dango Shop. Anko, how was your trip to Land of Birds? It was okay, I guess. Anko sat on the bench listlessly, her eyes idly scanning the street. After returning to the village, the events in Land of Birds had been classified as top secret by the Hokage. Neither she, Rin, nor Obito knew the full truth, leaving her feeling frustrated. Life had returned to its usual monotony, with her peers gathering for idle chats, dull and uninspiring. She had no desire to take on missions or even train. Resting her face on the table, Anko glanced at the skewer of dango that Kurenai handed over after taking only one bite. Just then, her gaze caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. She froze for a moment, then abruptly stood up and dashed out of the dango shop, leaving the others bewildered. What happened to her? No idea. Seems like she's chasing someone. Anko weaved swiftly through the crowd, her hand landing firmly on the shoulder of a man ahead. The person slowly turned around, a slender young man with a ponytail, dressed in a Megakure attire, wearing the village's forehead protector. Seeing him, Anko's expression flickered with confusion. Do you need something? The man asked gently. Anko silently withdrew her hand. No, sorry. I mistook you for someone else. His appearance, build, voice, and demeanor were completely different. She must be losing her mind. She apologized quietly, sorry for the trouble. With that, she turned around and walked back toward the dango shop. Turning back, Anko walked toward the dango shop. Anko, did you know that guy? After she sat down, Genma and the others asked curiously. Were you trying to hit on him? So that's your type, huh? Kurenai chuckled softly. He looked pretty decent, but it's a shame he's from Omegakure. Anko couldn't be bothered to respond to the teasing. Her eyes scanned the crowd once more, but the man was long gone. A trace of sadness flickered in her gaze as she sat there, lost in thought, as if remembering something distant. After seeing off Conan and Nagato, Makoto turned to Fugaku and asked, what are your thoughts after seeing his Rinnegan, Fugaku-senpai? Fugaku lowered his head and said, I have no thoughts on the matter. Makoto continued, there's a widespread rumor in Omegakure that Nagato is the reincarnation of Rikudo Sennin, destined to be the savior of the ninja world and revered by all in the future. Fugaku immediately dismissed it. Such claims are pure nonsense. There's not even concrete evidence that Rikudo Sennin ever existed. Is that so? Then why were you once so fixated on the Rinnegan, Fugaku-senpai? Makoto asked. With a respectful tone, Fugaku replied, that was due to my ignorance. Now, I only wish to serve under the Hokage and assist you, Lord Hokage. If there is truly a savior in this world, it should be none other than you. Makoto chuckled. Come on now, saviors are meant to be righteous and noble. That doesn't suit me. Didn't they once call Namikaze Minato a savior? A mere first-rank convict could never compare to you, Lord Hokage. Makoto looked at him with a smile before suddenly changing the topic. By the way, Fugaku-senpai, your wife mentioned a few days ago that she recently learned some new recipes and wanted to invite me over to try them. I fear Makoto's cooking may not meet your standards, Lord Hokage. Makoto chuckled softly. I'm satisfied. Very satisfied. Haven't I already tasted it before? He had visited Fugaku's home on multiple occasions, and his words clearly hinted at more than just casual visits. If Lord Hokage doesn't mind, Makoto would always be happy to host you anytime. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 201, ch 201, Shadow of the Past. Konoha Guest House. Lord Nagato, Lady Conan. Hakuryu bowed respectfully upon seeing Nagato and Conan. Nagato asked, Hakuryu, how was your tour around Konoha? Impressive, very prosperous. Konan remarked, it's a village blessed by nature, but our Omega Kure will continue to grow stronger. One day, we won't be any less than Konoha. Hakuryu said confidently, I believe that. Lord Yahiko will definitely make it happen. Nagato smiled, of course. They had always firmly believed in that. It's getting late. Let's stay in Konoha tonight and head back first thing in the morning. All right. Ever since catching sight of that figure, Anko had been distracted all day. She felt like she was losing her mind. How else could she mistake a stranger for Orochimaru? Not long ago, she had simply gone to sleep, only to wake up and be told that Lord Orochimaru was dead. Not just dead, but branded a traitor, killed by his teacher, the third Hokage himself. The man she had revered, idolized as both a father figure and a god, was gone. Why did it have to end this way? Anko couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't accept it. She confronted Makoto, but his answer was just as cold. Orochimaru had committed unforgivable crimes against the village. After being judged by the two previous Hokage, he confessed to his sins and was ultimately taken down by the third Hokage, both perishing in the end. The entire village cursed Orochimaru's name. Even her friends, though avoiding the topic in front of her, would sometimes let slip their indignant condemnation of his crimes. After venting her sorrow and finally calming down, Anko discovered something strange. Her body had changed, suddenly gaining a surge of powerful strength. There was only one explanation she could think of, it was a gift from Lord Orochimaru. What had really happened? Why hadn't he told her anything? She knew Makoto must have secrets he wasn't willing to share. If she wanted answers, she would have to find them herself. Anko, is something bothering you? Kurenai asked with concern. No. I'm heading back. The setting sun dipped lower, and the dusk seemed like sediment suspended in murky water, gradually settling as everything stilled. The once empty Hokage rock had been renovated. The remnants of the 4 stone faces were completely gone, leaving only a smooth rock wall. Anko walked alone back to her house. Standing before the tightly locked door, her outstretched hand froze midair. As a crown guard, she held a high rank in the village. Many treated her with respect, and she was never stopped from going anywhere. This was all because of Makoto's tolerance. While Hakumen and Kakashi were busy every day, she remained idle as if the position of crown guard was nothing but an honorary title. She made her way to the Hokage's office, pushing the door open without knocking. What she walked in on was an awkward scene. Samui was sitting on Makoto's lap, held in his arms, his hand slipping inside the neckline of her clothes. A brief silence hung in the air. Samui quickly stood up, tidying her appearance. Makoto exhaled heavily, displeased. Don't you know how to knock? Anko scoffed with a smirk. Did I ruin your fun? Makoto waved for Samui to leave. As she passed by Anko, she clearly heard her sneer in disdain. Samui said nothing, keeping her head down as she walked out. Now alone with Makoto, he finally spoke, what is it? Looking at him, Anko swallowed the snarky remarks she had initially wanted to throw at him. I want to change my place of residence, Anko demanded. Makoto raised an eyebrow. The place I've arranged for you is already quite decent. Where do you want to move to? I want to go back to where I lived before, Anko replied. That was the former Hokage residence, where she used to live with Orochimaru. After Orochimaru's death, the place had been sealed off by the Umbu, and Makoto had assigned her a new home. Makoto said calmly, everything there has been cleared out. It's just a few empty rooms now. Why? Anko questioned angrily. Makoto responded indifferently, no one's living there anymore. It's just wasting village resources. Isn't it normal to deal with that? I'm planning to demolish it next month and build ordinary housing there to accommodate war orphans graduating from the ninja academy. You. Anko fumed, storming up to the desk, her rage burning in her eyes. If there's nothing else, just go back, Makoto said dismissively. Anko's eyes flickered with determination. Suddenly, she threatened, if you don't let me move back, I'll shout right now that you harassed me. Makoto chuckled, amused. False accusations are boring. How about I really harass you first, and then you can shout? Anko was stunned, taking a few steps back with alarm, glaring at him defensively. You bastard, Hyuga Makoto, she cursed furiously. Makoto's expression turned cold. It's this bastard who's protecting you. Have you never thought about what would happen to you, a disciple of a traitor, if certain things came to light? Anko sneered, I'd just die, that's all. Makoto laughed mockingly. Don't talk about death so lightly. When the day comes that you truly face it, you'll realize just how terrifying it is. I don't need your gratitude, just don't cause me any trouble. Left with no choice, Anko stormed out of the Hokage building in frustration. Her mind churned with thoughts of how to get back at Makoto. Like telling his wife about what he'd just been doing with Samui. No, that would be too low. Nightfall. Anko stood in front of the Hokage building, gazing at the distant homes illuminated by warm lights. A sudden wave of melancholy swept through her heart. At this time of day, she would usually be bringing dinner to Lord Orochimaru. He was always so engrossed in his research that he often forgot to eat, and she had to remind and supervise him. Lord Orochimaru liked nutritious food and disliked anything cold. Every day, she would go to the market to buy fresh ingredients and carefully prepare meals for him. The more Anko thought about it, the sadder she felt. She hurried away from there. Instead of going home, she went to the former Hokage residence. The gate was tightly shut, and the nameplate had been removed. The place was cold and deserted, with no sign of life, just as Lord Orochimaru had always preferred a quiet environment. After standing in place for a moment, she pushed the door open. Creak. The door let out a slightly grating sound, having not been opened for some time. The living room was vast and empty. The air was cold, carrying the distinct chill of an uninhabited space. As Makoto had said, everything inside had been cleared out. Standing in the middle of the living room, countless memories flooded her mind. She recalled the first time she brought Makoto to meet Lord Orochimaru. From that point on, Makoto became one of Lord Orochimaru's most trusted subordinates. At that time, she had been smugly proud of bringing Lord Orochimaru such an excellent subordinate. Back then, she had also considered Makoto a very good friend, imagining that things would continue like that forever. Makoto. Why was he so cold? Did he truly have no feelings for Lord Orochimaru at all? Anko was immersed in her thoughts when she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Her perception was now incredibly sharp. At first, she assumed it was just a rat or some small creature. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure standing by the doorway of an empty room. It was that AIM ninja she had encountered earlier during the day. Anko froze for a moment, her mind going completely blank with a loud boom. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 202, ch 202, A Person Without Self. The sudden appearance of this person left Anko completely stunned. This was Lord Orochimaru's residence, but the man she had mistaken for someone else during the day was here. Could it be a coincidence? How could it possibly be such a coincidence? She instinctively stepped forward, her voice trembling in shock. You are. The man's lips curled into a meaningful, familiar smile, a smile Anko knew far too well. That familiar expression overlapped perfectly with the one etched deep in her memory, leaving her momentarily dazed. Lord Orochimaru. Anko, the man slowly spoke, even his voice transforming into the deep, raspy tone she knew so well, like a fine thread piercing her eardrums. Lord Orochimaru, it's really you. Lord Orochimaru. Anko's eyes instantly reddened. She rushed forward, intending to tightly embrace the person she had longed for day and night. However, just as she neared him, the man shot out a hand with lightning speed, gripping her throat tightly. It's been a while, Anko, he said, his grip unyielding. Under his iron grasp, Anko struggled to breathe, her face turning crimson. Her throat convulsed as she managed to choke out a single question, Lord Orochimaru, why? The man, now Hakuryu, sneered, this body seems to suit you quite well, but I have more use for it now. How about returning it to me? As he spoke, he swiftly formed a hand seal. Anko was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming, unprecedented agony. Her ears roared, her vision blurred, and her very soul trembled as though it were being torn apart. Why would Lord Orochimaru do this to her? Her mind went completely blank, soon filled with endless pain. What Hakuryu had cast was a secret technique to extract Anko's soul from her body. This body had been created by Orochimaru, naturally bearing some of Orochimaru's lingering methods. Anko felt her consciousness fading, as an ominous sensation crept closer, filling her with terror. It was death, the very death that Makoto had spoken of not long ago. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Anko, creating a shockwave that sent dust and debris scattering throughout the house. Hakuryu's hand, which had been tightly gripping her throat, was forced to loosen. Anko collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. When she lifted her head, a dark shadow had appeared around her eyes. Seeing this, Hakuryu's expression turned to astonishment. Anko now exuded a completely different aura than before, radiating an indescribable, overwhelming presence, an aura entirely derived from the terrifying chakra. It was unlike ordinary chakra, but fully comparable to that of a Jinchuriki. To Hakuryu, while this body was indeed powerful, Anko's ability to exhibit such strength was entirely irrational. Her hair billowed as though caught in an unseen wind. She slowly stood up. Why? Hakuryu narrowed his eyes at the familiar girl before him. His gaze carried none of the tenderness or affection one might expect, only a consuming desire for that body. "So that's it," he muttered. "His handiwork, huh?" I underestimated him. It seemed as though he intended to make another move, but suddenly sensing something, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Seeing this, Anko panicked and quickly activated her sensory abilities, hoping to pinpoint the man's location. However, his chakra seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Two figures suddenly appeared in the living room. Anko. It was Hakumen and Kakashi, drawn here by the commotion caused by that burst of chakra. Anko stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the spot where Hakuria had disappeared. "Anko, what happened?" Kakashi asked. "Is there an enemy?" Hakumen activated his Byakugan, instantly scanning the entire village. Every movement of its inhabitants was visible to him, but he found no sign of anyone fleeing or acting suspiciously. Seeing Anko remain silent, Kakashi frowned slightly. "Anko." Anko collapsed weakly to the ground, the dark shadow around her eyes fading away. She hung her head in silence. Kakashi's gaze fell on her neck, noticing a distinct red mark, though it was healing rapidly. He exchanged a glance with Hakumen, who had also noticed. "Anko, what happened here?" After a long silence, Anko finally spoke, "Nothing." Her hair fell over her eyes and most of her face. Nothing happened. Outside the residence, the Umbu who had arrived late saw that Kakashi, Hakumen, and Anko were inside. They chose not to enter but waited outside. Hakumen stepped out, pondering for a moment before ordering the Umbu, "Patrol the entire village and check for any suspicious individuals, but don't alarm the villagers." "Understood." The Umbu left to carry out their orders. Hakumen glanced back at the residence, once the home of the former Hokage, Orochimaru. Having served as Orochimaru's personal Umbu, he was naturally very familiar with this place. Anko had undoubtedly encountered someone, but who could make her protect them so fiercely? A sense of unease grew in his heart. It was probably best to report this to Lord Hokage immediately. Just then, Kakashi and Anko also came out. Anko's face was expressionless, as if nothing had happened. "I'm heading back," she said to the two of them, turning and walking toward the other side of the street. The street was cold and quiet, with dim streetlights casting faint light that gradually swallowed her figure. The two stood at the residence's entrance, watching her leave. Kakashi spoke. "Who do you think it was?" "I'm thinking of someone unlikely," Hakumen replied. "I thought of the same person." "Do you think it's possible?" Kakashi didn't answer. They both knew their thoughts were too far-fetched. A person who had already died, whose body had been burned before the eyes of many witnesses. Hakumen furrowed his brow, contemplating. If it really is that person, what's his purpose? The same thought surfaced in both their minds, sending chills down their spines. Revenge. "We should report this to Lord Hokage," Kakashi suggested. The night was deep, and the moon hung dimly in the sky. Inside the Hokage's office, Makoto stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the peaceful village below. His expression was calm, lost in thought. Hakumen knocked and entered. "Lord Hokage." "About Anko." Hakumen reported everything that had just transpired. "I see," Makoto responded calmly. Hakumen paused, slightly surprised. Looking at the Hokage's back, he decided not to press further. "I'll take my leave." Makoto's expression remained unchanged, as if none of the events had stirred his thoughts in the slightest. At the Konoha guest house. "Hakuryu, where did you go?" "I was a bit hungry, so I went out to get some late-night snacks. I brought some back for you and Lady Konan as well." "You're considerate, aren't you?" "It's my duty as Lord Nagato's bodyguard. It's getting late. We have to travel tomorrow, get some rest early." "Understood." Hakuryu stood in the courtyard of the guest house, watching as Nagato walked away with the snacks to find Konan. He suddenly lifted his head and looked toward the distant Hokage building. Its lights were still brightly lit, like a beacon in the dark night. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 203, ch 203, Fragmented. Konoha Research Institute. The floor, covered in runes, glowed faintly. At the center of the ritual circle lay a person who had already lost all signs of life. Tobirama stared at his failed experiment once again, his brows tightly furrowed. What he had just attempted was a soul transfer experiment, but the greatest obstacle remained: the soul couldn't stay within the new body for long. If it exceeded that limit, it would be forcibly torn from the body and could no longer return to its original vessel. How exactly did Orochimaru solve this problem? Despite the numerous successful cases Orochimaru had left behind in the Research Institute, Tobirama still couldn't arrive at a definitive conclusion. He had tried creating a secret technique that could bind the soul, and he had succeeded. However, the result was disastrous. When the test subjects remained in the new body for too long, their souls grew agitated, uncontrollable, and racked with unending pain. They would gradually lose their sanity and eventually perish. The test subjects endured immense suffering. Tobirama felt as though he had fallen into a trap, endlessly circling within a dead end without finding a way out. He had considered that his theory might be flawed, contemplating the possibility of scrapping everything and starting anew. But every time he re-evaluated it, this theory seemed the only viable one. Utterly at a loss, Tobirama left the research institute and wandered aimlessly through the village. After calming himself down for quite some time, he reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon his research on souls and shifted his focus to studying the Byakugan. Several days of seclusion followed, and at long last, he did manage to reach a conclusion. If the Byakugan can evolve, this evolution wouldn't be biological but rather a transformation in the form of chakra expression. Otherwise, if a previously evolved form of the Byakugan had existed, it would surely have been passed down genetically, much like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, however, cannot be inherited, it can only be obtained through special means. The same must apply to the Byakugan. Only by acquiring that unique chakra can one unlock the key to its evolution. Tobirama shared his findings with Makoto. Makoto, however, held a skeptical stance. He distinctly recalled that in the original storyline, the creation of the Tensigen required a large number of Byakugan eyes. If that special chakra referred to the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, then theoretically, the branch of the Otsutsuki with purer bloodlines on the moon should have been able to attain the Tensigen effortlessly. After pondering for a long time, he asked, since this so-called ocular power is essentially a manifestation of special chakra affecting the visual nerves, could it be possible to capture this special chakra? Tobirama shook his head and said, how could that be possible? If it were, wouldn't everyone be able to have the Sharingan and Byakugan? As Tobirama suggested, if this special chakra could be extracted and implanted into others, would those individuals then be able to obtain the Sharingan or Byakugan? The conditions for producing the special chakra are still determined by genetic factors. Special chakra, a large number of Byakugan. Makoto fell into deep contemplation, and suddenly, his expression shifted sharply. He thought of a possibility, combining the concepts described in the original storyline with Tobirama's findings. Could it be that extracting and gathering a large amount of this special chakra would result in the creation of the Tensigen? However, the method for extracting this chakra seemed to be something only the Otsutsuki on the moon possessed. It's possible. It must be possible, Makoto muttered to himself. What did you say? Tobirama couldn't help but ask. Makoto responded, I'm saying there must be a way to crack the genetic code and extract this special chakra imprinted in DNA. Tobirama thought Makoto was being far too fanciful. Why were ninja with Kekkei-genkai so valuable in the ninja world? If what Makoto said was true, then Konoha could potentially have an endless supply of ninja with Kekkei-genkai. Techniques like the Sharingan, Byakugan, and would release could be universally reproduced. Tobirama had previously attempted research on the Sharingan but found it completely infeasible with current technology. Makoto, needing to organize his thoughts, decided not to continue the discussion. Tobirama then took the initiative to say, my soul reincarnation experiment has hit a bottleneck. Makoto's expression shifted slightly. The soul can't remain in the new body for long, right? Tobirama was stunned. You know. Makoto replied, Orochimaru encountered the same problem. Tobirama immediately asked, how did he solve it? After a brief consideration, Makoto said, Orochimaru's method might have significant drawbacks. What do you mean? You should look into the ancient texts left by the Uzumaki clan. They contain extensive records on life, death, souls, and even the Shinigami. The Uzumaki clan. Tobirama fell into contemplation. This was indeed something he had never considered. Makoto continued, I guess you've tried methods to bind the soul to the body, but you must have failed. The test subjects likely suffered immense pain before death because the Shinigami forcefully pulled their souls from their bodies. Using soul-binding techniques is essentially subjecting them to a torment worse than being torn limb from limb. The cycle of life and death in this world follows strict rules. What you're doing is equivalent to opposing the Shinigami, and how can mere mortals possibly win against a god? What he said was somewhat cryptic, leaving Tobirama feeling bewildered. After Orochimaru's success with his soul reincarnation technique, Makoto had also reviewed the ancient texts of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique is a way to deceive the Shinigami and achieve immortality. Tobirama asked, what kind of method? Soul splitting. Each time he undergoes soul reincarnation, he splits off a portion of his soul, offering a small part of himself to the Shinigami as a substitute for his death. This makes his soul increasingly frail, an irreparable wound. This also explained why the Reaper Death Seal was able to seal Orochimaru's arms in the original story. Tobirama was shaken to the core by this revelation. Such a concept was astonishingly audacious. Orochimaru was both a genius and a madman. After the soul is split, the portion remaining in the original body is taken by the Shinigami to the Pure Land, while the part that escapes will no longer be under the Shinigami's watch. The successful soul reincarnation experiments in the Research Institute, every one of them has incomplete souls. They're all fragmented. If you had known them before, you'd notice that many of them have undergone drastic personality changes because parts of their previous selves were cut away along with their souls. Tobirama pondered for a long time before asking, is the method you mentioned earlier for true resurrection this one? Splitting oneself, would the split version still be oneself? As Makoto had said, the test subjects in the Research Institute all had fragmented souls, their personalities drastically different from before. If he accepted splitting his own soul, would the resurrected version of himself be different from who he was now? Which part of himself would be discarded? However, Makoto shook his head at this moment and denied it. No, it's not. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 204, ch 204, Clues to the Tenseigan. My previously mentioned resurrection method has no such side effects, it is true resurrection. This method was naturally the Rinnegan's ability, the samsara of heavenly life technique, which required the caster's self-sacrifice to exchange for another's life. However, this method was far more demanding. The world's only existing pair of Rinnegan was in the possession of Nagato from Omega Kure. Would Nagato willingly sacrifice his own life to resurrect the second Hokage? Tobirama fixed his gaze on Makoto, waiting for him to reveal the resurrection method he had hinted at. However, Makoto had no intention of revealing it now. He simply said, I need to go back and check some records. If Makoto were to disclose the method now, who could guarantee that Tobirama wouldn't take action against Nagato? Even Makoto couldn't be certain, the second Hokage was no saint. Moreover, Omega Kure still held significant strategic value for Konoha. Tobirama frowned inwardly but had no choice. Makoto had always held the upper hand. Still, the discovery of soul fragmentation was already a significant gain, making the trip worthwhile. Instead of returning directly to the Research Institute, Tobirama headed to the village's archive of scrolls to search for the Uzumaki clan's texts Makoto had mentioned. After spending an entire day and night there, he found results consistent with what Makoto had said. There truly existed a Shinigami. The Uzumaki clan's Reaper Death Seal was an advanced sealing technique that summoned the Shinigami to assist in battle. The Shinigami was a deity responsible for overseeing life and death, guiding souls to the Pure Land after death. He suddenly understood the mystery behind the pair of twins in the Research Institute and why Orochimaru had attempted to fuse their souls together. If one could use another person's soul to fill the void left by their own fragmented soul, could that part of the infused soul be offered to the Shinigami as a substitute in the next fragmentation? If this method succeeded, it would turn soul reincarnation into a secret technique for achieving immortality. This thought made Tobirama's mind instantly clear, and he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Orochimaru's genius. The village's successor as the fourth Hokage, though having gone astray, was undeniably a genius among geniuses. Eager to continue his research, Tobirama hurried back to the institute, excited to see tangible results from this newly discovered path. Meanwhile, Makoto had once again gone through nearly every book available from his clan. However, his search yielded nothing. In truth, he had already read these books countless times. The so-called ancient texts mostly chronicled the Hyuga clan's history before the founding of Konoha, with no mention of the Tenseigan at all. If Makoto hadn't known the original work, he wouldn't have even known that Tenseigan existed. Although the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon shared the same ancestry, too much had been lost over time. Makoto's lingering thoughts on the matter now came to nothing, leaving him somewhat unwilling to give up. Could it really be that only the branch of the Byakugan family on the moon knew the method to evolve the Byakugan? For 2 days, Makoto was restless, his mind preoccupied. During dinner, Ayari asked him what was wrong. Makoto could only say that he had encountered a problem and couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. Looking at the baby carriage, little Niji reached out his hand as if wanting Makoto to hold him. Although Makoto didn't spend much time with the child each day, the baby showed no signs of rejecting him at all. Makoto cradled his son, pacing back and forth across the room, while Ayari sat on the sofa, smiling warmly as she watched the two of them. If I managed to create the Tenseigan, I could even give my child a pair, Makoto suddenly thought. Then he felt he was getting a bit obsessed, worrying for 2 days about something that hadn't even begun to take shape. What kind of person do you think Niji will become? Makoto suddenly asked Ayari. Ayari laughed. What kind of person do you want him to be? After a moment of silence, Makoto replied, someone like me, a strong person in this world. But what if he doesn't want that? Ayari asked. What if he finds his own passions, or doesn't want to be a ninja at all? What will you do then? Makoto said, a child's future is completely shaped by their environment and upbringing. If our environment and educational methods lead him to think differently, then we can only respect his choices. Ayari smiled gently, you're quite open-minded. Makoto added, I'll support him no matter what he chooses. Looking at little Niji's lively eyes, Makoto noticed the clear, crystalline irises, unlike the typical black or brown irises that reflected faces clearly. What kind of image of himself would this child see in his eyes? After spending time with Niji and Ayari, Makoto left home and returned to his duties as Hokage. Sitting at his desk, he reviewed a report on the recent mission status of Hyuga Kiyomi's team, including the performances of Kabuto and Itachi. As he read through the report, Makoto's expression turned thoughtful. Regarding research on the Sharingan, Orochimaru's greatest achievement seemed to be cloning technology. He once had an experimental subject named Uchiha Shin, whose unique constitution allowed him to accept various foreign bloodline limits without rejection. Using Orochimaru's leftover cloning techniques, they produced a large number of Sharingan eyes and even achieved their self-evolution. Although the abilities weren't particularly impressive, they did indeed reach the Mangekyo stage. However, Orochimaru had not pursued cloning research at present. Strictly speaking, this wasn't the solution Makoto was looking for either. If there were a complete technology available, Makoto would certainly have Tobirama study it. But for now, they had to start from scratch. How long would it take? A few years? A decade? In the world of Naruto, anyone involved in human experimentation and biological research, apart from Orochimaru, had turned themselves into monstrous beings, neither fully human nor monster. Makoto was deeply resistant to this path. He pondered for a long time before suddenly recalling that there seemed to be someone else who had been researching Kekkei Genkai. Hirako. His chimera technique could fuse Kekkei Genkai, although it had also turned him into a grotesque monster. Still, it was a technology ready to be used. Whether it would be useful or not, the first step was to capture him. Makoto summoned Hakumen. There was a rogue ninja named Hirako who defected from the village years ago. Lead a team to capture him. Hirako. Hakumen frowned, trying to recall the name. He hadn't heard of him. Hirako had been a peer and friend of the Sannin, but a rather obscure figure who had been hunted by the third Hokage for researching combination jutsu. There's information about him in the rogue ninja records. Go review it. When capturing him, you might want to investigate Mount Shumisen. Understood. At dusk, as the sun set in the west, a full moon was rising in the eastern sky, veiled by the twilight haze. Makoto gazed at that moon. The Otsutsuki clan up there, when would he finally get to meet them? It was said that there was a teleportation array leading to the moon somewhere on Earth, but its exact location remained unknown. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 205, ch 205, Reborn. Land of Fire Daimyo's residence. Guy and Shirengoku, both guardian ninja, walked out from Lord Minamoto's sleeping quarters, facing the anxious ministers waiting outside. Shirengoku said, the daimyo is unwell today. Any state affairs can be postponed for another day. Hearing this, the ministers' faces filled with discontent. One of them even directly questioned, is Princess Kushinada inside? Shirengoku sighed helplessly, the daimyo needs someone by his side to take care of him. The ministers erupted in an uproar, and one couldn't hold back, shouting angrily, she's a witch. An enchantress. She's the curse of the nation. Shirengoku had no choice but to order the guards to drag that person away. The minister's agitation was not without reason, as this was far from the first time this had happened. The daimyo had been neglecting state affairs for a long time, spending his days entirely with Princess Kushinada. Shirengoku urged the others to leave. Some reluctantly turned away, but a few remained, vowing to see the daimyo no matter what. Unable to resolve the situation, Shirengoku and Guy walked away. Both being originally from Konoha, Guy had received much help from Shirengoku when he first arrived, making Shirengoku the person he had the best relationship with here. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Guy asked, why is Lord Minamoto acting like this? Isn't handling state affairs his responsibility? In his mind, his village's Hokage was a very diligent person. Shirengoku explained, the daimyo is different from the Hokage. The Hokage only manages the village, while the entire country belongs to the daimyo. Naturally, the daimyo can do whatever he pleases. These ministers can only advise him but cannot force him to do anything. Guy found it difficult to comprehend. No matter what, the daimyo shouldn't completely ignore the affairs of the nation. He had seen Princess Kushinada before. Many praised her beauty, but to Guy, she was merely pretty. In his eyes, beauty was a useless thing. That was his perspective, but Goku did not share it. He could understand why the daimyo was so captivated by the woman. From the very first glance, Goku had been deeply enchanted by Princess Kusanaga's beauty. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal realm. Goku had never seen such a beautiful woman. If he could win her favor, he would gladly die without regret. But unfortunately, he was not the daimyo. She was a woman only the daimyo could possess. After sending Hakumen away, the matter of the Tensigen was temporarily set aside, and Makoto no longer troubled himself over it daily. In truth, few things ever really bothered him. Everything in the village was progressing smoothly, and the daily administrative tasks were not particularly heavy, leaving him with plenty of free time. Mariboshi Kosuke had gradually adapted to his role as the leader of the Jonin squad. He now wore the standard green ninja combat uniform instead of carrying cooking utensils on missions as he used to. This change gave him a slightly more commanding presence. The reason he carried cooking utensils was that Mariboshi Kosuke was also a food ninja, a special subset of ninjas known for their exceptional cooking skills. Having a food ninja on a mission who could prepare delicious meals was far more enjoyable than relying solely on ration pills. However, since the concept of food ninjas conflicted with the traditional ninja ideology, there had been cases where missions failed because ninjas indulged in gourmet meals. As a result, the status of food ninjas had gradually declined. Under Makoto's strict leadership, Might Dewey had finally become a chunin. Rumor had it that he was so engrossed in reading books day and night that he seemed almost possessed. After successfully being promoted, Dewey became more confident. His son not only served as the Hokage's guard but also as the daimyo's guardian ninja. This made Dewey boast about his son incessantly whenever he socialized with others. The only downside was that he felt lonely without his son's company, spending his days running laps around the village while doing handstands by himself. The Science and Crafts Department had also begun its operations. Since its work was highly specialized, Makoto couldn't offer much advice but could only help set objectives. The first goal was to develop a simple and portable short-range communication device. In the original series, Kakashi and Naruto had used such communicators during missions, but they had not yet been developed at this point. In the future, there would even be computers and many chakra-integrated electronic devices. In Makoto's previous modern world, the mechas and high-tech weapons featured in sci-fi movies were all technically possible to replicate, at least on the surface. The main issue was still the problem of energy. Without a solution, a multi-ton metal Hulk would need recharging after just a few steps. In Marvel movies, Iron Man's arc reactor solved this issue. With a reliable energy source for his suit, Iron Man could soar through the skies and traverse any terrain. Of course, this was all science fiction. Controlled nuclear fusion was still a distant dream for modern humanity. However, Makoto believed that this could be achievable in the world of Naruto, by using chakra as a form of energy. The massive puppet Gundam that Kankuro fantasized about in the Infinite Tsukuyomi dream might not be entirely impossible and perhaps wouldn't be too far off in the future either. At noon, Makoto visited Samui's place and ended up taking a nap there. Yujito had now completely transformed into a docile kitten in front of Makoto. She had fully resigned herself to the situation, mostly thanks to Samui's excellent guidance. The three girls each had their own distinct characteristics. Samui was coldly elegant yet submissive, Mabui gentle but somewhat timid, and Yujito outwardly obedient but still carried a trace of wildness in her core. Having three such women by his side, Makoto naturally felt deeply satisfied. However, the flowers had not yet fully bloomed, and it wasn't the best time to pick them. Aside from Samui and the others, Makoto would occasionally visit Kushina. Kushina seemed to have grown accustomed to his presence. Knowing that Makoto wouldn't let her go, she had become more cooperative each time he visited, no longer resisting as much as before. She persistently pleaded with Makoto to release Minato, but how could Makoto ever grant her wish? He merely kept painting grand illusions for her. Apart from trusting him and trying every way to please him, Kushina had no other options. As Makoto lay napping in Samui's bed, he was suddenly jolted awake by a powerful burst of chakra. The chakra erupted in the village, its immense range likely alarming every ninja. The chakra felt extremely familiar, it belonged to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Lord Hokage. Mabui, who was attending to him nearby, asked in confusion. Makoto furrowed his brows, contemplated briefly, dressed, and flew directly toward the research facility. The facility was in chaos, devastated by the close-range impact of the chakra burst. Many instruments were destroyed. On the ground lay three figures. One was a white Zetsu, lifeless and cold. The second was a red-haired young man. The third was wrapped entirely in bandages with seals placed on them. Makoto's eyes widened in shock. You. The white Zetsu was undoubtedly the sacrifice for Tobirama's Edo Tensei. And this red-haired young man was Tobirama. His appearance, expression, and eyes were identical to Tobirama's, but his hair was as red as blood, a living person. The red-haired youth sat on the ground, staring at his own hands and murmuring, "It's been a long time, the taste of life." He slowly stood up, looking at Makoto. "What's wrong?" "Surprised by how I am now." Makoto's expression shifted slightly. "You actually created an entirely new body." Tobirama responded calmly, "This is all based on Orochimaru's leftover techniques, it's not difficult." That striking red hair was clearly the mark of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Tobirama exhaled deeply, placing one hand on his neck as he gently twisted it. "With white Zetsu as the foundation, combined with Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines, I am now reborn." Jin asked, "Why not include Uchiha?" Tobirama replied, "I have no need for something that influences emotions and corrodes the mind." Makoto's eyes gleamed. "You split yourself?" Tobirama looked at the bandage-wrapped body lying on the ground. "I improved Edo Tensei. I kept the part of my soul I split off and stored it in this body." He formed a seal with one hand, sealing the body into a scroll. "And how do you feel now compared to before?" Tobirama stared at the scroll in his hand. "No different." Makoto's expression flickered subtly. Tobirama spoke slowly, "To be honest, I regret it a little. Splitting one's soul is a terrifying thing. You can sense your own incompleteness, yet at the same time, you feel that your personality and thinking are complete. In other words, the part of the soul I split off, though weak, has already become a complete individual. If given a body that it can freely control, it would be another version of me. This is different from shadow clone techniques. That version of me wouldn't submit to me and would not willingly be reabsorbed. So, this is a truly terrifying matter." Makoto was silent for a long time before saying, "You're all lunatics." Tobirama, however, said calmly, "I will find a way to repair the soul. My understanding of the human body and the soul is far inferior to Orochimaru's. I've merely been picking up the scraps of his work all along." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 206, ch 206, Makoto. Tobirama said he wanted to travel the world and promised that he would naturally return if the village ever needed him. In truth, his attachment to Konoha was difficult to let go of. He certainly still harbored the desire to regain control of it, but opposing Makoto at this moment was not a wise choice, it would only bring harm to Konoha. Having touched the threshold of immortality, Tobirama believed that his era would eventually come again. For now, it was better to try a different way of living. He recalled something his elder brother had once said to him. Returning to the living world had made him restless and self-centered. He needed time to calm down and reflect. Traveling across the ninja world was a good option, and he could search for a way to repair his soul along the way. In the future, he even planned to summon his elder brother with the Edo Tensei and resurrect him. Of course, thinking that was one thing, whether Makoto would give him the chance was another. Makoto would never willingly give up what was already his. After Tobirama left, Makoto wandered around the research facility. Everything here was highly specialized, beyond Makoto's understanding, and he didn't have the time to figure it all out either. He inspected the experimental subjects and, after some thought, summoned the Umbu. He ordered seals of the cursed tongue eradication technique to be applied to them and had them sent to live in a random small town. Soul reincarnation, soul division. In the original story, Orochimaru became incredibly weak because of the living corpse reincarnation technique. It was likely due to the same principle, just a different method of execution. Initially, the curse mark had been developed from Yugo's body. Makoto had once handed Yugo over to Orochimaru willingly, but at the time, Orochimaru had shown little interest, instead developing another secret technique. Back during the battle with the third Hokage, it was likely that Orochimaru had used this secret technique to escape. Makoto didn't stay long at the research facility. By the time he stepped outside, it was already afternoon. With nothing else to do, he could have headed straight home, but instead, he changed course and went in another direction, to the Uchiha clan leader's residence. Makoto, who was doing housework, suddenly heard a knock at the door. She hurried over to open it, only to be surprised to see Makoto standing outside. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Makoto stammered awkwardly. Makoto smiled faintly. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me to your house as a guest? Makoto forced a smile. Why yes, but Lord Hokage, why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have prepared properly. Since that day, Makoto hadn't sought her out again. Makoto had assumed the Hokage had lost interest in a married woman like her, and she had secretly felt relieved, hoping never to do anything so degrading again. Makoto chuckled. What's wrong? Am I visiting at a bad time? No, not at all. Lord Hokage, please come in, Makoto said hurriedly, stepping aside to invite him in. The house seemed empty, with no sign of Fugaku or Itachi. Fugaku-senpai isn't home. Fugaku is at the fire prevention department, and Itachi is out on a mission. They won't be back until evening. Her words seemed somewhat meaningful, even causing Makoto herself to pause, realizing she might have implied something unintentionally. Makoto sat on the sofa, and Makoto brought him some tea. As she handed the cup to him, his hand deliberately brushed against hers. Makoto's body stiffened for a moment, but she didn't show any resistance, pretending as if nothing had happened. Makoto said, "It looks like Fugaku-senpai is quite busy most of the time. But with a virtuous and beautiful wife like you at home, I imagine all that hard work must be worth it." To Makoto, these words now felt incredibly ironic. She forced a smile and gave a polite response. Makoto continued with a smile, "Fugaku-senpai and Mrs. Makoto must have a great relationship, right?" Makoto didn't want to answer that question. She felt as though Makoto was doing it on purpose. Did she and Fugaku have a good relationship? In the past, yes, she thought so. She believed Fugaku loved her. Her husband was the clan leader, her son was outstanding and well-behaved, and their family was harmonious and respected wherever they went. It had once been a perfect household. But now, when Itachi wasn't home, she and Fugaku wouldn't exchange a single word. Makoto would still cook for him and do the housework, but whenever she saw him, she felt an overwhelming hatred. She couldn't bear to share a room with him any longer and had even moved into the guest room. Sometimes, she would sleep with her son, Itachi. "We're just SOSO, she finally said. Makoto looked at her with a smile, clearly aware of everything. He said, "I remember Mrs. Makoto mentioned preparing something for me, didn't you?" Makoto's heart tensed upon hearing that, followed by an overwhelming sense of shame. "I'm looking forward to it," Makoto added. Makoto maintained her smile, but her hand instinctively clenched the edge of her clothes. A few days ago, she had resolved herself, but since Makoto hadn't come, she had begun to feel relieved. Now, just as she was starting to believe she was safe, he showed up. This sudden twist left her emotionally unsettled. She knew she couldn't avoid it. With her previous blatant hints, how could Makoto not understand? She had even taken the initiative to tease and provoke him. In his eyes, she must undoubtedly seem like a shameless, adulterous woman betraying her husband. A mix of desolation, humiliation, shame, and bitterness flooded her heart. There was a lingering sense of melancholy, but she didn't feel guilty toward anyone. It was Fugaku who had wronged her, and perhaps she had also wronged herself. A sense of resignation grew within her. Pressing her lips tightly together, she slowly said, "Lord Hokage, please wait a moment." With that, she turned and walked toward her bedroom. After leaving the living room and closing the bedroom door, Makoto let out a long sigh. Her nerves had been taut just moments ago, but now, standing at the threshold of what was to come, she found herself momentarily relaxed. Images of Fugaku and Itachi kept flashing through her mind. Her hand trembled as it gripped the wardrobe handle, refusing to move. What am I even doing? How did it come to this? Fugaku, do you have any idea what I'm doing right now? She questioned herself, questioned the men who couldn't hear her questions. But how could she find an answer? Her rational mind told her she should hate her husband, revenge against him wouldn't even be unjustified. But the more she tried to think this way, the more her heart ached. She loved Fugaku deeply. Loved her husband, loved this family. The chaotic thoughts overwhelmed her, making her body tremble and pushing her to the brink of a breakdown. At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened, startling Makoto. "Mrs. Makoto, aren't you ready yet?" His voice was probing, questioning, urging. The Hokage stood at the doorway, smiling as he looked at her. Makoto's neck stiffened as she forced a smile onto her face, but words failed her. He walked toward her, each step resounding clearly in the silence of the bedroom. She found herself pressed against the wardrobe door, his body close against her back. Makoto finally came to her senses. She wanted to resist, wanted to flee, but he was the Hokage. Makoto leaned her forehead against the wardrobe, feeling her breath bounce back from the wooden surface as she spoke. "Lord Hokage, please don't be so hasty. I'm not in a hurry." Overcome with embarrassment, she pressed tightly against the wardrobe door, her body stiffening from the foreign touch. A thick, heavy cloud of gloom enveloped her heart, suffocating her. The sounds in the room were so close, unbearably near. Even the friction of the wardrobe door was clear, as if they were moving through the room. The sounds flowed, retreated, and surged back repeatedly, like waves. Suddenly, the window nearby swung open, filling the dim bedroom with a brighter light. A gentle breeze swept in, brushing against the two figures. The slanted light divided the bedroom into halves of brightness and shadow. They stood as if bathing in the same warm sunlight as the grass in the courtyard. On the bed, the pillows and blanket were neatly stacked. On the desk sat a framed family photo, Itachi standing between Fugaku and Makoto, all three smiling warmly. She momentarily lost herself, like the grass outside, silently enduring the arrival of spring. She became nothing, dissolving into that fleeting spring breeze and the soft glow of the sunset. The sunlight was suddenly veiled by the shifting window curtain, and in that instant, she remembered herself. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 207, ch 207, Fusion Tensigen. It was already evening when Makoto left the Fugaku residence, and he happened to run into Fugaku head-on. Fugaku was visibly startled upon seeing Makoto. His expression changed rapidly before he bowed deeply. Lord Hokage. Ah, Fugaku-senpai. Just got back from work. Yes. Fugaku bent low, his gaze fixed on the ground. I didn't expect Lord Hokage to grace my humble abode. I hope Makoto did not neglect your hospitality. Makoto chuckled lightly. Not at all. Mrs. Makoto was very considerate and made me quite satisfied. As long as Lord Hokage is pleased. Fugaku-senpai, you're usually busy with work, but don't neglect your wife. I noticed that Mrs. Makoto seems rather lonely at home. You're right, Lord Hokage. Makoto didn't say much more and left directly. Fugaku walked into the living room and saw that the door to Makoto's bedroom was open, though it was unclear what the situation inside was. The room was quiet. Fugaku silently walked over to the sofa, sat down, and remained silent, lost in thought. It was unclear how much time had passed when Makoto emerged from the bedroom, fully dressed, and walked into the bathroom without so much as a glance at Fugaku on the sofa. Fugaku seemed to want to say something but held back upon seeing Makoto's attitude. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and before long, Itachi returned home. To-san. Itachi. Fugaku's face lit up with a smile. Makoto, having finished her bath, came out as well. Her expression softened when she looked at Itachi. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Itachi smiled. Anything Kaa-san makes is fine. All right, just wait a little longer. Makoto went to prepare dinner, while Itachi quietly sat beside Fugaku and asked softly. To-san, did you have a fight with Kaa-san? Fugaku fell silent for a moment before replying, no. Itachi pressed on, then why is Kaa-san ignoring you? Fugaku simply said, Itachi, things between adults are complicated. There's nothing going on between your mom and me. Don't overthink it. Oh. Hakumen didn't keep Makoto waiting for long. In just 3 or 4 days, he had captured Hiriko and brought him back to the village. According to Hakumen, Hiriko had indeed been hiding near Mount Shumisen and had even formed a mercenary organization, recruiting numerous rogue and defected ninja to take on various missions for profit. Hiriko was no weakling, he was quite exceptional even among jonin. However, he was no match for Hakumen, whose strength was enough to dominate the ninja world. What Hakumen lacked now was only extensive battle experience. The captured Hiriko was temporarily detained in the interrogation department, awaiting Makoto for a personal interrogation. Hiriko's appearance had changed significantly from the portrait on the Konoha wanted notice. He had once been tall and rather handsome. Now, however, he had become thin and frail, with most of his body wrapped in bandages. It was clear he had already begun modifying his own body, likely integrating some foreign Kekkei Genkai. In the interrogation room, there were only Makoto and Hiriko. Makoto removed the restriction on Hiriko's mouth. Hiriko, a pleasure to meet you. Hiriko fixed his gaze on Makoto and said, Lord Hokage is indeed as young as the rumors say. With his arms crossed, Makoto chuckled and asked, rumors? What do they say about me in the ninja world? Hiriko replied, they say that the 5th Hokage can fly through the sky, travel underground, move mountains, fill seas, command world-destroying flames, and transform into a giant over 100 meters tall. Makoto clicked his tongue in disbelief. They've basically made me out to be a sage. He knew it was all thanks to his battle with the Kimo ninja back then. Sounds way too exaggerated. Hiriko said, I used to think it was false too, but after fighting the young men who came to capture me, I started to believe it. With such a prodigy as your personal guard, it's only natural that you, as Hokage, would be even stronger. Hearing this, Makoto couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're really good at flattering people. Hiriko continued, everything I said is true. Konoha is incredibly fortunate to have a young and exceptional leader like you. Makoto smiled and said, oh. Do you think saying all that will make me spare your life? Hiriko showed no trace of fear at Makoto's words. Instead, he said, I'm merely a rogue ninja. My captors could have killed me outright without issue. But since Lord Hokage personally came to see me, I must still hold some value. Makoto nodded. You're quite clever. I'm very interested in your chimera technique. Hiroko's heart trembled, and he lowered his head. Bound tightly as he was, this was the only way he could show respect. It's an honor that Lord Hokage sees value in me. I was once a Konoha ninja. Even though the third Hokage exiled me, I've always longed to return to the village. I sincerely hope Lord Hokage will grant me that chance. I will dedicate everything I have to the village. This man clearly knew how to adapt to the situation, understanding that survival was the most crucial matter now. Makoto simply placed pen and paper on the table in front of Hiroko. With a light wave of his hand, the ropes binding Hiroko instantly loosened and fell away. Seeing this, Hiroko's expression changed subtly. Write down the chimera technique first, Makoto instructed. Hiroko knew that resisting meant death, and trying to negotiate would also lead to death, likely with his memories pried open by the Yamanaka clan. His only way out was to fully cooperate and earn the Hokage's leniency. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and began writing down his life's work, the chimera technique. The process was somewhat lengthy, but Makoto wasn't in a hurry. He quietly watched as Hiroko filled the blank sheet with dense lines of writing. Finally, Hiroko set down the pen and respectfully said, "Please review it, Lord Hokage." Makoto carefully examined it from beginning to end, contemplating the technique's principles and feasibility. It was far from a simple jutsu. Instead, it was an elaborate and drawn-out process that combined human experimentation, sealing rituals, and even meteorological factors. To Makoto, much of it was unnecessary. He wasn't interested in the chimera technique itself, he had no desire to transform himself into some grotesque, inhuman existence. What he wanted was the method within the technique for extracting Kekkei-genkai. If it merely relied on crude methods like transplanting flesh and cells, it would be too disappointing. After finishing his review, Makoto raised his hand, and the ropes automatically rebound Hiroko. He then stood up, ready to leave. Seeing this, Hiroko hurriedly said, "If Lord Hokage has any questions, you can always ask me." Makoto ignored him and left the interrogation room without looking back. The chimera technique allowed the caster to absorb the powers of other ninjas, integrating them into their own body. In the original story, Hiroko's subordinates even used this technique to fuse themselves with summoned beasts. Hiroko's ultimate goal was to fuse 5 different Kekkei-genkai to achieve immortality. But that wasn't what Makoto wanted. This method was too crude and ugly, it simply absorbed external powers wholesale into the body, no different from Danzo's grotesque Sharingan-filled arm. In the end, it was merely borrowing power rather than making it truly one's own. What Makoto sought was a way to decipher the genetic code of Kekkei-genkai and unlock the secrets of that unique chakra. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, all were reincarnations of Azura and Indra's chakra. But why could chakra reincarnate? Wasn't it supposed to be a person's soul that reincarnated? Makoto wanted to uncover the reason behind it all. Though Hiroko's chimera technique wasn't without flaws, it wasn't entirely useless either. Makoto meticulously studied it several times before heading to the research lab, where he found 2 white mice for experimentation. As the chimera technique was activated, the 2 mice astonishingly fused into one, a bloated, grotesque creature with 2 heads. The most surprising thing was, it was still alive. This discovery left Makoto deeply amazed. Whether it was Orochimaru or Tobirama, their human experiments required extensive preparation, meticulous and precise surgical procedures, and long observation periods afterward. In contrast, the chimera technique simply involved casting a jutsu, effortlessly merging 2 living beings into one. However, it was an exceedingly cruel and unnatural technique. No wonder the third Hokage had banned it and hunted down Hiroko. This technique was far more brutal than ordinary human experimentation. Merging 2 individuals didn't guarantee what form they would take post-fusion. The results could be horrifying and grotesque, such as a 2-headed human, a lower body with 4 legs, or even 2 bodies sharing a pair of legs. Turning people into such abominations was bound to be prohibited. Orochimaru's experiments were aimed at evolving the human body, striving for perfection. Hiroko, on the other hand, was purely driven by the desire for power. Hiroko's notes also mentioned that these temporarily fused creatures wouldn't live long, just a few days at most. Achieving a more stable and perfect result required extensive preparation. Makoto then retrieved some organs that Orochimaru had previously preserved in cold storage for future use. He first attempted to fuse 2 hearts together. The fusion was successful, but whether the fused heart was functional remained uncertain since it was dissected and not part of a living body. Afterward, Makoto fused 2 eyes into one, creating an entirely new eye. He placed the eye in a glass container and had the Umbu bring in a previous test subject, who was then sent to Konoha Hospital along with the eye for an immediate transplant operation. A few days later, Makoto went to observe the test subject's condition. According to the subject and the doctors, the eye seemed to be functioning without issue. This gave Makoto some confidence. He immediately began preparations for the Tensigen fusion experiment. He issued orders to the Science and Crafts Department, instructing them to create several massive containers capable of storing chakra. What he intended to create wasn't Tonari Otsutsuki's Tensigen, but rather the Tensigen weapon used by the Otsutsuki branch family on the moon to annihilate the main family. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 208, ch 208, Heaven's Eye. The massive chakra storage containers that Makoto requested took half a month to complete. They were 5-meter diameter hollow glass spheres, as large as an entire room. 3 were produced, with 2 kept as spares. Once the hollow shells were completed, the next step was to inscribe various seals on them, granting functions such as chakra stabilization, absorption, and release. This was a time-consuming and labor-intensive process. To handle it, Makoto assembled a specialized sealing team to work alongside him. Makoto envisioned a fully controllable Tensigen weapon rather than a crude device that merely unleashed indiscriminate energy blasts. As work progressed, a new idea emerged in Makoto's mind. Currently, Konoha housed 3-tailed beasts. Their chakra reserves were thousands of times greater than that of ordinary humans. Was it really necessary to keep them as mere mascots? They were 3 enormous energy battery. Although it was just a preliminary idea, Makoto had already made up his mind to tap into this resource. The creation of the Tensigen was still in its preparatory phase, which had already taken a month. Even with the combined efforts of the sealing team, which included more than 10 members and the Hokage himself, only half of the engraving work had been completed. If the Tensigen creation failed, the entire process would have to start over. During this period, Makoto closely monitored the condition of the test subject who had received the fused eye transplant. Fortunately, everything remained normal, with no signs of abnormality. Another half-month passed, and the engraving of the containers was finally completed. Originally transparent, the massive glass spheres now displayed a variety of colorful patterns on their surfaces when chakra was infused. These patterns represented the month-long efforts of Makoto and the sealing team, incorporating countless functionalities into the massive seals. The containers could stabilize chakra flow regardless of how wild or uncontrollable it was. Even-tailed beasts would behave obediently inside. Additionally, the containers could release chakra as an offensive measure and included sensory, shielding, and other features. Makoto viewed this as merely a simplified version, with room for future enhancements. With these containers completed, the formal creation of the Tensigen weapon could finally commence. The Chimera technique involved a process of disassembling and reconstructing the physical body. To prevent the newly reconstructed life forms from becoming non-viable, the Chimera technique deliberately avoided damaging critical organs, such as eyes. Extra eyes weren't particularly useful unless they were specifically fused. Therefore, when 2 individuals were fused, their faces wouldn't naturally end up with 4 eyes. Makoto had made numerous plans for the fusion of Byakugan. The Byakugan contained a special form of chakra, which Makoto had yet to find a way to extract. If this chakra could be fused, it would undoubtedly yield immense power. Thus, his only option was to merge Byakugan together, allowing the chakra within them to gradually grow stronger. As long as the chakra remained, the exact form of the Byakugan wouldn't matter. Around the container, Makoto set up a temporary tent and moved all the Byakugan stock inside. The tent was heavily guarded by the umbu, while Makoto sat alone before the container. Glass jars filled with eyeballs were arranged across the entire room, and the ground was marked with pre-drawn Chimera technique seals. As Makoto channeled his chakra, the lids of all the jars opened on their own, and countless eyeballs flew out, hovering in midair. If anyone were to enter at that moment, they would undoubtedly be horrified by the sight of countless Byakugan filling the sky, a scene so unsettling it would trigger intense fear, even inducing trypophobia. To ensure precision during the casting process, Makoto had already entered Sage mode, with chakra enveloping each eyeball and the ground seal formations glowing brightly. The floating eyes began to pair up autonomously, and as dense chakra filled the entire tent, the initial fusion finally commenced. During the downtime while creating the container, Makoto had already attempted Byakugan fusion and succeeded. However, the first fusion produced no noticeable changes. Only the second fusion brought significant differences. The initial fusion process was swift, taking less than half a minute, and the number of Byakugan in the tent was instantly reduced by half. Makoto did not stop and proceeded to pair up the fused Byakugan once again. After the second fusion, the Byakugan underwent a significant mutation. What had originally looked like ordinary Byakugan now clearly appeared as 2 eyes fused together. Not only did their appearance change, but Makoto could also sense a faint chakra emanating from these newly formed quadruple fused eyes. Taking a long breath, Makoto continued the next stage of the fusion process. Outside the tent, the sun moved from the southeast to the southwest, and the umbu remained steadfast at their posts. As time slowly passed, only two head-sized, grotesque spherical masses remained inside the container, covered densely with countless eerie pupils emitting an eerie purple glow. When there were only 4 Byakugan left to fuse, Makoto already struggled to suppress the chakra they radiated. He directly placed them inside the container, where the crystalline patterns on the glass walls shimmered brilliantly. If it had been nighttime, the container would have shone like a magnificent lamp. The entire tent was bathed in this purple light. The chakra leaking from the spheres had already triggered the runes on the container. If one ignored the terrifying spheres, the scene appeared mesmerizing, filled with dazzling colors. By this point, Makoto was already feeling a bit fatigued. He had taken multiple breaks, as even Sage Mode could not be maintained for such a prolonged period. When not in Sage Mode, he attempted fusions as well, though the difficulty was significantly greater. Summoning his chakra once again, Makoto activated the Chimera technique to begin the final fusion. However, to his surprise, the 2 ocular spheres developed a rejection response. They repelled each other like 2 magnets with the same pole, neither their chakra nor flesh could accept the other, resisting any attempt to merge. This unexpected situation caused the fusion process to come to a standstill. The situation reached a deadlock as the fusion process stalled. Makoto tried to forcibly merge the 2 spheres, but it was futile. The amount of chakra contained within them had grown beyond what he could easily manipulate. If not for the container shielding him, Makoto would have undoubtedly been blasted away by the volatile energy. This predicament gave Makoto a headache. He decided to enter Sage Mode once again. However, the moment the black markings appeared on his face, Makoto was shocked to discover that the 2 spheres had begun absorbing his chakra, something that had never happened before. The chakra within his body was rapidly draining. The 2 spheres seemed to be competing, as if the one that absorbed more chakra could dominate the other. Makoto's mind raced at lightning speed, a clarity brought on by entering Sage Mode. He immediately stopped the Chimera technique, but the chakra absorption did not cease. Acting quickly, Makoto rushed forward and began carving a new set of runes on the container. He was all too familiar with sealing techniques that absorbed natural energy from the surroundings. After all, he had personally developed them. As the seal was completed, the 2 spheres inside the container began to rotate rapidly around each other, emitting an increasingly intense and blinding purple light. Boom. A powerful gust of energy erupted from the container, turning the entire tent into a chaotic mess. The Umbu outside were immediately alerted and rushed to Makoto's side to check on the Hokage's condition. Lord Hokage. Are you all right, Lord Hokage? Makoto stood motionless in front of the massive glass sphere. As the Umbu shifted their gaze, they were all stunned beyond words. Visible, tangible energy flowed within the container, and the intricate patterns etched on its surface gleamed with brilliance. It was unclear whether it was chakra or some other form of energy. The 2 grotesque, unsettling spheres filled with countless irises had vanished, leaving behind only a single, complete white energy mass faintly glowing with a purple hue. It resembled a white hole, pure white at the core, gradually fading into purple toward the edges. The radiant light extended beyond the container, like countless sharp blades. Makoto stood extremely close to it but remained unharmed. He couldn't help but murmur, "It's beautiful." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 209, ch 209, Pregnant. The Eye of Heaven. It was hard to imagine that something so beautiful could be an incredibly destructive weapon. Makoto floated high in the air, with the newly fused purple Tensigen hovering beside him. He soared until he reached an uninhabited mountain range. Locking his gaze onto a mountain peak, he activated the seals on the Tensigen. In an instant, the area around the Tensigen exploded with purple light, like a radiant violet sun. The boundless energy condensed into a beam of light so concentrated it turned stark white. Boom. The distant mountain peak was instantly reduced to dust, completely obliterated from existence without leaving a single trace. Makoto looked up at the sky. Even the clouds had been split apart, as if the heavens themselves had been cleaved open. Witnessing this scene, Makoto couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the current ninja world, there was likely no one who could withstand a single strike from the Tensigen. After testing the power of the Tensigen, Makoto returned to the village, bringing it back to its temporary storage place. Then he issued an order, summoning craftsmen and workers to swiftly build a tall tower above the Hokage rock to house the Tensigen. Makoto wanted its light to cover all of Konoha. The Hokage rock had remained vacant until now. During previous meetings, many had suggested rebuilding the rock and removing the statue of the 4th Hokage, a traitor. Even constructing a statue of only the 5th Hokage would be acceptable. However, Makoto had no such intention and directly rejected the proposal. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Konoha had such a monument. It was said to symbolize the spirits of the previous Hokage continuing to protect the village, guiding future generations with their will. Could a few stone statues protect the village? The true safeguard of the village was this ultimate weapon, capable of effortlessly blasting an entire mountain to dust with a single shot. It would instill fear in those who harbored ill intentions toward Konoha far better than any statues people could trample on. After issuing the order, the ninja responsible for execution couldn't fully comprehend it. The chakra surge from the Tensigen's successful fusion earlier had been sensed by many people in the village. After Makoto left with the Tensigen, curious villagers came to investigate what had happened, only to be turned away by the Umbu, who explained that the Hokage was conducting a ninjutsu experiment. Upon returning home, Makoto was still brimming with excitement. Holding Ayari's hand, he exclaimed that he had just completed something remarkable, something capable of reshaping the entire ninja world and elevating Konoha's status. Seeing his excited demeanor, Ayari chuckled and asked, "What kind of thing?" "An ultimate weapon comparable to a tailed beast, but far easier to control." Ayari laughed. "Ultimate weapon? What a strange name." Makoto paused and calmed down a bit. "You're right, it does sound odd. It needs a better name." He led Ayari to the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Hokage Rock, where a tall tower would soon rise. "Let's call it the Tower of Solarite." "A tower?" Ayari asked curiously. Makoto smiled. "Its light will shine over all of Konoha, and in the future, it will illuminate the entire world." Ayari was bewildered, only partially understanding. All she knew was that Makoto seemed determined to achieve something extraordinary. The completion of the Tensigen kept Makoto in a great mood for several days. He personally supervised the construction of the Tower of Solarite, offering numerous suggestions. Afterward, he summoned the members of the barrier team, the group responsible for maintaining the village's protective barriers. The team leader was a member of the Hyuga clan named Hyuga Shimizu. The role change between the Sarutobi and Hyuga clans back then had included this crucial barrier team position. Bringing them before the radiant purple Tensigen, Makoto briefly introduced its capabilities. Everyone was stunned speechless by the sight of the beautiful, purple orb resembling a miniature sun. Makoto carefully explained to Shimizu the methods for activating the defensive and sensory barriers. Watching his clansmen listen attentively, Makoto suddenly pondered, with the Tensigen in existence, would the position of Hokage ever go to anyone outside the Hyuga clan in the future? He couldn't help but wonder how the other clans in the village would react upon seeing it. After a brief moment of thought, Makoto decided to temporarily conceal the fact that the Tensigen was created by fusing Byakugan. Revealing that information might provoke resistance. Power can force submission, but it doesn't win hearts. Where there is oppression, conflict will inevitably arise. The Tensigen belonged to Konoha, not just the Hyuga clan. This distinction was crucial. The construction of the Tower of Solarite progressed smoothly. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The next joint Chunin exams were approaching, a major event that showcased each village's strength and brought in lucrative commissions. The entire village was bustling with preparations for the exams. Typically, only two villages hosted the joint Chunin exams, Konoha and Sunagakure. Due to geographical reasons, Konoha hosted more frequently. When Konoha hosted, it attracted more participants from smaller villages. On the other hand, when Sunagakure hosted, aside from affiliated nations, few participants attended. The main audience, including wealthy merchants, prestigious families, and royal nobles, rarely wanted to travel to a barren desert. Over time, Sunagakure became aware of its inherent disadvantages and stopped competing with Konoha for hosting rights. After all, participating in Konoha yielded higher benefits than hosting themselves, and it saved them trouble. Konoha would only occasionally yield the hosting rights to them during special circumstances. Among the five great nations, only the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire had an alliance, with Sunagakure and Konoha being partners. Iwagakure and Kimogakure remained independent, which made Konoha the only village capable of hosting the joint exams. For this year's Chunin exams, Omegakure showed strong interest in participating. They proposed holding the initial written exam in the Land of Rain, which Makoto approved. Additionally, a travel route between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain began construction. After the written test, the advancing candidates would travel from Omegakure to Konoha within a specified time. This journey was essentially a long marathon, filled with countless traps and patrolled by Chunin stationed along the route. Rest points were also set up along the way for candidates who didn't mind losing time. The project was significant, with all expenses borne by Omegakure. Yahiko's idea was, in some ways, pure genius, as it promised significant benefits for Omegakure, assuming Konoha and Omegakure were truly close allies. Many people had such optimistic thoughts, which Makoto found far too naive. While the village was busy with Chunin exam preparations, an unexpected message suddenly reached Makoto from Konoha Hospital. Makoto had gone for a checkup today, and the results revealed that she was pregnant. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch. Fairy Tale Destiny 200 plus ch, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100 plus ch. Chapter 210, ch 210, Give Birth. Makoto intercepted Mikoto on her way home and brought her to an empty lounge in the Hokage building. Mikoto sat nervously on the sofa, her gaze flickering toward Makoto before quickly looking away. Lord Hokage, is there something you need from me? She asked, forcing herself to remain calm and maintain a composed appearance. Makoto, however, went straight to the question that made her heart skip a beat. Whose child is it? His piercing gaze locked onto Mikoto, making her feel as though needles were prickling her back. Whose child? He asked again. Mikoto forced a smile and replied, Lord Hokage is well informed. I just found out myself, of course, it's Fugaku's. Her voice was strained, barely maintaining a facade of steadiness. To Makoto, it was a clear sign of her desperate attempt to hide something. He placed a sheet of paper on the table. Mikoto glanced down and recognized it as her medical report from the hospital. 2 months along, huh? Are you so sure it's his? Mikoto avoided looking at him and insisted, of course it's Fugaku's, it has to be. Makoto nodded. If that's the case, then have the baby. I'm sure Fugaku-senpai will be very pleased to hear the news. Mikoto's face instantly turned pale as though she were suffocating. She forced an awkward smile. Fugaku and I aren't planning on having a second child for the time being. Makoto replied calmly, but I've heard Itachi mention several times that he wants a little brother. He's just a child, he doesn't know better. Her voice grew weaker, and she dared not meet Makoto's eyes. Her recent physical discomfort had already left her anxious. When the hospital confirmed her pregnancy, she was utterly bewildered. Thinking back, it had been a long time since she'd had any intimacy with Fugaku. After that incident, they'd even started sleeping in separate rooms. The only person she'd been with was the Hokage. She was completely unprepared for this and had no idea how to face what lay ahead. The only solution she could think of was to hide it for now and later find a way to get rid of this child who should not exist. But right after leaving the hospital, she ran into Makoto. Are you afraid? Makoto asked calmly. Tell me the truth. Makoto's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She knew she couldn't hide it from him. Gritting her teeth, she said, so what if I am? What if it's your child? Lord Hokage, you have your family, and I have mine. This child is a mistake, never meant to exist. What does knowing the truth even matter? Makoto frowned slightly. You are the child's mother. How can you say such things about your own child? Makoto let out a bitter laugh. Am I wrong? Who would look forward to this child's birth? I would. Makoto was momentarily dazed, staring at the determined men in front of her, much younger than herself. For some reason, Fugaku's image flashed in her mind. Something inside her was stirred. She lowered her head, laughing self-deprecatingly. Don't be foolish, Lord Hokage. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. I will keep it a secret forever. Makoto firmly responded, no. You will have the child. Makoto's face darkened with anger. Are you crazy? If Fugaku finds out I'm pregnant, he'll know the child isn't his. Or was this man just treating her as a childbearing tool? Makoto replied calmly, so what if he knows it's my child? Would he dare refuse? Makoto was stunned. She found this Hokage terrifying, his overwhelming assertiveness leaving her helpless. She asked, and after the child is born? Would you be fine watching him call another man father? Makoto replied, I will have arrangements by then. Makoto finally said in frustration, you're a madman. She didn't want this. She didn't want her life to be disrupted by this unborn child. Even though her life was already in shambles, she still held onto a faint hope, a hope that she and Fugaku could return to how things used to be. Makoto knew very well that the other party had nothing to offer her. This Hokage, always so loving with Ayari, had only sought a fleeting moment of pleasure with her. Such a secret affair carried no responsibility. Makoto spoke slowly, in any case, just focus on having the child. Helpless, Makoto could only say, I think we both need to calm down and talk about this later, okay? After leaving the Hokage's office, she returned home. Fugaku and Itachi were not back yet, and the large house felt cold and empty. Sitting on the bed in her bedroom, Makoto held a framed family photo, staring at the image of the three of them together. She repeatedly ran her fingers over the picture. After sitting there for a long time, she suddenly heard a sound from the living room. I'm back. Fugaku had returned early from the fire department. The restless Makoto immediately got up upon hearing his voice and quickly walked toward the bedroom door. But just as she was about to step out, she stopped. She composed herself, trying to appear calm. Fugaku, however, came directly to her door. Makoto. I have something to talk to you about. Lowering her head, Makoto walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. Fugaku sat across from her. You're pregnant, aren't you? His first sentence hit Makoto like a thunderclap, leaving her mind completely blank. Her pupils widened as she looked at Fugaku, but her husband simply sat there with his head lowered, avoiding her gaze. There was a long silence. Makoto sat frozen, not knowing what to say. Should she apologize? Should she explain? But wasn't it Fugaku who had caused all of this? Or should they discuss a proper solution to the problem? Her mind was in complete chaos, the events at the hospital, the confrontation with the Hokage, and now this situation, one after another, giving her no time to breathe. Then Fugaku spoke again, and what he said left her completely numb. Since you're pregnant, focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. Didn't Itachi always say he wanted a little brother or sister? Her eyes widened as she stared at Fugaku, questioning him sharply, do you even know what you're saying? Her husband, the father of her child, was telling her to give birth to another man's child. She had a foreboding feeling that this child's arrival would completely shatter their family. Fear gripped her heart. It shouldn't be like this, her life shouldn't be like this. This overwhelming terror made her abandon all pretense. On the brink of collapse, she stood up and walked toward Fugaku, tightly grabbing his hands. With a desperate tone she hadn't used in a long time, she pleaded, Fugaku, I don't want this child. Let's get rid of it and leave here, okay? Our family can leave Konoha and go anywhere. Let's go back to how things used to be, okay? Fugaku's face twitched slightly, as though he was suppressing something, but he forced a smile that masked all his emotions. To Makoto, that smile was unbearably mocking and hurtful. He said, Makoto, aren't we living just fine here in Konoha? We're not going anywhere. Makoto stared blankly at him, at her husband, at the men she had once deeply loved and who had once loved her in return. Her eyes unconsciously overflowed with a sense of despair. Fugaku continued, I've been reassigned. Starting tomorrow, I have to leave the village. I'll probably be gone for a long time. This time, Makoto had no reaction. She didn't even ask where he was going. She simply stood up in silence and walked into their bedroom without saying a word. Fugaku could only swallow the rest of what he had intended to say. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he had been reassigned by the Hokage to a garrison post at the borders of the Land of Fire. It sounded absurd, but it was the undeniable reality. He stared intently at his wife's retreating figure. What he felt was not loneliness but a profound and overwhelming sense of disappointment, a desolation that reached its very core. The door closed softly, without a trace of emotion leaking through. Her figure disappeared entirely behind that door. The human heart can only bear so much despair, like a surface that has already absorbed all the water it can hold. Even if an entire ocean flows over it, it cannot take in a single additional drop. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 211, ch 211, Wish. Mulling over how to handle the child growing in Makoto's womb, Makoto had been deep in thought for a long time. Let the child call Fugaku father and be raised by him. Makoto felt that, although he could be pretty twisted at times, he hadn't reached that level of depravity. After all, it was his child, and the child deserved everything they were entitled to. Fugaku had already been reassigned to a remote location, far away from Makoto and the child. The key problem was, how would he explain this to Ayari? If it had been Kushina who was pregnant, Makoto figured it would be much easier to explain. But Makoto was a married woman, wouldn't that make him a homewrecker and a scumbag? Once Ayari found out, there would inevitably be a huge uproar. Just thinking about it gave Makoto a headache. There was also another issue, after the child was born, if it turned out to be a boy, should he still be named Sasuke? The name Sasuke came from the father of the third Hokage, and it was clear that Fugaku had chosen the name as a way to curry favor with the third. If he used the same name, how was he supposed to explain it? But if he chose a different name, it would feel a bit strange. Hokage Residence. Sister. Unable to find Ayano in the living room, Ayari headed toward her sister's bedroom, calling out as she walked. When she pushed the door open, Ayano was startled, hastily trying to hide something. Why don't you knock? Ayano said, clearly flustered, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Although she held a servant-like status in the household, as Ayari's elder sister, she didn't treat Ayari with the same deference she showed toward Makoto. Ayari, however, looked at her suspiciously. What are you doing? Nothing. Ayari was unconvinced by her sister's evasive demeanor. She stepped forward quickly, while Ayano kept retreating. What are you hiding? Ayari pressed. Ayano tried to change the subject. Nothing. Did you need something from me? But Ayari wasn't about to let it go. She suddenly lunged forward, attempting to grab the item in Ayano's hand. Startled, Ayano dodged frantically, causing the item to fall to the floor with a clatter. Both of them looked down. It was a white object. Ayari picked it up and realized it was a pregnancy test. She glanced at the result, one line. Ayano looked a bit embarrassed, her gaze shifting to the side. Ayari sighed, clearly exasperated, and tossed the test back to her. I thought it was something interesting. Ayano muttered something under her breath, but Ayari couldn't quite catch it. What did you say? Nothing. Seeing that her secret was already exposed, Ayano no longer felt the need to hide anything. She casually tossed the pregnancy test and its packaging into the nearby trash bin. Ayari glanced at her sideways. What? Thinking about having a child? Can't I? Ayano countered. Ayari shrugged with a smile. Of course, you can. He's always wanted a daughter. If you give him a daughter, he'll be over the moon. Ayano had no interest in having a daughter, she wanted a son. She believed that women in this world had too bitter a fate. It would be better to have a boy. Besides, the Hyuga clan was different now. As the Hokage's son, even if her child couldn't surpass Niji in status, he would never be bullied. She also wanted this child to secure her position. Her delayed period this month had given her high hopes, only to end in disappointment once again. Was her body letting her down? How could Ayari get pregnant while she couldn't? Noticing Ayano's gloomy expression, Ayari sighed and said, "All right, just talk it over with him. If he really wants you to have a child, let him stay in your room during your fertile days." Ayano was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you, Ayari. She spread her arms to hug her younger sister, but Ayari pushed her away in disdain. This time, however, Ayano was unusually persistent, forcefully pulling her into a tight embrace and rubbing her face against hers. Ayari found it both annoying and amusing. She couldn't help thinking how absurd it was to be discussing such matters with her own sister. Letting them both serve the same husband. That scoundrel Makoto was practically living like a king. The mention of pregnancy suddenly made Ayari thoughtful. She was well aware of Makoto's beautiful secretary. Although she turned a blind eye to it outside the house, the thought still lingered. But what if that guy got another woman pregnant and it caused a stir at home? The more Ayari thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and the angrier she became, as if it had already happened. That damn guy. She'd already tolerated the situation with her sister, and yet he was still messing around outside. Grinding her teeth, Ayari fumed internally. What's wrong, Ayari? Ayano, still holding her, asked. Ayari huffed heavily. I'm just realizing I've been way too lenient with him. Ayano's expression became a bit unnatural. She felt as though Ayari's words were implying something. I'm not talking about you, sis. Ayari suddenly asked, have you met his secretary? Ayari hadn't met Samui. Back when Makoto worked from home, he had brought Samui along. But since Ayari stayed in the front yard and Samui in the back, Ayari, being proud of her status, had no intention of going out of her way to meet that little vixen. Ayano nodded. Ayari asked, what does she look like? Hearing this, Ayano's gaze suddenly shifted to Ayari's chest, contemplating something. Ayari felt uncomfortable under her stare. What are you looking at? Ayano replied, that girl is indeed very beautiful, and she has a great figure. The kind that men all like. When Ayari heard the mention of great figure, she immediately understood what Ayano had just been looking at and glared at her. Even though they were twin sisters, Ayari's chest size was worlds apart from her sister's. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if the reason Makoto often went to Ayano was because of that difference. In the evening, Makoto came home. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit strange. Ayari took the initiative to say, Makoto, my sister has something she wants to discuss with you. Makoto glanced at Ayano and then said to Ayari, I also have something I want to discuss with you. Then talk to my sister first. I'm done eating, Ayari said as she put down her chopsticks and left to check on Niji. Only Makoto and Ayano remained at the table. What do you want to talk about? Ayano looked a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Makoto sighed. Speak. I want to. Want what? If it's something available in the village, you can just buy it. If the village doesn't have it, send someone outside to get it. No, I want a child. Makoto was stunned, looking at the beautiful woman before him. Did you talk to Ayari about this? Yes. What did she say? She agreed, and even said she'd create opportunities for us. Makoto fell into thought, his expression becoming conflicted. At this rate, he really was becoming a machine. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 212, CH 212, Bitch. Niji was his child, and in the future, it was possible that Hinata and Hanabi could also be his children. The child in Makoto's womb seemed likely to be Sasuke. If things continued this way, the main characters from the original story might all end up calling him Dad. That thought felt truly strange. Seeing that Makoto had remained silent for a long time, Ayano couldn't help but ask, "Are you unwilling?" Makoto glanced at her and said, "These things can't be rushed. Just let nature take its course. If you get pregnant, just take good care of yourself and have the baby." He understood what Ayano really meant. She claimed she wanted a child, but in truth, she sought a legitimate status. Hearing his response, Ayano knew he had agreed. Suppressing her joy, she softly said, "I understand." After dinner, Makoto went to the nursery, where Ayari and Natsu were playing with little Niji. Makoto gave Natsu a look, signaling her to leave, and then moved closer. Ayari glanced at him and asked, "Done talking?" "Yes, finished." "What did you say?" Makoto chuckled, "Can't you already guess?" Ayari pouted. "How would I know what's going on between the two of you?" Makoto immediately corrected her, "What do you mean by between the two of us? This is a matter for our whole family." This time, Ayari didn't argue, simply lowering her head to look at their son. Little Niji was awake at the moment, his big eyes blinking as he looked at the two of them. Makoto extended a finger in front of him, and little Niji quickly grabbed it with his two soft, chubby hands. Makoto gently moved his finger, making Niji giggle. He suddenly said, "You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Niji to have a younger brother. He wouldn't feel lonely in the future." Ayari replied, "Weren't you the one who wanted a daughter?" Makoto said, "Whether it's a son or a daughter, as long as they're my child, I'll love them the same. Then go have one with my sister." "I didn't stop you. We'll talk about Ayano later, just let things happen naturally." As Ayari listened, she suddenly sensed something off. She shot Makoto a sharp, wary look. "Don't even think about me. I'm never having another baby. It hurt like hell last time." Makoto gave an awkward laugh. "I never said you had to." Ayari was momentarily stunned, unable to figure out what he meant. Seeing Makoto's hesitant expression, her thoughts raced, and she suddenly imagined a troubling possibility. Her expression instantly darkened. She stared at Makoto intensely and demanded, "What was it you were going to tell me at dinner earlier?" Makoto stammered, "It's just. I was thinking about getting Niji a younger brother." Ayari's gaze turned sharp, as if ready to devour him. "Is it that pretty secretary of yours? Did you get her pregnant?" Makoto immediately denied it. "You're overthinking it. She's way too young. I'd never lay a hand on her." But Makoto's words only made Ayari's gaze grow colder. She realized there were women she didn't even know about. Her mind quickly flashed through the beautiful single women around Makoto, suddenly locking onto one figure. Ayari was startled by her own thought and widened her eyes in disbelief. "It's not Kushina, is it?" "No." Makoto felt a headache coming on. This woman was frighteningly close to the truth, though Kushina wasn't pregnant yet. Ayari let out a sigh of relief. If her best friend had been involved with her husband, she wouldn't know how to cope. She'd barely accepted the situation with her sister. Was this guy determined to pick only the people closest to her? However, relief quickly gave way to a surge of anger. "Who is it?" Makoto was silent for a moment before calmly asking, "Who would you be able to accept?" Ayari was stunned. She never expected such an absurd response from him. Outraged, she flew into a frenzy, swinging her fists at him. "You damn bastard. I'll kill you." Makoto quickly said, "Niji. Niji's watching us." Ayari paused and turned to look at Niji, who wasn't crying or fussing. At this moment, Makoto shamelessly added, "See. Niji isn't crying, he probably wants a younger brother too." Ayari was so furious that she laughed, then muttered under her breath, "Get out." Makoto tried to say more but was met with a fierce glare. "Get out now." Left with no choice, Makoto stood up and left the nursery. As he opened the door, he found Natsu leaning against it, clearly eavesdropping, likely drawn by the noise inside. When she saw Makoto come out, she awkwardly lowered her head and moved aside. Makoto shot her a glare and ruffled her hair vigorously, leaving it in a mess. "What are you eavesdropping for?" Natsu didn't dare fight back. After he walked away, she made a face at his back before fixing her hair. Inside the nursery, Ayari sat motionless beside Niji. The little boy made a sound and stretched out his hands as if asking for a hug. Ayari picked up her son, suddenly feeling a deep sense of grievance. Not only could she not have all of Makoto's love, but even what should belong to Niji was being divided. That night, when Makoto tried to return to the bedroom, he found the door firmly locked from the inside. With no other option, he headed to Ayano's room instead. The next day, Uchiha Fugaku had left. He had already informed his clan members, telling them that during his absence, they could approach Uchiha Hakudai for any clan affairs. Although this was clearly a move by the Hokage to suppress the Uchiha, no one in the clan voiced any complaints. The Hokage's office had released a statement, claiming that Fugaku's erroneous orders had led to the deaths of 5 Uchiha ninja. Uchiha Tetsuhi and Inoka were among the fallen, people well known to the clan, many of whom had close ties with them. To the clan members, it seemed reasonable that their leader should be punished for such losses. After Fugaku's early departure, Ayari suddenly paid a visit to Makoto's house. Seeing her friend, Makoto couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, she was carrying the child of Ayari's husband. "Ah, Ayari, what brings you here?" Ayari stormed into the living room, fuming, and plopped down on the couch. Makoto, feeling uneasy, wondered if Ayari had found out and come to confront her. "That bastard really pissed me off." Makoto nervously poured her a glass of water and asked, "Who made you so angry?" Ayari snorted coldly. "Who else could it be but that bastard?" She took the water and gulped down most of it in one go. "What happened?" Makoto asked cautiously. Ayari shot her a glance that startled Makoto. They were the best of friends, usually sharing everything without secrets. After a moment of silence, Ayari pursed her lips and said, "That bastard Makoto got another woman pregnant." Makoto's eyes widened, and she froze, unable to move. Ayari continued angrily, "I knew it. That bastard was never an honest man. I must have been blind to marry him." "Makoto." Makoto snapped back to reality and asked carefully, "You don't know who the woman is?" He wouldn't say. "I was wondering if it might be Kushina, but he denied it." Makoto cautiously asked, "If it were Kushina, could you accept it?" Ayari's eyes widened. "Of course not. Kushina is such a good friend, how could she betray me?" Then she shook her head vigorously. No, Kushina would never do that. If it were her, she must have been forced." Makoto couldn't help but think, "You really know your man well." Ayari's gaze turned suspicious as she stared at Makoto. "What do you mean? Do you know something? It's not Kushina, is it?" Makoto frantically shook her head. "No, of course not. I was just asking. You said yourself Kushina wouldn't do such a thing." Ayari finally breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed a cushion from the couch, and began furiously pounding it. As she did, she muttered angrily, "That damned bastard. That wretched woman. They better hope I never find out who she is." "Makoto. Aren't you feeling well, Makoto?" "You look a bit off," Ayari asked. Makoto forced a smile. "I'm fine, it's just that Fugaku left today." Ayari was surprised. "Fugaku left? Where did he go?" Makoto then explained about Fugaku being reassigned and the official reason behind it. Hearing this, Ayari didn't know what to say. Fugaku probably didn't want this either. It doesn't seem fair to punish him like that. How about I talk to Makoto about it? Makoto shook her head. No need. This is about the village, and Lord Hokage surely has his reasons. We shouldn't interfere. When will Fugaku be back? I don't know. Ayari looked at Makoto and suddenly felt sorry for her, imagining how lonely she might be for a long time. Feeling compassionate, she got up and hugged her. You'll be so bored at home alone. You can always come to see me, and I'll come visit you often too. Makoto's expression remained somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile without saying anything. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ch. Chapter 213, ch 213, Ayari's Perception. Itachi arrived at the meeting point, burdened with thoughts. Good morning, Itachi. Morning, Shinako, Kabuto. Noticing the young boy's distracted demeanor, Sakurada Shinako moved closer. What are you thinking about? Itachi took a step back and hurriedly said, nothing. Shinako chuckled. You're practically wearing, I have something on my mind, on your face. Hearing this, Itachi instinctively touched his cheek, which made Shinako burst into laughter. Kabuto couldn't help but smile as well. If something's bothering you, feel free to share. We might be able to help. Itachi's worries were mostly about his father leaving the village, a situation that neither Kabuto nor Shinako could possibly help with. Moreover, his father's departure was a punishment from Lord Hokage due to his mistakes. The thought of not being able to see his father for a long time filled Itachi with sadness. Seeing that Itachi was reluctant to speak, the two didn't press him further. Shinako said, why isn't Kiyomi-sensei here yet? Kabuto replied, there are still about 10 minutes until the appointed time. Shinako grumbled, coming 10 minutes early wouldn't hurt. The three stood on a bridge, their eyes aimlessly wandering. In the distance, the high tower near the Hokage rock was still under construction. Workers could be seen toiling diligently. Shinako suddenly asked, "Why do you think the Hokage didn't rebuild the Hokage rock but decided to build a tower instead?" Kabuto mused, "Isn't it because the fourth Hokage was a criminal?" This was one of the most widely circulated and seemingly credible rumors in the village. Rebuilding the Hokage rock would inevitably raise the dilemma of whether to carve the fourth Hokage's likeness again. Many believed this was why Lord Hokage decided not to rebuild it. Shinako asked again, "Then what is that tower for?" Kabuto shook his head. "I don't know, but since Lord Hokage ordered its construction, it must have a purpose." This answer was meaningless, and Shinako couldn't help but roll her eyes. At that moment, Hyuga Kiyomi arrived. Shinako complained, "Kiyomi-sensei, you're so slow. Keeping a girl waiting is not a good habit." Kiyomi smiled warmly. "I don't think I'm late." As he spoke, he pulled out 3 sheets of paper and laid them in front of the trio. "This is..." Each of them took a sheet and glanced at it, all stunned. Kiyomi explained, "The Chunin exams are coming up, and I've signed you up." Shinako couldn't help but protest, "Kiyomi-sensei, we haven't even graduated for a year. Isn't it too early for us to take the Chunin exams?" Kiyomi responded, "It's not too early. I know your abilities well and wouldn't send you just to embarrass yourselves. Of course, participation isn't mandatory. I only secured the spots for you. Whether you want to go is up to you." Itachi was intrigued. "The Chunin exams, there must be really strong people from other villages there, right?" Kiyomi smiled. "Of course. The joint Chunin exams bring together elite ninjas from different villages. It's a rare opportunity." Kabuto appeared indifferent. To him, the Chunin exams were merely a platform for promotion. He didn't share Itachi's eagerness to face strong opponents. If everyone was weaker, his chances of success would be higher. Shinako glanced at her 2 companions, feeling disheartened. Compared to them, she was much weaker and worried about dragging them down. "You won't be doing any missions for the next couple of days. Take your time to think it over," Kiyomi said. "Ayari, are you staying for lunch today? Is keeping you company a bad thing?" "Of course not." Makoto watched Ayari, who was helping her with housework, unsure of what to say. She knew Ayari had good intentions, but it was her own awkwardness causing discomfort. Ayari smiled and said, "Then aren't you going to start preparing lunch? Do you want me to go hungry?" She was kneeling on the floor, mopping diligently. At home, she rarely did chores, but she didn't mind doing them occasionally. "Then I'll leave the mopping to you. If you get tired, take a break." Makoto got up, about to head to the kitchen, when a wave of discomfort hit her. She gagged a few times, but Ayari, absorbed in her cleaning, didn't notice. Makoto rubbed her chest, exhaled deeply, and walked into the kitchen. Ayari wiped down the entire living room floor and furniture until everything was clean and tidy. Looking at the transformed room, she smiled with satisfaction. Cleaning and doing housework turned out to be a stress-relieving activity, distracting her from troubling thoughts. She called out, "Makoto, does the bedroom need cleaning?" Makoto poked her head out of the kitchen. "Just the guest room, not the master bedroom." Ayari followed her instructions and headed to the guest room. She knew about Makoto and Fugaku sleeping in separate rooms for a month or 2 now. She had once asked Makoto if they had fought, but Makoto had been evasive and reluctant to explain. Seeing Makoto's personal items in the room, Ayari chuckled to herself. Honestly, Fugaku's leaving, and she didn't even spend a nice night with him. She got to work but accidentally knocked over the trash bin, spilling packaging and tissues across the floor. Ayari quickly set the bin upright and started picking up the scattered trash. At that moment, something unusual caught her eye. It was a familiar object she had just seen in Ayano's room yesterday, a white pregnancy test with 2 red lines. Staring at it, Ayari froze for a moment. Makoto is pregnant. That's good news, isn't it? Why hasn't she mentioned it? Ayari's thoughts trailed off until Makoto called her from outside for lunch. Since it was just the 2 of them, lunch was simple. After washing her hands, Ayari sat at the dining table, looking thoughtful. Didn't finish tidying the bedroom. Ah, yeah. Makoto served Ayari half a bowl of rice and filled a whole bowl for herself. Ayari remarked, "You have a good appetite, huh?" Makoto froze for a moment, then smiled. "Well, I did some housework, got a bit tired, and forgot to serve you a full bowl too." Ayari said, "No need, half a bowl is enough for me." Makoto picked up some food and chewed a couple of times before a strong wave of nausea hit her. She quickly covered her mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit. Ayari noticed her reaction, her eyes flickering with thought before teasing with a smile, "What's the matter? You think your own cooking's bad?" Makoto replied, "Just a bit of an upset stomach these past couple of days." Ayari took a bite of her rice. Seeing Makoto recover and eat with apparent enjoyment, she suddenly asked, Fugaku left this morning. Didn't you two sleep together last night? Makoto was startled for a moment. No. Ayari smiled mischievously. He's leaving for who knows how long, and you held back. Makoto shot her a glance. I'm not that obsessed with that kind of thing. Don't make me sound desperate. Ayari chuckled and pressed on, so, in the past 2 months, you two haven't been intimate even once. Makoto casually answered while eating, no. Ayari's smile slowly faded. Is that so? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 214, ch 214, Compromise. After finishing lunch, Makoto seemed to have a good appetite. 1 bowl of rice wasn't enough, so she added half a spoonful more. Ayari, however, barely touched her chopsticks and quietly watched Makoto enjoying her meal. What's wrong? No appetite. Makoto found her behavior a bit strange and glanced at the dishes on the table, thinking they shouldn't be something Ayari disliked. I just don't feel like eating. Makoto seemed thoughtful. At that moment, Ayari suddenly stood up. I just remembered something at home. I need to go. Oh, okay. Makoto stood up to see her off. Ayari's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn from when she had arrived. She barely looked at Makoto, walked to the door, put on her shoes, and left. The living room was left with just Makoto. The food on the dining table was still unfinished, and there was a water basin and mop by the door to the side room, presumably for cleaning after lunch. Ayari's sudden change couldn't help but make Makoto feel uneasy. She walked into her room. The floor was only half cleaned, but the trash bin seemed to have been tampered with. Makoto suddenly remembered something. No wonder Ayari had asked her those questions earlier. She had thought Ayari was just being curious. Realizing this now, she sat down on the bed, lost in thought, and gave a bitter smile. After leaving Makoto's place, Ayari didn't go straight home but instead went to Kushina's. She didn't even know why she came here. When Kushina opened the door, Ayari hadn't even thought of what to say. Kushina looked at her in surprise. Ayari. What brings you here? Ayari opened her mouth but couldn't find any words, simply staring at her blankly. Kushina asked again, have you eaten? Ayari caught the scent of food wafting from inside, it was lunchtime after all. She lowered her head, turned around, and said to herself, it's nothing. Sorry to bother you, I'm leaving. Flustered and uneasy the whole way back, she wasn't even sure how she got home. Ayari fell ill. After returning home, she lay on the bed, slipping into unconsciousness. When Ayano found her, her forehead was burning, and she was drenched in sweat. Terrified, Ayano hurriedly sent someone to call for a doctor and informed Makoto. When Ayari hazily woke up, she saw Makoto sitting by her bedside, keeping watch. A needle was inserted into the back of her hand, connected to an 4-drip. Ayari. Seeing her awake, Makoto immediately leaned in with concern. How do you feel? Still uncomfortable. Ayari lightly pressed her forehead and simply asked, where's Niji? I'll go get him. Makoto quickly went to the nursery, brought their son back, and placed him by Ayari's side. Ayari turned on her side to look at her son and calmly said, you can go. Let me rest for a while. All right, just call me if you need anything. Makoto left the bedroom, and Ayano approached with worry. Is she awake? Yeah. How is she now? Makoto could only say, let her rest properly for now. The doctor had said it was just a high fever and that her body was fine. She just needed to wait for the fever to subside and rest well. The cause of the illness remained unclear. Makoto stayed home all day, not going anywhere. He took care of Ayari, changed her medication, and removed the 4. During dinner, Niji started fussing again. Makoto asked Natsu to take the child out while he brought dinner into the room. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat, Ayari said, her back turned to him. After some thought, Makoto placed the food on the side table, took off his coat, and lifted the blanket to crawl into bed. What are you doing? Ayari frowned at him, looking extremely displeased. Makoto said, I want to hold you. Get out. Don't bother me. Makoto firmly pulled Ayari into his embrace. She struggled a few times but soon quieted down. However, this silence made Makoto uneasy. He could handle Ayari throwing a tantrum, but now she refused to say anything after falling seriously ill. He spoke softly, Ayari. Ayari lay in his arms, her back pressed tightly against his chest, with his chin resting on her head. Can I sleep here tonight? He felt Ayari's chest heave violently. Suit yourself. Just then, Niji's cries suddenly echoed from the living room, along with Natsu's voice trying to comfort him. Ayari tried to get up, but Makoto held her tightly. It's fine. Let Natsu handle it. He'll stop crying in a bit, Makoto said. Sure enough, after a while, the crying gradually subsided. Ayari spoke up, what are you planning to do about them, the mother and son? Makoto's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, Ayari had already figured everything out. I'll let them stay, and I'll take responsibility for raising the child. Ayari asked, you don't want to bring them over here? Makoto was both surprised and a bit embarrassed by her words. Can I? Ayari sneered, just do whatever you want. Why ask for my opinion? Can I stop you? Her words were filled with sarcasm, leaving Makoto with an awkward smile. Ayari continued, do you even realize what kind of consequences this could have if word gets out? Makoto said calmly, I'll handle it. You'd better handle it well. I don't want my son to grow up with a father who's scorned and ridiculed as a worthless scumbag. Her willingness to say this was already a compromise. The internal struggle she must have gone through was clear, yet she still chose this path in the end. Ayari suddenly asked, tell me, did you have personal motives when you transferred Fugaku? Makoto hesitated. Sort of. And what about Minato? Makoto froze, why was Kushina suddenly being brought into this? He awkwardly asked, what about Minato? Ayari turned to glare at him furiously. Don't play dumb with me. Do you have any feelings for Kushina? Ayari pressed on, did you touch her? You bastard. Ayari finally couldn't hold back her rage. She opened her mouth, aiming to bite him. Makoto quickly extended his hand, which she grabbed and bit down on viciously. Hiss. Makoto sucked in a sharp breath. Still, getting his hand bitten was better than his face. When Ayari finally let go, a row of bleeding teeth marks was left on the web of Makoto's left hand. Gasping for breath, Ayari fumed, having my sister wasn't enough for you. I only have 2 good friends, and you won't even spare them. Do you only target the people around me? Makoto hurriedly explained, it's just a coincidence. Coincidence, my ass. I'm going to castrate you right now. Ayari struggled to get up from the bed, but Makoto pinned her down again. Calm down. This is about your happiness for the rest of your life. My happiness was already ruined by that thing. I'm cutting it off for good. Let me go. Natsu, bring me a knife. They tussled on the bed for a while. Ayari, still weak from her illness, soon ran out of strength and collapsed in Makoto's arms, panting heavily. You bastard, leave me alone. I don't want to see you. Didn't you say I could sleep here tonight? I've changed my mind. Get out. Get lost. Outside the door, Natsu, having put Niji to sleep, leaned against the bedroom door, intently listening to the commotion inside. What had started as a scuffle gradually turned into something different. Slap. Natsu suddenly got smacked on the head. She turned to see Ayano staring at her. Ayano scolded softly, what are you eavesdropping for? Didn't Lord Hokage already teach you better? Natsu just stuck out her tongue, blushing furiously, and walked away. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 215, ch 215, Move In. Inside the Hokage's office. Uchiha Hakadai looked at the document in his hand, his expression uncertain. Lord Hokage, what is this? This is the village's new layout after replanning. I'm thinking of making some adjustments for the Uchiha. What do you think? After Uchiha Fugaku departure, all clan affairs were temporarily managed by Hakadai, who was one of Fugaku's trusted aides and held considerable influence within the clan. Hakadai carefully reviewed the document. Although it involved significant changes to the residences of the clan members, overall, it was beneficial to the Uchiha. Unlike the ordinary clansmen, Hakadai understood what Fugaku had always been striving for. It wasn't just temporary power but a shift in how the Uchiha were perceived by the villagers. Fugaku's ultimate goal was the long-term prosperity of the Uchiha and for the clan to eventually produce a Hokage. Makoto continued, additionally, I see potential in Uchiha Rei and Uchiha Kai. I suggest arranging for them to take the Jonin assessment. Even if they don't pass, they can still be promoted as special Jonin. I'll notify them, Hakadai responded. No rush on this matter. You can discuss it with the clan first. Understood. I'll take my leave. Hakadai vaguely understood the Hokage's intention. After punishing the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, the Hokage now offered the Uchiha clan a benefit. This was clearly a message that the punishment was solely for Fugaku's mistake and did not target the Uchiha clan as a whole. When the leader offers a benefit, there's no reason not to accept it. Hakadai was already planning how to discuss the relocation with the clansmen. He glanced at the document again, carefully reviewing the relocation list. Among the priority households for relocation, the clan leader's family was prominently included. But with Fugaku away, only Makoto was at home now. Hokage residence. Upon hearing that Ayari had fallen ill, Makoto and Kushina came to visit together, bringing some gifts. Itachi had also come along and eagerly went off to find little Niji as soon as he entered the house. Ayari was sitting on the bed reading a book. Seeing the two women standing at the doorway, she smiled faintly. "Why are you here?" Makoto replied, "We heard you were sick, so we came to check on you. Have a seat." Ayari casually gestured toward the chairs nearby. Both Makoto and Kushina felt a bit awkward in front of Ayari. Kushina had been doing her best to avoid meeting Ayari, but as a friend, she couldn't ignore this occasion. Makoto added, "You look like you're fine now." Ayari said calmly, "Just a fever." She shifted her gaze toward Kushina, smiling teasingly. "Kushina, it's been a while since you've come by. I thought you'd forgotten about me." Kushina replied awkwardly, "How could I? It's just, I've been a bit busy lately." Ayari knew it was just a flimsy excuse but still pressed, "Busy with what?" Kushina faltered, unable to come up with an answer. Seeing this, Makoto came to her rescue by changing the subject. "Is Makoto not home?" Ayari smiled faintly and glanced at Makoto. That look made Makoto's heart skip a beat. She felt that Ayari seemed different, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Previously, Ayari had never exuded any sense of hostility. Was it because she had found out about her scandal with Makoto? Makoto thought gloomily. Ayari didn't continue making things difficult for Kushina and said, "Actually, there's something I wanted to discuss with you, Kushina." Kushina asked, "What is it?" Ayari said, "I was thinking, living alone must be pretty lonely for you. How about moving in here with me?" This suggestion left not only Kushina stunned but also made Makoto's eyes widen in surprise. Kushina quickly came to her senses and refused, "No way, that wouldn't be appropriate." Ayari tilted her head. "Why not? My place is pretty big, and there are plenty of spare rooms. If you live here, we can spend time together every day, and you can even help me take care of Niji." Kushina said helplessly, "Ayari, it's different now. If you were living alone, I'd definitely be happy to move in with you. But you're married now, and you've got a whole family here. It would be too inappropriate for me to move in." Ayari, however, said calmly, "Didn't you always want to be Niji's godmother? I'm agreeing to it now. From now on, we're family." "Ayari, you..." Kushina was at a loss for words, completely unable to comprehend Ayari's line of thinking. Leaving aside whether it was appropriate for her to move in, the thought of facing Makoto every day made her feel deeply resistant. Makoto sat quietly to the side, observing Ayari with a thoughtful expression. Ayari looked at Kushina and asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to live with me?" Then she shrugged. "No wonder you haven't come to see me lately. Since being friends with me doesn't interest you anymore, I won't force it." Kushina immediately panicked. "Ayari, do you even know what you're saying?" Makoto also felt that Ayari's words were overly harsh, but she didn't dare to step in and mediate. Ayari spoke calmly, "Of course I know. I just hope you can think it through as well." Kushina froze, staring at Ayari, who sat on the bed with a composed expression. A bad feeling crept into her heart. No way. Could she have found out? Kushina stopped arguing and fell into silence. Ayari picked up the book she had been reading earlier. "It's almost lunchtime. Want to stay and eat?" The words were clearly a polite dismissal. Makoto hadn't expected to witness such an unfamiliar, cold side of Ayari. Her heart was filled with bitterness and sorrow, but she maintained a smile on her face. "No, I already have lunch prepared at home. I'll be heading back." Ayari nodded quietly. "Kushina, you stay." Kushina hesitated. Makoto stood up and left the bedroom, heading to the living room to call Itachi. "Leaving so soon, Ka-san?" Itachi, who had just started playing with Niji, was reluctant. "It's time to go home for lunch." "Oh. Let me go say goodbye to Niji first." Ayano came out to see them off. As they stepped outside the Hokage residence, Makoto couldn't help but glance back. Subconsciously placing a hand on her stomach, she felt a deep sense of loss. She believed she had already lost this friend. "Ka-san, does your stomach hurt?" "Mom's fine. Let's go home." Makoto smiled gently, holding Itachi's hand tightly as they left. Meanwhile, back in Ayari's bedroom. Kushina remained seated, unsure of why Ayari had asked her to stay. Unease filled her heart. What would she do if Ayari exposed the situation between her and Makoto? She was forced into it, pressured into it, all for Minato's sake. But if she said something like that, it would undoubtedly shift all the blame onto the Hokage, onto Ayari's husband. Would Ayari believe her, or despise her even more? Ayari flipped through the book in her hand but eventually lost patience and tossed it aside. Exhaling deeply, she shot Kushina a sidelong glance. You don't need to be scared. I'm not mad at you. Kushina pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She sensed an aura from Ayari that had never been there before, a presence that made Kushina, already guilty and feeling indebted to Ayari, grow timid. Ayari asked, "Can you guess why I want you to move in?" Kushina hesitated but eventually shook her head. Ayari then said, "I know everything Makoto has done." Fortunately, she had already anticipated this moment. Kushina didn't have any extreme reaction, she merely clenched her hands instinctively, sitting there with her entire body stiff. Ayari sat silently on the bed for a while before speaking slowly, "Kushina. I'm willing to accept you. Move in." Kushina stiffened, her neck rigid. After a long pause, she turned her head to look at Ayari in bewilderment, then lowered her head in confusion. She felt like the world had gone crazy, or perhaps she had. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 216, ch 216, Bird in a Cage. After returning home, Makoto began preparing lunch. Even though she and Fugaku didn't talk much when he was home, now that he was gone, the house felt even more empty to her. Before, no matter what happened, she knew someone would come back. Now it was just her and her son. Thinking about Ayari's attitude toward her at the Hokage's residence today made her feel even more bitter. She had lost her husband's love and now her friend too. "Mom, Uncle Hakadai is here," Itachi's voice suddenly called from the living room. Hearing this, Makoto turned off the stove, collected herself, and took off her apron before walking out. She greeted with a smile, "Hakadai, you're here." Hakadai nodded politely. "Sorry to bother you, Makoto-san. Is there something you need?" "It's about clan matters. I wanted to discuss something with you." Makoto smiled and said, "You can handle clan matters as you see fit. Fugaku trusted you completely, there's no need to consult me." Hakadai was considered the second most influential figure in the Uchiha clan. The clan members had no objections to him temporarily leading affairs, and his relationship with Fugaku's family was close. Hakadai responded, "It's still better if you take a look." As he spoke, he placed a document on the low table in front of them and handed it to Makoto. Curious, Makoto carefully reviewed the document. About halfway through, she hesitated and asked, "This seems like a good thing." If the relocation was carried out as described, the Uchiha would undoubtedly move closer to Konoha's power center. The new locations were prime areas, suitable for clan members interested in business. Hakadai nodded. "It is a good thing, and perhaps compensation from Lord Hokage for our clan." Makoto. The meaning behind that compensation was clear without needing further explanation. Hakadai continued, "Also, your family is on the relocation list." Makoto froze for a moment, then quickly read further, only to discover that their new residence was right next to the Hokage's estate. Her heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood the Hokage's intention. Can I even refuse? And with Ayari's attitude toward me, plus how Makoto is recklessly acting against the current, what if it causes more conflict between them? Makoto-san. Ah. Makoto snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Hakadai. What's wrong? Hakadai asked, then thoughtfully added, do you feel this isn't appropriate? No, it's not that, Makoto stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Realizing her own lapse, Makoto fell silent for a moment before saying, is this matter urgent? Hakadai smiled, of course not. I just wanted to discuss it with you. You can take your time thinking about it. If it's really not feasible, I'll go back and discuss it with Lord Hokage. Makoto nodded lightly. All right, I understand. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. After finishing their discussion, Hakadai prepared to leave. Makoto politely invited him to stay for a meal but ultimately saw him off. Ka-san, are we moving? Itachi, who had been listening the whole time, asked. It's not certain yet, Makoto replied reluctantly. In her heart, she was unwilling to move, but she feared that she wouldn't be able to go against the Hokage's wishes. Fugaku had already been transferred out of the village. If she refused, what if the Hokage used Itachi to threaten her next? Itachi asked again, then where will we move to? Makoto hesitated slightly, somewhere very close to the Hokage. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes lit up. Really? Makoto asked, you seem pretty happy about that. Itachi said excitedly, that way, I can visit Niji and play with him often. Itachi, do you really want a little brother that much? Itachi scratched his head. It would be great if I had one, but since Dad isn't home now, having Niji to play with is good too. Makoto could only sigh softly, her gaze lingering on the document on the table for a long time without saying a word. Hokage residence. In the master bedroom, after hearing what Ayari had said, Kushina gradually calmed down. Ayari clearly regarded her as a third party in the relationship but displayed an exceptionally generous attitude about it. This made Kushina feel resistant, but the truth was undeniable, she was indeed acting as Makoto's secret lover. No, calling her a lover was too generous, she was merely a tool for his desires at best. If she continued to refuse, would Ayari see her as being completely ungrateful? Lowering her head, Kushina said slowly, Ayari, things between Makoto and me aren't what you think. I really think you should reconsider. Moving in wouldn't be appropriate, and honestly, I don't want to. She knew she couldn't just muddle through and compromise on this matter. If she really moved in, it would cement that role for her. Ayari looked at Kushina for a moment and then said, suit yourself. If you change your mind, you can come to me. Kushina left the bedroom and saw Ayano busy with housework and Natsu soothing the child. She thought bitterly, this Hokage sure lives a cushy life, so many beautiful women at home, and he's still not satisfied, sneaking around outside. What Kushina didn't expect was that shortly after returning home, Makoto came knocking on her door. He got straight to the point, Ayari asked you to move in with us. Why didn't you? Kushina, feeling a bit intimidated in front of Makoto, stammered, how could I? I'm nothing to you. Makoto retorted, what do you want to be to me? Kushina hurriedly said, I don't want to. I don't want anything. I'm fine living alone. Please just leave me alone. She was truly terrified of Makoto. His methods were endless, repeatedly forcing her to surrender her dignity and obediently comply. Moreover, Makoto held Minato's life in his hands. By now, Kushina didn't even know if she could still save Minato. But apart from that single hope, her life had no other purpose. It was the only thing sustaining her. Makoto said calmly, Ayari treats you so well, and you're really willing to go against her wishes. Kushina was left speechless. This was an absurd request to begin with, but Makoto spoke about it so righteously, making it impossible for her to respond. What could she say? Call him a lunatic? Accuse their entire family of having twisted minds? But Kushina could fully anticipate the consequences if she dared to say such things. Reality was always this relentless, leaving her no way out. Makoto controlled everything about her. She had once been someone deeply cherished by another, but now she was merely a plaything in Hyuga Makoto's grasp, a forbidden possession Minato could never touch again. She wasn't a bird in a cage. A bird in a cage, once the door was opened, would fly away. She was a bird embroidered onto a screen, woven into purple silk laced with golden clouds. As the years passed, her feathers dimmed, rotted, and were eaten by worms. Even in death, she remained trapped within that screen. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 217, ch 217, Family. Outside Omegakure, a special group arrived. Guests from Konoha, huh? The gatekeeping ninja of Omegakure noticed the visitors and warmly greeted them. The leader of the group handed over a document. Hello, I am Hyuga Shirakumo, a jonin from Konoha, responsible for leading the genin of our village for this chunin exam. The AIM ninja reviewed the document and smiled. Thank you for traveling such a long way. Please come in, we've already prepared lodgings for you. Following behind Shirakumo Hyuga were dozens of young genin, mostly in their teens, all from Konoha. Accompanying them were several chunin as escorts. Among the crowd, a pair of curious eyes surveyed the surroundings. Sakurada Shinako asked, isn't Omegakure supposed to have constant rain? Why is it sunny? Itachi, standing beside her, replied, maybe they're controlling it with ninjutsu. Their purpose for coming here was to participate in the first and second stages of the chunin exams. This joint chunin exam was being co-hosted by Konoha and Omegakure. The overall process required examinees from various villages to gather first in Omegakure for the initial exam. Those who passed would proceed to the second stage, a marathon from Omegakure to Konoha. Of course, the exam contents had not been disclosed yet, so the examinees were unaware. Many were puzzled about why the exam location was in Omegakure. The AIM ninjas were extremely hospitable toward the Konoha visitors, to the point that Shirakumo Hyuga found it a bit overwhelming. Their gazes toward him were as if they had just seen a long-lost parent. Before accepting this mission, he had heard from colleagues that Konoha and Omegakure were currently in a honeymoon phase. Therefore, anyone visiting Omegakure was likely to receive warm hospitality. The words of their village companions were not false. The accommodations prepared for Konoha were far more luxurious than those for other villages, and the thoughtful provisions were exceptionally abundant, making the children exclaim about Amegekure's generosity. The architecture of the entire Amegakure was quite unique, with multi-level streets and buildings, countless towering structures, and an intricate network of giant drainage pipes. If these outsiders wanted to explore the village, they would undoubtedly get lost. Fortunately, Amegakure had made thorough preparations. At intervals of 100 meters along the streets, signposts had been erected, indicating the locations of guest accommodations for each village and various landmark buildings. The streets were bustling with vendors and stalls. Amegakure typically did not have so many merchants, but Yuhiko had invited traders from nearby towns to set up shop during this period. It was clear that Amegakure valued this opportunity greatly, striving to showcase the village's charm. Although the final stage of the Chunin exams would be the grand gathering of wealthy merchants and royal nobles, this opportunity was already significant for Amegakure, all thanks to Konoha's generosity. The Konoha group had arrived early and spent an enjoyable day exploring and having fun in Amegakure. On the day the exam was set to begin, an Amegakure ninja arrived at Konoha's guest accommodations. He was a friendly-looking young man with a ponytail, a refined and elegant appearance, and a pleasant demeanor. With a warm smile, he said, "Greetings to everyone from Konoha. My name is Hakuryu, and I'll be leading you to the exam venue." In the crowd, Shinako whispered to her companions, "This guy is really handsome." Itachi and Kabuto were used to her antics by now. Shinako often swooned over good-looking men and especially admired Lord Hyuga Hakumen, constantly pestering Kiyomi-sensei for a chance to meet him. But admittedly, Hakuryu did have striking features and seemed to be the type who got along well with people. As they followed Hakuryu toward the exam site, they suddenly encountered a commotion. A group of people was chasing after a figure with white hair, shouting as they ran. "Scumbag! Stop right there! Catch that peeping Tom! That damn pervert! Stand still!" As the white-haired man passed by the Konoha group, he paused for a few seconds, scanning them with his gaze before offering a casual smile. "Yo, from Konoha, huh?" It was as if he was greeting them. Some recognized who he was, while others looked puzzled. A few even wanted to step forward and act heroically to help catch the pervert, but thankfully their companions held them back. At the front of the group, Hakuryu spoke helplessly, "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Yuhiko has instructed you to behave yourself for the next couple of days." Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? I was just gathering material. They misunderstood me." As he spoke, he noticed the group of pursuers catching up, prompting him to flee in a panic. "I'll be off then. See you later, Hakuryu. Keep this a secret for me, all right?" The Konoha group murmured among themselves. That was Lord Jiraiya. Why is Lord Jiraiya in Amegakure? Lord Jiraiya actually enjoys peeping. Hakuryu turned and smiled at them, explaining, "Our leader, Lord Yuhiko, is one of Lord Jiraiya's disciples." This revelation surprised many, including Itachi and Kabuto. Hearing that the leader of Amegakure was a disciple of one of Konoha's legendary Sannin made the Konoha group feel even more friendly toward the village. "Let's keep moving," Hakuryu said, guiding them forward. While the Chunin exams were underway outside the village, some events unfolded within Konohagakure as well. The Uchiha clan's relocation had been completed, and Makoto, along with Itachi, had moved to a residence next door to the Hokage's estate. Since becoming Hokage, Makoto had moved his residence out of the Hyuga clan compound, though it remained nearby. The Hokage's estate was a separate, semi-traditional courtyard-style house. Another significant matter had also taken place. Kushina ultimately couldn't defy Makoto's wishes and chose to compromise, moving into his home. The sudden arrival of a new woman in the household left everyone, except Ayari, too cautious to say much. Even Ayano and Natsu kept their opinions to themselves. Makoto instructed Ayano to prepare another side room for Kushina. When Kushina met Ayari again, she felt immensely awkward. Yet Ayari's attitude had improved significantly. She smiled at Kushina and said, "We're family now. Please get along well with everyone." Family. Those words grated on Kushina's ears. She had no desire to become family with Makoto. She didn't even want to spend a second longer with him. But things rarely went as she wished, everything she didn't want came crashing down upon her. Now that she had moved in, all she could do was take it one step at a time and go with the flow. She knew Ayano and Natsu, but they weren't particularly close. Thinking about living with them day in and day out, she couldn't help but wonder what they thought of her. What would outsiders think of her, a stranger who moved into the Hokage's home? Kushina suddenly remembered that not many people knew about her relocation. For instance, Rin. She wondered whether Rin would overthink things if she found out. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 100+ch. Chapter 218, ch 218, Traitor. The guests from Konoha had arrived, led by the leader of Omega Kure, Yahiko. Accompanying him were numerous AIM ninjas, with Konan and Nagato prominently among them. The third stage of the Chunin exams was about to commence, and they had all come to witness the event. As soon as they reached Konoha's gate, they were immediately drawn to the towering structure on the Hokage Rock. The tower stood over 10 meters tall, built atop the already high cliffs. At its pinnacle was a massive glowing orb radiating dazzling purple light, capturing everyone's attention. This was a structure they had not seen during their previous visit. Yahiko inquired with the Konoha ninja who was receiving them, "Since when did your village build such a unique tower?" "That is the Tower of Solarite, not a watchtower. The Hokage ordered its construction only recently." "Tower of Solarite, what is its purpose?" Yahiko couldn't help but ask. "It wards off malicious threats," the Konoha ninja answered. Yahiko squinted slightly. At first glance, the tower looked like nothing more than a decorative structure, and the massive orb at its peak resembled an oversized light fixture. However, as seasoned ninjas, they could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within it. Nagato, in particular, with his Rinnegan, stared unblinkingly at the glowing orb. The swirling purple light encircled a beautiful white core, giving him a strange feeling, as though the orb was somehow connected to his Rinnegan. By Yahiko's side, his bodyguard Hakuria was also deep in thought as he observed the tower. Yahiko sighed in admiration. "Konoha's foundation and technological advancements are truly impressive." "You flatter us, Lord Yahiko." The streets were bustling with people, lined with shops and street vendors. Today, many visitors from outside villages had come to Konoha, creating a lively and prosperous scene that Omega Kure couldn't possibly rival. Konoha didn't even need deliberate promotion. Merchants had eagerly submitted applications long in advance, hoping to set up shop and do business during the exams. Yahiko and his companions were led into a lounge for a brief rest. Everyone sat on the sofas, while Yahiko stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling scene outside. He suddenly spoke without any prompting. "A village like this is truly enviable." Nagato responded, "Our Omega Kure will be like this in the future." Yahiko, however, calmly remarked, "What I mean is, such prosperity must attract a lot of greedy eyes." Although the great nations were currently recuperating, war was bound to break out again in the future. Yahiko could foresee that no matter how dignified the reasons for war might sound, at the core, it would always be about claiming such prosperity for oneself. Yahiko. Konan stood up and walked to his side, saying, "Our dream will definitely come true." Yahiko chuckled softly, then turned to look at Nagato, who was seated, and said, "Of course, I've always believed that." The Chunin exam arena was already packed with spectators on the stands. "Ayarine, there's an empty spot here." A group of young and beautiful women weaved through the crowd, drawing plenty of attention. Some people recognized the crests of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans and automatically made space for them. Natsu found an empty spot and waved to the others behind her. "There are so many people here. Why did we have to come here?" Ayano asked helplessly. "Didn't the Hokage arrange a special seating area for us?" "Carrying a child," Ayari replied, "the atmosphere is better here. What's the point of sitting in one of those private boxes?" She then turned to Makoto behind her and said, "Be careful, don't bump into anything." Makoto felt slightly awkward under Ayari's concern, while Kushina remained indifferent, paying it no mind. The women sat down together as the surrounding crowd continued to chatter noisily, with the exam yet to officially begin. "When is Itachi's match again?" "The 4th round, I think." "His opponent's from Sunagakure. Do you think Itachi will win?" "Not sure." "I hope so." At this moment, the crowd in the stands suddenly erupted into excitement. Ayari looked into the distance and saw two figures walking out onto a solitary high platform, one of whom was her husband, the 5th Hokage, Hyuga Makoto. The other person was the 5th Kazekage from Sunagakure, Pakura. Some leaders from smaller villages were also present, but none were qualified to sit on equal footing with the two Kage. Natsu suddenly smiled and said, "Ayari-ne, I heard the 5th Kazekage is also a very beautiful woman." Ayari cast a sidelong glance at her, instantly silencing Natsu, who awkwardly laughed and said no more. On the high platform where the two Kage stood, the valiant and spirited Kazekage Pakura smiled and said to Makoto, "Konoha's arrangements are as grand as ever." Makoto responded, "We're just fortunate to have your village's support." The 5th Kazekage had ascended to her position thanks to Makoto's assistance and was the first female Kage among the 5 great shinobi villages. The relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha was as close as that between Konoha and Omega Kure. Just then, a purple pillar of light suddenly shot down into the central arena. From within the pillar, more than 10 figures emerged, the candidates for this round of the exam. Kazekage Pakura's expression changed as she watched, and after a moment, she remarked, "Is that space-time ninjutsu?" Makoto replied, "It's merely a one-way teleportation technique." This secret technique was an improvement upon the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, engraved onto the Tensigen, allowing targets to be teleported to any location within the Tensigen's range. As the candidates appeared, the audience cheered enthusiastically at the novelty of their entrance. Makoto then stepped forward, his voice echoing throughout the arena. "Honored guests, thank you for coming to Konoha to witness the Chunin selection exams. Up next, 10 candidates with Chunin level qualifications will compete in official selection matches. Please enjoy the event." Compared to the lively atmosphere at the exam venue, the village felt much quieter at this moment. At the base of the solitary tower, a figure slowly approached. A guard ninja stepped forward to warn him, "Hello, this area is off limits. Please leave immediately." He assumed the person was an outsider curious about the place and intended to send them away. However, the moment the figure got close, the Konoha ninja suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, losing consciousness instantly. The other guard was shocked but had no time to react either, as the figure had already flashed right in front of him. Just like that, Hakuryu reached the entrance beneath the tower. He looked up at the massive glowing orb at the top, then pushed the door open and walked inside. The interior was filled with numerous rooms, but Hakuryu didn't stop or open any doors. He simply ascended the spiral staircase continuously. The higher he climbed, the more intense and terrifying the pure energy emanating from above became. Reaching the end of the stairs, Hakuryu suddenly halted, glancing sideways with his peripheral vision. Behind him stood someone who had appeared without a sound. "May I ask what brings you here?" the person inquired. Hakuryu's eyes flickered. "Ah, it's Kakashi." Kakashi's brows furrowed slightly. The man's tone suggested familiarity, but Kakashi had no recollection of him. "I'm interested in this tower, so I came up to have a look," Hakuryu said as he turned, his face now transformed into a different appearance. Kakashi responded calmly, "Sorry, this is a Konoha secret. Since you've made it here, I assume you've dealt with the guards below. Would you mind coming with me?" Hakuryu chuckled softly and said, "It seems you've done well under his command." Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on the man, his mind racing with thoughts. "Have I seen him before?" Hakuryu continued, "Enjoying a position gained by betraying your own teacher, you're quite comfortable with that, aren't you?" Kakashi's expression instantly turned icy. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 219, ch 219, Greedy. Who the hell are you? The last trace of kindness vanished from Kakashi's demeanor. His sharp eyes locked onto the opponent, ready to strike at any moment. Hakuryu spoke calmly, "Does it matter who I am? Or would my identity change what you've done in the past?" Kakashi's gaze darkened as his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood, charging straight at Hakuryu with lightning speed. At the same time, a pillar of purple light pierced through the ceiling, enveloping Hakuryu entirely. In an instant, his body was bound by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. He could only watch as Kakashi closed in and pinned him to the ground. Hakuryu tried to resist with his chakra, but the power of the purple light was far more formidable than he had imagined. Holding him down, Kakashi said coldly, "Since you're unwilling to talk, I'll let the interrogation department entertain you properly." However, to Kakashi's shock, the body beneath him began to transform. What had been a solid human form suddenly writhed and distorted, the flesh twisting grotesquely before sinking into the floor. Startled, Kakashi quickly drew a kunai and pinned Hakuryu's hand to the ground, but it was futile. The pierced hand left no trace of blood. Helpless, he watched as the figure vanished completely. He leaped down to the lower level of the tower, but it was completely empty. Kakashi's face turned grim, fluctuating between shades of pale and dark before he finally gave up. In the arena, sitting in the special guest section alongside Yuhiko, Nagato noticed Hakuryu returning and remarked, "Why did it take you so long just to go to the restroom?" Hakuryu's expression was awkward. Had a bit of a stomach upset. The matches among the genin continued in the arena. Despite being only genin, the participants displayed skillful techniques and engaged in fierce battles. Those who had made it to this stage were no ordinary candidates, their solid fundamentals made the fights a rare spectacle for ordinary spectators. Yuhiko couldn't help but laugh at Hakuryu's words. Though Hakuryu had only recently joined Omega-kure, Yuhiko greatly admired him. He had already become a trusted confidant. Yuhiko had considered grooming him carefully and gradually assigning him important positions. However, Hakuryu insisted that he only wanted to be Nagato's attendant and had no desire for power. This made Yuhiko appreciate him even more, so he didn't press the matter. The Chunin exams lasted most of the day, with the candidates showcasing impressive abilities that thrilled the audience. The final match was between Konoha's Uchiha Itachi and Yakushi Kabuto. Many people were familiar with Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and the son of the clan leader, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy in just 1 year. However, Yakushi Kabuto was a virtual unknown to most, except for those from the orphanage. Surprisingly, this obscure genin claimed victory in the end. Due to the butterfly effect, Itachi's path as a ninja had been smooth sailing, unlike in the original timeline. As a result, he hadn't awakened the Sharingan early on. While his skills were exceptional for a genin, he still lacked the powerful edge of the Sharingan. On the other hand, Kabuto had received far more rigorous training than academy students. Additionally, their age difference gave Kabuto a significant physical advantage. When Kabuto emerged victorious, the children from the orphanage cheered louder than anyone else, and Yakushi no smiled in satisfaction. Itachi, having lost to his teammate, didn't feel discouraged or upset. The match ended with the two forming a sign of reconciliation. What a pity. I didn't expect Itachi to lose, said Ayari from the stands, clicking her tongue. Makoto replied, the one who beat him is his teammate. She didn't mind the outcome and didn't feel the need to demand victory from her son. If Fugaku were here, he might not have been so pleased. Makoto thought to herself, her expression darkening momentarily. She reached down and gently touched her abdomen. Ayari offered comfort, Makoto, don't take it too hard. Itachi is much younger than him, after all. Makoto merely smiled. I'm fine. The Hokage reappeared to announce the names of those who had passed the exam, 3 from Konoha, 3 from Suna, and 1 from AIM. He then made some formal closing remarks, marking the successful conclusion of the Chunin exams. The audience began to leave in an orderly manner, still discussing the recent matches. Such joint Chunin exams were rare and unique to peaceful times, with each event proving to be a remarkable spectacle. Yahiko and his group, led by Konoha's staff, were escorted to a rest lounge in the Hokage building. There, Yahiko met the 5th Kazekage, Pakura. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Kazekage. I've long heard of the legendary Scorch release of Pakura. It's truly a pleasure to see you in person, Yahiko said humbly. As the leader of a small village meeting a great nation's Kage, Yahiko adopted a respectful demeanor. Pakura was aware that this young man before her was the one who had reformed Omegakure and dethroned Hanzo of the Salamander. She did not underestimate him. Hanzo's name had been familiar to her since childhood, a legendary figure who single-handedly initiated the Second Shinobi World War and fought against the combined forces of the Wind, Earth, and Fire nations. Though now old and weakened, anyone capable of overthrowing him must be formidable. Pakura smiled politely and said, "You're too kind, Mr. Yahiko. I've also often heard stories of your remarkable achievements in Omegakure." Beneath her pristine white Kazekage robe, Pakura wore a sharp and practical outfit. If she shed the cumbersome outer garment, her graceful and curvaceous figure would be revealed. As the leader of a great village, every gesture exuded confidence and dignity. A friend of a friend is naturally a friend. Although there hadn't been much direct interaction between Suna and AIM, in the current landscape of the ninja world, gaining another ally was never a bad thing. In Sunagakure, many elders who had lived through the Second Shinobi War still harbored resentment toward Omegakure, but some mental readjustment could resolve that. Pakura remarked, "I heard the rules for the first 2 rounds of this Chunin exam were devised by Mr. Yahiko." Yahiko replied modestly, "It was all thanks to the Hokage's kindness in giving Omegakure an opportunity." Pakura smiled faintly, her tone ambiguous. Mr. Yahiko certainly has creative and unexpected ideas. Sensing a subtle undertone, Yahiko felt that this didn't sound like pure praise. "You're too kind, Lady Kazekage," he responded politely. Pakura suddenly turned to Makoto, the Hokage. "Hokage, how many participants from Konoha passed the first written exam?" Makoto naturally knew what the Kazekage was getting at and responded, 27. Pakura nodded with a sigh. "My village's results weren't far off. Those incapable kids lacked sufficient strength, yet when they returned to the village, they complained about the exam rules being unfair, saying they traveled all that way only to be denied entry to Konoha." Yahiko was momentarily stunned, then his heart sank. Makoto laughed heartily, "Konoha and Suna are friendly neighbors. There's no need for your village's people to use the Chunin exams as an excuse to visit Konoha. They are always welcome, and we will certainly receive them warmly. Genin were the foundation of the ninja system, the starting point for every ninja. Today's genin were the future pillars of their villages." Yahiko suddenly realized he had unintentionally attracted hostility from a particular group. Looking at the expressions of both the Kazekage and Hokage, Yahiko felt complicated emotions. No one else was to blame, he could only blame his own overeagerness for merit. As a leader who rose from a wandering ninja background, he still had a long way to go compared to these Kage who had received proper education since childhood. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tale Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ch. Chapter 220, ch 220, A Person Without Desires. Eastern Land of Fire, former site of the Land of Whirlpools. After the destruction of the nation, this area was annexed by the Fire Country. The Uzumaki clan had long scattered following that disaster, and the sparse population now consisted of later settlers. Tobirama, during his travels, arrived here. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan were distant relatives. His elder brother's wife, Uzumaki Mito, was from the Uzumaki clan. Tobirama had visited the Land of Whirlpools several times, but now everything here was completely different. Being near the sea, the locals made their living through fishing. However, the region was remote and underdeveloped, lacking ninja or organized military forces. Tobirama wandered around the area, finding only remnants of broken walls, faint evidence of a once thriving community. He eventually came to a dilapidated structure, the Uzumaki clan's shrine. It looked almost completely destroyed. During the Uzumaki clan's existence, there were two significant places, the Mask Hall, which stored masks, and this shrine. Tobirama had already visited the Mask Hall, located not far from Konoha. That place was equally ruined, but he noticed that someone had been there before him. The Death God mask was gone. He had researched the Reaper Death Seal in the village, intending to release the soul of his disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from the Death God's belly, sparing him from eternal entrapment. The anomaly at the Mask Hall made Tobirama uneasy. The Uzumaki clan's shrine was half collapsed and half buried underground. Over time, wild grass had grown over the surface. Tobirama circled the site several times before forming hand seals and using earth release to alter the terrain, exposing the entire shrine. However, as soon as he completed the technique, something unexpected happened. The moment the ruined shrine was unearthed, the ground beneath Tobirama's feet began to tremble violently, cracking open with countless fissures, and rapidly collapsing inward. A hidden underground space was revealed before him. Tobirama was stunned. He had never known that the Uzumaki clan's shrine concealed such a secret. After a brief hesitation, Tobirama leaped down. Roar. As soon as Tobirama descended into the underground space, an enraged roar instantly echoed through his mind. The sound didn't travel through the air but seemed to resonate directly within his consciousness. The surrounding walls were covered in intricate and mysterious patterns, resembling some kind of strange sealing technique. The patterns glowed intermittently, and Tobirama could feel the chakra flowing through them, indicating that the technique was still active. Taking a deep breath, Tobirama shook his head to clear his thoughts. He then activated a mental barrier technique, which eased his discomfort significantly. Looking ahead at the dim corridor illuminated by the glowing patterns of the surrounding seals, Tobirama hesitated for a moment before tossing a special kunai forward. Afterward, he decided to proceed cautiously. All sealing techniques and formations require chakra to function and are inherently dependent on people. There's no such thing as a technique that can operate entirely on its own without external intervention. Suppressing the doubts and suspicions in his heart, Tobirama continued advancing. The glowing patterns on the floor, walls, and ceiling grew brighter the deeper he went. He steadily heightened his vigilance, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Finally, the corridor opened up into a massive underground chamber. The seals embedded in the walls illuminated the space with a bright, otherworldly glow. At the center of this vast room stood a cylindrical glass container filled with liquid. Inside it floated a red-haired boy. Connected to the outside of the glass container was a humanoid figure with pale, ghastly skin. The figure appeared gaunt and withered, as though all its nutrients had been drained away. It was a white Zetsu. Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply as countless thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, hurtling toward Tobirama. His expression darkened slightly as he swiftly struck out with lightning-fast movements, knocking them all to the ground. To his surprise, the attackers were all white Zetsu. Tobirama had not dealt lethal blows. Grabbing one by the collar, he demanded coldly, "Who is your master?" The white Zetsu did not respond. Instead, it began sinking into the ground. At the same time, the other two started merging with the earth as well. Tobirama yanked the one he held forcefully, but the result was that its body was torn apart, with one half remaining in his grip while the other half vanished underground. Tobirama's expression shifted between light and dark. He searched the area thoroughly and found a mask. Judging by its design, it was the same Death God mask that had been taken from the Mask Hall. On the ground was also an unprocessed scroll that had been used to cast the Reaper Death Seal. Holding the Death God mask in one hand and the scroll in the other, Tobirama's gaze shifted toward the red-haired boy inside the container. After some investigation, he discerned that the patterns engraved on the walls were part of a high-level sealing technique designed to conceal chakra and suppress sensory detection. This place was extremely remote. If not for Tobirama coming here specifically for the Reaper Death Seal, no one would have ever set foot in this godforsaken place. But even so, the site was concealed with such elaborate measures. What were they trying to protect or hide from? Were those white Zetsu guarding this boy? Judging from his hair color, he was likely of the Uzumaki clan. However, the image of Orochimaru suddenly surfaced in Tobirama's mind. White Zetsu were creatures created by Orochimaru. It was also possible that this boy, like Tobirama's own body, merely possessed cells from the Uzumaki clan. The only possibility Tobirama could think of was that someone intended to resurrect Orochimaru. The Death God mask was the key to undoing the Reaper Death Seal, and this body appeared to be prepared as a vessel for Orochimaru. Who was behind all this? Or was it all part of Orochimaru's plan before his death, orchestrating White Zetsu to carry out his fallback strategy? Tobirama put away the scroll and mask, then approached the boy's container. The vessel was simply an incubation tank, with the connected White Zetsu providing nutrients to the boy. After much deliberation, Tobirama decided to open the container. He preemptively carved a sealing technique into the ground to restrain the boy upon awakening. With a loud surge of water, the container slowly opened. However, at that very moment, the furious roar that had echoed in Tobirama's mind earlier returned, this time even more violent and intense, directly shattering his mental barrier technique. He was rendered incapable of any countermeasure. An indescribable pain spread from his brain throughout his entire body, making his very soul tremble. In this excruciating agony, Tobirama lost consciousness. When he slowly opened his eyes again, he found the red-haired boy from the container crouched naked, curiously peering at him up close. On high alert, Tobirama instinctively got to his feet. He had never been so disoriented before, the soul-shattering impact had knocked him out completely. The red-haired boy spoke, "Who are you?" Tobirama frowned and remained silent, observing the boy's innocent and puzzled expression. The boy glanced at Tobirama's red hair, then at his own. "Are you my dad?" Tobirama. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 221, ch 221, Sage Warning. Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya answered the summons and arrived, meeting the waiting Fukasaku. Little Jiraiya, the great toad sage has made another prophecy. Jiraiya was taken aback upon hearing this, vividly recalling the previous prophecy given by the great toad sage. Following Fukasaku's lead, he made his way to meet the ancient toad sage, who had lived for over 1,000 years. The great toad sage's massive body rested on a stone throne in the main hall. His face was aged, muscles sagging, resembling not a sage but more like a sleepy, dazed old toad. Jiraiya, showing no disrespect, knelt on one knee after entering the hall to pay his respects. A speechless beast usurps the nest, great upheaval befalls Ryuchi Cave. Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku pondered the meaning of the sage's words. How did this involve Ryuchi Cave? The great toad sage continued, this time the dream was clear. I saw that the white phosphorus serpent is already dead. Fukasaku cautiously asked, Great sage, do you mean the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave? The great toad sage fell silent, eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. Fukasaku and Jiraiya exchanged glances, puzzled. If it was a matter concerning Ryuchi Cave, why summon Jiraiya specifically? The man and the toad both pondered the meaning of the speechless beast mentioned earlier. At that moment, the seemingly slumbering great toad sage suddenly spoke again. It was a nightmare. A nightmare. Jiraiya was utterly confused. Jiraiya, your disciple will break this nightmare. Bring him here when the time comes. Jiraiya immediately responded, I'll bring Nagato right away. The great toad sage remained silent for a moment before saying, No, not him. Not Nagato. Could it be Minato? Jiraiya remained silent, his expression heavy. Minato's current situation was dire, imprisoned in the Konoha jail. Jiraiya had tried to visit him but was stopped by the current Hokage. Getting Minato out would be no easy task. The great toad sage spoke slowly, you will have a new disciple. After saying this, the sage fell completely silent, seemingly truly asleep this time. Jiraiya and Fukasaku left the grand hall. As they gazed at the picturesque, serene landscape of Mount Myaboku, which seemed like a paradise, Jiraiya's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Fukasaku said, according to the great sage, something major must have happened over at Ryuchi Cave. Like Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave was also a sacred land for sages. However, the snakes there were far from benevolent and had never harbored goodwill toward humans. Jiraiya's former comrade, Orochimaru, had formed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Jiraiya thought about the prospect of taking on a new disciple in the future, wondering who it might be. The great toad sage had once prophesied that Jiraiya would be the one to guide the child of prophecy. Could it be that Nagato was not that child after all? In the Hokage office of Konoha village, Makoto looked curiously at the red-haired boy behind Tobirama, who appeared to be no more than 10 years old. The boy, with a timid expression, hid behind Tobirama, clutching the hem of his robe tightly. Makoto had already heard from Tobirama about the boy's origins, suspecting a possible connection to Orochimaru. If he really is Orochimaru, there shouldn't be any reason for him to have lost his memory, right? Makoto said. Tobirama frowned. I've been thinking about that too. Orochimaru had split his soul in order to achieve resurrection, and even the fragments of his soul retained his complete memories, only sealed away. However, Tobirama had used a secret technique to probe the boy's mind. It was as blank as a sheet of white paper, no memories, also no seals to prevent mental probing. Then if this child isn't Orochimaru, who could he be? Makoto pondered and said, in that case, why not keep him by your side and observe him slowly? Tobirama responded, I don't have time to take care of a child. The boy overheard this and immediately looked at Tobirama pitifully. Daddy. Tobirama. Makoto couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene, while Tobirama looked utterly exasperated. Does he have a name? Makoto asked. Tobirama shook his head. He had asked the boy, but aside from calling him Daddy, the child knew nothing else. He had no memories of the past but possessed basic life skills and could communicate without any issues. It was all very strange. Makoto suggested, then why don't you give him a name? Tobirama frowned. Why me? Because you're his dad. The red-haired boy looked at Tobirama with eager anticipation. After a long silence, Tobirama finally spoke. Shiro, you. Shiro, the boy repeated, savoring the name Tobirama had given him. Makoto added, since this kid recognizes you as his dad, it wouldn't hurt to keep him by your side. Tobirama was naturally unwilling. In his eyes, this child was nothing but a burden. He can't stay in the village. Makoto chuckled softly. Of course he can, but are you really willing to see him sad? Tobirama felt his clothes being tugged again and sighed helplessly. I already told you, I'm not your father. Upon hearing this, the boy immediately looked heartbroken, his eyes brimming with tears, making Tobirama sigh even more deeply. Makoto teased, Lord Second Hokage, I don't believe you've ever had a child, right? How about taking this chance to experience what it's like to be a father? Tobirama felt an overwhelming sense of irritation and shifted the topic. That tower in the village. Makoto didn't hide anything. The preliminary result of the Byakugan project. Preliminary. Tobirama was startled. As a sensory ninja, he could clearly perceive the terrifying power contained within that massive glowing sphere. Makoto continued, as for this child, even if he's a blank slate, it's best to have some means of control. If you're not skilled in that, I can handle it for you. This red-haired boy was highly likely connected to Orochimaru. However, since Makoto had no understanding of soul reincarnation jutsu, he left the boy in Tobirama's hands. There was also another possibility. The child was intended as a vessel for Orochimaru but hadn't yet undergone reincarnation when Tobirama found him. Upon returning to the village, Tobirama's first action was to examine the child's body. He discovered that the child wasn't some kind of modified body but a genuine member of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru must have captured this child from somewhere, intending to use him as a vessel or possibly as a test subject for human experimentation. Makoto had already dispatched Hakumen along with the Umbu to investigate the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Makoto also found it unlikely that the child was Orochimaru. If he was, then who was the person who had met with Anko at Orochimaru's former residence? And who was the one who trespassed into the Tower of Solitary and fought with Kakashi? Could there really be multiple versions of Orochimaru in this world? Or had Orochimaru somehow split himself into countless individual entities? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ch. Chapter 222, ch 222, Care. The Ruins of Land of Whirlpools. After Tobirama's departure, Hakuryu returned to the site once more. He walked into the underground space beneath the shrine. The concealment seals on the walls had already deactivated. The glass container was now empty, and the lifeless body of a white Zetsu lay on the ground. So this was where it was hidden all along, he murmured softly. How long can you keep hiding? Suddenly, his expression shifted. Without hesitation, he melded into the ground and disappeared. Moments after his departure, several figures entered the underground space, led by none other than Hyuga Hakumen, a personal guard of the Hokage. This is definitely the place, Hakumen assessed, scanning the surroundings before issuing orders to the Umbu operatives. Search thoroughly. Don't overlook a single clue. Hidden underground, Hakuryu observed them silently, his gaze lingering on Hakumen for a long time. Eventually, he left without a sound. Meanwhile, Hakumen and his team searched the underground space meticulously but found nothing. The seals on the walls were no longer operational. Beyond the shrine, several other Umbu operatives were dispatched throughout the ruins, questioning residents about any sightings of ninja or unusual occurrences. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Inside the Hokage residence, Ayari personally brought a bowl of porridge and set it down in front of Makoto. "Give it a try, it's highly nutritious." Makoto accepted it helplessly, gazing at the surface of the soup where oil and rare ingredients floated. She took a sip. Even when she was pregnant with Itachi, she hadn't been treated this attentively. Itachi, holding Niji in his arms, sat nearby with Kushina, both staring intently as Makoto drank the soup. Kushina couldn't help but say, "Is there any more? I'd like to try some too." Ayari shot her a glance. "Nope. These ingredients are rare, I had to rely on some wealthy merchants to get them." Kushina pouted in disappointment. Ayari added, "If you get pregnant too, I'll have Makoto source some more." Kushina acted as though she hadn't heard, turning her head away. Although the soup was nutritious, it probably didn't taste great judging by Makoto's reluctant expression as she drank it. Itachi spoke up, "Kaa-san, drink it all so you can give me a healthy baby sister." Kushina chuckled. "Weren't you always asking for a younger brother?" Itachi replied matter-of-factly, "I already have Niji as a younger brother, so this time I want a sister." Kushina teased, "Aren't you greedy?" As she spoke, she playfully pinched Itachi's little cheek. Itachi frowned in protest, "Aunt Kushina, I'm already a chunin. You can't treat me like this anymore." Kushina reached out with both hands to pinch his cheeks. "I don't care, I'll pinch anyway." Little Niji, cradled in Itachi's arms, was thoroughly amused by the scene, clapping his hands and laughing. Makoto had finished half of the soup but finally paused, turning to Kushina. "Do you want to try it?" Kushina glanced at Ayari. "Forget it. I wouldn't want to upset certain people." Ayari merely shot her a glare in response. Makoto tilted her head back and finished the nutritious soup in one go, letting out a long sigh. What a punishment. Pregnancy was something that couldn't be hidden. It didn't take long for her son to find out. And once he knew, word spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Considering the timeline of Fugaku's departure, the public narrative was that the child belonged to Fugaku, which didn't raise any suspicions. Many clan members even came to visit Makoto, bringing gifts. However, what worried Makoto most was the possibility that the child would be born with a pair of Byakugan. If that happened, everything would be exposed. Yet she couldn't go against Makoto's wishes. Since moving next door to the Hokage residence, Ayari had constantly summoned her over and assigned people to serve her. At first, when Ayari gave her the cold shoulder, Makoto had assumed it was the end of their friendship. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. The two women acted as if nothing had happened, silently understanding the current situation without speaking of it. Makoto sympathized with Ayari, who had to endure her husband's numerous wives and concubines. Uncertain about what the future held, Makoto could only take things one step at a time. Itachi was playing around with little Niji when Kushina joined in. He suddenly asked, "Aunt Kushina, when are you going to get married and have a child?" Kushina immediately smacked him on the head. "Why is a kid worrying about so much? But you're friends with my mom and Aunt Ayari, right? Now you're the only one who hasn't gotten married or had a kid." Kushina glared at him. "Mind your own business, or I'll beat you up." Itachi wasn't afraid of her, he knew she was just bluffing. This aunt always treated him like a 3-year-old, even though he was already a chunin. Later that night, as Kushina lay in bed, ready to sleep, she suddenly heard the door open. There was no need to guess who it was, only one person would walk into her room at this hour without knocking. She remained motionless as the blanket was lifted, and a figure climbed into the bed. "Move over," the person said. Kushina silently shifted to make space, followed by the rustling sound of them getting comfortable. "Where's Ayari?" she asked. "Resting." "You're not leaving tonight?" Why don't you go to Ayano's?" "She's not available." "Heh." Kushina suddenly chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at? Didn't Ayano always want a child? Seems like you're not up to the task. You're asking for it, aren't you? Want a spanking? Turn over." The sounds they made were barely audible, no more than soft sighs one might hear when admiring the distant night through an open window. Kushina felt herself slipping into that half-familiar, half-strange world once again, a place devoid of any recognizable elements of the real world. In that realm without reason, she had no choice but to keep moving forward, wandering deeper into the maze. In the room, the only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Kushina clung tightly to a pillow, resting her head on Makoto's arm. Moonlight streamed in through the window, partially illuminating her body beneath the blanket. Her vibrant red hair lay scattered across the bed. Though her breathing was steady and even, her eyes remained open in the dark. Suddenly, she asked, "What's today's date?" 16th, Makoto replied in a deep, half-asleep voice. 16th. What's wrong? Nothing. Kushina murmured. I just realized, it's been 4 months for Makoto. The night passed quietly. Kushina always liked to sleep in, only getting up when someone came to call her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Niji standing on her bed, his bright, innocent eyes blinking curiously at her. Kushina instinctively shrank back under the covers and muttered, "What time is it?" Carrying Niji, Ayari answered, 9:30. No breakfast left. My sister saved some for you. Tell Ayanone thanks for me. Her long red hair fell over her face, spreading across the bed like a pool of blood. Ayari said, "Hurry up and get up, or I'll have Natsu pull off your blanket." She turned to leave the room with Niji in her arms but paused when she noticed the wastebasket filled with used tissues. Turning back to the stunning woman on the bed, she asked, "It's the 17th today, still nothing?" After a moment of silence, Kushina replied, "Being 2 days late is normal, right?" Then she added, "You're quite attentive, huh?" Ayari quipped, "Only Makoto is the one who doesn't care enough." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 223, ch 223, Pregnant. In the bathroom, Kushina stared blankly at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test stick in her hand. Just last night, she'd been mocking Makoto for being ineffective. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Natsu's voice. "Kushina-san, are you okay in there?" "Almost done," Kushina hastily responded. Not daring to throw the test away carelessly, she stuffed it back into her pocket along with the packaging. As she walked out of the bathroom, Hyuga Natsu, noticing how long she'd been inside, asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Should I get you some medicine?" Kushina forced a nervous laugh. No need. It was afternoon outside. Little Niji had fallen asleep, and the women in the house were arranging flowers in the living room. "I'm heading out," Kushina announced as she walked toward the door. "Where to?" Ayari asked. "Just going for a walk." Watching Kushina's retreating figure, Makoto, who was trimming branches, remarked, "She seems a bit strange." Ayari returned her attention to her floral arrangement and said, "She is acting a bit odd." Nearby, Ayano commented, "You're really improving, Ayari." Ayari adjusted the delicate flowers in the vase and smiled. "Not bad, huh?" Ayano chuckled, "I remember you used to have no interest in these things. You always skipped floral arrangement classes when you were a kid." Ayari simply replied, "People change." After leaving the Hokage residence, Kushina wandered aimlessly through the streets for a while before tossing the pregnancy test stick into a public trash bin. In the end, Kushina went to see Rin. Kushina-ne. Rin was somewhat surprised to see Kushina seek her out on her own. Since Kushina had moved into the Hokage's residence, Rin had never taken the initiative to visit her, naturally because there were people at that place Rin preferred not to see. When Kushina initially told her that she was moving into the Hokage's residence, Rin had been shocked. Kushina explained that her friend, the Hokage's wife, wanted her to move in so she wouldn't be alone. Since Kushina had already agreed, what could Rin say? She had wanted to warn Kushina to be careful of that lecherous Hokage, but felt it was inappropriate to say such a thing. After all, Kushina's heart belonged solely to Minato-sensei, even though he was currently imprisoned. How could she ever lower herself to the Hokage? The two sat on the sofa, Kushina appearing troubled. Rin poured her a cup of water. "Kushina-ne." Kushina let out a long sigh, lowering her head. "Rin. I think I'm in big trouble." Rin was startled and quickly asked, "What happened? Did the Hokage do something to you?" Kushina wasn't sure how to explain. After all, this matter did indeed stem from the Hokage. It wasn't as if she could become pregnant by herself. She hesitated. "Why would you think that?" Rin stammered, "Well, I just thought. Kushina-ne, you're so beautiful. It's inevitable that men would covet you. The Hokage, he has so many beautiful maids at home and a stunning secretary at work. He seems like a bit of a womanizer." Kushina didn't dwell on it too much. What Rin said wasn't exactly wrong. Kushina was well aware of the Hokage's tendencies. Not only was that guy lecherous, but his tastes were varied. Kushina spoke softly, "Rin, I want to ask you for a favor." Rin immediately responded, "Kushina-ne, just tell me what you need. I'll do everything I can to help." Kushina's face flushed with a faint red hue, as though she felt embarrassed and uneasy. She sat there, holding the teacup in both hands, staring down in silence for a long while. "I want you to help me terminate this pregnancy." Rin smiled at first, thinking it was nothing serious. I thought it was something big, it's just a termination, right? A termination, wait. As she spoke, realization dawned on her, and her eyes widened in shock. Kushina, you're pregnant. Kushina kept her head lowered, remaining silent. Rin asked in disbelief, is it Minato-sensei's? Don't ask, Kushina evaded the question. Looking up, she locked eyes with Rin. Rin, you must promise to keep this a secret. You're the only one who knows about my pregnancy. Kushina's reaction, along with her evasion of the question, made it impossible for Rin not to figure out who the father was. For a moment, Rin felt the world had become absurd. The Kushina she had always respected and admired, her teacher's girlfriend, had ended up like this. Kushina pleaded, Rin, please help me. I don't want to have this child, and I don't want anyone to know about its existence. Rin looked at her and suddenly asked, Kushina, now that you're living in the Hokage's residence, what's your relationship with him? Kushina opened her mouth but avoided Rin's gaze. I'm just a guest at their place, staying temporarily. Rin bit her lip and let out a strange laugh. Kushina, you're really not good at lying. Kushina's heart churned with complex emotions. Her embarrassing situation had been exposed to her junior, making her feel extremely awkward. Yet Rin was the only person she could rely on right now. Rin. Rin said, have you thought about what will happen if the Hokage finds out about this? Kushina responded, we just won't let him find out. Rin, you're a medical ninja, right? As long as you help me secretly get rid of the child, no one will ever know. Afterwards, it'll be as if nothing ever happened. Rin countered, what if you get pregnant again? Will you keep having abortions? Kushina opened her mouth but had no words. In her panic, she could only say, we'll deal with that if it happens. Let's just handle this one first, okay? Rin took a deep breath. Abortion is no small matter. The medications and equipment require hospital approval. If someone wants to investigate, they'll definitely find out what happened. Konoha isn't that big. The Hokage even gets involved when two villagers argue. Do you think something like this won't reach his ears? Kushina sat there in a daze, mumbling, then what should I do? I don't want this. I don't want to have his child. As she spoke, her emotions collapsed, and she broke down in tears, covering her face. Seeing her sob uncontrollably, Rin felt a deep ache in her heart. She moved closer, gently patting Kushina's back and asked, Kushina, did he force you? But Kushina, overwhelmed by emotion, couldn't stop herself from revealing everything she had kept buried inside. No, it wasn't. I was the one who seduced him. I'm such a disgrace. I've betrayed Minato. If Minato finds out I'm pregnant with another man's child, what will he think of me? Sob. But I didn't want this. I just wanted to save Minato. I didn't want this. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 224, ch 224, Punishment. Konoha's policy does not support abortion. Matters that hinder the village's population growth always prompt Konoha Hospital's leadership to personally seek out those involved for a heartfelt conversation and persuasion. Rin was well aware of this. If she were to openly obtain the medication, it would inevitably draw the hospital's attention unless she could somehow acquire it in complete secrecy. Rin decided to act at night. She couldn't help but question herself, how did she come to agree to help Kushina with something like this? If Makoto found out, who knew what consequences would follow? Late at night. The hospital had gone dark except for the inpatient and outpatient departments. Silent as a shadow, Rin reached the pharmacy door, taking advantage of the empty surroundings to pick the lock and sneak inside. This was basic ninja training, so it didn't take her long. She swiftly found the medication she was looking for. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly noticed two UMBU members standing silently outside the pharmacy door. Rin's heart skipped a beat, and the medication in her arms fell to the ground, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet, desolate hospital. You guys. One of the UMBU members spoke, Nohara Rin, right? You are now charged with breaking and entering to commit theft. Come with us. Rin's mind went blank, as if it had exploded into chaos. Was she about to be imprisoned for theft? In a daze, she was taken by the UMBU to the interrogation room. Upon realizing where she was, Rin felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Yet, no one came to interrogate her. After sitting in restless anxiety for a long time, the door finally opened, and a familiar figure walked in. Kakashi. Rin's face lit up with joy, as if she'd seen her savior. Kakashi gestured for the others to leave and sat down across from her with a sigh. Are you out of your mind? What were you thinking, stealing from the hospital? You're lucky today's patrol knew you were my friend. Otherwise, you'd be in serious trouble. Rin stammered, unable to come up with an explanation. I had my reasons. I just didn't expect the Umbu to be there. Kakashi said, the solitary tower monitors large parts of the village. Naturally, the Umbu would come looking for you when your theft was detected. Kakashi continued, why did you do it? Rin pursed her lips. The reason. I can't tell you right now. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at her. You work at the hospital, right? If you needed medicine, you could have just filed a request. Was the medicine you stole that special? Rin quickly said, no, it's just ordinary medicine for colds and fevers. Kakashi wasn't convinced, he gave her a skeptical look. The hospital's already been asked to identify the medicine. We'll know what it is soon enough. Rin's heart sank even further. Kakashi, can't you help me? Those people listen to you, right? Just let me go and pretend nothing happened, okay? Kakashi sighed. But first, you have to tell me what this is all about. If it's something that threatens the village, would you still want me to help you? Rin protested, it's not that serious. Kakashi said, stealing from the hospital is already a threat to the village's interests. Then he asked again, so? What's the medicine for, who's it for, and what's your purpose? Rin turned her head away. Are you interrogating me? Kakashi replied calmly, what else would you call this? You're so heartless. You won't tell me anything, so don't blame me. Rin grew more anxious and softened her tone. Kakashi, this is really important. Please help me, just this once, I'm begging you. But Kakashi wasn't swayed. He said coolly, the fact that you're refusing to tell me what's going on means you're afraid I'll stop you if I find out. Rin was speechless. Kakashi continued, since you're so sure I would stop you, this definitely isn't a good thing. Stopping you now is actually helping you. Rin was out of options and could only keep pleading with Kakashi. Kakashi, I really can't tell you about this, but it's not something bad. It's just, it concerns a girl's reputation, so I can't say. This did cause Kakashi to waver a bit, and he sat there, deep in thought. Rin continued to persuade him, Kakashi, you know me. What kind of wrongdoing could I possibly do? Please, just help me this once. Just as Kakashi was about to speak, there was a knock on the interrogation room door. A ninja walked in and whispered a few words into Kakashi's ear. After a moment of silence, Kakashi said, got it. He turned to Rin. Those medicines, they're for abortions, right? Kakashi asked, it's not for you, is it? Rin immediately became flustered and indignant. Of course not. What nonsense are you thinking? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lord Hokage is here. Why don't you repeat what you just told me to him? Rin was instantly dumbfounded. The Hokage, he. Kakashi, wait. Kakashi stood up and walked out. At the door, Rin saw him bow respectfully toward someone. Although Kakashi was young, his status in the village was high. The only person who could command such respect was obvious. A familiar figure walked into the room, and the door was closed again. Rin's heart raced wildly, she didn't dare look directly at the other person. Several bottles of medicine were placed on the table in front of Rin. The man across from her got straight to the point. Is Kushina pregnant? Rin forced a stiff smile. Why would you suspect Kushina? It's not her. These are for my neighbor's dog. Makoto frowned. Medicine for dogs and for humans isn't the same, is it? And was it really worth stealing from the hospital for that? Rin gritted her teeth. I stole it. So what? Are you going to lock me up? Makoto said calmly, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. I'll just take Kushina to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Rin was at a loss, muttering under her breath, scumbag. Do you know whose child it is? What if I know? What if I don't? Rin replied defiantly. Makoto's face darkened. Are you planning to kill it? Rin, feeling guilty, said, it's not fully formed yet, so how can that be considered killing? Makoto was done arguing. He stood up and left the interrogation room. Outside, a ninja was waiting for instructions on how to deal with Rin. Lock her up for a week, Makoto ordered. Rin's heart sank upon hearing this, and then she saw Makoto speaking quietly to Kakashi. Kakashi walked back in, his expression complicated. Rin asked, the Hokage wants to lock me up, right? Kakashi was silent for a moment before saying, Lord Hokage wants me to lock you up, in the cell opposite Minato-sensei. He also told me to explain to sensei why you're being imprisoned. Rin froze in shock. Lord Hokage said this is your punishment. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 225, ch 225, Mental Breakdown. Night fell. The door to Kushina's room was suddenly pushed open, and a figure stood in the doorway. "Get dressed and come out," came Makoto's voice. Kushina's heart trembled as she got dressed and stood up. Makoto wouldn't do this without a reason. Could it be that he had found out something? The rest of the household was already asleep. Ayari came out wearing a robe and asked what was going on. Makoto told her to go back to sleep, saying he had something to take care of. Ayari glanced at Kushina, who had finished dressing and walked out, but said nothing and returned to her room. "Follow me." Makoto led Kushina out of the Hokage residence. The streets were sparsely populated, though the streetlights still glowed. The Hokage and a beautiful red-haired woman walked side by side through the night. As Kushina hesitated whether to ask where they were going, Makoto suddenly spoke. "Naruto." Kushina instinctively paused. "Naruto. What do you think of that name?" Makoto turned his head to look at her, revealing a smile. "How about Hyuga Naruto?" To Kushina, that smile looked like the smile of a devil. Panic gradually filled her eyes as she realized where Makoto had led her, the Konoha prison. Makoto smiled warmly at Kushina. "Haven't you always wanted to see him? I'll grant you that wish tonight, and let him share in the joy of Naruto's arrival." "No." Kushina's eyes widened as she took a step back, trying to escape. Don't do this." Makoto's tone remained pleasant. "What's wrong? Don't you want to share this wonderful news with the person you love most?" No, don't." Kushina shook her head repeatedly, retreating step by step, her eyes filled with terror. Makoto walked slowly toward her and said, "What are you afraid of? He loves you so much, he'll surely be happy for you." Kushina, in a state of panic, dropped to her knees before him, grabbing the hem of his clothes and pleading, "Makoto, please don't do this. Let's go back. I was wrong, I admit it." Unmoved, Makoto asked, "What did you do wrong?" Kushina immediately confessed everything. "I shouldn't have wanted to abort the baby. I shouldn't have pressured Rin to help me with that. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I'll keep the baby, Makoto. Please, let's go back." Terrified, she remained kneeling, begging Makoto desperately. The Konoha prison was already in a remote area, and at this hour, there wasn't a single soul around besides them. No one but Makoto was there to witness the sight of this beautiful red-haired woman humbling herself, kneeling on the ground in desperation. Makoto lifted her chin with one hand, making her look up at him, lightly patting her cheek as he said, "What's this? Is the baby in your womb no longer your own child? Don't talk about him like he's some commodity. You're his mother, aren't you?" Kushina quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I'm his mother. I'll take good care of him. I'll love him dearly from now on." Makoto smiled faintly, crouching down to look her in the eyes as tears streamed down her face. "It looks like you care more about your image in Minato's heart than your own child, huh?" Tears streamed uncontrollably from Kushina's eyes, but she forced a smile and said, "Makoto, I will try my best to fulfill my duties as a mother. Let's go back. It's late, let me serve you and help you rest, okay?" Makoto let out a cold chuckle. "But not long ago, you, as a mother, were ready to personally kill your own child. I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. I'll never dare do that again," Kushina repeated desperately, her greatest fear at this moment being Minato finding out about everything. She had asked Rin for help with the abortion precisely to avoid that. Makoto asked, "Are you really that afraid of seeing Minato?" Kushina could only nod. "Makoto, as long as I don't have to go in there, I'll do whatever you want." Makoto smiled serenely. "Why are you thinking like that? Minato loves you so much. No matter what you've done or become, I think he'll still accept you. Don't underestimate his love for you." Kushina looked at him blankly, only to feel her body suddenly become weightless and lift off the ground against her will. She realized in horror that Makoto was once again walking toward Konoha prison, and she could only float helplessly behind him. The prison was eerily quiet. Ever since the previous riot, all serious criminals had been purged. Now the only ones detained there were people caught causing disturbances in the village, apprehended spies, and captured rogue ninjas. Makoto walked steadily deeper into the prison, ignoring Kushina's desperate pleas behind him. The prisoners in nearby cells, upon seeing Makoto, began loudly begging for mercy, calling out to the Hokage to spare them. Makoto ignored them all, walking straight to the innermost part of the prison. Beyond that lay the special containment room that had once held the fourth Raikage. Minato, however, was not confined there. After all, he wasn't like the Raikage with an overwhelmingly powerful physical body. He was confined in a cell just outside the special room, and the conditions weren't too harsh. He received 3 meals a day, along with fresh clothes, books, and some small items for entertainment. Rin was detained directly across from him. Makoto and Kushina stopped at a spot not far from the cell. They could see the 2 people inside, but those inside couldn't see them. The moment Kushina laid eyes on the person she had long yearned for, she was instantly dazed. He seemed much more haggard, his eyes lacking the brightness they once held. Makoto asked from beside her, "What's wrong?" "Happy to see your beloved." Kushina remained silent. Makoto gently placed his hand on her stomach, lightly stroking it. "Now, I want you to go in and tell him face to face that you're pregnant. The child is mine, and his name is Naruto." Kushina shook her head in terror. She didn't dare speak loudly here for fear that the person inside might hear. She could only plead with Makoto with her eyes. With a smile, Makoto continued, "You also need to tell him that you're living a happy life now and that you hope he'll bless you and our child." "No." Kushina murmured, on the verge of collapse. "Don't be like this, Makoto. Please, I beg you, don't do this." Makoto gripped her chin, sneering. "Tell me, wouldn't our child be heartbroken if he knew his own mother didn't want him and even tried to kill him with her own hands? I'm just seeking a bit of justice for my son. I suggest you behave yourself. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll witness the man you love most being executed by beheading." As he spoke, he lovingly stroked Kushina's cheek and said softly, "Be good. Go on now." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 226, ch 226, Bless. Inside Konoha Prison, the atmosphere was cold and silent, with dim lighting. A striking figure with vibrant red hair suddenly appeared. The man inside the cell was drawn by the sound of footsteps. When he turned his head and saw her, his eyes widened in shock. He stumbled forward in a panic, grabbing onto the iron bars, which shook with a loud clang. Kushina. In the opposite cell, Rin also hadn't expected Kushina to appear at this time. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone sitting on her bed, the very person who had locked her up. It was none other than Makoto. "You." Rin glanced at Makoto, then at Kushina and Minato, her expression filled with utter disbelief. Makoto simply made a shoo gesture with his finger and said, "Don't speak. Enjoy the show." He even patted the spot beside him on the bed. Rin swallowed nervously but obediently walked over and sat beside him. She realized that the 2 people outside the cell seemed completely unaware of their presence. "Kushina. Kushina." Minato's voice trembled as he called her name. Kushina stopped outside the cell but didn't rush to the bars as Minato had. Seeing her so calm, Minato suddenly had a sinking feeling. His voice faltered as he spoke in a daze, "Kushina, you." A stiff smile appeared on Kushina's face. "Minato. I'm pregnant." Minato stood inside the cell, his pupils slowly dilating at her words. The faint glimmer in his eyes gradually faded away. In the opposite cell, Rin suddenly grasped the situation. She turned to Makoto with a look of horror. Makoto's expression remained calm as he asked, "What's wrong?" Rin's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard. "You're a devil." Makoto sneered, "Just because I asked Kushina to tell the truth, I'm suddenly a devil. Then what does that make you, who tried to kill my child with your own hands?" He glanced sideways at Rin, his eyes filled with mockery. "An angel, perhaps." Kushina, meanwhile, continued speaking with a strained smile. "The child in my womb belongs to the Hokage. I named him Naruto." A deathly silence filled the prison. Across the iron bars, Minato stared at Kushina in stunned disbelief. Shock, confusion, and a sense of helplessness flooded his expression. Trapped in this dark, sunless place for so long, the one thing that kept him going was the belief that Kushina was waiting for him outside, waiting for him to marry her, for them to start anew, to have a family someday. It couldn't be true. Kushina couldn't possibly be like this. His hands clenched tightly around the bars, veins bulging from the strain. Forcing a smile, Minato said, "Kushina, you were forced, weren't you?" But why was he smiling? If he truly believed Kushina was being coerced, he should be worried for her safety. Why was he smiling? Was he just lying to himself? "Kushina. Did he force you?" His voice suddenly rose, piercing through the stillness of the prison. Minato's eyes burned with fury, fixed on Kushina like 2 sharp daggers stabbing into her heart. Makoto's lips moved silently, his voice reaching only Kushina's ears. Rin noticed that Kushina's back seemed to tremble slightly. "Minato." Kushina's voice shook uncontrollably, and the smile on her face grew increasingly stiff. "This is actually your fault. We've been together for so long, but you never touched me. It was only after being with Lord Hokage that I finally understood the joy of being a woman. That feeling, it's really, truly wonderful and beautiful. Minato staggered back 2 steps, his face alternating between red and pale, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, it felt as though his entire world had died. Rin felt her heart tremble violently. Covering her mouth, she was unable to speak, utterly horrified by the scene unfolding before her. She couldn't imagine the immense impact and damage this would have on Kushina and Minato. Turning to Makoto, her eyes were filled not with anger but pure fear. Only now did she truly realize the extent of the cruelty within this man, who was about the same age as herself. Makoto smiled faintly at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't this the result of your own actions? Namikaze Minato is a serious criminal in the village. Not only did I refrain from implicating you all because of his crimes, but I also gave you many privileges. Haven't I treated you well enough? Rin, aside from you, no one else in the village dares to scold me to my face. My kindness doesn't mean you can act recklessly and presumptuously. People must learn to be grateful, otherwise, there's always a price to pay. Makoto's lips moved again without a sound, his voice reaching Kushina's ears alone. Minato, I'm living so well now. Shouldn't you be happy for me? I hope you can bless me and my child as well. Kushina's words reached Rin's ears without a single omission. Even as an outsider, she felt as though she was about to go insane. She couldn't imagine what Minato-sensei was thinking at that moment. Hey. Minato, now slumped on the ground, suddenly let out a low, manic laugh. He suddenly lunged at the iron bars, his face twisted in a terrifying expression that gradually faded into eerie calm. Bless you, bless both of you. His desolate eyes locked onto her, unwavering. Kushina, you must live well. You too. Make sure to live well. Seeing the love of her life tormented to this extent made Kushina's heart ache as if it were being torn apart. But she could only endure it, Makoto's threats before they came in were still vividly etched in her mind. Minato must hate her so much now. Don't worry, we'll live a good life from now on. Makoto's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see Makoto leaning against the iron bars of a cell not far away, watching them. Have you said everything you wanted, darling? He asked Kushina. Kushina stiffly nodded. Makoto beckoned to her, and Minato watched as the woman he had once loved deeply immediately walked toward him and was embraced by him. Makoto planted a light kiss on Kushina, then spoke with apparent concern, you really shouldn't come to a place like this. The air here isn't good for a pregnant woman. Kushina, facing away from Minato, responded mechanically, I understand, darling. Let's go back. Makoto wrapped his arm around Kushina's waist and turned to leave, his hand casually, or perhaps intentionally, squeezing her rear. This scene fell squarely into Minato's line of sight. You really shouldn't do things that aren't good for the baby. I worry about you. I'm looking forward to it, our child. Naruto will surely turn out just like me. As the two walked away, Makoto seemed to be chatting, his voice dominating the conversation. That voice faded with their retreating figures, disappearing down the corridor until it was gone completely. TL note, as a fan of Minato and Kushina in canon, this scene really hard for me to handle. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 227, ch 227, Naruto and Sasuke. Morning. Makoto didn't go to the Hokage's office today. Instead, he sat on the sofa at home, reading a magazine and sipping the tea Ayano had brewed. Kushina isn't feeling well. She still hasn't gotten up, Ayari said, looking at Kushina's tightly shut bedroom door. On any other day, no matter how lazy Kushina was, she wouldn't stay in bed this late. Ayari even suspected that Makoto had worn her out last night. Makoto calmly put down his teacup and said, she's pregnant. As soon as he said that, the women in the room froze in place. Then, Makoto added, it's mine. Ayari was the first to react. She rolled her eyes and said, no kidding. If it weren't yours, that'd be a real problem. She sat across from Makoto, picked up the teacup he had just drunk from, and took a sip herself. Even though she had mentally prepared for this, now that the moment had come, she still felt a little unsettled. Seeing Makoto sitting there leisurely, flipping through a magazine without a trace of worry, she inexplicably felt annoyed. She got up and kicked him. Kushina's pregnant, and that's all you have to say. If she's pregnant, then she'll have the baby, Makoto said matter-of-factly. Just then, Makoto arrived. These days, except for not staying overnight, she spent most of her time at the Hokage's residence. Seeing Ayari fuming, she asked, what's wrong? Ayari huffed, ask him. Makoto replied, nothing much. Kushina's pregnant. Makoto added, now that both of you are pregnant, at least it'll be more convenient for you to keep each other company. Makoto. Ayano glanced at Makoto but remained silent, continuing with her own tasks. The women in the house all understood what kind of person their Hokage was, so news of Kushina's pregnancy didn't come as much of a surprise. They all saw it as something natural and expected. Except for Ayano. She glanced at her own belly and let out a silent sigh. Makoto hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll go check on Kushina." With that, she walked to Kushina's bedroom and knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. "Kushina, it's me. I'm coming in." Kushina was lying on her side with her back facing the door. She had fallen asleep in her clothes. When Makoto approached, she noticed that Kushina's complexion looked off, her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just been crying. Makoto froze for a moment before silently leaning over the bed. At that moment, Kushina seemed to be murmuring in her sleep. "It's not like that, Minato. It's not like that, Minato. I'm sorry, Minato." Makoto let out a silent sigh and reached out to gently caress Kushina's face. But the touch startled Kushina awake. She instinctively shifted further into the bed, away from Makoto. Makoto quickly reassured her, "It's me, Kushina, it's me." Kushina focused her gaze and, recognizing Makoto, finally relaxed. Her hoarse voice broke the silence. "Makoto." She lay back down, curled up, and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. After a brief hesitation, Makoto said, "You didn't sleep well last night, did you?" Kushina didn't respond. Makoto assumed she was feeling down after finding out about her pregnancy. Having known each other for so many years, Makoto understood all too well the kind of relationship Kushina had with Minato. After a long silence, Kushina suddenly spoke. "Makoto. What does it feel like to be a mother?" Makoto considered her words carefully before letting out a soft chuckle. "When I was pregnant for the first time, I felt a mix of emotions, joy, fear, anxiety, all of them. Pregnancy is a long journey, full of hardships and suffering. I was often angry and unhappy. But the moment I laid eyes on my child for the first time, I felt that everything had been worth it. The joy my child brought me was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was completely different from the feeling of love for a partner. Even though our time together was short, I felt like I could give up anything for my child." However, after hearing her words, Kushina asked, "Then now, for the child in your belly, have you ever hated it?" Makoto was taken aback and looked at Kushina's back. "Kushina, you." Kushina's throat was sore, and her voice came out hoarse. "Makoto, don't you hate it? It's taken away the life you used to have. Makoto, you were happier before, weren't you?" Makoto remained silent for a while before responding, "Kushina, children are innocent. Everything that led us to this point was the result of our own choices." "Innocent." Kushina repeated the word, finding it unbearably ironic. Minato had loved this village dearly, devoting himself wholeheartedly to protecting it. Was he not innocent? She had only wanted to save Minato, never intending to hurt anyone. Was she not innocent? And yet, what had become of them? She placed a hand on her abdomen. It was still too early to feel anything, and her stomach remained as flat as before. It was hard to believe that a new life was already growing inside her. "Makoto. You and I, we have to live on. We have to give birth to these children and raise them well." Makoto smiled at those words and nodded. Of course. She thought Kushina had finally come to terms with it. But Kushina remained motionless, staring blankly at the bedding. She was carrying his child. "Minato, you must hate me so much." "It's okay, Minato. Just give me a little more time. Just a little more time." Kushina slept until the afternoon. During that time, Makoto came out of her room and told everyone that Kushina hadn't rested well the night before, so no one disturbed her. When she finally got up, she freshened up on her own and came out wearing a beautiful dress, looking much better than before. "I'm hungry," Ayari said. "We saved lunch for you. After you eat, let's go to the hospital for a proper checkup." "Makoto's going too." Kushina nodded knowingly. "All right." She neither cried nor made a fuss, nor did she show any negative emotions. Makoto watched her figure as she walked into the kitchen, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ayari, Makoto, and Natsu were discussing potential names for the future children. Hearing them, Makoto said, "No need to discuss. Kushina's child will be named Naruto." Ayari frowned. "Naruto. What a strange name. It sounds like a ramen ingredient." Makoto replied, "Kushina wants to name her son that. Show some respect." Ayari sighed helplessly. "And if it's a girl?" Makoto simply said, "It won't be. It's definitely a boy." Ayari could only move on. "What about Makoto's baby?" Makoto also looked at him curiously. Makoto glanced at the three women. What names do you have in mind? Ayari, if it's a boy, Choji. If it's a girl, Yuki. Natsu, if it's a boy, Ryo. If it's a girl, Miko. Makoto hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Makoto raised an eyebrow at Ayari. Why Choji? Ayari shrugged. I think it's a good name. The moment people hear it, they'll know he's Niji's brother. Don't you think that's a good thing? Makoto's expression turned a little strange. It's not bad, but isn't it a bit too common? Ayari pondered. Is it? Makoto immediately said, how about Sasuke? The three women asked in unison, why? Makoto replied calmly, no reason. I just think it's a good name. Makoto hesitated. But, the third Hokage's father was also named Sasuke. Makoto feigned surprise. Oh. That's so. Well, no matter. Sharing a name with my son is his good fortune. The three women. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 228, ch 228, Sasuke's Birth and Outlook. Both Kushina and Makoto, now pregnant, settled down in the Hokage residence to focus on their prenatal care. To ensure their comfort, Ayari even arranged for servants to regularly handle household chores at Makoto's home. Back when Makoto was pregnant for the first time, she had never received such special treatment. Fugaku, as the clan leader and then captain of the Konoha police force, was constantly busy with official duties. Although she was the clan leader's wife, she was never one to be overly delicate. She continued doing household chores as usual whenever she was home. Now, however, being waited on hand and foot left her feeling both flattered and a little out of place. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, after much anticipation, and Makoto's tireless efforts, Ayano experienced a change. Noticing that her menstrual cycle was delayed, she eagerly dragged Ayari to the hospital for a checkup. The result, she was pregnant. Overjoyed, Ayano couldn't contain her excitement and shared the news with Makoto as soon as he returned. However, having already seen Kushina and Makoto conceive, Makoto wasn't too surprised by Ayano's pregnancy. He simply smiled, said a few caring words, and encouraged her to focus on taking good care of herself. Ayano then asked him what they should name their child. Makoto replied that if it was a girl, she would be named Hinata, and if it was a boy, they could decide later. Curious, Ayano asked, do you really want a daughter? Makoto replied, since I already have a son, it would be nice to have a daughter too. But no matter if it's a boy or a girl, I'll love them all the same. By this time, Makoto's pregnancy was already quite visible. She spent her days chatting with the other women at home and occasionally going out for walks. Concerned about her well-being, Ayari prepared an extra bedroom so Makoto could stay overnight whenever she wanted. As for Itachi, he often came over for lunch and dinner, making the place feel like one big, harmonious family. The Hokage residence was truly a massive estate. Aside from Makoto and Ayari's master bedroom, there was Niji's nursery, as well as bedrooms for Ayano, Natsu, and Kushina. Now, a new room had been prepared for Makoto, yet there were still vacant rooms left. Having grown up in the Hyuga clan's compound, Ayari never thought much about living in a big house. But seeing all these rooms, she couldn't help but wonder, had Makoto planned from the very beginning to build himself a huge harem? That bastard. That night, Ayari confronted Makoto, demanding to know if he had any other women outside. Makoto flatly denied it. Ayari warned Makoto that if he dared to bring home another pregnant woman, she would personally castrate him. This actually served as a wake-up call for Makoto. Even he felt that he had been sowing his seeds a bit too frequently lately. Was he really turning into a full-fledged stallion at this rate? It seemed that the next time he visited Nono, he would need to be more careful. A few more months passed, and little Niji turned 1 year old. He had grown much cuter than when he was first born, his eyes were big, his skin had become soft and fair, and his hair was now thick and fluffy, making him look like a delicate porcelain doll. Not long after Niji's first birthday celebration, Makoto's due date arrived. Unlike Ayari, she chose to move into the hospital well in advance. Fortunately, the delivery went smoothly. To Makoto's relief, the child was born without the Byakugan. This baby carried the bloodlines of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, who knew what the future held for him. Makoto, however, didn't get the chance to hold little Sasuke, as Itachi kept him tightly in his arms the whole time, leaving Makoto to simply watch longingly as his own son was cradled and comforted by his older brother. In the end, it was Makoto who finally spoke up and allowed Makoto to hold Sasuke. Newborn babies were often not the most pleasant to look at, but even so, Makoto could already see traces of Makoto in the child's features. The entire household was overjoyed by Sasuke's birth. Ayari even carried little Sasuke over to Niji, grinning as she said, "Niji, you have a younger brother now. His name is Hyuga Sasuke." Hearing this, Itachi was visibly surprised. He wanted to ask, shouldn't it be Uchiha Sasuke? But as he looked around the room, seeing everyone's faces filled with smiles, and noticing that his mother, who had clearly heard, remained completely indifferent, the young boy suddenly understood something. A wave of confusion washed over Itachi. He thought of his father, whom he had not seen in a long time, but he wisely chose to stay silent, standing quietly at the back of the room. Makoto's safe delivery was a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, Makoto began preparing for Kushina's upcoming childbirth. Since she was the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, the risks of her labor would be exceptionally high. Childbirth was the moment when the seal on a tailed beast was at its weakest. In truth, as long as the sealing process was continuously reinforced during her delivery, everything should be fine. With Konoha's vast sealing core, it would not be difficult to find skilled female ninja to assist. Along with Makoto himself, keeping Kyuubi contained would not be an issue. However, Makoto's mind was also occupied with another thought regarding Kyuubi. In his view, Kyuubi should not simply be treated as a mascot. Kushina was unable to fully control it, and waiting for Naruto to eventually befriend and tame it would take far too long. Makoto wanted to extract Kyuubi from Kushina and put its immense chakra to good use. Chakra is power. Chakra is productivity. With that in mind, he summoned Tobirama back from his travels and shared his plan. Upon hearing it, Tobirama's first instinct was to reject it outright. If a tailed beast is removed from its Jinchuriki, how do you plan to control it? Have you ever witnessed the true power of Kyuubi? It could destroy the entire village. In response, Makoto simply led Tobirama to the Tower of Solitary, allowing him to once again experience the overwhelming power of the Tensigen firsthand. A tailed beast is, at its core, just chakra. Since I can house the Tensigen in a vessel, there must also be a way to control it, Makoto stated. Tobirama responded, of course, a tailed beast's power can be controlled. As long as you're stronger than it, you can dominate it. My brother and Uchiha Madara were never Jinchuriki, yet they could control Kyuubi with ease. Then, he asked Makoto, are you stronger than Kyuubi? Makoto shook his head. I'm not talking about controlling that wild beast. I want to completely transform Kyuubi into pure chakra, turn it into a source of power that the village can easily utilize. After all, it is nothing more than a massive accumulation of chakra. In Konoha, Kyuubi serves only as a deterrent. That is a complete waste of its potential. Besides, our village already has 3 Jinchuriki. If I can fully harness the power of the tailed beasts, Konoha will forever stand at the forefront of the ninja world. Tobirama was beginning to understand Makoto's intentions, but he found the idea far too ambitious. He wasn't sure whether to laugh at Makoto's absurd fantasy or to encourage him. For the 5 great nations, tailed beasts were a form of deterrence, an incredibly powerful weapon of war. Yet, in reality, they were rarely used. Training a Jinchuriki to be a true combat asset was a rigorous and challenging process. But if Makoto's vision could be realized, if a tailed beast could be turned into an easily wielded tool. At that point, there will no longer be any wars, Makoto said slowly. There will only be Konoha's peacekeeping operations. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny 200+ ch, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 229, ch 229, Itachi Question. In front of a grand and opulent yet eerily sinister great hall. Boom. A sudden burst of white smoke appeared out of nowhere, and the figure of Fukasaku the sage emerged. He looked around carefully, immediately sensing the chaotic flow of natural energy in the area. It was highly unstable, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Above the hall's entrance were 3 large characters, Ryuchi Cave. This hall was merely the entrance to Ryuchi Cave. Though it was one of the 3 legendary sage regions alongside Mount Myaboku, it was completely different in nature. Moreover, toads and snakes had always minded their own business, rarely interacting. Fukasaku had only been here a handful of times in his life. However, his son, Gamabunta, was acquainted with a serpent named Manda from Ryuchi Cave. But their relationship was anything but friendly. Fukasaku cautiously surveyed the area once more before pulling his cloak tighter around himself. He was preparing to infiltrate the cave to investigate. Yet, the moment he pushed open the grand hall's door. Roar. A chorus of furious, vengeful howls erupted directly into his mind. The sheer mental impact of the assault was unavoidable. His entire body stiffened instantly, his eyes widening in shock. In that moment, he saw it, within the endless darkness, countless twisted, ghastly faces emerged. They shrieked. They roared. They lunged at him all at once. Boom. His body vanished in a puff of white smoke. The heavy doors of the great hall slowly creaked shut once more. When Fukasaku regained awareness, he found himself back home in Mount Mayaboku. His mate, Shima the sage, was staring at him with deep concern. "Dear. Are you all right?" Shima asked. Fukasaku was still shaken. Just recalling what had happened sent a chill down his spine. Was it genjutsu? No, it didn't feel like that at all. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. I think I saw ghosts. Ghosts. Shima was stunned. Yes. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Inside Ryuchi Cave, the entire place is filled with evil spirits. Makoto's vision was indeed ambitious, but there were still many obstacles in the way of realizing it. At this stage, his idea was merely a preliminary concept, and the current technological level of the world was far from what he envisioned. He could only take things one step at a time. The reason he called Tobirama back was to have him research a method to extract the tailed beast from a Jinchuriki's body without endangering their life. After much thought, Tobirama also recognized the potential benefits this could bring to the village, so he did not refuse. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy who had been following Tobirama around seemed to have fully adapted to his presence. Their relationship had grown much closer and more familiar. The boy no longer called Tobirama Daddy, likely due to Tobirama's strict discipline, and instead addressed him as Lord Tobirama. The research facility in the village was still at Tobirama's disposal. He took Uzumaki Shiro with him and immersed himself in research. On Makoto's side, after careful consideration, he ordered the Umbu to scour the nations for rogue puppet masters, whether they were wandering ninjas or missing mean, it didn't matter, as long as their identities were kept hidden. Puppet masters were a specialty unique to Sunagakure. Some smaller villages had puppet users as well, but they had only grasped the basics, and these rogue ninjas were likely not much better. Requesting to formally learn puppetry from Sunagakure was out of the question. Such a request would be akin to them asking for Konoha's Sharingan or Byakugan. Even if Pakura agreed, it would likely come at a significant cost to Konoha. Friendship was one thing, but for people in their positions, personal relationships and political interests were entirely separate matters. Makoto had no choice but to start with these lower-level puppet users, hoping that by learning the fundamentals, he could train his own villagers in the craft and gradually explore further. If that didn't work, he would have to find another way to obtain knowledge from Sunagakure. At the Uchiha household, Itachi gazed at little Sasuke, who was sleeping soundly, lost in thought. Makoto's body had gradually recovered, and she was now capable of doing housework again. However, she had already grown accustomed to the servants sent by Ayari, especially since she now had a child to take care of. "Itachi, let's go have dinner at Lord Hokage's place," Makoto suggested. Hearing her voice, Itachi lifted his head to glance at his mother before lowering his gaze back to his younger brother. "Mother." Itachi suddenly asked, "Sasuke, is he really my brother?" Makoto froze for a moment before quickly moving to sit beside him. "Of course he is, Itachi. Why would you think otherwise?" Itachi remained silent for a while, his head still lowered. "But, he's going to call Lord Hokage Oto-san in the future, right?" Itachi then continued, "Then, what will Sasuke call Two-san?" Faced with such a question, Makoto fell into silence. She had always known that, although young, Itachi was no longer an ignorant child, he would eventually notice these things. But she had never prepared herself to answer. "Ka-san, does Two-san know about all of this? Ka-san, is that why Two-san has been gone for so long? Is it related to this?" Makoto sighed softly. She crouched down, gently placing both hands on Itachi's shoulders, and spoke in a warm voice, "Itachi, your father knows everything, and he agreed to it all. Your father made a mistake in the past, one that unintentionally led to the sacrifice of your Uncle Tetsuhi and Uncle Inaho. That's why he was punished, and he has accepted it willingly, all this time. Itachi, the world of adults is very complicated. Sasuke, even though he calls Lord Hokage father, he is still your younger brother. Haven't you always treated Niji like your own little brother? Besides, Sasuke is just like you, he is my child too." Itachi lowered his head, his small face furrowed in confusion. His young mind struggled to understand, he couldn't comprehend his mother's thoughts, nor could he understand his father's. Why would his father agree to his mother having a child with the Hokage? Could this also be a form of punishment? Makoto gently caressed Itachi's cheek and spoke softly, "Itachi, you must take good care of your little brother in the future. As his older brother, it's your responsibility to protect him." This time, Itachi nodded seriously. "I definitely will. Sasuke, Niji, and even Naruto and Hinata in the future, I will protect them all as their older brother." Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. Protecting so many, won't that be exhausting? Itachi shook his head. "I'm their big brother. Protecting my younger siblings will never be tiring." After a pause, he suddenly asked, "Ka-san, are you still Two-san's wife?" Makoto was momentarily stunned before replying, of course I am. Itachi continued, then, will you and Toussaint have another child together someday? You already have so many younger siblings. Isn't that enough? Itachi, however, insisted, it's not the same. Or, does that mean from now on, you will only have children with Lord Hokage? Being questioned like this by her own son left Makoto feeling embarrassed. She quickly stood up and said, let's talk about this another time. For now, let's go eat dinner. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 100+ ch. Chapter 230, ch 230, Old Friend. With Kushina's due date approaching, Makoto tightened the village's security. The Solarite Tower maintained 24-hour surveillance over the entire village, not letting any suspicious individuals slip by. Even though history had already taken a different course, Makoto was still worried that someone might try to stir up trouble at this crucial moment. Everything was set for the childbirth of the Jinchuriki, and as long as no one interfered, the delivery would go smoothly. At this time, Jiraiya suddenly returned to the village and went to visit Kushina. Ever since Makoto took over as Hokage, both Jiraiya and Tsunade, the only remaining members of the legendary Sannin, had left the village. However, keeping track of their whereabouts was not difficult. Tsunade continued her usual lifestyle, traveling from place to place, frequenting the various casinos within the Land of Fire. Her presence was often spotted in bustling towns, but she never stayed in one place for long, mostly because she had to dodge her debts. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had practically made Omegakure his second home. His 3 disciples were all in power there, so he spent most of his time in Omegakure. Inside the Hokage residence, Makoto was not home, and Ayari had given Kushina and Jiraiya some private space to talk. Kushina reclined on the bed, one hand resting on her large, swollen belly, her expression calm. Jiraiya sat in a chair nearby, looking at her in slight surprise. You named the child Naruto? Yeah. Jiraiya fell into thought. He had once written a novel called Gutsy Shinobi Chronicles, in which the protagonist's name was Naruto. Minato had read the book and even praised it, saying the story was great. But Jiraiya knew in his heart that a novel filled with nothing but hot-blooded clichés wouldn't attract much of an audience. Only someone like Minato would enjoy it. After all, most people preferred reading something more mature. His new work, Ika Ika Paradise, had been highly regarded by a certain magazine editor and was now being prepared for publication. The fact that Kushina and Hyuga Makoto's child was named Naruto inevitably made Jiraiya think of Minato. His disciple was now imprisoned, and even his disciple's girlfriend had become another man's woman. This left Jiraiya feeling deeply melancholic. He had considered rescuing Minato, but the first and second Hokage had decided his fate. Moreover, Minato's reputation in Konoha was now utterly ruined. The only way to save him would be through force, but that would mean standing against Konoha itself. Having muddled through life for so many years, Jiraiya felt that he had never truly figured things out. How is Minato, now? Jiraiya hesitated before asking. The Hokage had forbidden anyone from visiting Minato, not even him. Kushina's eyes flickered, and she suddenly looked straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, can you do me a favor? Jiraiya nodded. Go ahead. In a couple of days, I'll be giving birth. Since I'm a Jinchuriki, the Hokage will have all his attention focused on me that day. Konoha's main gate. Tsunade looked up at the newly built tower that had appeared atop the Hokage rock and muttered, what is that thing? That's the Tower of Solarite, Lady Tsunade. The Hokage ordered its construction not long ago. It serves to protect Konoha, explained one of the gate guards, stepping forward proactively. Tower of Solarite. The towering structure loomed high above. Tsunade gazed at it for a while before finally leading Shizune into the village. Upon returning to her residence, she noticed signs that someone had been staying there. She wondered if her granduncle, Tobirama, was in the village as well. Afterward, she went straight to Jiraiya's place to meet him. All right, spill it. Why did you call me back? Jiraiya poured her a cup of sake. There's something big, something I need your help with. Tsunade raised an eyebrow slightly. Something big. Jiraiya pondered for a moment before saying, to be precise, we need Lord Second Hokage's help. I was hoping you'd talk to him. Tsunade casually picked up the sake cup, downed it in one go, and said, tell me the details first. Jiraiya remained silent for a moment before saying, it's about Minato. I want to break him out. Tsunade frowned slightly. Are you insane? Jiraiya slowly shook his head and poured himself a cup of sake. I have to do this. She narrowed her eyes at her old friend, studying him for a long time before finally asking, what's the plan? Jiraiya replied, tomorrow is Kushina's delivery. She's a Jinchuriki, so the entire village will be under lockdown. Tsunade was taken aback. Kushina's giving birth? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before saying, it's the Hokage's child. Tsunade was stunned for a few seconds before simply responding with an "oh." Jiraiya continued, the lockdown is meant to keep outsiders out, but for us, it's an opportunity. Tsunade just watched him, waiting for him to go on. Jiraiya then got up and walked toward the bed, pointing in the direction of the Solarite Tower. You saw that tower when you entered the village, right? Yeah. That tower monitors the entire village, similar to Sarutobi-sensei telescope jutsu, but far more advanced. It's guarded day and night, and if I make a move, the Hokage will definitely notice. Tsunade was sharp, she understood his idea immediately. However, she questioned, have you thought about what will happen once the Hokage finds out? Jiraiya said, Minato is already a criminal. Do you think I still care about what happens to me? Tsunade remained silent, absent-mindedly rubbing her sake cup. After a long while, she finally spoke in a low voice. Jiraiya, you'll drag me down with you. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. I know, but right now, you're the only one in the village I can turn to. I'm sorry, Tsunade. Tsunade slowly walked to the window, standing across from him, her gaze also fixed on the tower outside. There were once 4 massive stone faces there, but after she destroyed them, the Hokage never rebuilt them. A sudden wave of regret washed over her, she had erased even the things that held her memories of the past. She slowly said, the village now is completely different from before. Family, lovers, teachers, friends, too many had died. The village had undergone a complete shift in power, now controlled by someone who felt unfamiliar to all of them. Jiraiya said, a lot has changed, but it's still Konoha. The two of them talked for a long time, reminiscing about the past, about their youth, about the days they spent with Sarutobi-sensei, and even about Orochimaru. They only spoke of their shared experiences from their younger days, moments that made them laugh from time to time. But as they spoke, nostalgia and sorrow settled in. Jiraiya gazed at the beautiful woman before him, momentarily lost in thought. Yet, when he recalled the uncertain fate that awaited him after tomorrow, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Tsunade turned her head to look outside the window and suddenly said, tonight, I'll speak with second grandpa and ask him to help. With that, she placed her empty cup on the windowsill and turned to leave. Jiraiya remained there, staring at the empty cup she had left behind, lost in thought. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 231, ch 231, Rescue Minato. Beneath the Solarite Tower. The stationed Umbu spotted the approaching figure from a distance and immediately stepped forward to salute. Lord Second Hokage, what brings you here? Tobirama glanced at the masked Umbu and pondered for a moment. Your voice sounds familiar. The Umbu bowed respectfully. I once served as your guard in the research facility. Tobirama gave a slight nod. I need to go up for something. The Umbu did not obstruct him but instead stepped aside to make way. Please, go ahead. Tobirama entered the tower and ascended all the way to the top floor, the control room of the Solarite Tower. This room was manned by the former barrier team personnel, tasked with overseeing the village's defenses. Just as he was about to step inside, someone exited before him. Lord Second Hokage. Kakashi, huh? What brings you here, Lord Second Hokage? Kakashi bowed deeply, showing great respect. I'm conducting an experiment that requires me to study this tower, Tobirama stated. Kakashi inquired, does the 5th Hokage know about this? Tobirama responded calmly, this experiment is something the 5th Hokage personally entrusted to me. Hearing this, Kakashi stepped aside without further questioning. Please, go ahead. The so-called control room was actually the foundation of the Tenseigan. The circular chamber housed the lower half of the Tenseigan, surrounded by various monitoring instruments. The walls were lined with square LCD screens, displaying surveillance footage of the entire Kanagakur. This was the nerve center that monitored the village, operated by several ninja. Tobirama scanned the room and then ordered, shut down the system temporarily. The head operator was visibly startled and hurriedly stepped forward. Lord Second Hokage, Lord 5th Hokage has ordered a lockdown today. Kakashi interjected, just follow the command. It's only a temporary shutdown. The operator hesitated, glancing between Tobirama and Kakashi before finally complying and shutting down the surveillance system. The Tenseigan's glow, which was usually visible from the outside as a vibrant purple, appeared as a serene white light up close. Though pure and brilliant, one could still see its energy flowing within the glass containment, an undeniably mesmerizing sight. Tobirama approached the Tenseigan, his gaze locked onto it. He could feel the vast and boundless energy radiating from within. Then, he issued another order. All of you, leave the room. Everyone exited the control room. The person in charge, a member of the Hyuga clan, couldn't help but turn to Kakashi and ask, Kakashi, should we inform Lord Hokage about this? Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly, but he replied, Lord Hokage has important matters to attend to today. Otherwise, the village wouldn't be under lockdown. Lord Second Hokage is also a former Hokage, he wouldn't do anything to endanger the village. What's there to worry about? The Hyuga clan member sighed helplessly. All right then. Konoha prison. A series of faint footsteps slightly disturbed Namikaze Minato's thoughts. At this hour, it should be the prison staff delivering meals. Lying on his side on the bed, he stared expressionlessly at the wall. As a high-profile criminal, he was not allowed to eat with the other prisoners. Clank. The sound of iron locks being shifted rang out, followed by the creaking of the iron-barred door opening. Minato couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw a figure standing outside the iron gate, the lock already undone. The prison staff had never opened this door just to deliver meals. Only when the guards came to replace his living essentials, always at least 2 jonin, would they unlock the cell. Judging by the timing, it wasn't time for that yet. Just as suspicion rose in his mind, the person's shadow suddenly lifted, revealing a white-haired figure, leaving Minato momentarily stunned. Toad Flat Shadow Manipulation Technique. As Jiraiya appeared, the person who had unlocked the door collapsed unconscious on the ground. Jiraiya let out a long breath and looked at his disciple inside the cell. Minato's hair was disheveled, his expression haggard, he no longer had the radiance of the once-renowned yellow flash. Guilt and heartache surged in Jiraiya's heart as he softly called out, Minato. Minato stared blankly. Jiraiya-sensei, why are you here? To get you out, Jiraiya said simply. He stepped forward, grabbed Minato's arm, and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a black sealing formula on his wrist. Examining it carefully, Jiraiya attempted to dispel it, only to realize that the seal was far more advanced than he had expected, he couldn't break it. Jiraiya's expertise in sealing techniques wasn't weak, and usually, undoing a seal was easier than creating one. At that moment, Minato spoke. Jiraiya-sensei, let me guide you on how to remove it. Minato's mastery of sealing techniques was top tier, but he was currently unable to use any chakra. Under Minato's guidance, Jiraiya successfully removed the 4 seals on his limbs and the 5th seal on his neck. Minato stretched his body, sensing his chakra flowing freely once more. This long-lost sensation made him exhale deeply. Jiraiya said, come with me, Minato. Where to? Anywhere. You can't stay in Konoha anymore. Minato's expression remained calm, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Jiraiya-sensei, you should go first. I have something I need to do. Jiraiya immediately grabbed his arm. Minato. Don't do anything foolish. Minato's face remained emotionless as he asked in return, Jiraiya-sensei, are you going to stop me? Jiraiya looked at his disciple. The warmth and gentleness of the past were gone, only endless coldness remained, as if he carried a deep and unrelenting hatred. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming pain in his heart. Minato, he is the Hokage now. If you take action, you'll be making an enemy of all of Konoha. Minato sneered coldly. I'm already Konoha's enemy, aren't I? Doesn't the village already see me as a criminal? Jiraiya countered, do you really want to harm Konoha? Minato's voice was indifferent. I don't care. Right now, I only want to kill him. As he spoke, his eyes burned with boundless hatred. No. I want to kill them all. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Do you know who asked me to save you? It was Kushina. Minato's pupil shrank at the name. Jiraiya continued, I don't know what really happened, but I could see that she's still thinking about you. Her situation might not be as good as it seems. Kushina asked me to rescue you and take you away, far from Konoha. Minato stood there, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter, a laugh that grew louder and more unhinged with each passing second. He turned and slammed his fist into the wall with all his strength, blood streaming from his knuckles. Why? He muttered under his breath. He recalled the scene he had witnessed that day, and an unbearable pain twisted in his heart. Kushina. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. I want to see her. It was as if he were speaking to Jiraiya, or perhaps just to himself. I need to ask her in person if everything that day was real. If she was forced. I'll take her away. I'll take her away. I'll take her away. Jiraiya hesitated before saying, you probably won't be able to see her right now. Minato spun around abruptly, demanding, why not? Jiraiya sighed. Because, right now, she's giving birth. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 232, ch 232, Confront. The room was brightly lit, and Kushina lay exhausted on the bed, her body drenched in sweat. Hearing the cries of a newborn beside her, she weakly turned her head and saw Makoto holding a wailing infant in his arms. With a barely audible voice, she spoke, "The child." Makoto immediately leaned in, carefully placing the baby beside her. Unlike most newborns, this child, once cleaned of blood, already had a healthy complexion. His soft, black hair lay messily atop his head, and 6 whisker-like marks adorned his cheeks. He wasn't the least bit ugly, on the contrary, he was utterly adorable. Kushina turned her head to look at the child she had nearly given her life to bring into the world. She couldn't tell if the emotions swelling within her were sorrow or grief, but at this moment, she finally understood the words Makoto had once spoken to her. "This is my child, how could I possibly hate him?" Tears welled up in her eyes and fell uncontrollably. Naruto. Naruto, your future must never be as tragic as mine. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke the fragile moment. At a time like this, a knock could only mean something had happened. Makoto gave a few instructions to the medical staff before stepping out. Outside the delivery room, Ayari and the others were also anxiously waiting. Seeing Makoto emerge, they quickly spoke up, "Hakumen has arrived." Makoto gave a slight nod. "Kushina needs to rest. Keep your voices down when you visit her." Stepping outside into the night, the sky was dark and heavy, with a lone crescent moon hanging in the sky. In the courtyard, Hakumen was waiting. "Lord Hokage." Makoto didn't immediately respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distant tower of Solarite, as if sensing something. In an instant, his sensory ability spread across the entire village, capturing every chakra signature within its boundaries. His voice was calm but unwavering. "Something has happened, hasn't it? The prison. Seal off the village. No one is to enter or leave. Konoha's main gate." Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, was preparing to leave under the cover of night. The gate guards, recognizing one of the legendary Sannin, were about to let her pass when several figures suddenly appeared in a flash. The Umbu. By order of Lord Hokage, no one is permitted to enter or leave the village tonight. The gate guards were momentarily stunned by the order. One of them glanced at Tsunade before wisely stepping aside. Tsunade frowned slightly as she looked at the Umbu. "Do you know who I am?" The Umbu remained composed and responded, "Apologies, Lady Tsunade, but we must ask you to comply with Lord Hokage's orders." Tsunade's expression darkened. "And what if I insist on leaving?" At those words, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The Umbu silently moved into formation, creating a human barricade in front of her. One of them spoke firmly, "We are only following orders. This is Lord Hokage's command." Behind Tsunade, Shizune couldn't help but feel uneasy. With Lady Tsunade's temper, things might actually escalate into a fight. The night was eerily silent. A cool breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves in the forest beyond the walls, mingling with the distant sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Finally, Tsunade chose to turn around and walk away. She wasn't foolish enough to actually start a fight with the Umbu. There was no choice but to return to her residence. On the way back, she lifted her gaze toward the towering structure on the cliffside. The soft glow of violet light radiating from it was almost hypnotic. "After tonight, what kind of situation will we face?" "Lady Tsunade," Shizune spoke cautiously. Are we still leaving?" "We can't anymore. Tch, Jiraiya, you've really dragged me into trouble this time." Inside the tower of the Solarite, several Umbu operatives arrived, spotting Kakashi and the others outside the control room. "Lord Kakashi." The leading Umbu stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "We are here to deliver Lord Hokage's message." Kakashi was silent for a moment before asking, "What are Lord Hokage's orders?" The Umbu cleared his throat and changed to a more familiar tone. "Kakashi, I believe I have told you before, under no circumstances should the tower of the Solarite ever be shut down." The Umbu then returned to his formal demeanor. "Lord Kakashi, Lord Hokage has ordered you to report to the interrogation division and receive your punishment." Kakashi's gaze remained calm, his face mask concealing any hint of emotion. "Understood." The Hokage had seen through his actions immediately. Why had he allowed Lord Second Hokage to proceed with his plans? Because Kakashi had met with Kushina beforehand, and had promised to fulfill her request. Now, Lord Hokage was simply ordering him to accept his punishment, likely a physical penalty, but nothing too severe. It was already an act of mercy. As Kakashi left alone, the others outside the control room exchanged uneasy glances. The leading Umbu reassured them, "Lord Hokage has not assigned any punishment for the rest of you. You need not worry." The Hyuga clan member among them let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank Lord Hokage for his leniency. Open the doors. The control room doors slowly creaked open, revealing the circular chamber within, the base of the Tensigan. Tobirama was in the middle of casting a jutsu. The Umbu entered without making a sound, careful not to disturb him. However, Tobirama sensed their presence and voluntarily stopped his technique. What is it? One of the Umbu stepped forward. Lord 5th Hokage has ordered the immediate reactivation of the Tower of the Solarite. Its shutdown led to the escape of the high-security prisoner, Namikaze Minato. Tobirama's expression shifted slightly in surprise. What did you just say? You weren't aware of this, Lord Tobirama. Tobirama furrowed his brows but remained silent, a single thought flashing through his mind, his granddaughter. Night falls into silence. Many households had already gone to rest. On the rooftop of a building not far from the Hokage residence, a cloaked figure stood, gazing at the brightly lit estate. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, over a dozen figures appeared, surrounding him atop the rooftops. Namikaze Minato. How dare you escape from prison? At their words, the cloakman calmly pulled back his hood, revealing a head of yellow hair. He spoke indifferently. Where is Hyuga Makoto? One of the Umbu shouted in anger, insolent. How dare you call Lord Hokage by name? You've arrived just in time. A voice suddenly rang out from a distance. A figure slowly rose from within the courtyard of the Hokage residence, floating steadily in midair. Within Konoha, there was only one person known to possess the ability to fly, the 5th Hokage. Namikaze Minato fixed his gaze on the newcomer, his eyes burning with fury. Hyuga Makoto. Makoto responded calmly, what's this? Have you come to offer your congratulations? As soon as the words fell, Minato's figure vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already upon Makoto. None of the surrounding Umbu could track his movements, his speed was like lightning. However, before Minato's attack could land, another figure had already stepped in, intercepting him. It was Hakumen. With just a single hand, he blocked the rays non. Dark markings surrounded Hakumen's eyes, and a powerful yet restrained aura emanated from him. Minato immediately withdrew, landing on the rooftop with a deep frown. He recognized the markings around Hakumen's eyes. Sage mode. Hakumen spoke respectfully, Lord Hokage, Lady Kushina needs your presence right now. Please leave this matter to me. Suspended in midair, Makoto gave Minato a calm glance before instructing, don't destroy the village. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 233, ch 233, Minato vs Hakumen. The silent night, the cold moon. Standing at a high place, the evening wind made his clothes flutter and rustle. Watching as Makoto turned back towards the Hokage residence, Minato wanted to take action, but Makoto's figure was blocked by Hakumen. Namikaze Minato. Hakumen calmly uttered Minato's name. The criminal of Konoha, would you kindly submit to execution? The surrounding Umbu instinctively stepped back, making space for the battlefield between the two. Hearing this, Minato's expression turned slightly cold. No one had ever spoken to him so arrogantly. Even though he had been imprisoned for a long time and was no longer at his peak, he was still the yellow flash who once shook the ninja world. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. With his extreme speed, he appeared behind Hakumen in the blink of an eye, swiftly forming a raise-non in his hand and aiming a heavy strike at Hakumen's head. Bang! The raise-non seemed to hit an invisible barrier, stopping just inches away from Hakumen. A powerful gust of air spread out from Hakumen as the center, swirling around him at high speed. Boom! Recognizing this technique as the secret art rotation, Minato was about to retreat when he suddenly sensed a barrage of chakra blasts surging out from within the whirlwind, like a storm of countless heavy punches raining down upon him. Rotation shockwave. Taking just one hit, Minato swiftly twisted his body and disappeared from the spot, reappearing on the rooftop where he had stood earlier. He rubbed his chest where he had been struck and realized that, despite his young age, the opponent's reaction speed was not slow at all. He was even faster than many jonin. Minato remembered that the opponent had always been Hyuga Shin's personal guard, a genius ninja on par with Kakashi. He wasn't sure of his true strength, but as a newly promoted jonin, he shouldn't be too powerful. At that moment, a soft purple light suddenly shot out from the high tower on the distant cliff, gradually radiating across the entire village. Hakumen's gaze shifted from Minato to the Tower of Solarite. The Tower of Solarite has been reactivated. The next minute belongs to our battle. Namikaze Minato, speaking from a personal perspective, I once respected and admired you greatly. But now, you are nothing more than a tool for me to test my strength. Minato only frowned in silence, thinking to himself that this young ninja was truly arrogant. The dark markings around Hakumen's Byakugan seemed to deepen, intricate patterns appearing on his exposed neck and hands. The next second, Minato's vision blurred, Hakumen had appeared before him out of thin air. His terrifying speed was so great that Minato didn't even have time to be shocked. A blade-like palm slashed towards him, the force behind it so intense that it sent a gust of wind sweeping across the rooftops, toppling a clothes rack from over 10 meters away. At this perilous moment, Minato executed a space-time teleportation, reappearing on another rooftop. It seemed he had already marked this area with his Flying Thunder God technique for emergency use. Even though he had evaded the attack, cold sweat broke out on Minato's back. This speed had already caught up to his own. And this opponent was just a teenager. Hakumen's Byakugan instantly locked onto Minato's new position. He flickered to a nearby spot but did not immediately attack. Instead, he gazed at Minato coldly. When moving at extreme speeds, a person needs time to adjust to their surroundings. Every time you teleport, you also need to take a moment to scan your new environment, don't you? How long does that take you? 0.1 seconds. Hakumen slightly lifted his chin, looking down at Minato from a superior stance. 0.1 seconds, that's too long. Namikaze Minato, you're too slow, so slow that you can't keep up with this era anymore. The black markings extended from his dark eyeshadows, forming a distinct, character on his face. The future of the ninja world belongs to Lord Hokage. So, all enemies of the Hokage, please obediently go to your deaths. Boom. A surging wave of chakra erupted from his body, so immense that it far exceeded that of an ordinary person, nearly rivaling the chakra output of a Jinchuriki. Hakumen moved again, this time charging straight at Minato with a thunderous sonic boom trailing behind him. Minato locked his gaze onto his opponent, holding his breath and steadying his mind. He did not sit idly by but instead moved at a speed that was in no way inferior. Bang. The clash of fists and feet resounded like a sudden clap of thunder, accompanied by shockwaves that sent ripples through the air, shaking the hearts of the surrounding Umbu. In the dark of night, two figures flickered like phantoms, striking like lightning. Their movements were too fast to follow with the naked eye, only the echoes of relentless physical blows and the deafening sonic booms filled the air. Every clash between the two was fleeting, and every attack was pushed to its maximum power through sheer speed. In such an intense battle, every move was potentially lethal, there was no room for even the slightest mistake or distraction. Their minds had to remain fully focused at all times. Minato had never fought like this before. He had encountered speed-based opponents before, such as the 4th Raikage or the Edo Tensei revived 2nd Hokage. However, while they were fast, there was still a gap between their speed and his. Moreover, when facing the 4th Raikage, he would always avoid direct confrontations. In all his past battles, he was always the one overwhelming his opponents with speed. But now, this Hyuga Hakumen had actually matched his speed, and was keeping up without losing ground. Minato had attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique several times, but just as Hakumen had pointed out, the brief pause after teleporting was enough for Hakumen to close in on him, putting him in danger multiple times. After a series of intense clashes, Minato was slightly out of breath, while Hakumen remained as energetic as ever. The contrast between them made it seem as if one was an aging veteran, while the other was a vigorous young warrior. Yet in reality, Minato was only in his 20s. Having been imprisoned for over a year, without any training and unable to even use chakra, Minato could feel the stiffness in his body. He was struggling to keep up with such high-intensity combat. If the battlefield were larger, allowing Minato to teleport over greater distances and ensure his safety, he would definitely have a way to secure victory. But he had no such luxury. The Flying Thunder God markers around him were all placed hastily in the moment, and after just coming out of prison, he didn't even have a single kunai on him. Hakumen looked at him coldly. Namikaze Minato, compared to the power granted to me by Lord Hokage, you are too slow. Minato narrowed his eyes, silently assessing his opponent. Is Sage Mode really this powerful? And why did this person's Sage Mode look somewhat unusual? If even a mere bodyguard had such strength, then just how powerful was Hyuga Makoto himself? He still could retreat now. Retreat. His gaze flickered toward the Hokage residence, where warm lights glowed softly from within. From the outside, it looked like the home of a peaceful, happy family. Minato clenched his fists in silence. He charged forward once more. Hakumen, seeing this, did not move, he simply raised a fist and threw out a casual punch. The attack never even touched Minato. Just as the thought of dodging crossed his mind, an immense, invisible force suddenly struck him, like a 1,000-pound boulder slamming directly into his body. Boom. His figure was sent crashing down from midair, slamming hard into the ground. It's over, Namikaze Minato. Lying in the crater, Minato felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. Only now did he realize, this was Frog Kumite, a sage art from Mount Myaboku. An attack assisted by natural energy, an invisible strike. His dazed eyes stared up at the crescent moon in the night sky. Had he really lost his composure so much that he ended up defeated by a mere junior? Yet at this moment, despite his downfall, his mind felt strangely calm. Hakumen landed lightly on the ground, flexing his wrist as the dark markings and shadows around his eyes slowly faded away. Lock him up in prison for now. Await Lord Hokage's judgment. He spoke to the surrounding Umbu, who immediately leaped forward, preparing to drag Minato out of the crater. Hakumen himself turned to leave. But just then, a sudden scream erupted from behind him. Hakumen turned his head slightly and saw that, at some point, another figure in a black cloak had appeared. The newcomers had concealed their face, but to someone with the Byakugan, such an attempt was meaningless. Jiraiya. Hakumen's voice was cold. So, you have an accomplice. He did not move to attack. From the distant cliffside, a tower suddenly emitted a beam of purple light, enveloping the black-cloaked figure within it. In an instant, Jiraiya felt his body freeze, unable to move a single muscle. The activation of the Solarite Tower required 1 minute. That was why Hakumen had said they only had 1 minute to fight. Once the tower was fully activated, there was no longer any need for him to act. With the Tenseigans' power covering all of Konoha, there would be no escape for any enemy. Hakumen spoke, his tone calm and decisive. Take them all into custody. Just as the Umbu prepared to move, the two figures before them, Minato and Jiraiya, suddenly vanished into wisps of white smoke. Hakumen's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. He quickly stepped forward to investigate, only to find the crater completely empty. His Byakugan scanned the entire village, but no trace of them remained. His expression darkened. Only one possibility came to mind. Reverse summoning jutsu. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 234, ch 234, Tsunade's Price. Beneath the waterfall of Mount Myaboku. Minato washed his body in the rushing waters, while Jiraiya sat on a nearby rock. The current was swift, reaching up to their knees. Beside them, the giant toad Gamabunta puffed on his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Jiraiya, Minato, have you thought about what you'll do next? Jiraiya scratched his head and said, I'll think about the future when it comes. Minato stepped out of the water, his upper body bare. He looked much better than before, but compared to his past self, his demeanor had become noticeably colder and harder. Jiraiya-sensei, I've dragged you into this. Jiraiya chuckled. Since you still call me sensei, how could I just stand by and watch you die? Minato asked, can you still return to Konoha? Jiraiya slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not. Hyuga Hakumen is from the Hyuga clan, he definitely recognized me last night. Then, will you go to Omega-kure? Omega-kure and Konoha are closely allied now. Yahiko is working hard to govern and stabilize the village. It'd be best if my presence didn't jeopardize that relationship. I plan to wander for a while, just like before, continuing to write my novels. Staying in one place for too long would only bore me. Jiraiya spoke with a carefree attitude, showing no concern for their current predicament. Then, he turned to Minato. As for you, I went through a lot of trouble to get you out. Don't go doing anything reckless again. Minato remained silent for a moment before finally responding, I understand. He gazed at the waterfall beside him, his expression deep and unreadable. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, and his thoughts drifted to Tsunade. With the second Hokage in the village, even if they traced things back to Tsunade, nothing serious should happen. Beside them, Gamabunta exhaled another dense puff of smoke, which lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Konoha Village. The interrogation room door slowly opened, and Hakumen stepped inside, finding a visibly weary Kakashi. Namikaze Minato has escaped. At the words, Kakashi lifted his head to glance at Hakumen, then let out a low chuckle. I see. Hakumen leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. You've repaid your debt, haven't you? From now on, remember your place. Lord Hokage is still willing to give you another chance. Back during the 10 Elders Council, it was ultimately Kakashi's decision to side with Makoto, which led to Minato's imprisonment. Hakumen could understand that he had probably harbored guilt over it all this time. Being grateful wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and Kakashi had willingly accepted his punishment. Kakashi lowered his head. Lord Hokage is truly merciful. Hakumen replied calmly, Lord Hokage has invested a lot in you. I hope you won't disappoint him again, because if you do, I will kill you. Oh, and I fought Namikaze Minato. He was weaker than I expected, maybe because he's been locked up for too long. But this battle made one thing clear to me. Kakashi lifted his gaze slightly. And what's that? Hakumen's voice remained steady. We are already at the forefront of this world. The power granted by the Sage Seal had allowed him to defeat the legendary Yellow Flash. The crown had a total of 4 members, each of them possessing the Sage Seal, and this number would only continue to grow in the future. The future belongs to Lord Hokage, and he has given us the opportunity to stand by his side. We should hold onto it tightly. Kakashi remained silent. He slowly got up, weakly walked to the door, then stopped and lightly patted Hakumen on the shoulder. You sure are loyal. With that, he stepped out of the room, making his way out of the interrogation division. After enduring a night of torture inside, the sudden sunlight outside felt almost blinding. Sensei escaped. Kakashi took a deep breath of the fresh morning air before exhaling slowly. Hakumen wasn't wrong, the future belonged to them. Hopefully, Minato-sensei won't be foolish enough to oppose Lord Hokage again. Tsunade got scolded by Tobirama last night. The reason? She had concealed the truth and used him as a pawn. But since she was his own granddaughter, Tobirama took all the blame upon himself. He knew the consequences of letting a high-profile criminal escape, but he also understood that the 5th Hokage wouldn't hold him accountable. Still, that morning, Tsunade received a summons from the Umbu sent by the Hokage and headed to the Hokage Tower. On the way, she kept thinking, could it be that the Hokage had already figured it out and was now coming after her? With both Jiraiya and Minato escaping, and her having returned to the village at nearly the same time as Jiraiya, it wouldn't be surprising if people became suspicious. What do you want from me? She feigned a calm expression, crossing her arms beneath her chest. This action made Makoto glance at her for a moment longer than usual, causing Tsunade to frown instantly. Makoto spoke, is this how you present yourself before the Hokage? Tsunade scoffed, did you summon me just to posture? Makoto replied, the village intends to assign you a job. Tsunade's expression stiffened slightly, but before Makoto could continue, she flatly rejected, I'm not doing it. Makoto remained composed, you're still an active duty ninja, aren't you? Tsunade furrowed her brows, so what if I am? Makoto said evenly, the village is in a period of restoration, manpower is scarce, and we have no idle jonin. Everyone is doing twice, even 3 times the work they used to. It is your duty to contribute. Tsunade stood there, her gaze locked onto the Hokage behind the desk. She enunciated each word clearly, I am not doing it. Just then, a knock came at the office door. A ninja entered, holding 2 documents in hand. Lord Hokage, the wanted posters have been printed. Makoto took the documents, carefully examined them, then pressed his official seal onto each. The ninja retrieved the stamped bounty notices and exited the office. Makoto turned back to Tsunade and asked, what did you just say? Say it again. But Tsunade, frowning deeply, asked instead, what wanted posters? Makoto replied calmly, nothing much. 2 ninja have defected from the village, so we're issuing bounty notices to the outside world. 2 ninja, one of them was undoubtedly Minato. That didn't surprise her. But the other one, it had to be Jiraiya. Her expression darkened with anger as she demanded, you classified Jiraiya as a rogue ninja. Makoto's voice remained indifferent. Last night, he infiltrated the prison and freed Namikaze Minato. He also covered Minato's escape and injured 3 Umbu members in the process. If that isn't an act of treason, then what is? Then, his tone subtly shifted. But I have a feeling he wasn't working alone. You and he have a close relationship, do you know anything about this? Tsunade stared at him, her fists unconsciously clenching at her sides. Makoto continued, everything Tobirama has in this village right now is because I allow it. I respect him as a former Hokage, so I won't hold him accountable for last night's events. Then, his gaze sharpened. Tsunade, I'll ask you one more time. The village intends to assign you a job, what do you think? Makoto sat there, speaking as if it were an insignificant matter, yet in his hands, he held the fate of many lives. In the end, Tsunade slowly released her fists in quiet resignation. I understand. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 235, ch 235, Black Shadow. Inside the Hokage residence. Why is Naruto crying again? Is he hungry? I just fed him. He's not hungry. Sasuke hit him. Why is Sasuke so mischievous? Natsu, go change the bed sheets. Sasuke wet the bed again. Oh, I'll do it right away. Ayano sat on the couch in the living room, her belly slightly protruding, leisurely watching the women bustling around, all preoccupied with taking care of the children. During her pregnancy, she had once again regained the pampered lifestyle she once enjoyed, no longer needing to do any housework, having everything done for her, and even being able to boss others around. And since everyone knew she was pregnant, they tolerated her behavior. With several young children in the house now, things had become much more chaotic, filled with endless trivial matters every day. However, the relationships between the women had actually become more harmonious. When Kushina first moved in, there had been a subtle tension among them. Although they spent every day together, there was always an underlying unease in their hearts. Now, the children had become a kind of bonding agent between them. Makoto returned from the Hokage office after finishing his work, listening to the noisy commotion inside the house. "I'm a bit hungry. Is dinner ready?" Ayari came out from the inner room, shot him a glare, and said, "Who has time to cook for you? Can't you see everyone's already exhausted? None of us have even eaten yet." Makoto glanced at Ayano sitting on the sofa with her pregnant belly and Natsu holding and comforting Sasuke. Ayano seemed like she wanted to get up. "I can cook if..." Ayari lightly kicked her and said irritably, "No need for you to play the good guy. Let this bastard do it." Makoto sighed helplessly. All right, I'll do it. You all just rest." Young children were a handful. He spent most of his time outside the house just to avoid listening to their constant crying. With 3 kids in the house, once one started crying, the others would immediately follow, making it unbearably noisy. Only when they were quiet did they seem adorable, but those moments were rare. Makoto discussed with Ayari, "How about we hire another servant for the house?" "What kind of servant?" "I see that Natsu is quite busy on her own. We could have Akiri return to help with household chores. You just want another woman in the house, don't you? So, what do you want for dinner?" Makoto was a skilled cook. Ayari had known that for a long time, having tasted his cooking before. However, ever since Makoto became the clan leader, he rarely cooked anymore. The few times he did step into the kitchen, it was usually to indulge in some peculiar play. That night, he prepared a grand meal, but at the dining table, only he and Ayano remained seated throughout. Ayari, Kushina, and Makoto had to take turns eating since someone always needed to look after the children. In another month or so, when Ayano gave birth, the household was bound to become even more chaotic. With the children demanding so much attention, the women in the house were growing increasingly exhausted. Seeing this, Makoto ordered the clan to deliver lunch to their home every day, hoping to ease their burden a little. At night, Makoto held Ayari as they slept. For now, she was the only one he could share a bed with. Kushina and Makoto each slept with their own child, and Ayano was too far along in her pregnancy. Thankfully, little Niji was older now and could sleep in his own room. Compared to his 2 younger brothers, he cried far less. "Grow up quickly, little ones, so your mothers can finally get some rest." Makoto sincerely wished for that in his heart. The next day, the method for extracting tailed beasts, which Makoto had previously asked Tobirama to research, had finally shown some progress. However, according to Tobirama, the method would only work on Kushina. Since she was from the Uzumaki clan and possessed an exceptionally strong life force, she could withstand the process. On the other hand, forcibly extracting a tailed beast from Rin or Yujito would still be too dangerous. After some thought, Makoto instructed Tobirama to continue his research but did not rush to remove Kyubi from Kushina just yet. As for Tsunade, the job assigned to her was at the hospital, a mere excuse to keep her in the village. Otherwise, if she were allowed to act as she pleased, coming and going whenever she wanted, she would just return to cause trouble and then leave again as if it had nothing to do with her. There was no way things could be that easy. That woman had never liked him, but Makoto had plenty of ways to slowly deal with her. Inside the Hokage's office. "You want to apply for the Jonin assessment?" Makoto looked at the young man before him. He had short, slightly wavy black hair and wore Konoha's green combat uniform. His forehead protector was neatly in place, and on his sleeve was the Uchiha clan's flame fan emblem. Shursue knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Yes, I am fully prepared and hope that you will grant me this opportunity, Lord Hokage." Makoto chuckled. "Shursue, I'm well aware of your consistent performance. Many of the Jonin who have worked with you have spoken highly of you in my presence." Shursue remained humble, replying, "It's all thanks to the guidance of my seniors." Leaning forward slightly, Makoto rested his chin on one hand as he studied the young man closely. "You mentioned before that you wanted to join the crown, didn't you?" At these words, Shursue's expression showed a trace of excitement. He lowered his head and said, "Yes, Lord Hokage. Becoming a crown guardian and serving as your right hand has always been my goal." Makoto smiled. "Once you officially become a Jonin, I will give you that opportunity. I will give it my all." Northern border of the Land of Fire. A squad of soldiers arrived in a small town and posted 2 notices in a crowded area. The townspeople immediately gathered around. They were 2 wanted posters, for Konoha's S-rank rogue ninjas, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. The notices briefly listed their crimes against the village, stating that they were extremely dangerous individuals. A bounty was offered for any information leading to their capture. The yellow flash actually escaped. Isn't Jiraiya one of the legendary Sannin? How did he become a rogue ninja? Probably like Orochimaru, none of them are any good. At the back of the crowd, a man in a brown cloak stood silently, gazing at the two notices. His attire resembled that of a traveling merchant. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, he quietly turned and left. Oh. You're a rogue ninja now, Minato. A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. There was no one around, yet his shadow writhed beneath him, as if speaking. Not only has Hyuga Makoto taken the Hokage seat and the woman you loved, but now he's put a bounty on your head. He's taken everything from you. You hate him, don't you, Minato? You despise him, don't you? Minato showed no surprise or shock at the voice, as if he had expected it. He simply adjusted his hood and replied in a low, gravelly voice, mimicking the accent of a Sunagakure native. Shut up. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Hehehe. Shouldn't you be killing Hyuga Makoto instead? Why kill me? He's the one who's your real enemy. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up. Minato growled under his breath. But the voice didn't stop. His shadow continued to shift and writhe beneath him. You really are like a stray dog now, Minato. Instead of running, why don't you think about how to obtain the Rinnegan? Only then can you take everything back. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 236, ch 236, Destiny. The night sky was as clear and deep as the sea, with the bright moon shining like a mirror. In the outskirts of Konoha, enveloped in the depths of late autumn, two figures suddenly appeared within the cold and silent forest. One was an adult man, the other a young boy. They wore identical white robes, their short hair a mix of blue and white, reflecting the moonlight with a hazy glow. The man's pale eyes gazed at the distant village and the towering structure standing upon the cliff. A soft white glow emanated inward, while a faint purple radiance extended outward. Murmuring to himself, the man whispered, "The eye of heaven's creation." "Father." The boy called out softly. For some reason, his eyes remained tightly shut, yet he held the man's hand firmly. The man spoke in a low voice, "Destiny." With that, he led the boy toward Konoha. As they approached the village gates late at night, the guards on duty immediately stepped forward to question them. "Are you from the Hyuga clan?" Seeing the man's pale Byakugan, one of the guards hesitated for a moment. "Please send word. We seek an audience with the Hokage." The guards exchanged glances, finding these two to be quite unusual. If they were truly from the Hyuga clan, why did they feel so unfamiliar? And, no one in the village had ever seen them before. After a brief moment of contemplation, one of the guards turned to them and said, "Please wait here." With that, he spoke briefly to his comrades before vanishing into the night. At this late hour, the villagers had long since retired, and the streets were completely empty. Several minutes passed before the guard who had left earlier returned, this time accompanied by another individual. Upon arriving, the newcomer carefully examined the two visitors, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. "Greetings, I am Hyuga Shimizu. May I ask for your name?" White eyes, yet completely unfamiliar. Moreover, their attire did not resemble that of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Shimizu had never heard of any lost clansmen from their lineage. The man, his expression calm and composed, spoke slowly. "Otsutsuki Kanami. Hokage residence." In the depths of his sleep, Makoto was suddenly awakened by a clansman, who informed him that an urgent matter required the Hokage's presence. He quickly dressed and stepped out into the courtyard, where he saw Hakumen and Shimizu waiting for him. "Lord Hokage." "Shimizu, what's the matter this late at night?" Hyuga Shimizu was the head of the barrier team, responsible for the village's security monitoring. Shimizu bowed and reported, "Two individuals have arrived outside the village requesting an audience with you." Makoto paused briefly before asking, "Who are they?" If they were ordinary visitors, these two wouldn't have disturbed him at this hour. The individuals also possess the Byakugan. One of them claims to be Otsutsuki Kanami. Makoto's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Shimizu and Hakumen were taken aback by the Hokage's strong reaction. Could this person be an old acquaintance of his? Shimizu hesitated before repeating, "The individual identified himself as Otsutsuki Kanami and possesses the Byakugan." Makoto sharply turned his gaze toward the tall tower in the village, his heart finally settling slightly. "He said he wanted to see me." "Yes, he's currently waiting in the clan's council hall." "Let's go." Returning to the Hyuga clan grounds, Makoto instructed Hakumen and Shimizu to wait outside in the courtyard while he entered the council hall alone. Inside, he saw a grown man seated alongside a young boy with his eyes tightly shut. As soon as they saw Makoto, they rose to their feet, their gazes calm and unwavering as they looked at him. Neither side spoke immediately, instead quietly observing one another. Makoto's eyes fell upon the boy with his closed eyes, and he quickly understood. I am the Hokage and the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Makoto. However, the man's first question was, why did you abandon your own bloodline? He was referring to the fact that Makoto's eyes were no longer Byakugan. Makoto did not offer an explanation. Instead, he slowly walked to the main seat and sat down. Has the main family been destroyed? Otsutsuki Kanami's expression shifted slightly. His eyes flickered, and after a moment, he respectfully bowed to the black-clad Hyuga leader before him. I am Otsutsuki Kanami, the current head of the Otsutsuki branch family. This child is Tonari. He placed a hand gently on the boy's shoulder. The delicate-looking child, whose eyes remained shut, also bowed toward Makoto. Tonari greets Lord Makoto. Makoto nodded lightly at them and gestured for them to take their seats. As soon as Kanami sat down, he couldn't help but ask, does Lord Makoto already know of our existence? Have you learned of the Heavenly Mandate? Heavenly Mandate? Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in return, is the branch family now reduced to just the two of you? Otsutsuki Kanami's expression was complicated, but he nodded. Yes, the Otsutsuki clan is on the brink of extinction. On the moon, the Otsutsuki clan had been divided into the main family and the branch family due to differing interpretations of Hamura's heavenly mandate. A great conflict had erupted between them, ultimately leading to the main family's destruction at the hands of the branch family, who had wielded the power of the Tenseigan. However, the branch family had also declined to the point where only Kanami and his son remained. Kanami had brought his son to Earth with the original intention of selecting a suitable sacrifice and wife for Tonari among the remnants of the clan on Earth. Through the Tenseigan, Tonari was to fulfill Hamura's heavenly mandate. The event that had sparked the divide between the main and branch families was the theft of the Geto statue, the husk of the Ten Tails, which their clan had guarded for thousands of years. What was the purpose behind stealing it? Could it be that they were planning to resurrect that forbidden woman? With such an Earth, such a world of ninja, what was there left to protect? The ceaseless wars over the millennia had already made Hamura despair of the world his elder brother had created. Thus, Kanami and the branch family had resolved to destroy this world, to erase humanity, which had refused to be enlightened. But upon seeing the Tenseigan in Konoha, Kanami had a change of heart. How could this earthly branch of their lineage possibly possess the Tenseigan? And now, upon meeting Makoto and realizing he was well aware of the Otsutsuki on the moon, Kanami was more convinced than ever. This clan leader must have received Hamura's divine decree. Had Hamura abandoned the moon's Otsutsuki and given his heavenly mandate to the people of Earth instead? Had he despaired of his own descendants for their self-destruction? Kanami once again rose and bowed deeply to Makoto. Lord Makoto, please fulfill Hamura's heavenly mandate. I am willing to offer my full support. Makoto, however, remained unmoved. What was this heavenly mandate in the eyes of the branch family? The destruction of Earth, or rather, its reset. Resetting humanity. Resetting everything into a world free of strife and slaughter. And what had the branch family done to achieve this? They had slaughtered the main family. To Makoto, it was nothing short of absurd. He asked, and how exactly do you intend to assist me? Otsutsuki Kanami spoke, Lord Makoto, you must be in need of the Tenseigan. However, the current Hyuga clan's ancestral bloodline has grown too thin, it is no longer capable of awakening the Tenseigan. Makoto's breathing involuntarily grew slightly heavier. What he had been searching for had come knocking at his door. He had never ceased his research on the Tenseigan, yet he had always been missing the most crucial element, Otsutsuki chakra. And now, the Otsutsuki themselves had delivered it to him. The Tenseigan was within his grasp. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 237, ch 237, Above the Moon. What truly surprised Makoto was that Otsutsuki Kanami died at dawn, his pulse and breath completely gone. Before passing, he entrusted Tonari to Makoto and told him the method to reach the moon. Yet, Tonari showed no sorrow over his father's death. Instead, he remained remarkably calm, as if he had long been accustomed to witnessing death despite his young age. Makoto was initially surprised that Kanami trusted him so unconditionally, but after talking with Tonari for a while, he came to understand. The conflict among the Otsutsuki on the moon had no material interests involved, it was purely a clash of faith between fervent believers. The Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon unconditionally believed in the destiny left behind by Hamura. The main family wished to continue protecting Earth, while the branch family firmly believed that Hamura had lost faith in the ninja of Earth. Both sides were convinced they were absolutely right. That was why Kanami believed that, after learning of Hamura's divine decree, Makoto would undoubtedly follow through and restart the world, allowing him to pass away in peace. Little did he know that no such divine decree existed. Makoto simply knew the story all along. Makoto brought Hakumen, Kakashi, and Tonari along to search for the teleportation array that Kanami had mentioned, which would lead them to the moon. The array was hidden within an underground cave, completely undetectable from the outside. Even Makoto, with his sharp perception, couldn't sense anything unusual. The concealment methods were unexpectedly advanced. Inside the cave, there was no light at all, shrouding everything in complete darkness. This posed little trouble for Makoto. He lifted a chakra light orb with one hand, illuminating their path as they continued forward. Before long, they began to hear the faint trickle of flowing water. After walking for a while longer, they finally caught sight of a small spring, its gentle glow shimmering softly in the darkness. Something seemed to be beneath it. Makoto glanced around. Above them, stalactite-like rock pillars stretched downward, and at the very top, a symbol was engraved. After studying it carefully, Makoto recognized it as the character A, as in Amo. These two syllables represented the beginning and end of the universe. Deep in thought, Makoto gazed at the glowing spring below. Hakumen crouched down and reached into the water, feeling a cool sensation. But when he withdrew his hand, he was startled to find that it wasn't wet at all. Lord Hokage, this water, it's strange. Makoto stood still for a moment before suddenly leaping into the spring with Tonari in tow, causing a splash. Seeing this, Kakashi and Hakumen quickly followed suit, diving in after them. Light. Beneath the spring, an endless, warm radiance stretched out. As they descended further, they discovered something astonishing. There was an entire mysterious space below, as if they were still within the cave. The spring they had just jumped through now hovered above them like a liquid ceiling. Countless floating light orbs filled the space, radiating an eerie glow that instinctively made them wary of touching them. Carefully navigating through this enigmatic realm, they soon encountered another glowing spring below. After a brief moment of contemplation, Makoto took the lead once more and dove straight in. Splash. They continued diving deeper through the water until, just like before, they emerged into another cave-like space. However, this one was noticeably darker than the previous one. In this narrow space, all sensory abilities were completely blocked. Unable to detect any trace of natural energy, the group remained cautious as they moved forward. The ground and cave walls were rough and uneven, with countless jagged stalactites hanging menacingly from above. Traversing such terrain demanded extreme vigilance. As they ventured deeper, strange, bubble-like orbs began to appear ahead, growing in number. Some resembled the glowing spheres they had encountered earlier, while others seemed incomplete, as if still forming. Observing their surroundings carefully, everyone remained on high alert. Boom. A sudden loud noise erupted from ahead, causing the four of them to halt instantly. The cave began to tremble slightly as a massive shadow slowly emerged in front of them. It was a giant crab, its shell covered in alternating yellow and red patterns, crawling toward them. Makoto stood motionless, narrowing his eyes at the enormous creature that nearly filled the cavern. The crab abruptly stopped, then spewed a dense barrage of bubbles from its mouth, launching them rapidly toward the group. At that moment, Hakumen stepped forward and swung his fist fiercely. A visible shockwave blasted forward, striking the monstrous creature. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. With just a single punch, Hakumen had effortlessly taken down the giant beast. A beam of light suddenly shone down from above. Looking up, the group saw an opening in the cave, finally, an exit. Through the gaps between countless interwoven stone pillars, they could vaguely glimpse a vast, azure sky. A blue sky. Makoto's eyes flickered with thought before he led the others upward. The four of them soared toward the cave's stone-covered exit. Light. Stepping back onto solid ground, they were overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Beside them stretched an endless ocean, yet it curved upward, defying logic, twisting toward the sky. Floating islands drifted high above, suspended among the white clouds. Kakashi muttered in a low voice, "Is this the moon?" The world was brilliantly illuminated, yet something about it felt profoundly unnatural to Makoto. A strange new land. Mountains, forests, and flowing waters were all present, stretching to the edge of an endless ocean. Yet, the natural energy in the surroundings was exceptionally thin, something that made Makoto uncomfortable, given his deep affinity with it. After all, this was merely an artificially created small planet, incomparable to Earth. Flying through the sky for a while, Makoto suddenly spotted a town below and immediately descended with the group. However, calling it a town was an overstatement. What lay before them was a place filled with ruins and broken walls, bearing clear signs of destruction. Hakumen and Kakashi searched the area, but there wasn't a single person in sight, only remnants of ninja supplies scattered about. They soon returned to report their findings, no signs of life. But it was certain that people had once lived here, and not too long ago. At that moment, Tonari spoke, "They're all dead." The Otsutsuki had perished, wiped out by their own bloodshed. Hamura had willingly led his descendants into isolation, choosing to protect the ninja world his brother had created while staying by his mother's side. He likely never imagined that his own lineage would meet such a tragic end. Makoto surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling on a grand palace in the distance. Without hesitation, he led the group toward it. Upon stepping inside, figures suddenly darted out from the shadows. Hakumen and Kakashi immediately tensed, ready for battle, but these people instead knelt before Tonari, bowing their heads in greeting. Tonari explained, "These are puppet servants." Some of them were wrapped in bandages and cloaked, while others exposed their stiff, artificial faces, lifeless and rigid. They were similar to the puppet techniques of Sunagakure. Makoto observed these puppets thoughtfully. Konoha had been researching this kind of technology for years, yet with little success, as they had been fumbling their way through it from scratch. Then, a thought struck Makoto. In the original story, Tonari had lived alone here for over a decade. A complex feeling stirred within him. Beneath what appeared to be grandeur and nobility, surpassing even the Hyuga clan, lay nothing but endless solitude and cold emptiness. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 238, ch 238, Tonari and Tenseigan. Konoha Hospital. This child has a very unique constitution. The nerves in his eye region were partially absent from birth. Even if we were to perform an eye transplant, it wouldn't work. After completing his medical examination, Tonari sat on the operating table while the doctor spoke with Makoto. Hearing this, Makoto nodded thoughtfully. I see. Despite lacking eyes, Tonari's daily life was unaffected. He possessed a unique sensory ability, as if he had a mind's eye that allowed him to perceive everything around him. Lord Makoto. Seated there, Tonari spoke softly. I'm fine. His small, delicate face carried a maturity far beyond his years. Makoto simply reached out, gently ruffling his soft hair, and smiled. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. Back at the Hokage residence. Everyone in the household was surprised to see Makoto return with a child. Ayari frowned suspiciously. Who is this kid? His name is Tonari, Hyuga Tonari, Makoto replied. Hyuga. Ayari and Ayano exchanged glances. Over the past 2 years, there had been several newborns in the clan, but neither had ever heard of a child by that name. While everyone scrutinized him, Tonari remained expressionless, standing quietly at Makoto's side without any sign of discomfort. Call Niji out, Makoto said. Niji was soon called from his room. Upon seeing his father, the little boy's face lit up with joy, and he ran over excitedly. Daddy. Niji was already 3 years old, about the same age as Tonari. Makoto introduced the two children to each other, then let Niji take Tonari to play. Once the children had left, Ayari finally spoke up. That child's eyes. Makoto replied, Tonari was born without eyes. He wasn't originally part of the Hyuga clan, but he shares the same lineage as us, and his bloodline is even purer. He briefly explained to the women present that Tonari's entire clan had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. His father had entrusted him to Makoto, and from now on, he would live in Konoha under the name Hyuga Tonari. Hearing this, Ayari couldn't help but sigh with sympathy. What a tragic fate. By the afternoon, Hakumen returned with a report. Most of the valuable items from the moon had been successfully retrieved. The Otsutsuki clan, with its 1,000-year heritage, possessed strength rivaling any major ninja village. Their unique ninjutsu and culture were priceless treasures to Konoha. To ensure their practicality, Makoto decided that Hakumen would first study some of these techniques before gradually passing them on to the clan if they proved useful. One thing that particularly intrigued Makoto was the puppet servants. He sent several specimens to the Mechanical Science Research Institute and the Scientific Craftsmanship Division for further study. However, there was one crucial item they had failed to bring back. The Tenseigan within Hamura's temple on the moon. That was no ordinary artifact, and only those with Hyuga lineage could even approach it. Makoto had tried various methods to move it, but none had worked. After settling all matters concerning the moon, he finally found time to focus on his next research, unlocking the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, the Tenseigan within the human body. A Byakugan of sufficient purity, combined with Otsutsuki chakra, would undergo multiple transformations, eventually culminating in its perfect form. According to Kanami, the Hyuga clan on Earth no longer possessed Otsutsuki chakra. This was indeed true. Before Kanami and Tonari's arrival, Makoto had been troubled by this very issue. Tonari had Otsutsuki chakra but lacked the Byakugan, so he needed a suitable offering, someone who could provide him with a pair of Byakugan. Makoto headed to the Research Institute, which had now been renamed the Biological Science Research Institute. Tobirama was no longer there. He had been traveling the world for years with Uzumaki Shiro. To replace him, Makoto had established a department of biotechnology, with Tobirama as its honorary head. The actual deputy head was a young Yakushi Kabuto, who had once trained under Tobirama and was now capable of leading research on his own. Makoto brought in Tonari's DNA, Kanami's corpse, and the DNA of his own Hyuga clansmen, requesting Kabuto to compare them and determine if the Otsutsuki on the moon and the Hyuga on Earth were still the same bloodline. The conclusion. The differences were significant. Tonari's cells were far more active, indicating that the Otsutsuki clan was physically superior to the Hyuga clan. Kanami's Byakugan, however, was no different from an ordinary Hyuga Byakugan, its purity was merely average. This surprised Makoto. If the Otsutsuki clan had purer blood, shouldn't their Byakugan also be stronger? Yet, judging from the findings, the Byakugan and the bloodline seemed like two separate factors. Thinking carefully, if the Otsutsuki already had a powerful Byakugan, why would Tonari need to come to Earth to seek out Hinata and Hanabi's eyes in the original story? The Hyuga clan had been reproducing on Earth for over 1,000 years, and although they strictly controlled bloodlines, insisting on internal marriages, it was inevitable that outsiders had occasionally married in. This dilution of lineage led to the loss of the Otsutsuki chakra within their bloodline over time. In the original story, Hinata and Hanabi's Byakugan were exceptionally pure, but now that Hinata was his daughter, carrying his bloodline instead. Was her Byakugan still pure enough? Makoto had no definite answer, but he already had a backup plan in mind. Hyuga Hisashi, the twin brother of Hyuga Hayashi. He didn't need Hisashi's eyes, just his DNA. A long time ago, during the reign of the third Hokage, Konoha conducted large-scale human experiments. These experiments were personally approved by the third Hokage and carried out jointly by Orochimaru and Danzo. Their goal? To replicate the first Hokage's secret would-release technique through cloning experiments. However, because the costs far outweighed the results, the third Hokage eventually deemed the project too cruel and ordered its termination. This imperfect cloning technology was still sealed within Konoha's classified archives. Makoto planned to have Kabuto utilize this technology to clone a pair of Byakugan eyes. It would likely be a long process, but Makoto wasn't in a rush, he had plenty of time. Meanwhile, Konoha's biotechnology and mechanical technology research were progressing simultaneously. One for the Tenseigan, the other for puppetry. 3 years had passed. Konoha had recovered its strength. The only lingering issue was the number of active ninja, but such matters couldn't be rushed, nurturing new ninja required time. As Makoto left the Biological Research Institute, an ANBU arrived with a message. An envoy from the daimyo's palace had arrived again. This envoy had come to request Konoha's aid in suppressing the rebel forces that had emerged within the Land of Fire. These rebels had only appeared this year, mostly peasants who had taken up arms in rebellion. The daimyo, neglecting state affairs, had let the imperial court fall into chaos. Excessive construction projects, harsh taxation, and oppressive policies had caused unrest to spread like wildfire. A few months ago, a highly respected minister had been executed after speaking out against the daimyo. His death became the catalyst for uprisings across the country. At the heart of it all was a single woman. The daimyo's new concubine, Princess Kushinada. Suppress the rebellion. Slaughter desperate civilians who had no choice but to take up arms to survive. Makoto had no intention of doing so. The daimyo's palace had sent envoys several times, but each time, Makoto had easily brushed them off. Not only did Konoha refuse to intervene, but Makoto had also secretly ordered all mercenary ninja organizations within the Land of Fire to stay out of the matter. In Makoto's eyes, this was the perfect opportunity to take full control of the Land of Fire. And to do so with a just cause. Since the daimyo was willing to abandon power for the sake of a woman. How could Makoto politely refuse such a gift? After sending away the daimyo's envoys, the next day, a new group of people arrived. Leading them was a general who commanded the Land of Fire's military forces, Oda Isamu. But unlike the previous envoys, this general had not come to plead for Konoha's help in suppressing the rebellion. Instead, he had come to discuss an entirely different matter. Purging the treacherous woman from the daimyo's side. The daimyo was guarded by the 12 guardian ninja, making it impossible for ordinary soldiers to get close to him. And since the guardian ninja were all elite shinobi, any rogue ninja the general had hired stood no chance against them. Thus, he believed only Konoha had the strength to eliminate the woman who had bewitched the daimyo's heart. Makoto chuckled and said, "General Oda, are you planning a coup?" Oda Isamu answered without hesitation. "If it means saving the Land of Fire, I am willing to bear the title of a traitor." Makoto continued. "And what happens after you succeed, General Oda? If Lord Minamoto bears a grudge against you and seeks your life, what then?" Oda Isamu's face remained unshaken as he declared. "If I must die for my country, so be it." Makoto sighed. "You are truly a man worthy of admiration, General Oda. Konoha wishes you success in saving our nation from its crisis." Oda Isamu's expression froze, then darkened with frustration. After a long moment, he let out a sigh of his own and said, In that case, I shall take my leave. This world was, in reality, a world dominated by ninja. Although ninja did not directly hold political power, they were undoubtedly the strongest force in existence. Placing strength above authority was not a difficult thing to achieve. No matter how chaotic the Land of Fire became, as long as Konoha remained standing, no other nation would dare make a move. Thus, Makoto had no reason to concern himself with the struggles of generals and ministers. He could simply sit back and enjoy the show. When Yahiko saw Oda Isamu and his entourage arrive from so far away, he was quite surprised. But when Oda revealed his true intentions, Yahiko was utterly shocked. He wanted a Megakure to send people to eliminate the guardian ninja protecting the daimyo. Had Oda Isamu gone mad? Oda spoke calmly yet firmly. Please rest assured, Mr. Yahiko. Our country will handsomely reward your village once the deed is done. Yahiko's smile stiffened, and he asked. I've heard some things about your nation's situation, General Oda. But why have you come to us, instead of consulting Konoha's Hokage? Only a fool would take on such a reckless job. In truth, many mission requests involved meddling in political struggles, but only in smaller nations. The internal affairs of the Land of Fire? Who dared interfere without Konoha's approval? Moreover, a Megakure and Konoha had a close relationship. In Yahiko's eyes, this General Oda must not be very bright. Yahiko only wanted to send him away immediately. And then write a letter to Konoha explaining the situation. Oda Isamu, however, had no other options left. Konoha refused to assist, and for some reason, every mercenary force within the country avoided them like the plague. With nowhere else to turn, he had come to a Megakure, only to be rejected once more. Just as Oda prepared to leave in disappointment, a figure approached him. General Oda, regarding the matter you seek assistance with, I may be able to provide some help. Oda turned to look at the man. And you are? The stranger smiled faintly. My name is Hakuryu. Just a nameless nobody. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 239, ch 239, Hyuga Hinata. Daimyo's Manor. Lord Minamoto sat in the main seat, his face haggard and weary. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, elegant and noble in demeanor. His health seemed to have deteriorated significantly, and he exuded an air of exhaustion. General Oda, what brings you here? Lord Minamoto, the guardian shinobi, Mr. Kanai, has grown old. I have sought out a suitable successor for you. Hearing that it was a matter concerning the guardian shinobi, Lord Minamoto became slightly more attentive. He asked, where is the person? Oda Isamu gestured toward the door, and a young man slowly stepped inside. As Lord Minamoto assessed the newcomer, the beautiful woman beside him reacted with immediate fear the moment she laid eyes on the young man. The newcomer was none other than the Hakuryu whom Oda Isamu had encountered in a Megakure. However, this woman seemed to recognize him and displayed an intense terror. Noticing Princess Kushinada's sudden change, Lord Minamoto quickly asked her with concern what was wrong. Princess Kushinada merely replied that she was feeling unwell and wished to return to rest. Hearing this, Lord Minamoto became anxious. Ignoring Oda Isamu, who was still kneeling, he prepared to take Princess Kushinada to rest and intended to summon a doctor to examine her. It was evident that he cherished this woman dearly, and the sight of his deep concern left Oda Isamu feeling stifled with frustration. My lord, let's finish the business at hand first, Princess Kushinada said after glancing at Hakuryu standing below. With the help of her attendants, she left and returned to her chambers. However, the moment she arrived at her residence, the maid beside her suddenly fainted without warning. Princess Kushinada trembled with fear, not daring to move an inch. You seem to be enjoying life here quite a bit. A sudden voice rang out from behind her. Startled, Princess Kushinada hurriedly turned around and stepped back, only to see Hakuryu standing at the doorway. Panicked, she spoke in a trembling voice, I am not your enemy. I won't fight you for anything. Please, let me go. But Hakuryu merely smiled. Don't say that. I am you, and you are me. Aren't we originally one and the same? Princess Kushinada kept retreating, but her long robes tangled around her feet, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Do you know that everyone outside is calling you a witch now? I never wanted that. I didn't want this to happen. I only wanted to be with Lord Minamoto. Hakuryu slowly approached, crouching down in front of her. He gazed at her face, which appeared heartbreakingly beautiful in her fear and helplessness. How pitiful. Why would you choose a man like him? He gently lifted Princess Kushinada's delicate chin with his fingers, admiring her features with an expression that resembled someone appraising a treasure that belonged to him. Help me with something, he said softly. In return, I can ensure that you and the daimyo stay together in peace. Hokage residence. In the courtyard, Niji was crouching down, intently observing the ground. Tonari, who stood beside him, asked, "Niji, what are you looking at?" Watching the ants move their nest, Niji replied, then looked up at the sky. "Does this mean it's going to rain?" Just as he lowered his head again to watch the line of ants, a foot suddenly stomped down hard, crushing the ant colony. Niji's small face stiffened, and he heard an angry voice. "Niji, Naruto, and Sasuke aren't listening to me. Go beat them up for me." Looking up, he saw a little girl with the Byakugan standing before him. She had short, neatly trimmed hair and a delicate, adorable face, though it was currently filled with frustration. Niji remained silent, simply watching the scattered ants running for their lives, feeling sorry for them. Seeing that Niji was ignoring her, the little girl turned her gaze to Tonari beside him. "You're the new guy, Niji's little follower, right?" Tonari responded, "I'm Niji's friend, not his follower." The little girl carefully examined Tonari and asked, "Can you not see?" Tonari replied, "I can see. But your eyes are closed. I don't use my eyes to see. How about you become my little follower? Call me big sister, and I'll protect you from now on. You're probably younger than me." Tonari's calm and composed demeanor made the little girl lose interest quickly, so she stopped paying attention to him. Instead, she crouched down beside Niji and pitifully pleaded, "Niji, Naruto and Sasuke bullied me. You have to help me get revenge." Without even looking at her, Niji replied, "You were probably the one bullying them." He knew his younger sister's personality all too well. She was the most unreasonable one in the family, and their father spoiled her endlessly. From the veranda, two small figures ran toward them, but the moment they spotted the girl in the courtyard, they immediately turned and fled in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the girl jumped up and chased after them, waving her little fists. "Naruto! Sasuke! Don't you dare run away!" Now that his troublesome sister was gone, Niji finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down on the wooden floor of the veranda and quietly watched the clouds drifting in the sky. Though he was still young, compared to his younger siblings, he was much calmer and less playful. Tonari, sitting beside him, asked, "You don't like playing with your younger siblings?" Niji gave a faint smile. "I'm already 3 years old. They're only 2. They're too childish." Tonari. Niji continued, "People of different age groups don't have much in common. This is called a generation gap. I can introduce you to another friend of mine later." "Another friend?" "He's called Yugo. He's a year older than me, but he listens to everything I say." Hinata also tried to recruit him as her little follower, but just like you, she failed. Tonari asked, "Why does your sister like recruiting little followers so much?" Niji replied, "Because she's the youngest in the family and has to call everyone big brother. She's always wanted to be a big sister, but our father and mothers never had any more children. So, she often bullies Naruto and Sasuke, forcing them to call her big sister. If they refuse, she beats them up." Hearing this, Tonari tilted his head slightly, finding this Hinata rather interesting. He had never had any siblings. Ever since he could remember, the only person by his side was his father, who had instilled in him a single purpose, to fulfill the ancestral decree in the future. "Niji." Just then, a voice rang out from the main gate. Both boys turned to look and saw a young man standing there. He had delicate features, prominent tear troughs, and wore a Konoha forehead protector. His long black hair was loosely tied behind his head. "Itachi and I." Niji's face lit up with joy. "You're back." He quickly got up and ran toward the newcomer. After a brief hesitation, Tonari followed. Itachi smiled warmly, gently ruffling Niji's hair before turning to Tonari. "You must be Tonari." Tonari nodded. "Hello, I'm Uchiha Itachi." "Hello." Niji excitedly introduced him to Tonari. "Itachi and I is one of my father's crown guards. He's an incredibly powerful ninja. One day, I want to be just like him." Itachi chuckled. "My little young master, you can't become a crown guard. You're meant to be the one protected by the crown guards." But Niji shook his head. "No, I want to be like Itachi and I want to be a crown guard." Tonari hadn't expected Niji to admire someone this much. His curiosity about this man grew. Itachi asked, "Where are Sasuke and the others?" "They ran off earlier, trying to escape from Hinata." Hearing that name, Itachi sighed, rubbing his temple slightly. "Hinata, huh? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 240, ch 240, Envision. Inside the Hokage's office, Yakushi Nono was discussing official matters with Makoto. Nono was now the principal of the Ninja Academy, as the previous principal had retired due to old age. The education and training of ninjas were crucial to the village's future, as they directly impacted its long-term stability. Because of this, the selection of ninja instructors had always been strictly regulated. While a qualified instructor didn't necessarily need overwhelming strength, their character and teaching ability had to be impeccable. As for the position of principal, it was even more vital. Makoto had directly assigned Nono to the role. Nono was once an elite member of Root, possessing well-rounded ninja skills. Whether it was educational work or other responsibilities, she was more than capable. She hadn't disappointed Makoto either, she performed exceptionally well in her role. Nono genuinely enjoyed working with children, and compared to the previous principal, she was much more popular among the students. Makoto glanced at the documents in his hands and remarked, the performance of this new batch of genin seems significantly weaker than the previous one. Nono responded, well, the last batch of genin was rather special. Previously, Makoto had selected a group of children from the orphanage, who were trained alongside the regular graduates of the Ninja Academy before becoming genin. Their ninja skills were notably superior to the average academy student, with many already approaching the level of chunin. This was the result of their intensive training. Makoto pondered, we should consider selecting more children from the orphanage who show potential as ninjas and prioritize their admission to the academy. However, Nono replied, in the past 2 years, fewer children have been added to the orphanage. After all, we are in an era of peace now. Hearing this, Makoto fell into deep thought and then asked, in that case, can we adjust the academy's curriculum? Nono immediately shook her head. The Ninja Academy's curriculum is already well structured. Forcing an increase in intensity may not yield the best results, it could even be counterproductive, like pulling seedlings to help them grow. Besides, the previous batch of students had many shortcomings as well. This is the downside of focusing too much on pure strength training. Makoto sighed lightly. I suppose I can't be too impatient. Konoha was currently short on manpower, so Makoto was eager to produce a new generation of ninjas as quickly as possible. However, this wasn't a game, it wasn't as simple as building a barracks to churn out soldiers. Training ninjas was a long and demanding process. Any mistakes in any part of the system could result in unqualified genin graduating from the academy. It wasn't something that could be rushed. After discussing a few more matters with Nono, he finally let her leave. As soon as she stepped out, Yujito entered, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Lord Hokage, it's time for lunch. Makoto stretched lazily. What's on the menu? Fish and eggplant, prepared by Mabui. Bring it over. I still have a few more documents to go through. All right. Yujito carefully placed the well-prepared meal on his desk. Seeing Makoto gently rotating his neck to ease the stiffness, she sensibly stepped behind him and began massaging his shoulders. Samui was on leave today, so Yujito had come in her place. After spending a long time together, this woman had gradually become more obedient, and she had also learned many things from Samui. As she massaged Makoto, her eyes unintentionally drifted over the documents in his hands. Though she couldn't make out the words clearly, one phrase caught her attention. Puppet manipulation. She subconsciously muttered. Seeing Makoto turn to look at her, she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. What's wrong? Interested? Makoto asked. She shook her head repeatedly. No, not at all. Makoto set down the document and his chopsticks, turning to look at her thoughtfully. Do you still have contact with Matatabi? Yujito replied, rarely. Due to the seal, she couldn't actively seek out Matatabi within her body anymore. However, Matatabi would occasionally initiate contact with her. But even those interactions had become less frequent. Matatabi understood Yujito's current situation. Perhaps, believing that Yujito would eventually die like this, the tailed beast had chosen to go into hibernation. For a creature that had lived for over 1,000 years, a few decades were but a fleeting moment. To Matatabi, it was simply a short nap. The life or death of a Jinchuriki didn't truly matter to an immortal being. That was the way long-lived creatures perceived life. Makoto glanced at her stomach and suddenly said, I plan to extract Nibi from your body. Yujito froze upon hearing those words. Makoto added, don't worry, I won't let you die. Previously, he had asked Tobirama to research a way to extract a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki without causing fatal harm, and they had already made progress. Yujito simply replied, I will follow Lord Hokage's arrangements. She understood well that this was something she had no power to prevent, so it was better to appear obedient and cooperative. In the afternoon, Makoto visited the Mechanical Science Research Institute. The scientific artisans department there was studying the puppet constructs brought back from the moon. These constructs were vastly different from the puppets of Sunagakure. Sunaгаkure's puppetry required a puppeteer to manually control the puppets, whereas these stringed constructs, though also directed by an operator, were capable of independent movement. They functioned like intelligent puppets that could execute their master's commands. The entire scientific artisans department was in awe, marveling at the advanced technology. They believed that if they could fully decipher the mechanics behind these constructs, it could become a power capable of reshaping the entire shinobi world. And they weren't far from achieving that goal. The materials brought back from the moon included not just samples of the stringed constructs but also a wealth of documents and research notes that provided valuable insights. Makoto sought out the head of the department to discuss his plan to create a vessel capable of containing tailed beast chakra. His idea was similar to the Tower of the Solarite, essentially imprisoning the tailed beast within a sealed container while extracting and utilizing its chakra to generate a continuous energy supply for the outside world. The department head was astonished by the Hokage's vision but also found it to be a challenging task. After all, there was no precedent for this, and no clear idea of what could serve as a suitable vessel for a tailed beast. The main issue was that once a tailed beast left its Jinchuriki, it would revert to its true beast form, a monstrous entity with immense destructive power if left unrestrained. How could it be maintained in a chakra form outside of a host? Makoto had considered this issue as well. The solution would require the assistance of sealing techniques, but they would need to develop a brand new sealing method specifically for this purpose. Without delay, he summoned members of the sealing division to collaborate on the research. After leaving the Mechanical Science Research Institute, Kabuto brought him good news. Using cloning technology, they had successfully cloned Hisashi's eyes. Since it was merely an organ and not a complete life form, the difficulty was significantly lower. Makoto went to examine the cloned Byakugan, which looked indistinguishable from an ordinary pair. Kabuto reported that the eyes had undergone extensive testing, showing no irregularities. They had even been implanted in test subjects, and no abnormalities had occurred. That night, Makoto brought Tonari to the research facility for an eye transplant surgery. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 241, ch 241, Awakening the Eyes. The temperature in the research institute was a bit low. Perhaps sensing something, Tonari appeared somewhat nervous. Makoto reassured him, "Don't be afraid. We're going to transplant eyes for you so that you can see things clearly in the future." Tonari grabbed the corner of Makoto's clothing with one hand and nodded obediently. "I'm not afraid, Lord Hokage." Previously, Tonari's body had been examined in the hospital. He was born without eyes, and part of the nerves in that area was missing. At the time, Makoto had intended to implant a pair of Byakugan in him but dismissed the idea upon realizing this condition. That missing nerve seemed to indicate that ordinary eyes were not worthy of Tonari's body. However, as long as it was part of the human body, it could be modified. Kabuto conducted another full-body examination on Tonari and confirmed that a comprehensive surgical procedure could restore what he lacked before the eye transplant. Makoto couldn't help but wonder, could it be that in the original story, Tonari also underwent such a procedure when he received the Tensigen? Makoto led Tonari to the pair of Byakugan placed nearby. "Tonari, can you sense anything?" Tonari's expression shifted slightly as he reached out toward the glass container holding the Byakugan. "Eyes," he said. This scene surprised Kabuto. Even though they were Byakugan, outside of a human body, they were nothing more than lifeless organs. Makoto turned to Kabuto and said, "I think this surgery might not be necessary after all." Makoto then opened the glass container, and the pair of eyes soaked in liquid floated out under his control, slowly drifting toward Tonari. As the Byakugan approached him, Tonari's body suddenly emitted a green glow. "It's the ancestral chakra," Makoto murmured. This green radiance was chakra, and he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with it. Since he also carried Hamura's bloodline, he could sense this connection. Kabuto, standing nearby, attempted to touch the glow but was repelled by the green chakra, forcing him to take a step back. The green chakra surrounding Tonari wrapped around the pair of Byakugan, pulling them into his body. In an instant, Tonari's entire body burst with green light, enveloping a core of pure white. It resembled flickering green flames, and his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Tensigen Chakra Mode. Makoto watched the scene in awe. This was what he had dreamed of achieving for so long. At that moment, Tonari suddenly let out a cry of pain. The green flames surrounding him instantly dispersed into tiny specks of light and vanished. Tonari collapsed to the ground, clutching his face, breathing sharply, his entire body trembling as if he were enduring immense pain. Makoto quickly supported him, checking his condition. However, the pain seemed to be fleeting. Tonari gasped for breath before slowly looking up at Makoto. His once pitch-black, empty eye sockets were now filled with strikingly beautiful eyes, an intricate blend of blue and white. The pupils resembled black holes radiating white light outward, encased in a soft, pale blue glow. "This is the Tensigen," Makoto said aloud. "Lord Hokage." Tonari gazed at Makoto intently. This was his first time seeing the world, his first time truly seeing another person. Makoto couldn't help but smile. Good boy, good boy. As he spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter, reaching out to vigorously ruffle Tonori's soft hair. What you just experienced was only the awakening of the Tensigen, it's still adapting to your body. Don't worry, this will happen a few more times, but once the adaptation phase is over, these eyes will be completely yours. Hearing this, Tonori nodded and then curiously looked around at everything. Before gaining these eyes, he had been able to perceive his surroundings, but that was not true vision. Now, everything felt completely different. Makoto then had Kabuto check Tonori's body again. The results showed that a unique energy in his eyes was blocking the scanning equipment. However, this wasn't a major issue. Makoto was certain that Tonori's Tensigen had fully awakened. Moreover, he could use cloning technology to replicate Tonori's ancestral chakra and continue producing more Tensigen. Makoto didn't keep Tonori in the research facility for too long. After leaving, he took the boy back home. The moment they returned, Tonori immediately went looking for Niji. Niji was equally shocked when he saw Tonori's eyes. You can see now. Lord Hokage gave me these eyes. Tonori carefully observed Niji's features. You look a lot like Lord Hokage. Niji tilted his head. He's my father, of course we look alike. But Tonori asked, then why are the corners of Lord Hokage's eyes black? Niji explained, before my father became Hokage, he was injured on a mission and lost his eyes, so he had to replace them with someone else's. Tonori was puzzled. He had only recently learned about the difference between the Byakugan and ordinary eyes. If Lord Hokage gave him Byakugan, why didn't he get them for himself? When his father passed away, he hadn't explained much, only telling him to obey the Hokage no matter what. As for the Tensigen, he had never even heard of it, his father had only mentioned it a few times in passing. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke soon arrived, gathering around Tonori to examine him. Hinata curiously asked, you can see now? Tonori nodded. After gaining his sight, he realized that what he had previously thought was seeing wasn't the same at all. Hinata stared into Tonori's eyes and said, your eyes are really beautiful. The word beautiful felt a little unfamiliar to Tonori, who had just gained vision. He only noticed that Naruto and Sasuke's eyes looked different from Niji's and Hinata's. Niji explained, Naruto's mom and Sasuke's mom aren't from the Hyuga clan. Tonori suddenly realized something. Does Lord Hokage have multiple wives? Hinata counted on her fingers. Mother Ayari, Mother Kushina, Mother Makoto, and my mother. That makes 4. What about Miss Natsu? Big sister Natsu isn't a mother. But Miss Natsu is around the same age as Lord Hokage, right? Why do you call her big sister? Naruto raised his hand and said, because big sister Natsu doesn't like us calling her auntie. If we do, she'll beat us up. Tonori. In his impression, Hyuga Natsu was a very gentle woman. Sasuke nodded seriously, yeah, and she hits really hard. Just as Tonori was deep in thought, a sudden sharp pain surged through his eyes. He instinctively clutched them, groaning in pain. The other children were startled. Tonori, are you okay? Tonori. The pain came as quickly as it went. Tonori gasped for breath, regaining his composure, when a broken voice echoed in his mind. Protect. You must protect. Brother. The voice seemed to cut off before finishing. Tonori tried to focus, hoping to hear more, but the voice had disappeared. When he lifted his head, he met Niji's concerned gaze. Tonori, what happened? I'm fine. It was just the fetal movement of the eyes. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 242, ch 242, Hokage's Giant Project. Lord Hokage. The head of the Scientific Craftsman Division, Tanagawa, arrived at the Hokage's office with an excited expression, eagerly reporting their latest progress to Makoto. Those puppet-like humanoids are not merely puppets. Makoto paused in thought upon hearing this and asked, what do you mean? If they were just ordinary puppets, they wouldn't be able to operate on their own. That completely defies logic. But these puppet-like humanoids can move independently without anyone controlling them, executing their master's will. This goes beyond the concept of puppetry. Makoto pondered for a moment and then replied, I understand what you're saying. He had also reviewed the books and documents brought back from the moon regarding these humanoid puppets. However, the knowledge involved was vast and complex, requiring significant time to fully comprehend. Makoto had only skimmed through it without delving deeply into the research. After all, he wasn't like Orochimaru, who could devote himself entirely to a single pursuit. He didn't have a Hokage assistant Hyuga Makoto at his disposal to handle everything for him. Tanagawa continued, Mizutani and I have carefully studied those humanoid puppets. The various intricate jutsu formations inside them may seem excessive, but in reality, they create a vast internal control system for these constructs. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gesture excitedly, his expression exaggerated, utterly astonished by both his discovery and the existence of these puppet-like humanoids. The Mizutani he referred to was Mizutani Rin, the head of the Sealing Corps, one of the young talents whom Makoto had personally promoted after taking office as Hokage. Tanagawa went on enthusiastically, this internal system mimics human bodily functions, allowing the humanoid puppets to perform various actions by consuming chakra. While their external shells may appear to be ordinary puppet bodies when disassembled, the true mystery of these constructs lies in the jutsu formations that control them. The puppet-like humanoids lacked intelligence, and all their actions were merely pre-programmed instructions, input by their users. This was an entirely different intellectual achievement compared to Tsunagekyu's puppet techniques. In Tsunagekyur, puppet masters controlled their puppet weapons via chakra threads, whereas these humanoid puppets operated autonomously through special jutsu formations. Moreover, these humanoid puppets contain traces of organic tissue, allowing them to continuously generate chakra, which in turn powers the jutsu formations within them. Makoto suddenly thought of Sasori of the Red Sand. He had transformed himself into a puppet while still retaining a portion of his flesh. The key difference, however, was that Sasori had preserved his own consciousness, whereas these humanoid puppets were nothing more than complete tools. Tanagawa continued, at this point, we can't really call them puppets anymore. They should be. He hesitated, struggling to find a suitable term, but Makoto suddenly spoke up. Androids. Tanagawa froze for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. Yes. Lord Hokage, that term fits perfectly. The person who created these humanoid puppets is a true genius. They absolutely deserve to go down in history. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. The humanoid puppets were the result of the Otsutsuki clan's civilization on the moon, a culmination of thousands of years of wisdom, not merely the creation of a single individual. Even if the idea had originally come from one person, the accumulated knowledge over millennia was far beyond what a single mind could conceive. It was the crystallization of an entire civilization's intelligence. When they first dismantled the humanoid puppets, they were all stunned by the intricate and densely packed jutsu formations inside. Even Makoto, who was highly proficient in ninja technique inscriptions, couldn't help but feel a tingle down his spine. Back when they were inscribing jutsu formations onto the Tensigen weapon, an entire team from the Sealing Division had to work tirelessly in shifts, engraving the formations onto the massive glass container day and night. It took them nearly 1 to 2 months to complete the process. Despite the sheer size of that weapon and the number of jutsu formations on it, when compared to the internal structure of a seemingly simple humanoid puppet, it was nothing more than child's play. It was easy to imagine that this humanoid puppet had started as a crude prototype. Over countless generations of refinement, its capabilities had steadily increased. At first, it might have only been able to perform basic movements, but as more and more jutsu formations were incorporated, it gradually evolved into a fully functional tool capable of handling complex instructions. Makoto tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling of the Hokage's office, before suddenly speaking. Tono, I have an idea. Countless images flashed through his mind as he shifted his gaze back to his subordinate. If I asked you to replicate one of these humanoid puppets based on the existing sample, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Tanagawa nodded. We may not be able to create one from scratch, but with a sample in hand, replicating it is just a matter of time. Makoto continued, and what if I asked you to scale up that replica proportionally? Tanagawa was momentarily stunned. Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Makoto spoke unhurriedly, you should be familiar with the Akimichi clan's secret technique. Tanagawa stood frozen for a long moment before he finally responded, I see what you're getting at. But if we do this, the challenges will be enormous. Something of that size would require an immense amount of chakra to sustain, and the human body alone definitely wouldn't be capable of it. Makoto interrupted him, no, that's precisely the last thing we need to worry about. Have you forgotten what I asked you to create earlier? Tanagawa thought back to the recent order from the Hokage. He had instructed the Scientific Ninja Tools Department to develop a container capable of storing tailed beast chakra. Tailed beast chakra. In an instant, everything became clear to Tanagawa. The conditions required to cultivate a perfect Jinchuriki were far too strict. One also had to consider the tailed beast's own will, and the process took an extremely long time. And even after all that, the result was merely a combatant at the Kage level. Did Makoto even lack such fighters now? Within the Crown Guard, Hakumen, Kakashi, and Gai, each of them was more than capable of holding their own. So why go through all that trouble? If tailed beasts were simply massive sources of chakra, weren't they meant to be used? Why not harness them to power and sustain a true giant? Tanagawa felt every cell in his body trembling. His eyes were filled with unconcealed astonishment, as if Makoto had just opened the door to a whole new world for him. I understand now, Lord Hokage. I understand. His voice carried a barely suppressed excitement. Makoto chuckled and said, no need to rush. Just take it one step at a time. And since this involves bionic humanoids, you can also consult with Kabuto from the biotechnology division on this matter. Tanagawa bowed respectfully. Then, I shall take my leave, Lord Hokage. As he walked out of the Hokage building, he suddenly felt something stir within him. He turned to look in the direction of the Tower of the Solarite and, without reason, broke into a wide grin. The future of the ninja of the future. Like a man possessed, Tanagawa laughed as he strode toward the Mechanical Science Research Institute. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had caught a glimpse of the future. The tides of an era's transformation were surging forward with unstoppable force. And they were the ones leading it. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 243, ch 243, Tsunade's Debt. As evening approached, a light rain suddenly began to fall, making the already chilly autumn air even colder. Tsunade returned to her residence, and as soon as she stepped inside, she rubbed her arms and shivered slightly. I'm back. However, there was no response. Just as she was changing her shoes, Shizen walked over with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Shizen merely gestured toward the living room with a slight tilt of her head. Thinking that a guest might have arrived, Tsunade looked toward the living room and saw two middle-aged men sitting there. They noticed Tsunade as well and immediately stood up with broad, insincere smiles. It's been a long time, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade froze for a moment, her mind racing. As she looked at their faces, her brain quickly provided an answer. They were debt collectors. This realization sent a jolt of panic through her, and she instinctively grabbed Shizen's arm, preparing to turn and flee. But then, she suddenly remembered, she was in Konoha now. Where could she even run? She couldn't leave the village. Lady Tsunade, one of the men spoke again, still smiling. We've been looking for you for quite some time. Now that you've returned to Konoha, isn't it about time we properly settled the debts between us? Tsunade forced out a nervous chuckle and feigned surprise. Who are you? I don't think I know you. Did you borrow money from me? One of the men, as if expecting her to play dumb, pulled out a piece of paper. This is the loan agreement you signed. Everything is clearly documented. If Lady Tsunade tries to deny it, we'll have no choice but to bring this matter to Lord Hokage. Tsunade felt an instant headache upon hearing this. She never expected her creditors to actually track her down. Back when she was traveling, constantly on the move with no fixed location, borrowing money everywhere never really weighed on her conscience. After all, she had only lost it all back to them anyway. One of the men spoke up, Lady Tsunade, the loan amount and interest are clearly written on the promissory note. We hope you can repay the original loan accordingly. Tsunade let out a dry laugh and spread her hands. Repay the money, huh? She glanced at Shizen, who also looked troubled. At this moment, the two men smiled again and said, don't worry, we won't make things too difficult for you. This sum isn't small, so we can give you 3 days. We'll take the opportunity to tour Konoha in the meantime. But if we don't receive payment in 3 days, we'll have no choice but to report this matter to Lord Hokage. Farewell, Lady Tsunade. With that, the two men turned and left, pushing open the door, raising their umbrellas, and stepping into the rainy evening. Tsunade clutched her head in frustration. How did they even find me here? Shizen shook her head. I don't know either. They just showed up out of nowhere today and scared me too. Tsunade then asked, how much do we owe them? Shizen hesitated. I checked the promissory note. The original loan plus interest is about 50 million ryo. 50 million. Tsunade cried out in disbelief. She started counting on her fingers. I make 10,000 ryo a month. 50,000 months. That's over 410. Smack. She slapped her own forehead. How the hell did we rack up so much debt? Shizen whispered, because we kept losing money. An S-rank mission only paid about 1 million ryo. Even if she started taking on top-level missions that influenced entire nations, she'd need to complete 50 of them just to break even. Tsunade collapsed onto the sofa in despair, looking utterly hopeless as she muttered, it's over, Shizen. Let's just run away. Shizen asked doubtfully, can we even run? Could they even escape from Konoha village? Thinking of the men currently sitting in the Hokage's office, Tsunade grew even more frustrated. She grabbed a cushion and started furiously pounding it in her arms. She turned to Shizen. How much money do we have at home right now? Shizen hesitated. A little over 50,000, I think. Why so little? Shizen sighed and said, Lady Tsunade, you eat a lot, drink from time to time, and also. All right, stop talking. Tsunade lay on the sofa for a while before getting up irritably, grabbing an umbrella, and heading out the door. Lady Tsunade, where are you going? To find money. Tsunade made her way to Jiraiya's house. Ever since Jiraiya had become a rogue ninja, his house had been abandoned. She casually broke the lock and stepped inside, greeted by a wave of cold, stale air. She searched through the entire place and managed to find a few thousand ryo along with some, less than appropriate reading material. That idiot Jiraiya, how is he this broke too? Tsunade muttered, stuffing the money into her pocket before heading back out into the rain. The autumn drizzle fell in a light, misty veil. Staring at the rain in front of her, she suddenly realized she didn't have many friends left in the village. At the hospital, she had plenty of admirers and subordinates to order around. But who in the world had 50 million ryo just lying around? Tsunade felt another headache coming on. After much deliberation, she decided to visit the hospital director. When she left, she had an extra 1 million ryo in hand. The hospital director, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had secretly taken out most of his family's savings, saying his wife mustn't find out. He told Tsunade to use it as emergency funds for now. She then went to the head of the medical corps and borrowed another 300,000 ryo. But it was still far from enough. Tsunade knew her status among medical ninjas, but if she planned to stay in Konoha long-term, these were all favors she would have to repay eventually. Unlike dealing with loan sharks, she couldn't just take the money and run without caring about the consequences. She looked at the stack of bills in her hands and briefly considered not repaying them, or maybe even intimidating them a little. Neither was a wise choice. Tsunade stood in the rain for a long time before finally turning around and returning all the borrowed money to its owners. When she got home, Shizen looked at her expectantly and asked, "Lady Tsunade, did you find the money?" Tsunade pulled out the few thousand ryo she had scavenged from Jiraiya's house and handed it over. "Let's have a nice meal tonight. And get some sake, too." Shizen. She glanced at the money in her hands and cautiously asked, "So, what do we do next?" "Run away. Run away." Tsunade thought to herself, no matter what, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. If a bunch of debt collectors forced her into becoming a rogue ninja, it would be the biggest joke in history. Her granduncle, Tobirama, would probably hunt her down himself. Shizen pursed her lips and hesitantly said, "We can't actually let them go to the Hokage and cause a scene, right?" She still cared about her reputation. Just imagining how embarrassing it would be if word of this got out made her cringe. Tsunade sank into the sofa, covering her head with a cushion. If Orochimaru were still the Hokage, she could have gone to him about this, and he would probably help her solve the problem. If Orochimaru were still Hokage, she wouldn't even have to worry about this debt at all, she could just run away. Then, she suddenly thought about the person currently sitting in the Hokage's office. There was no way that guy would help her. "I'll think of something," she muttered. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 100+ ch. Chapter 244, ch 244, The Headache-Ridden Tsunade. Sarutobi Household. So that's the situation. I'm out of options. Tsunade sat in front of Biwako, spreading her hands helplessly. Biwako also looked troubled. 50 million ryo, huh? That was no small amount, it wasn't something any ordinary family could casually take out. Biwako sighed. You really know how to cause trouble. In front of her teacher's wife, Tsunade acted meekly, mumbling, I didn't think they'd actually chase me all the way to the village. Seeing Biwako struggling with the dilemma, Tsunade cautiously asked, so, can you take out that much? Biwako shook her head helplessly. You'd have to sell me off to get that kind of money. Tsunade looked shocked. No way. I mean, Sensei was Hokage for so long, wasn't he? Biwako shot her a glare. What do you take your teacher for? He wasn't Hokage to amass wealth. Precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen had been Hokage for so long, their family had never cared about money. They weren't people who sought material luxury, having a comfortable life was more than enough for them. Besides, after Hiruzen's passing, the fifth Hokage had been providing their family with a generous stipend. Tsunade groaned in distress. Then what should I do? Biwako thought for a moment before saying, I'll ask Ruji to help. Maybe the clan members can pitch in. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly said, then forget it. The Sarutobi clan, like the Uchiha, lived scattered in separate households. If they were like the Hyuga, a single large family, it would be one thing. But for Biwako to gather money now, she'd essentially be borrowing from 10, 20 different households. In the end, Tsunade would owe countless favors. Biwako turned and went inside. When she returned, she had a stack of cash in her hands. There's about 3 million ryo here. Take it. Tsunade accepted the money with a grin. Thanks. Biwako scoffed, just get out of here. That's my retirement fund, you've cleaned me out. Tsunade chuckled. You don't need that much for retirement. I'll take care of you in the future. Just don't give me more headaches, and I'll be grateful. Leaving the Sarutobi household, Tsunade looked down at the thick stack of bills in her hands and let out a sigh. It was still nowhere near enough. Why had she ever thought gambling was a good idea? This was all her grandfather's fault. As she walked down the street, she suddenly spotted two familiar figures standing near a signpost. It was the debt collectors. They were happily strolling around, and when they noticed her, they waved cheerfully. Lady Tsunade. What a coincidence, Lady Tsunade. Seeing how calm you look, I bet gathering the money is going well. We're looking forward to seeing you in 2 days. Tsunade really didn't want to see them, so she forced an awkward smile and quickly walked away. Right now, she was carrying a huge sum, 3 million ryo. That was enough to hire a ninja to assassinate some minor daimyo. But this was inside Konoha. Who could make a move under the watchful eyes of the Tower of Solarite? Even she couldn't do it. And even if she somehow managed to gather all 50 million, the thought of handing over such a massive amount made her heart ache. Maybe she should just refuse to pay. Even if the matter got out, it wouldn't bother her much, she wasn't someone who cared about public opinion. Or so she told herself. She didn't have many close connections in the village, after all. But Shizun. If she got dragged into this mess too, Tsunade would feel guilty. The next day Asuma showed up at her door with a sum of money. He said it was from his mother. Tsunade counted it, 2 million ryo. It probably wasn't easy for Biwako to gather this money. Tsunade felt a bit guilty and thought that she should make more time to visit her former teacher's wife in the future. She turned and called to the person inside the room, Shizun, go buy some more sake. Since she might not be able to gather the full amount anyway, she might as well enjoy herself first. Kagoro and his companion were in a great mood. After searching for a full 2 years, they had finally found their fat sheep, Tsunade. And even better, they found her right in her own den, Konohagakure. Now they no longer had to worry about her running away. Thinking about how they would receive 50 million ryo in just 2 days, Kagoro was thrilled, secretly praising himself for his foresight in lending her the money back then. He wasn't worried in the slightest that she wouldn't repay. This was Konoha, after all, and Tsunade was one of the legendary Sannin. A ninja village like Konoha cared deeply about its reputation. Just as the two stepped out of a restaurant, they were approached by a young ninja. The men politely addressed them, "Are you Mr. Otsuka Kagoro and Mr. Kondo Sugano?" Kagoro raised an eyebrow. "And you are? Lord Hokage requests your presence." Kagoro exchanged a glance with his companion, both puzzled. Kagoro then said, "Lead the way." This was Konoha, and if the Hokage wanted to see them, refusing wasn't an option. They were led into a lounge. Kagoro and his companion whispered to each other. Tsunade probably couldn't gather the money and went to Lord Hokage for help. "We have the IOU in hand. We can't let them shortchange us a single coin. These big villages rely entirely on external mission commissions for income, so they care a lot about their reputation and credibility." The two men waited in the lounge for a while before the door finally opened. Leading the way was a young man dressed in black, presumably the Hokage. There were many rumors about the Hokage circulating in the outside world. Just as they were about to bow in greeting, another middle-aged man followed closely behind him. To their shock, this middle-aged man was dressed in official government attire. The men looked at them and spoke, "Otsuka Kagoro and Kondo Sugano, correct?" The two nodded. "This is Lord Shidani Inu, Assistant Minister of the Central Criminal Department." Upon hearing this, Kagoro was utterly shocked. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pressing his forehead tightly against the floor. "Greetings, my lord." Shidani Inu spoke calmly, "The Otsuka Casino in Tanzaku Town, you're the owner, correct?" Cold sweat poured down Kagoro's face as he hastily replied, "Yes, my lord, I run the establishment." The Hokage, standing to the side, found the scene quite amusing. This was the power of government authority over civilians. As the Hokage, all ministers in the Land of Fire, except for the daimyo himself, would treat him with utmost respect. Yet, the reverence these commoners showed toward a minor official was far more genuine. "You are under arrest, you are charged with tax fraud, extortion, and driving a woman to her death. If you have anything to say, save it for prison," Shidani Inu declared. The two men were utterly stunned. Kagoro shouted in protest, claiming he was innocent, while Sugano collapsed to the ground in fear. Shidani Inu ignored them and instead bowed respectfully toward the Hokage. "Lord Hokage, I will take them away now." At that moment, Kagoro suddenly seemed to remember something. He hastily pulled out a slip of paper from his robe and turned anxiously to Makoto. "Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, please save me. Lady Tsunade from your esteemed village owes us money, a full 50 million ryo. If you can help me, I'll write off the entire debt. Before he could say anything more, Shidani Inu swiftly snatched the IOU from his hands. The crimes you've committed will result in the confiscation of all your assets. Naturally, this debt note will be seized as well. Kagoro's face instantly turned deathly pale, then suddenly erupted in furious shouting, accusing the Hokage and the officials of colluding to frame them. Shidani Inu, unfazed, simply delivered a sharp slap, knocking Kagoro into a daze. Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave. He respectfully presented the IOU with both hands before pulling out chains to bind the two men. Then, he led them away. Makoto glanced at the note in his hand and clicked his tongue. 50 million ryo. That's no small sum. As he spoke, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch. Chapter 245, ch 245, Cell Body. What's wrong, Shizun? You look so down. At the dango shop, a few young women sat together. Shizun only sighed in response. Sigh. What's the matter? Did you get dumped? If it were just a breakup, that would be easy. Rin asked with concern, what happened? Shizun hesitated, as if debating whether to say anything. Seeing her reluctance, the other three exchanged glances. Anko rested her chin on one hand, staring at Shizun, while idly swirling the straw in her now empty drink, making a gurgling sound. Finally, Shizun mumbled, well, our household owes a lot of money. How much? Shizun slowly raised one hand, showing 5 fingers. Kurenai guessed, 500,000 ryo. Shizun shook her head. Kurenai's eyes widened. 5 million. That's a huge amount. Rin also looked surprised. What did you guys do? Shizun. Kurenai and Rin started calculating. 5 million. If we all pitch in, we might be able to scrape it together. Anko suddenly said, Kakashi's pretty loaded. We could ask him to lend some. Not like he spends his money on much. At that moment, Shizun hesitantly added, actually, it's 50 million ryo. As soon as she said it, the 3 girls froze in shock. Shizun lowered her head and took a sip of her drink to ease the awkwardness. After a long pause, Kurenai couldn't help but ask, what on earth did you guys do to owe that much? Shizun whispered, Lady Tsunade loves gambling, right? Back when we were traveling, she lost a lot and borrowed a lot too. Rin clicked her tongue. But this is way too much. Even if we sold ourselves, it wouldn't be enough. Kakashi did an S-rank mission once, and even that only paid 1 million ryo. Shizun sighed again. An S-rank mission, something that required risking one's life, only rewarded 1 million ryo. So how much do you have now? Not even 10 million. Anko suddenly said, I can put in 5 million. Rin and Kurenai were shocked. Where did you get that much money? Anko nonchalantly replied, I can ask the Hokage for it. He should be willing to give me 5 million. Any more, though, might be pushing it. Rin and Kurenai, on the other hand, looked a little embarrassed. They couldn't even contribute 1 million. While they did take on missions, most were just regular ones, and as girls, their expenses weren't small either. Shizun quickly reassured them, it's okay, Rin, Kurenai, you don't have to feel bad. This is mine and Lady Tsunade's problem. Thank you, Anko. Anko simply waved it off and continued eating her dango. This was the most she could do to help. But that afternoon, when she went to ask the Hokage for the money, reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. 10 million. What do you need that much money for? In the Hokage's office, Makoto looked at Anko and asked. Anko replied, I need it for something. Are you giving it to me or not? Makoto chuckled. Nope. Anko shrugged. Fine, I'll just do a few S-rank missions for free later. Makoto was amused. You think S-rank missions are as common as cabbage? Where do you think I'm going to find that many for you? Do you even realize your mission completion rate is one of the worst every month? Anko grumbled in frustration, why are you so stingy? Makoto couldn't help but think, do you even hear yourself? You're acting like 10 million isn't real money. I said, no 10 million. Anko lowered her demand. Then 8 million. No. 7 million. No. 6 million. Anko was getting impatient. 5 million. I can't go any lower. Makoto leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing her with amusement. And what makes you think you can just walk in here and take that much money from me with a single sentence? He knew full well that if Anko was asking for money now, it was probably because she had heard from Shizune about Tsunade's debt. Anko had no real justification, but she had already promised Shizune. Frustrated, she plopped down on the floor and started sulking. I don't care. I need this money, and you have to give it to me. Fine. I'll make sure to have full attendance on all my missions from now on. Makoto smirked. That's literally your job. The fact that I haven't punished you for slacking off is already generous enough. And now you're trying to use that as a bargaining chip against me. What kind of logic is that? Anko pouted, realizing that playing tough wasn't getting her anywhere. She stood up and moved closer, grabbing onto Makoto's arm and clinging to him while putting on her sweetest voice. Lord Hokage, just help me out, okay? I really need this money. Makoto raised an eyebrow. It was strange seeing Anko act like this. She had only ever behaved this way around Orochimaru, and normally, she never showed him this kind of attitude. Still, he had seen her act cute for Orochimaru before, so it wasn't completely unfamiliar. He looked at the girl in front of him, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes as he suddenly said, Anko, now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I last gave you a full physical checkup, hasn't it? Anko's expression changed dramatically as she immediately let go of his arm. Pa. You pervert. Keep dreaming. Makoto smiled at her reaction. He was just teasing her. After all, with the kite mark he had placed on Anko, if he truly wanted to do anything, it would be effortless. After cursing him out a few more times, calling him a bastard and a pervert, Anko turned on her heel and stormed out of the Hokage's office in frustration. However, she had barely stepped out before she suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then pushed the door open again. Makoto, who had already gone back to his paperwork, glanced up. What now? Anko stood frozen at the doorway, her back against the frame. She hesitated there for a few seconds before finally walking over to his desk. Standing in front of him, her head lowered slightly, her cheeks tinged with red. She looked uneasy, her eyes flickering around nervously as she struggled to get her words out. So, if I let you check my body, will you give me the money? It had been 3 years since that time, and Anko's understanding of such matters had deepened. She told herself it wasn't a big deal. It's not like this bastard hasn't seen my body before. Makoto nearly burst out laughing. What, are you selling yourself now? Anko burned with shame and clenched her fists, barely resisting the urge to punch him in the face. Gritting her teeth, she snapped angrily, shut up. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. Makoto tilted his head playfully, smirking. Of course. Since you're so eager, how could I possibly refuse? Not like 5 million would have been enough for anything anyway. Anko was just trying to follow through on the bold promise she had made. Annoyed, she snapped, who's eager, huh? You bastard, don't act all smug when you're the one getting the better deal. After saying that, she turned her head away, but Makoto noticed that even her ears had turned red. Hurry up and decide. When? Tonight, tomorrow morning, or right now? Makoto leaned back in his chair, lazily sizing her up from head to toe. Compared to the bratty kid she had once been, Anko had grown into a striking young woman. In the future, she would no doubt become a real beauty. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Anko shot him a glare. Have you stared enough yet? Makoto grinned. Well, I'll be looking anyway, so would you rather have me wait until later? Anko turned her back to him, as if that would hide her embarrassment. I'll wait for you in the Hokage's office tonight. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Teyvat 100+ ch.